threat to the Han tribe. But now the two tribes are going to unite again. One person, one with resources, and making up the shortcomings of each other, these two tribes have become a threat to the Han tribe. However, after such a long development, Luo Chong is not very worried about these two goods. There is already a city of the Han tribe on the grassland. It is certainly no problem to rely on the city for basic defense, but the war will only bring open source. The sales volume of materials in the county is reduced, and other basics will not be affected. As for the Xian tribe on Bamboo Island, they can't do anything without a boat. Although the Dark Bridge had planned to build a cross-sea bridge before, it hasn't started construction until now. Looking at this situation, I want to rely on the Xian tribe to build a bridge by myself. It's almost impossible. The most important thing is that Luo Chong looked at the artillery beside him who was polishing his inner rib with a wind-boring machine. There was a smirk in his mouth. I have this thing now, and I am afraid that you two will join forces? A few replies were quickly written and sent out, telling the beast teeth to stay on the ground, always be alert to the movement of the Xian tribe, with the primary goal of preserving the mission station. Even if the war is to begin in the future, it is necessary to leave a frontline base for the Han tribe to land on. He also told Yuzi to let him launch Jin Liuvai's intelligence network to determine the specific matters of the Xian tribe and the Dayton alliance as soon as possible, as well as the plan of action for Xinthan, as well as the latest decision-making trends of the Xian tribe's high level. It must be passed back at the fastest speed. In the end, Luo Chong sent a letter to the County Eagle of Kaiwan County, letting him pay attention to repairing the military defense of the Kaiwan army, and guard against the sudden attack of the Takashi army. The Han tribe has obtained accurate information and may have taken action in the near future. In addition, he deliberately ordered Xian Niawei and Hu Benwei, as well as the cavalry adapted by the herdsmen, to let them hurry up and practice, don't slack, and the war will come soon. After arranging all this, Luo Chong began to continue to get his artillery again, and now the artillery is available, but the shells and gunpowder have not yet started. It is time to do these things. Tell the casters of the new steel county the size and model of the shells, let them cast them directly with raw iron water, and cast a few tons of shells first. Luo Chong did not intend to use lead bombs. After all, the reserves of lead ore are not as large as iron ore. A large part of the mine lead is used to make money. It is more appropriate to use iron bombs, and the hardness of iron bombs in the same surface environment, iron bombs are more likely to jump, causing multiple injuries, and the penetration is also better than lead bombs. The rest is black powder. Almost everyone knows the recipe of black powder, but there are actually many different matches. For example, the most common firecracker formula in the folk is 3 nitro, 2 sulfone, 4 carbon, 5 white sugar, and 1 magnesium powder. White sugar is used to increase the sound of the explosion. If you add various metal salts, you can also make different colors of gift flowers through the flame reaction, such as adding sodium chloride, salt, the gunpowder emits yellow flame. The above are all weight ratios, not volume. The most common ratio in black powder is nitrous sulfonyl charcoal, but this is a weakened formula, not the most powerful. The formula of ancient military particle like black powder is actually 1 sulfur, 1.5 carbon, and 7.5 nitro. Only by matching this weight can the most powerful particle like black powder be made. Of course, it is not that the gunpowder made by this formula is the most powerful explosion, but only refers to the propellant used as a propellant. This ratio is the most appropriate. The difference between pure blasting medicine and propellant is still quite large. The subdivision of gunpowder is very high. There is also a solid propellant specifically used to promote rockets. That thing can only be used for chanting flowers, but the propulsion force is full, such as the RPG tail nozzle. The one inside. Luo Chong chose the recipe of granular black powder, which is available in the Han tribe. There are natural nitrite mines in the mining area of Xinzhou County, that is, potassium nitrate. Charcoal can burn by itself, which is not a valuable thing. Sulfur is found in the copper mine area of Baobao Mountain. However, making gunpowder is a dangerous business, and it should be paid great attention during operation, especially in the process of making granular black powder. The first goal to be achieved is to fully mix and even, and this step must be carried out in water. After completely moistening with a small amount of water, the 3 materials are fully mixed and then dried, and the potassium nitrate is reanalyzed, because potassium nitrate will dissolve when it encounters water, but it will not evaporate with the water. After the water evaporates, it will recondensate. After adding water, stirring, mixing evenly, the gunpowder block after drying, then crushing by physical crushing, and finally sifting into particles of the same size, it can be used. One of the most dangerous steps is drying and crushing. The temperature is not high, and the hammer is too hard, it will cause an explosion. However, Luo Chong looked here and personally guided the craftsman to operate. The danger can be controlled, and then there are different links carried out at different sites. The number of operations is carried out on the principle of a small number of times. The raw materials and finished products are stored separately to avoid major accidents due to operational errors. Luo Chong, the leader of the Han tribe, personally supervised and mobilized resources. The progress in all aspects was very fast. The production of black gunpowder and shells has been on track, and the artillery of the cast steel has also been polished out of 7 or 8. Find a few more carpenters to build a gun car and accessories, and you can start the test. The preloaded smoothbore gun is basically a low ballistic and straight cannon due to structural reasons, that is, which kind of direct fire gun refers to, and the pitching angle is very small. The ballistic method of this gun is not a high parabolic line. Therefore, the demand for aiming is very large. For this reason, Luo Chong also specially made the carpenter build a set of mechanical sights and angle measuring instruments. The aiming mechanism of the quasi-star shining gate, the angle measuring instrument is a cylindrical wooden plug with the same caliber as the artillery, and there is a semicircular angler and lead hammer at the outer end of the plug. When using it, use a quasi-star and a control door to aim at the target azimuth, then use the rangefinder to measure the distance of the target, and finally adjust the appropriate launch pitch angle to the control range table so that it can achieve the purpose of a hit. The angle measuring instrument is to insert the muzzle with a wooden plug of the same caliber to make it consistent with the axis of the artillery, and then measure the pitching angle of the current state artillery from the angle of the lead hammer swing on the measuring angle. Although this tool is very rudimentary, it is very useful, because no matter where your artillery is moved, whether the ground is flat or not, these do not matter, because the angle measuring instrument is measured based on the lead hammer line, and the lead hammer is subject to gravity. Influence, in any case, will remain absolutely vertical. The rangefinder is even more rudimentary. It is a small wooden board with holes. It is marked with a distance size. It is lifted directly when used, and the target is put into the hole. For example, if an individual is standing opposite, then the person is put into the hole. According to the height of the person, find the distance from the target on the scale. Very simple and rough, but practical. Of course, the error is inevitable, and the error is still relatively large. There are no optical telescopes in sights yet, and this thing can only be used for the time being. As for the range table, it does not exist for the time being. When the test cannon is needed, it is tested one by one, and then based on the test results of the sight, the standard launching medicine, angle of radiation, and range table are formulated. The equipment for aiming is finished, and finally the tool for launch. A front-loaded smoothbore gun has to go through at least 10 steps from aiming to launching. The process is quite complicated. This is still a relatively advanced launch method, such as a custom charge technology. If you still use a small shovel to pour gunpowder into the barrel, I am afraid it will be good to get a shot in 3 minutes. Luo Chong certainly does not allow his artillery to be so inefficient, so not only to get the hardware of the artillery, but also to keep up with the software package. Convene a newly made field wheel gun rack by a carpenter, plus a set of loading and cleaning tools. There are also 2 buckets hanging on each gun, one with a lid to store water and the other open bucket to use. Luo Chong is also the first time to do this thing, so he is also more excited, even more excited than the people who don't know what this thing is for. This is a big killer. The Han tribe was built on the 8th day of November in the first year of the first winter. This day is a bit cloudy, but the wind is not strong, but the weather is still wet and cold. It feels that a heavy snow will come soon. At noon this day, Luo Chong personally brought thousands of people out of the city to visit the test artillery. In addition to the casting and gunpowder processing of hundreds of people and the team of craftsmen making artillery racks, most of the rest are people in the new Steel County. It is winter, and basically everyone who has nothing at home comes out to see the excitement. There are also some officials and drivers from Braosang County and Waishan County. This time, in order to test the cannon, the Han tribe also mobilized a lot of materials, such as the piecemeal board from the shipyard. These drivers who transported the materials when he heard this new thing, he naturally had to stay and see it. The official holidays of the Han tribe are not many, and there is usually no grand entertainment, plus this is a rare test gun, and those cannons are just brought by omnipotent leaders. According to the leader, this new type of weapon it will be very powerful. After hearing this news, how could the people still sit there? Luo Chong asked people to use a rope to pull out a warning range on the hilly grassland outside the city to prevent someone from being accidentally injured. The long strip test site, the first 8 cannons to be polished, were lined up at a distance of 10 meters per door, and the distance of 3 kilometers in front was emptied. The top 500 meters of the muzzle was a slender wooden board. Simulate human targets. In addition, in order to measure the limit range, there is no soil bunker at the furrow, so that the shells can fly farther. But when you find shells, it's not easy to find. The cordon has been pulled on both sides of the site, and thousands of people are standing on both sides of the site. The 3-kilometer test gun site is enough for everyone to stand in the first row to watch, and the remaining hundreds of artisans are following. Luo Chong stood around the artillery. Interestingly, this time, in order to measure the limit level of the artillery, Luo Chong was ready to blow up the 2 guns, so he also specially made people build a temporary huge bunker behind the artillery position, which is actually a large mound. It is convenient to block yourself. The 8 cast steel cannons shine with silver-gray cold light. They have not undergone any surface treatment. The gun body cannot be painted or painted, because after a few hits, the barrel will become hot, which will make the surface. The paint spontaneously ignited. There was a serious accident, and the filling of the coating would also prevent the gun body from spreading heat, so all 8 cannons were metallics. However, Luo Chong has planned to develop a chemical coating process. If the outer layer of the gun body can be coated with a layer of copper, the antiseptic effect will be better. After all, the carbon steel used now is too easy to rust. Chief, this target is placed so far away, can it still be hit? The county guard of Xingang County followed Luo Chong and looked at several targets in the distance of 500 meters, 1,000 meters, 1,500, 2,000, and 2,500. He was very skeptical and asked. At the same time, he very much hoped that the leader did not lie to himself. If the Han tribe really had this powerful weapon, then the Han tribe would be invincible. If you don't hit it, you will know if you try it. You will operate it. I will teach you to shoot. Luo Chong's heart is also bottomless, but he knows that the sound must be able to sound. Specifically, the artillery can reach the level he doesn't know, because this type of cannon is still his original, which is different from the famous cannons in history. Not the same, there is no reference to compare. Ah, let me call once? Oh good. It's exciting to listen vigorously. This is a major event that is enough to go down in history. In the future, when anyone talks about the cannon of the Han tribe, he must not say that the first shot of the Han tribe was driven by him. That, leader, what should I do? Rubbing his hands with great excitement, looking at the cannon in front of him does not know how to use it. What should I do? First look at the star in the gate, then adjust the gun frame to align these 2 points with the goal, which is called to adjust the shooting range. Luo Chong also immediately entered the role and began to carefully direct teaching. Hercules and another artisan had too personally adjusted the artillery firing world, and stood still on the side to ask the next step after completion. Adjust the pitching angle with an angle measuring instrument to be positive 5 degrees. Luo Chong gave the command again. However, this thing will not be played vigorously. It is the carpenter who made the tool himself to complete this step. Adjusted the firing boundary and the angle of the shooting, basically determined the trajectory direction of the artillery. The next step was to clean up the barrel. Although it was fired by cold artillery, there was no residue in the barrel, but Luo Chong still let them strictly follow the requirements. Holding a stick with a tied towel on his head completely soaked in the bucket, then stabbed it into the barrel and scrubbed it well, then stretched it in with a brush with wire around his head and pulled it out, and then again wet the towel rod, and finally dry the barrel with a dry towel rod to suck out the water inside. The work of the barrel cleanup was completed, and then down was filled, and Luo Chong immediately began to give them orders. Double gunpowder loading. Chief, how much is double? Heavy efforts are not quite clear about the terminology for these artillery operations. Double gunpowder is gunpowder equal to the weight of shells. We use paper packaging medicine, and double it is a pack, all of which are indicated in Chinese characters. Luo Chong pointed to the gunpowder box next to him to explain. Oh, got it. He vigorously picked up a paper-coated gunpowder marked with twice the charge and stuffed it into the muzzle. Then under Luo Chong's guidance, he pushed the gunpowder to the bottom of the muzzle with a thick-headed mallet. Then he took another iron ball and stuffed it into the muzzle, and pounded it again with a mallet. Then even if the loading step is over, the final stage is the preparation stage before launch. The artillery designed by Luo Chong is a flint ignition device. The flint engine on the top can be disassembled by cartoons. The flint engine is the kind of electric light used directly. It has been slightly modified and then moved in. Vigorously wrapped the paper inside from the gate with a steel cone, and then took a bamboo tube bulk gunpowder to fill the gate and medicine pond for firing, which can be fired directly. A 3-meter thin linen rope is tied to the flint rope. As long as the linen is pulled to flint the flame, the artillery will sound, because without the cause of the fire, the accident caused by the scene error can be minimized. Pulling the rope is also skillful, and you can't use too much force, otherwise you will directly pull out the flint, especially if you are a strong or rough man. Luo Chong is afraid that he will use brute force and has specially taught him the skill of pulling the rope. First tighten the rope on your hand, tighten the rope in a tight state, then put your hand on your stomach, and then use the turning action to pull the rope. The arm does not need to work hard. This kind of force and stringing method is more soft. He vigorously prepared according to Luo Chang's teaching, and then stood there with some tension. Close to the ear and plug it. Will it be loud for a while? Like thunder, everyone will withdraw 20 steps after the cannon. After the cannon, they will rush out because of the recoil. Close, you are also vigorously, don't be scared for a while. Luo Chong immediately began to give preventive injections to everyone around him, so that those people in the distance don't have to block their ears. Anyway, they are still far away. I understand the leader, you order it. Hercules is also ready to turn around and pull the rope at any time. Luo rushed to nod, and when everyone was ready, he raised the red triangle flag in his hand, and then swept down fiercely. Shoot! Seeing the leader's flag swinging down, the flint was immediately triggered, and the flint hit a bright spark on the sickle, igniting the gunpowder in the medicine pond in an instant. Immediately after hearing the sound of chant, a beam of white smoke and firelight was held at the door of the fire, and then a loud noise, like a thunderous explosion sounded. A 121mm caliber cast steel cannon spewed a white smoke and firelight. The black iron ball instantly broke through the smoke and flew far away. The artillery also slammed a few meters backwards because of the recoil. The hull was dedicated to retreating. A shallow ditch plowed out on the ground. On the side of the shooting range in front of the artillery, the wooden board swarm 500 meters away was instantly beaten with a straight line. Numerous board fragments were thrown into the sky like snow. The iron ball was still flying, 1,000 meters away. Broken wooden board again. Then 1,500 meters, the shells began to fall to the ground, and they slammed into the wooden board. Because of the cold and hard soil, the shells bounced back after falling to the ground. The jump appeared like a bounce, and then jumped on the ground again. It was repeated 3 times before the shells lost their kinetic energy and stopped completely. However, at this time, the shells had flown to the position of 1,800 meters after several bounces. The target group of 1,500 meters had just been penetrated. Such amazing power is still a startle among the thousands of people present. Everyone is shocked. Only Luo Chong is calm, because the result is more in line with his estimated value. Hurry up and check the target ranging, and remember to find out the landing points several times before and after. Luo Chong immediately ordered to the people around him. Someone immediately turned and rode to the shooting range to check it out. All the ears heard were the cheers and exclamations of the people. I drop a good boy. This thing called a cannon is so powerful that it can throw iron balls so far. Of course, this was invented by our leader, not so powerful how to do it. I saw a large piece of wooden board over there from a long distance. You said that if there was a group of people standing, I dare not think about how many people this guy would kill in one shot. Hey, do you know what the gunshot was? I just saw a black shadow flying over, and then the board flew a large piece. The thing flew too fast and I didn't see it at all. I don't know, maybe it's a big stone. Fart, don't get it. It's called artillery. It's iron ball. A iron ball weighs 10 pounds. It was stuffed into the cannon and flew out with gunpowder. 10 pounds weighs one iron ball. I'm obedient, no wonder it's so powerful. But how much does it cost to fight like this? Can you get it back? It should be possible. Don't you see that someone was riding a horse to find it? The target inspector soon found the point where the shells landed. After all, the shells could not be turned halfway. As long as they followed the trajectory, they could definitely be found. The first landing point was found at a distance of 1,650 meters, which is located right in the center of the number 3 target area. In a broken wooden board, there is an obvious long-strike shallow pit on the ground, which was plowed by shells. Out. The last point of the shell was measured to know that it was 1,820 meters, and it jumped 3 times in the middle. It was seen by nearby people. The ground also found the crater of the bounce. As for the target in the middle, there is no need to look at it at all, because as long as the target on this line, there is no one that is intact. The investigator quickly ran back with the shells and reported the actual shooting data to Luo Chong. The recorder who had prepared it for a long time also recorded this important information. When the test gun was over, this was the use. The best materials and proofs for writing the range table. Luo Chong also commanded everyone to reset the artillery during the time when the target inspector inspected the target, and then directed them to start clearing the barrel. The first time to clean the barrel must be done with a wet towel rod. This must be remembered, because the purpose of using the wet towel, in addition to quickly cooling the barrel, can also effectively remove the last fire left by the last gun. The star is extinguished. If this step is omitted, it is possible to ignite the paper-wrapped gunpowder on the spot during the second charge, which will cause serious accidents, but fortunately, before Luo Chong shot for the first time, the most correct operation the method was handed over to them, and as long as they were kept, they could avoid more unnecessary injuries. Recorded the information of the first gun, and completed the reset and cleanup of the artillery, Luo Chong ordered the crowd again. The target area directly in front of the shooting boundary, with a pitching angle of 5 degrees, 1.5 times the charge, loading bombs, ready to fire. The test cannon continues, because there is no reference, so the data must be recalculated. They have to fight for a long time on this day to try out the power and range of artillery in various environments to develop standards for the future. The shooting process provides important information. The caliber of the 12-pound gun is 121 millimeters. This data is calculated based on the diameter of the 12-pound lead ball, but Luo Chong uses iron balls, so under the same volume, the mass of iron balls is lighter, about 10 pounds. 12 pounds equals about 10.8 pounds, here is 10 pounds. According to Luo Chong's order, he vigorously removed a 15-pound medicine bag from the box next to him and stuffed it into the barrel. Aim at the target, pour the gunpowder, and when everything is ready, Luo Chong waved the flag of command. There was a loud noise bigger than just now. A cloud of white smoke came out with the firelight from the muzzle, and the cannon slammed backwards under the action of recoil. This is what makes Luo Chong look at most. Because each time the fire is simply reset, it takes a lot of time to retarget this series of operations. In Luo Chong's eyes, the two large characters are behind, as if branded on the dangling barrel, and in the eyes of others, this is no less than the weapon of the gods, because the second gun has a range farther away. When a shell was blasted out, this time without waiting for Luo Chong's order, someone immediately went to check the landing point and the destruction effect. With the 5-degree elevation angle unchanged, half of the charge is added. If the shell does not fly far away, it is unreasonable. Sure enough, the final measured data shows that the first drop point of this gun has reached an amazing 1,850 meters. It is farther than the last landing point of the last shot. The farthest point this time has reached a perverted distance of 2,280 meters. Keep a record of this shooting, Luo Chong ordered again. 5 degrees elevation angle, twice the charge, the chain bomb. What is a chain bomb? Ask vigorously and curiously. As a result, he didn't wait for Luo Chong to answer. The leader of the craftsmen responsible for casting shells next to him carried a chain bomb and stared out the eyes of everyone around him. The chain bomb is 2 10-pound iron balls, which are connected together with a 60-centimeter-long chain, which looks similar to the flying stone cable used by Luo Chong. This thing is specifically used by the Navy in a serious artillery battle. It is mainly used to destroy the mast and sails of the other side when it catches fire. When one shot is out, it is 2 iron balls that are constantly rotating, flying forward like an electric fan. No matter how thick the mast can be interrupted. However, it is not appropriate for the Han tribe to use this chain bomb for the Navy, because the forces hostile to the Han tribe have no navy or even ships, so there is no mast or sail for them to fight. This chain bomb is used against the enemy's cluster infantry or cluster cavalry. If this is a shelling into each other's cavalry group, it should not be too cool, just like a harvester. Can this thing be beaten out? A little surprised and skeptical. It must be possible to fight, but the effect is unknown. For safety, everyone is farther away this time. Luo Chong explained that he really didn't know how far he could play with a chain bomb. Everyone heard that they had stepped back some distance, vigorously and carefully loaded twice as much gunpowder in chain bombs, because there was no twice as much fixed charge, so they could only fill twice in 2 at a time, otherwise the quality of the wrapping paper it can't support 20 pounds of gunpowder. Because the medicine column is too long, it is easy to break from the middle when handling. In order to avoid the problem of delayed explosion of gunpowder when it was charged twice, it was necessary to pierce the interface of the 2 medicine packs in advance, and then tighten it with a mallet before it could be loaded into a chain bomb. Waiting for the ignition powder to be poured at the gate, and vigorously prepared for the string, Luo Chong waved the flag again and ordered the fire. There was a loud noise. This time everyone saw the chain bomb flying in the air, because the thing was so conspicuous to fly. However, it is embarrassing that the chain bomb rotated and only flew more than 300 meters to the ground. This is still twice as much charge. The effect is too embarrassing. Even the first target group 500 meters away is not hit. If the range is so close, it is not as happy as the shotgun. Everyone around me dare not say anything, and I don't know what to say. Although it's enough to shock them by hitting 2 10-pound iron balls for more than 300 meters, the expression of the leader frowning is obviously the result is very dissatisfied. Once again, double the charge, the loading chain bomb, and the angle of ejection is 15 degrees. Luo Chong ordered again. The impact of the chain bomb landing on the ground just now was very large, indicating that the shells obviously had room for it. It was only because the lag time was not long enough that the resulting range did not reach the expected distance. This time he wanted to try to adjust the angle of the shot, way to provide more stagnation time for shells. The force quickly filled the words, adjusted the shooting elevation angle, and the muzzle raised some upwards again, and a loud noise. Everyone stared closely at the shells flying in the air. The flying height of the shells was much higher than before. Under the action of centrifugal force, the two iron balls quickly rotated towards the front, and then disappeared into everyone's vision. After waiting for almost a second or two, it was a burst of chaos. The first target group located 500 meters away was instantly swept down by a large area of chain bombs that were rammed, and the ground further away was immediately followed. There was a cloud of smoke and dust, and the shells landed. This time everyone around couldn't help but applaud. Needless to say, the range of the chain bomb has definitely reached a distance of more than 600 meters, otherwise it will not have such an effect. The target inspector quickly rode the horse to check. The facts also proved Luo Chang's guess. The first target group at 500 meters was swept down diagonally. The first drop of the chain bomb was also 680 meters. The second drop point has reached 750 meters, and then stopped. The original number of rebound of the chain bomb did not have a single-haired iron bomb. Luo Chong originally thought that the chain bomb would fly as many times as it drifted. Now, it seems that he is completely thinking about it. If you think about it, the chain bomb rotates two connected iron balls to move forward. When it falls on the ground, the two iron balls will definitely be separated. In this way, one of the vacated will definitely be implicated by the landed one. With the interaction of forces, it will soon be offset. This result is acceptable, and it has indeed achieved the huge lethality expected at mid to close range, that is, the chain bomb has no trajectory at all, and the direction in which the thing flies out can only look at the faith, and after hitting the cluster target, the continuous impact it will cause the chain bomb to deviate from the mid-axis. The result of this test shot is obvious. However, such an effect is almost satisfactory to Luo Chong. The goal of the chain bomb is the cluster target within 500 meters to 1 kilometer. Anyway, it does not seek precision shooting. This thing is a large range. If you want to be precise, then just hit a single iron ball. Next is a cluster target within 500 meters to simulate the attack. Luo Chong quickly issued a loading order again, and then let people reset the shooting range. The targets used this time are all scarecrows, densely stood in several rows, with distances of 200 meters, 350 meters and 500 meters. There are 3 arrays in total, each of which stands in 2 layers according to the dense formation. 0 degrees of the left and right range, 10 degrees of the elevation angle of the shooting, twice the charge, and double shotgun filling. Although he didn't understand the shotgun force this time, he had already waited for him to ask for an exit. The foundry maker next to him had sent the shotgun. This thing was a diameter and shell cylindrical iron barrel. After the punching cut, the final model was filled with a small iron ball with a diameter of 1.5 centimeters. The weight of an iron barrel is also 10 pounds. The number of small iron balls with 2 shotguns is about 600. After the loading, Luo rushed to the flag, and it was a loud noise. The 2 iron barrels filled with small iron balls were under huge rift pressure. They were torn apart as soon as they left the muzzle, and then the shotgun inside became fan-shaped, the scattering out facing forward. The straw array at 200 meters was instantly blasted a gap, directly dividing the 2 rows of scarecrows on the spot. The shotgun is still flying forward, and once again penetrating the straw array at a distance of 350 meters, flying directly to the farther the goal of 500 meters, but by the time of 500 meters, basically few scarecrows fell. This time Luo Chong personally checked the shotgun scattering effect, which is still a certain gap from the expected effect, but it is barely acceptable. The target at 200 meters was directly scattered, and the target of 350 meters was also scattered. Some of them were just shot through a few holes. When they reached a distance of 500 meters, there were almost all holes, and they were not hit, because they reached such a long distance. The scattering area of the shotgun is too large to be traced at all, and the gap between them is also terrible. It is also normal to have a target that was lucky to escape shooting. This is still the case where the target is a scarecrow. If it is a living person or a livestock, Luo Chong estimates that it will hit at most 300 meters at most, because the torso of the people and the livestock is very thick, and there is a skeleton inside. The resistance of the shotgun is much stronger than that of the scarecrow. It is estimated that it has flown through a few people, and the rest cannot continue to fly. The estimated effect is even more discounted. However, such an effect is acceptable. Shotguns, chain bombs, and individual shells can be taken into account at the target of 3 distances from close to long. However, this is still not the limit of this kind of casting steel cannon. If the range of the single shell is discussed, it can actually be played further. Luo Chong quickly launched a limit test. First of all, 3 types of charge shooting at 10 degrees below the left and right range, double, 1.5 times, and double. When the artillery is at a 10-degree elevation angle, it can be directly charged to 1,850 meters by double charge, which is the same range as the 5-degree angle fitted with 1.5 times gunpowder. So after testing, you can clearly know that the next time you want to strike a target above 1,850 meters, it is good to use a 10-degree angle. The same range can save half of the gunpowder, which is very significant. When 1.5 times the 10-degree angle was loaded, the shells flew directly to 2,200 meters, and the impact force was still very strong. It jumped 4 times before completely losing kinetic energy. When the 10-degree angle is charged twice, the range of the artillery directly exceeds the 2,500 mark. The distance of the first impact point is 2,620 meters. The final impact point even ran outside the 3-kilometer line, although it did not exceed how far. However, Luo Chong still did not give up. He once again ordered a 10-degree elevation angle, 2.5 times the charge, and hit a single-haired iron bomb. This time the range was even more terrifying. The first impact point reached 2,950 meters, and almost directly exceeded the 3,000 mark. The shell's bouncing distance has also increased significantly, and the final impact point has reached 50,000 meters. The triple charge experiment Luo Chong gave up directly, not afraid that the steel gun would explode. He was still very confident in the process of casting the core cold. The reason for giving up the triple charge is because the barrel is not long enough. 30 pounds of gunpowder, the length of the medicine column alone accounts for half of the length of the barrel, and then install an iron ball, leaving much acceleration distance for the iron ball. Moreover, the length of the remaining barrel is not enough for gunpowder to burn completely. Such an experiment is meaningless and too wasteful. In this way, Luo Chong's well-prepared bunker won't be used. Because 2.5 times the charge can still not be used to cast steel cannons, it is still good. Luo Chong's expected explosion scene did not appear at all. After various angles, various chargings, and various shells, Luo Chong finally collected a satisfactory experimental data, enough to write a shooting form. The people around me also watched the Tsin Tao in this cold day. Luo Chong randomly selected 3 guns for quality inspection, all of which used the maximum charge, directly up to 2.5 times, and fired a single iron bomb. After 5 guns, the quality of the artillery was tested. The result of the test was very satisfactory to Luo Chong. The maximum charge was shot 5 times in a row. The state of the artillery is still very good. Even because of the cold, the casting steel cannon is not too hot, and it seems that several more cannons can be fired. After the quality was checked, Luo Chong finally ordered a round of 8 shots, all of which were filled with twice the angle of the shooting. The flag was swollen, the bombardment, the artillery was ignited one by one, and the shells rushed to the distance. The momentum of the people on the side of the scene was also suddenly burst, and they were all excited by the infection of this spectacular scene. Everyone was cheering. Showing the big killer of his tribe in front of his people, like the effect of military parade, is an important means to increase national pride and national honor. This is why Luo Chong did not prevent people from coming to see the excitement. It is to use their mouths to tell more people that the Han tribe has a big killer, and he will bombard him without fear of any tribe's provocations and challenges. The last 8 shootings and 8 consecutive shots also pushed today's test firing activities to the climax. All the targets in front were all swept away by dense shells, and the shells and targets on the test gun field, except for chain bombs and a single iron, the bombs were found one by one. Other shotguns could be struggling to find, and the cleaning of the targets was difficult. In order to save trouble, Luo Chong directly ordered the people around him to watch the test cannon to clean it up. The broken wooden targets can be picked up and burned by themselves. Those shotguns with large areas are also handed over to all the people present. If you pick it up, you can take it directly as a souvenir. Hearing this good news, the people also cheered to help clean up the shooting range, but Luo Chong had already taken people at this time, and pulled 8 cannons back to the city first. At the end of the test gun, various standard parameters have also been set. Luo Chong soon ordered the start of mass production. The first production of 212-pound standard artillery pieces is true. Yes, it is standard type, regardless of land and sea warfare. Kind of. Luo Chong intends to get out 120 guns to make a gunboat to support all places at any time, because the existing territory of the Han tribe, whether it is the Great Lakes next to Kaiwan County, or the estuary of the Tang tribe, or the bamboo island overseas, it is a place where you can arrive by boat, so it is very necessary to deploy such a mobile firepower. The remaining 80 doors left 20 in the headquarters, and the remaining 60 doors were all deployed to the open source county on the grassland. Some were used for the fixed gun bar of the city wall to defend, and the other was equipped with supporting gun vehicles, used for field maneuver. The gunboat has been made, and the gun seat for the fixed gun position has not been developed. This gun seat for fixed gun positions, whether on the city wall or on the ship, is usable. The only difference from the gunboat is that this cannot be maneuvered, but the ability to retreat and reset must be optimized again. The gun vehicles used for field operations are mainly loaded with higher load and maneuver requirements. The needs on both sides are different. The characteristic of the fixed gun position is generally the installation of steel rails, so that the gun rack can only move around the rails, and then also add ropes and pulleys to the bunker in front of the gun position to facilitate the gunner's operation in a compact space. After a few days of waste, the steel tracks and gun seats were got out, and Luo Chong took a few samples of guns and gun seats to the shipyard in Banyan County. Before, the Han tribe began to try a 80-meter-long ship. The dragon bone has been laid, and it has been converted into a sailboat before it is completely built. The hull is still the hull, and there is basically no need to change. The only change is the layout of the inner cabin. The gunboat needs a full-form deck, and it also needs to separate out a dedicated gunpowder depot and shell depot, as well as more reasonable crew residences, and other details. Such a sailing gunboat requires a large number of people. It is important to know that each gun requires a team and 120 guns. It is based on 5 people per gun class and 600 crew members. This is not counted as the sailors on board. If all the positions responsible for the operation of the ship are added, I am afraid that there will be more than 800 people. So many people eat and drink less, and it is necessary to optimize the cabin. Another place that needs improvement is the call command system. When the captain is in the top command, he orders that he can instantly transmit to the artillery deck below, so as to maximize the firepower advantage that the gunboat should have. Renovating the cabin and designing the layout are all fine tasks. In order to allow the first gunboat of the Han tribe, or the seeds of the Navy, to germinate successfully, Luo Chong lived directly in Browsingyan County and personally participated in the shipbuilding command every day. Jobs. While Luo was busy with the gunboat, the 6 sailboats who went to support the field also reached the mouth of the Sancheo River on the upper reaches of the Ruyang River. The successful and wild sails connected their heads. The crew who hadn't returned to their hometowns in the first half of the year in the wild were naturally excited, and those on the ship who followed the lively clan chiefs or crew were even more excited and shocked. It was already surprising that the Han tribe was able to build a behemoth like a brig. After all, this convenient and fast, and super transportable water transportation was all experienced by them, but they did not expect. The Han tribe actually built so many more, and this time there were 5 more dhows, and there was a larger 3-mast ship. It is twice as big as the one they are riding on now. Seeing that the Han tribe is so powerful, they are more confident in the white devils who will win the cannibals in the future, and they will be able to save their people and go to the Han tribe to live a better life together. The representatives of the two sides had an intimate conversation and soon set off for the camp in the river valley. Taking advantage of the winter monsoon, the sailing boosted 7 big ships, and it took a full and half month to reach the river camp. The mole in the camp and the thousands of survivors have long been looking forward to the material support of the Han tribe. Otherwise, in half a month, when the weather is colder and the river is frozen for 3 feet, the fleet will not come back until the spring snow melts, but if they don't have seeds, they will delay the farm next spring. Thousands of people's food problems are really not easy to solve. Fortunately, they finally came back. Thousands of people came out to welcome the return of the fleet in front of the simple dock of the river valley, and they were shocked by the people who had just arrived from the Han tribe. They really couldn't think of it. You can search for so many savages. If this is done, it must be a great contribution to go back. It's a pity that I didn't follow it early. It seems that only by going outside can I have more opportunities to make great contributions. No, this time I must make the matter explained by the leader more beautiful, and strive to win the affirmation of the leader as soon as possible. It is good to fight for yourself, a task to explore. Many people who have just arrived here think so. There are many people from the Han tribe this time. After all, it is a brand new settlement. Although it is only temporary, after all, there are so many people. There are not many things to do. There are many artisans in various industries. People, they also brought a lot of good equipment, and some have never even seen Yui. For example, when the electric stone lamp from the ship went out in the wild, the Han tribe didn't have this thing yet, and unexpectedly, they had already started mass production. Oops, the long history of the tour, gratifying and congratulating, This time you have made a great contribution to the Han tribe." The new official representative made a happy speech to Yuno as soon as he got off the boat. Where is this is not my own merit. How can Yuno do so many things in the future, and rely on a lot of help from you? You are optimistic about the camp here, and Yuno is better to find more people outside. Come back, our credit can continue to grow. The greater the credit, the more will everyone divide in the future. Yui also said very smoothly. The long history of tourists is polite. This is what we should do. We will never dare to quit. Besides, we cannot fail the expectation of the leader. No, everyone is contributing to the development of the tribe. Not so polite. The new official representative also laughed back. Yui couldn't help but scold the old fox in his heart. Lao Zi kindly gave you credit. You actually pressed me with the leader. However, he would not say these words naturally. He smiled and politely said a few words to the other party, and began to direct the people in the camp to carry the materials. There are many seeds and tools brought this time, and there are a lot of iron ingots that allow artisans to make their own agricultural tools here. This winter is busy. They have to make a lot of agricultural tools before spring. The rest of the daily necessities also quickly moved down. Nearly 1,000 iron pots were piled up in the open space in the middle of the camp, and there were other tools and cloth. The wealth of the Han tribe simply made the survivors of the camp suck. These are just part of the idle inventory of the Han tribe. If it is added to the people of the Han tribe, how many living materials should the Han tribe have? They dare not imagine. Iron pots and cloths are things that can be collected for free, but they cannot be distributed directly. Since this camp is now fully taken over by the Han tribe, it is necessary to act in accordance with the rules of the Han tribe. The first thing that needs to be done is to recount the population and materials. Statistics and registration are also convenient for organizing production and work after the spring of next year. Yui arranged a place for those from his hometown. Although the house is shabby, everyone is satisfied. At least it can cover the wind and rain. There is a Kong in the house. The occupants are completely okay. The credit is not so cheap. You can earn it. If you don't plan hard, you are not eligible to earn this credit. There is also a simple official office prepared for the officials, which is actually a small courtyard built with a wall. It is also an adobe house. It is slightly taller. There is also a flagpole in the middle of the yard, which hangs the banner of the Han tribe. Those newcomers quickly placed office supplies in. They even brought their own tables together, and of course they were indispensable for stationery. Officials and small officials also quickly entered the role. Moving a bunch of blank forms, and Bamboo and Jane began to work in a tense accountant, which was their first task. Yuno specially summoned the patriarchs of the survivors to come to the meeting and explained the meaning of this accountant Chi Min, and the benefits of doing so. You can clearly know the family status of all the people, so that the work and distribution of materials can be reasonably arranged. The patriarchs also understood this meaning, and they all said that they would clarify this matter soon when they went back. In the past, the chaotic marriage and clan status in their own ethnic groups had to be re-explained. These things can only be done by their respective patriarchs. It took a day for the patriarchs of the various survivors to clear the families in their own families, and the work of the editors and the people officially began. Although it is very difficult for everyone to take a name according to their surname, when they think of it, as long as they register their account to receive a lot of good things, everyone can't help but start thinking about their names for themselves and their families. The new officials are also very happy. Although the layout of the entire camp is very simple, the layout of the house is well organized, making their work a lot easier. In this cold day, they naturally have no good for everyone to stand outside and wait, so they sent small officials to call people in a row and start their offices according to the layout of the house. The people of the legacy also received a notice soon, and then took their wives and children to register their accounts together, filled out the family information on the form, and then took a Hukao book made by Bamboo and Jane from the small officials. It was written on Bamboo Jane with a soldering iron, and it could not be modified if you want to modify it. Finally, a red burning iron seal was used to brand the official household registration. Then he was told that it was necessary to properly preserve this Hukao book, and to distribute materials and arrange work in the future, or even pay wages, all need to be handled by the Hukao. The patriarchs of those survivors will naturally not receive more materials. There is no possibility of concealing the population. The people who got the Hukao book quickly received materials such as iron pots and cloth tools, and learned new cooking techniques at the craftsmen of the Han tribe who were responsible for distributing materials. Soon, a new cooking method quickly spread in the camp. Come on. The earth stove is added to the iron pot, the firewood is stewed with fish and meat, and then a circle of tortillas is posted along the pot, so it is not too delicious. It's a pity that there are no vegetables to eat here. If it's in the Han tribe headquarters, every household will save a cellar of radish and cabbage in winter. The magical plant Han tribe like big cabbage has not yet been discovered. It's a pity, but this kind of life has satisfied the people of the legacy. The newly delivered cloth is also distributed according to the head. Not much. Basically, it is only enough to make underwear. It is still necessary to wear animal skin outside. This is almost the same even in the Han tribe, but fortunately the Han tribe has many sheep raised over the years. In winter, it is almost a sheepskin jacket. After all, this is the most common type that can be used to keep warm. The animal skin is either small or too expensive. The Han tribe has been experimenting with cotton since the beginning of this year. After success, it was promoted and all the seeds were planted until the winter, and only one season of cotton was harvested, and not many, all it was used by the small butterfly to weave. However, those newly bred seeds are left. Just wait until the spring of next year, the Han tribe can fully promote cotton cultivation in the tribe, and wait until next year to harvest 2 more seasons. With enough cotton inventory, by next winter, the people you can put on clothes and quilts made of cotton. Weaving cloth has always been secondary, and there are many fibers that can be woven, but it is used as a filler and can be used to keep warm fibers. It is really not much. Without cotton, you can only use wool, but you want to use wool. It is too difficult for all people to put on a quilt cover. How many sheep the Han tribe has to raise? As for the shoes, the Han tribe is not hair, and the things are generally made by the people themselves. Although the people of these survivors do not have old clothes to make shoes, the grass shoes can still be put on for a while. It's just grass shoes. In fact, they can also be compiled into secret boots, the kind that can be worn in winter. Putting on new ideas, stepping on new shoes, there are firewood at home, and the survivors of food in the pot. There are also more learning opportunities at this time. Staying at home in winter is okay to do, so some people run to see the new ones. Those craftsmen make equipment. Wooden buckets, wooden unicycles, iron kitchen knives, agricultural tools. These technical tricks are the first time the survivors have seen it, seeing a piece of ordinary wood and iron in the craftsman's craftsmanship. For good things, someone is ready to sign up on the spot. In this situation, Yui has also made some arrangements. Here is the frontline counterattack base camp. Since this name is Hung, naturally it is necessary to be more careful and keep all adult men with enough troops. If you want to learn technology, you can only let the young children learn first. As for adults, you directly promised them that they want to learn technology. Just wait until you return to the Han tribe in the future. The Han tribe has more technology to teach them, and then choose more. Ding ding's iron sound sounded in the camp. Dozens of craftsmen from the Han tribe were busy in the temporary workshop. There were also many apprentices who spontaneously learned technology in the camp. Of course, the apprentices now simply there is no hammer, and their task now is to add charcoal and pull the bellows. Although they are dressed thinly, they are sweaty and hot. Ironing is a technical job, but it is not particularly difficult. This thing is bluntly similar to pinching mud. It is all about plastic work of materials, but only one is by hand and one is by hammer. The young apprentices looked at the steel ingots unloaded from the ship and turned into various sophisticated appliances in the hands of the masters. The eyes were full of deep envy. Knife, agricultural tools, this is the most lacking thing in the camp, but after the construction of the workshop, the shortage of these materials was alleviated. The men of the camp hunting team are now fully equipped with newly made long-handled axes and firewood. Before it snows, they have to cut some more firewood and come back. The firewood originally stored in the camp is almost enough. But now there are so many people, and the blacksmiths and carpenters need to use wood and charcoal to make things. They had no choice but to go logging on the mountain again. The remaining half of the children in the camp and some men, as long as they are not involved in hunting, logging and patrols, are almost all organized to learn technology. Farm tools are already being produced intensively, but it is also a big problem that no one will use them when there are farm tools. Spring will start spring farming on time. At that time, the farm tools will definitely be ready, but those who use farm tools must also learn in advance. There are special instructions from officials from the Han tribe's Shimon temple, and the people also know that this is an important livelihood skill for the Han tribe, so they study very seriously. After all, they have seen it with their own eyes and eaten the corn they planted. As long as they are willing to work hard, they must have the feeling of eating. They didn't dare to imagine it before. Moreover, although the farming is hard, it is very safe, far less difficult than going out to collect hunting. However, due to the conditions of the temporary camp, the plows they use to cultivate land can only use human plows. After all, there are few pitiful animals, and only a dozen wild donkeys have to undertake heavy transportation work. The big guys in charge of water conservancy at Sinon Temple are also busy with field surveys. They have to combine the local terrain and the direction of the water source, and reasonably plan the scope of reclamation. This is a fine job. All the land near the shore on both sides of the river valley is planned to be a rice field, which is convenient for irrigation. As for corn, the thing is inherently adaptable and drought tolerant. It is more appropriate to plant on the hillside. It is a little trouble to say that you must not repair several cisterns on the hillside, and then use the water truck to lift the water from below. Farmland planning and agrotechnical training are under intense progress, and the women in the camp are not idle. They are organized to learn needlework, learn how to cut and sew the clothes of the Han tribe, and introduce the clothing characteristics of the Han tribe. Naturally, there is no shortage of textiles. Although there are not many loomers brought this time, there are many spinners, and some loomers that have been eliminated. Although the camp's self-produced cloth is not expected to meet everyone's needs, but the food sack is for them to make it. The Han tribe cannot prepare everything for them. In addition, in terms of textile raw materials, the Han tribe has also provided seeds of various ephedrine and cotton to the camp, so that they can selectively cultivate and grow. There are also many seeds for vegetables. Generally, this kind of thing is planted by women in the Han tribe, so women also have to learn about vegetable cultivation. But everyone's enthusiasm is so high, this kind of life that can obtain stable food without collecting everywhere is what they dream of. Even some girls in the camp who are about to reach adulthood, looking at the men who came from the Han tribe headquarters, can't help but have a spring heart. If they can marry the Han tribe, it may be a good choice. It's a pity that the people who come here this time basically have a wife. After all, they will not be assigned to work at all, and they will not be able to come here. On the other side, Luo Chom also directs shipbuilding in Braosang County, a Han tribe. The 80-meter-long ship was built by the Han tribe for the first time. Its size and complexity are no less than the construction of a school. After all, it is already larger than any teaching building of the Han tribe. There are a total of 8-story cabins on the land, and there are 2 floors under the water line, mainly used to reserve materials, gunpowder, fresh water, food, shells, basically all in the 3 floors below. The middle 3 layers are artillery deck. 120 standard artillery are divided into about 2 sides, and the porthole is opened on the side wall. 20 doors on a floor. The stairs of the upper and lower capsules are located on the center axis of the hull, but at the position between the gun positions on both sides and the middle of the stairs, there are also shafts and skylights dedicated to the transportation of materials. The shells were transported up with sling and pulleys. Upward is the open deck. As for the 7 and 8 floors, it is the mast building at the stern. The 7 floors are the kitchen and restaurant, and the 8 floors are the combat command room and meeting room. There is a high point of view for the entire ship. Good, convenient command. The power layout of this battleship is the 5-mast crossband layout used, the 4 main masts, and a ramp in the bow. Although the vertical sails have been abandoned, the cross sails are more flexible and the sails can be made wider, which can also provide more sufficient motivation. More importantly, because the longitudinal sails like to eat horizontal winds, the sails often have to be adjusted from a slope angle, so that the ship will inevitably have side tilt phenomena, which are all brewed by the mast. But the purpose of this ship is the gunboat. If the ship hits sideways, it is estimated that the gun will slide aside, and how to fight at that time. Furthermore, even if the artillery does not slide because it is fixed, the pitch angle will still change because of the side of the hull. The artillery thing has very harsh requirements on the pitch angle. Once the height and low difference, there will be several hundred on the range. 1,000-kilometer deviation. The operation of the horizontal sail may be more troublesome, but the advantage is that the side dumping of the hull is not easy to occur, which is why Luo Chon chose to use the horizontal canvas layout. 80 meters long and 18 meters wide, with a width of 4.4 round and flat-tailed hull, plus a 4-sided main sail, an absolutely fast one. Don't look at the displacement of more than 10,000 tons, but the power is full. However, such a big shipmast is not easy to find. It can only be made by the way of tenguin splicing in tight steel ring. I want to find a natural giant wood as a mast. It is not good to transport and deal with. Because of the sailing ship, the height of the mast is generally not less than that of the captain. Think about it, this is still the height above the top deck, that is to say, the main mast of this ship is almost 100 meters high. The thickness of the mast cannot be held by an adult, because that is the root pillar. The huge hull has also been severely tested in terms of load and pressure. In order to support such a large hull and water pressure, the dragon bones and ribs used are all very thick. The thickness of the hull's outer plate is 25 centimeters. It cannot be called a board, it should be called a beam or a pillar, but its bias is used to wrap it outside. Such a thick wooden square needs to be completely softened before it can be installed on the skeleton, so it takes a long time to steam in advance. For this reason, Luo Chong also specially made people build some new special steamed cages for boards. The installation method of such a thick wooden board is also a big trouble. The craftsmen have no way to figure out their ideas. The last noose is used to fix and tighten, and then use the holes to punch holes before the nail. The hot riveting process is installed. This is when there is no lathe to make large bolts, the most troublesome and the strongest connection method. Most of the steel frames and bridges in the early days of the previous life were also made by this process. Luo Chong took the same technology to build a sailboat. There is no problem. What remains is waterproof. The boating industry of the Han tribe is increasingly demanding glue. Whether it is pork skin or swim bladder, it is not enough, but fortunately, the Han tribe now has new waterproof gel materials. That is asphalt extracted from coal tar. Put the hemp fiber, sawdust, and gypsum powder or smashed oyster shell, tune and evenly, make a black waterproof filler and smear it into the cracks of the ship's board, then stuff it with a few hemp ropes and asphalt, and finally use it. The asphalt is flattened, and then a layer of paint is used to cover up to beautify the appearance, even if the waterproof work is completed. Asphalt is just a byproduct of the coking plant, and it has never come in any use. Now it is time to realize its value. The output of this thing has always been embarrassing. When the asphalt was first made, Luo Chong originally planned to build an asphalt road or something. Later, think about the output of asphalt, or forget it. It is estimated that even a waterproof felt is not enough. But now it is used to make waterproof for sailboats, and these few yields can still be supplied. Waterproof glue, asphalt is definitely the best choice. In addition, because many auxiliary industries of the Han tribe began to develop, the two-story stern building of this ship was also renovated at a large price by Luo Chong. The entire three-sided fluoroscopy glass window can make people stand in the command room. It is clear to see the situation outside. It can definitely be called luxury, but for better command conditions, Luo Chong didn't stingy about this thing. The command room of the stern building, there are several metal pipes made of copper skin. In fact, this thing is the talker on the ship. The speakers at both ends are made of copper, but some unimportant sound pipes in the middle are all Luo Chong replaced with a bamboo tube. All parts are made separately, so I am ready to get an assembly when the hull is almost built. Fortunately, it is winter now. Many people are in the state of farm and idle cat winter, willing to come to the shipyard or various workshops. There are many people who work part-time, which speeds up the progress of shipbuilding in disguise. As a result, this giant ship belonging to the Han tribe hopes to successfully launch before the spring. As for the artillery on board, the thing that will only be installed in the end will wait until the ship is launched into the water and then hang the artillery one by one. The whole shipbuilding work is in full swing. After Luo Chong arranged all this, he left to go home. The hardware level of the Han tribe has been rising rapidly, and the software naturally has to keep up. First, I went home to live in harmony with my wife and children for a few days. After moving into the new house, Luo Chong's family living standard was much better. Although it is winter now, 2 children can also have the opportunity to bask in the glass room upstairs. This is a treatment that other children cannot enjoy. If you want all people to use glass windows, the Han tribe still has a long way to go. Now it is limited by the problem of capacity. Glass can only exist as a luxury. Xiao Luokeng and Luo Lan wore a cotton jacket sewn by a little butterfly, and they also wore a tiger head hat on their heads. They played with blocks in the glass room upstairs. According to the time of the earth, these 2 children are almost full. They are already able to walk slowly with the wall, which is the most naughty time. Fortunately, Luo Chong prepared a lot of toys for them to stay in the house honestly. However, although Luo rushed to rest at home, he still did not let the people below idle. He took advantage of the days when he returned home to give orders to various counties to mobilize records of deaths and sick deaths of people over the years, and then let all the data is aggregated. There has also been a record of all such events since the promulgation of the Kungju system, the contribution of a medicinal material to cover the land, and finally the Han tribe has identified a summary name of the effective medicinal material. Collecting these data and information is naturally ready to contribute to the medical cause of the Han tribe. It has been 2 years since the Han tribe set up an official school. The earliest group of students will be graduating in another year. What will they do after graduation? Whether to go home and farm directly, or choose outstanding talents to fill all walks of life in the Han tribe, or continue to study further. These are of course possible, but what do you have to learn if you continue to study? Luo Chong's idea is to directly conduct self-registration and branch studies. He is ready to get a professional medical school to train medical talents for the Han tribe. After all, medicine is also an important social component that can improve the life expectancy of everyone. He does not pay attention. There are also military and police comprehensive colleges, which teach reconnaissance and determination, or logical reasoning, as well as knowledge of military command. However, because it is a cold door profession, the number of people will certainly not be large. Just put it together for teaching. The rest is the Advanced Academy of Sciences. This school is a direction for ordinary students to continue their studies. The content of the study is a higher level of mathematics and physics, as well as biological knowledge. According to the current name, it should be regarded as polytechnic. However, Luo Chan's defined level of knowledge is still far from the current level of university. At most, it is at this level between junior high schools. It mainly provides talents for various scientific research directions of the Han tribe. The last college focused on training can be regarded as an advanced college for liberal arts students, mainly in the direction of training administrative officials. In addition to teaching deeper literature and mathematics to improve the basic knowledge level of students, the school will also use current affairs and policy to persuade various officials such as farmers, administration, urban planning, and construction to understand the work, and conduct systematic training and teaching, especially cultivate key officials who export more grassroots for the Han tribe. Luo Chong personally ordered that the following data be reported soon, and Luo Kongwei glanced at it, and the results were still within his acceptable range. The average life expectancy of the people has increased significantly, and the most prominent is that there are more and more people over the age of 40, which was almost impossible before. There are also many newly born children. Due to Luo Chan's several policies to encourage childbirth, such as giving birth to a few acres of duty-free land, etc., the families of the Han tribe are actively creating people to multiply. For only 2 years of new birth, it has more than 30,000 people, which is no longer a small number for Han tribes with a total population of more than 100,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000. Of course, this data refers to newborns who are still alive, not counting as dying halfway. The death rate of young children under the age of 6 in the Han tribe shows 37% in the data. The shocking figures are still within Luo Chan's expectations. He is already very fortunate to tell the truth that there is no more than 50%. This is the result of his efforts to improve the quality of life of the people. If there were no Han tribes before, the death rate of the young children of those clans did not know how scary it was. Luo Chong remembers that the death rate of the ancient people under the age of 15 is about 30%, which is still terrible, but it is lower than 1/3 anyway. When the rabbit first founded the country, it also counted this data. About 201/5 of the children died in the baby. At that time, the death rate of the Hawksauce family was 60 per thousand. The Han tribe is still in its primitive times. Although it has been well developed in some respects, it cannot be denied the fact that the Han tribe still has a lot to do, and the road to be taken is also very long. Luo Chong will continue to work hard. Looking at the statistics on the cause of death again, the problem of improvement is clear. According to the statistics below, more than 10% of the newborns of the Han tribe died during childbirth. That is to say, this part of the children were not born even if they were born. This is not the most terrible. What is more terrifying is that it usually happens that the mother of the child is also difficult to survive, difficult to produce, and bleeding. Of course, the most direct reason is still due to the low age of the mother. This is an unsolved problem. The only solution is to raise the age of the mother. This has nothing to do with medicine. This is a matter of social policy. However, it is obviously unrealistic to pull the age of marriage and marriage up all at once. Now the adult standard of the Han tribe is 13 years old. It is still too young to put it in modern times, that is, the age of the first and second years. 18. It is estimated that many people are also difficult to accept. Luo Chong himself could not accept it, which would delay the population growth of the Han tribe, but there were problems that could not be changed, so he decided to solve it by raising the adult standard year by year. Raise the adult standard by 1 year, 13 years old this year, 14 years old next year, and 15 years later, and finally set the adult standard at 16 years old. It takes 3 or 4 years to slowly transition and allow people to gradually adapt. Will not seriously affect population growth. Marriage at the age of 16 is also a very common age standard in modern times, such as diced hair and a southern stick. The legal age for marriage in these countries is 16 years old. After raising the age standard, it is also necessary to improve the reproductive medical system, such as training professional birth attendants, or directly getting a maternal and child health center out, deploying by region, and giving birth to the local maternal and child health center to give birth. This is an effective solution. However, in the long run, Luo Chong is still more inclined to the second, get a professional hospital. These are for the 10% of deaths during childbirth, and nearly 27% of infants and young children die from fever, unknown cause, vomiting, diarrhea, unknown cause, incurable diseases, unknown cause, poisoning, trauma, accidental death, such as drowning in a river, hanging out and being killed by a beast. Except for accidental deaths, all of them belong to the category of avoidable or savable medical care, which is worth the effort. Especially for fever, vomiting, diarrhea, poisoning, trauma, this common type of injury is the direction that the Han tribe needs to study and explore. Fever is a fever. From a scientific point of view, fever is actually a means of self-intoxication of human immune function. A low fever below 38 degrees does not matter. If in modern times, this level of fever, doctors will not even give medicine. Instead, tell you to burn better. However, once the body temperature is too high, it will damage the organization of human organs, and what kind of disability will be left, such as burning blind eyes or burning deaf ears, and then letting go directly to the West. In the absence of medicinal materials, the Han tribe is not completely incapable of dealing with this situation. For example, the scraping of luo chom for the disease was a good way to burn. The rest also drink hot water, cover the quilt to stir sweat, or physically cool down quickly, such as applying alcohol to the body. The Beho Han tribe has brewed it, and wanting to make high concentrations of alcohol is nothing more than distillation. It's just 75 degrees of medical alcohol, not to mention the purity, the better. As for the special anti-fever medicinal materials, you can slowly search for it. This is no way even if it is urgent. The remaining vomiting, diarrhea, and poisoning can actually be summarized together, because sometimes poisoning can also have symptoms of vomiting and diarrhea. The first is to promote the initiative to avoid exposure to toxic organisms, such as poisonous insects and grasses, and the other is the category of minor food poisoning. This also needs publicity to avoid eating strange ingredients that you don't know and not drinking raw water, well water. Burn it and drink it. Don't eat corrupt and spoiled food. Of course, artificial fermentation is not counted. Even leftovers within a day must be reheated before eating, because some people who eat cold leftovers have bad stomachs and diarrhea. These could have been avoided. In addition to publicity, stomach lavage is a bit difficult to use treatment methods such as vomiting, but it can be studied slowly, and then there is active search for drugs that can treat vomiting, diarrhea, which also takes time. In the end, it is a parasite in the stomach, which can be treated with male yellow wine. Modern people have eaten tower sugar for insects. In ancient times, they also had their own methods of insecticide. That is, male yellow wine, male yellow powder can be used to drive insects. Soaked wine can also expel parasites in the body. Luo chom knows the few. A Chinese medicine. However, male yellow wine is not easy to drink, and it is not appropriate to drink more. It is enough to drink it once or twice a year. This ancient people made it very good, turning male yellow wine into a custom linked to festivals, so that people it is much more acceptable and can be afforded. Luo Chong intends to copy it directly, turning Doomliu Festival into a statutory festival for the Han tribe. Dumplings, drinking male yellow wine, smoked grass, bathing with grass, sweeping the house, and expelling poisonous insects. These customs can be promoted. The dragon boat is free of anything. There is nothing to commemorate in this world. Moreover, the Han tribe is not all counties relying on water, and does not have the conditions to race the dragon boat. And the cost is too large, and it is a waste of time. Others such as worshipping ancestors and sweeping the grave can be there. As for the time of the midday season, it can also be copied and scheduled for the 5th day of May, easy to remember, and this time is the advantage in midsummer, the most active season of poisonous insects in a year. It is still very important to carry out an insecticide in this good one. Necessary. Luo Chong was thinking, and he wrote all the things he thought of on paper. These are treatment and prevention programs for symptoms such as fever and vomiting, diarrhea, and poisoning. The last item leaves trauma. In fact, this is a relatively easy treatment, because the Han tribe already has this medicine, and Luo Chong himself also has a set of treatments for trauma. After all, most of the knowledge he had learned about first aid on the battlefield in his previous life was treated for trauma. Trauma is divided according to the degree of injury, and it is also divided into two categories, minor injury and weight. If you continue to subdivide it, you can also separate the orthopedics. This is a systematic medical subject. For trauma, there are mainly disinfection, hemostasis, wound dressing, anti-inflammatory, and later maintenance. Disinfection is easy to do. Now the Han tribe has alcohol to use. As for Baikazi water, that thing can be prepared with rare sulfuric acid. However, the energy consumption is relatively high, the shelf life is also relatively short, and it is not suitable for mass production. Iodine wine or iodine volts. The chemical level of the Han tribe is temporarily unsupported. For now, alcohol is the most suitable disinfectant, and the shelf life is long enough. there are no shortcomings other than the stimulation of the wound. For hemostasis and wound bandaging, some treatments such as sutures and ligation can also be added. This was a very common medical technology in ancient China. On the type and use of surgical instruments, Chinese medicine surgical self-recognition. Second, no one in the world dares to recognize first. Chinese medicine has surgery, and it appeared very early, much earlier than Hua Tuo, who was famous only for inventing Ma Bo, but unfortunately Luo Chong was not from Chinese medicine. It is not enough to understand this aspect, but he still knows some basic things, such as medical sutures, which are not actually made of intestines, but silk, which is secreted from the silk glands in the silkworms. The main component is protein, which can be absorbed by the human body. Sewing ligation in the body can exempt the wiring. This is a medical reserve material under normal circumstances. Temporary sutures under abnormal circumstances can use the patient's own hair if there is no thread, but it must be disinfected first. Regardless of the long hair of men and women in the Han tribe, there will be no lack of stitching materials for first aid. There is also serious injury surgery, which is generally related to internal organs, including orthopedics, and orthopedics also have external fractures, but there are also open fractures, which are the kind of serious injuries that are deeper and the broken bones are directly exposed from the wound. There is no way to explore this slowly, but the Han tribe's conditions in this regard are relatively sufficient. Those cannibal prisoners of war and slaves can be used as experiments to train students. Some Han tribes have general teachers. Medicine-specific human specimens are mostly donated, a small number of unclaimed corpses. The students are called speechless teachers, and the corpses are called general teachers. Anyway, they are all aliens who eat people, and they don't have to talk about humanitarianism. Of course, there are many experimental animals. In this respect, they can also learn from the social experience of the past life, using creatures such as mice, rabbits, dogs, monkeys, orangutans. Do drug experiments, or use them to practice hands, and wait for certain results to be tested, and then conduct human clinical trials. Anatomy: some corpses, get more skeleton specimens, and familiarize the more than 200 bones on the human body with various constituent tissues, so you can't believe in qualified doctors. And the most important thing in medical school is not medical technology, but inheritance, which is actually more important than medical itself. Chinese medicine inherits thousands of years of cultural treasures, and there are not many things left behind. Many good things have disappeared in inheritance. Why? Because ancient legends do not pass on to men and pass on to foreign countries. Not just Chinese medicine, many advanced technology and cultural treasures are lost because of this futile thought, and would rather be brought into the coffin than passed on to others. Luo Chong is well aware of the dangers of this bad habit, and naturally will not go the same wrong way again. Since he wants to engage in medicine, he will put all the talents and resources together for centralized training, and use modern teaching models to make doctors in batches. The best way to improve the medical level of the whole people. It is the most important thing to write all medical knowledge into a book, draw a map of the human body structure, and print it in bulk as a teaching material for medical students to ensure that there is no missing inheritance. This is more important than pure medical technology. As for the teaching materials that medical schools need to use, Luo Chong has already figured out the name, The Herb Outline, a popular science book dedicated to the characteristics of various herbs. The content should include the description of the herbs, growth environment, collection methods, cultivation methods, copy methods, usage, main functions, taboos, etc. Such books will not be written, otherwise he will use the title to change the medicinal material of others. Those previously provided by the people and officially confirmed medicinal materials can now be included. As for other therapeutic taboos, usage, etc., you can think slowly. Luo Chong can give a clear direction to let the Han tribe's medical education take a little detour, which is already his biggest contribution. In addition, there is another human body internal and external structure map, from skin to muscle, from organs to bones, all anatomical and mapped. Since you want to treat people, you must understand the human body first. Not only do you need anatomical maps of various parts, the functions of various organs, common lesions, causes of lesions, treatment opinions, etc., all need to be detailed. Others can also have another Han Medical Gods Party record, which contains classic prescriptions that have proved effective. This can also be done. Nursing Health Dictionary, which contains some fitness gymnastics, similar to ancient Five Beast scenes, as well as the recipes of nourishing diet, rehabilitation treatment after serious injury or serious illness. Syndrome Treatment Collection, which specifically includes various treatment methods for incurable diseases, including the causes of the disease, symptoms of the disease, treatment methods, etc. Although such books seem to be partial, they can provide a reference for future generations. When later people encounter similar diseases, there is a treatment idea that can be used for reference. Infectious Diseases and Hygiene, as you can see the name, a book mainly aimed at the prevention and treatment of various infectious diseases is also very important. Get another common knowledge of maternal and child health. This can be printed in large quantities and placed in the private sector. It mainly writes some considerations for women during pregnancy and infants and young children, which can be vigorously promoted in the private sector. None of these 7 books is a person, nor is it something that can be made in a short time. The writing process of these 7 books is actually the development direction set by Luo Chon to the medical school. As long as these 7 books can be successfully written, the medical level of the Han tribe is truly stable. It covers almost all basic medical theoretical knowledge. Of course, these are the foundations. In short, this method is used to train a group of doctors. As for development, Luo Chon very much welcomes the ability to write a new book by himself, such as Gynecology, 1000 Golden Parties, The Yellow Emperor's Internal Scriptures, and this type of medical book came out. After all, medicine, it not only needs to be explored and studied, but also needs to accumulate and inherit. This is an evolving process. Luo Chon has pointed out the direction for them, and the rest depends on themselves. Although he will have a lot of things, it is not a panacea after all. Chapter 701 Jiangqi in Tuohe County, Subscription for Ticket. New schools need to be formed, and campuses and talents are essential. Luo Chon is preparing to build several new campuses, which happens to be built together with the new city. The Han tribe has increased a lot of population in the last year. The counties and counties with the territories have increased populations, and there are also a small number of newborns in the counties and counties. The newly harvested grassland herdsmen in Kaiwan County have already received nearly 20,000. The county of Weishan County has fulfilled his promise of 50,000 people. Now it is finally possible to recruit people, but it is said that there are still unjoined tribes around the Great Lakes. Luo Chon has issued an order to continue to absorb the population. Although the number of savages who came to work in Banyan County was a little less than before, there have been visits by name, and some of them have successfully become the people of the Han tribe. In addition, there are newly absorbed populations from Ruyang County and Hanyang County. They are all outside the territory of the Han tribe and have access to strange tribes. Some of the tribes have also chosen to join in their contacts with the Han tribe. In particular, in the counties below Hanyang County, they recruited the most savages, plus the newborns in the county. The population of both counties is broken. The farther east paying counties have also developed well in the hands of thorns. Not only have coal mines exported steadily, but there was no shortage of food last year. The newly harvested population is also the largest. The population of the whole county has exceeded 30,000. However, this growth is also reasonable. After all, there is still an undeveloped virgin land, and there are many tribes that have not been in contact with the Han tribe. Even Zhang's, who had a population of more than 2,000, was browsing the east bank of the Yanghe. It was discovered that it would not be rare to find several similar large tribes. In the end, those legacy tribes that have recently been newly recruited by Yunyi have added up to a population of more than 7,000, and are still growing rapidly. After the statistics of grass, the population of the Han tribe has increased by more than 100,000 in 2 years. Together with the original population and the new population, the total population has exceeded 240,000, which is about to break through 250,000. In fact, there is a place where Luo Chon did not count, because they have not reported the specific situation until now, that is, at the entrance of the browsing Yanghe, a temporary camp opposite the Tang tribe. At that time, both Yufu and Luo Chon thought about establishing an ocean advance base at the beach. The position of the Tang tribe is undoubtedly the most suitable, but the Tang tribe is also a large tribe with a population of tens of thousands. It is impossible to go directly to seize their territory, so for better development, the development point was chosen on the other side of the Tang tribe. When Yufu returned from Bamboo Island for the last time, he left dozens of people in a boat there, letting them look for the small clan tribes that were hostile to the Tang tribe. First try to conquer several small tribes to plug down the camp. Say, I don't know how it is now. Luo Chon has even given the place a name, Tuohai County, to open up the ocean, and now waits for those dozens of people to open the situation on the ground, and then large-scale construction can be carried out. However, Luo Chon did not know that at this time, more than 10,000 people have gathered in the Tanghai County Advance Camp. This is a collection of 6 small clan tribes, and they have now moved to the camp. Wandering is indeed very important to that geographical location, because of the close access to browsing the entrance of the Yanghe into the sea, coupled with the freshwater resources of browsing the Yanghe, natural high-speed water transportation, and large areas of torrent impact plains on both sides of the strait. The land is fertile, the woods are dense, and the animal and plant resources are very rich, and there are iron ore. Whether it is to grow food there, to engage in industry, or to build ships, and to develop marine fisheries, it is a unique position, and because of the reasons of relying on the sea, they do not worry about not eating salt. Plus Bamboo Island, which is not far away from overseas, can also develop marine trade nearby. In order to succeed, you have established a firm foothold there, and you have left your powerful general, a teenager named Jiang Qi. Jiang Qi was recommended to him by the patriarch of Jiang, because his nephew Yuji married a woman with John's, and John's was also wandered, so the relationship between the Yubu family and John's is very good. There is a chance to make a contribution, so naturally think about them. Therefore, the patriarch of John's recommended Jiang Qi to Yufu. Jiang Qi is really clever. After joining the Han tribe, whether it is the speed of learning or the speed of adaptation, it is much faster than the teenagers of the same family. After seeing the power of the Han tribe, this guy soon regarded himself as a Han tribe people, nothing else, because the Han tribe is advanced, powerful, and has proud capital. Coupled with the platform set up by Yufu for him to show his talent, Jiang Qi soon showed his head in the wandering fleet, so he was given the task of developing the leader of Tanhai County this time. Jiang Qi followed the wandering out of the sea, saw many tribes, and also visited the Xian tribe of Bamboo Island. He also went to the grassland. The Han tribe was also transferred by him for more than half, which can be said to be a very insightful person. And there is also a cleverness in waiting for people to pick up things. His means of attracting those small clans are actually very simple and rude. First, he spent some benefits in the Soup tribe hiring several guides, and then took them to find those small clan tribes independent of the Soup tribe. The leading men are all wearing gorgeous clothes. The shots are silk, porcelain, steel knives, and books. After meeting, they first blew the bulls to the sky, telling them how powerful the Han tribe is, and showing the superb manufacturing process of the Han tribe. Powerful force and transportation capacity, developed agricultural level, and all-encompassing text. In fact, he doesn't know a few, but anyway, just blow it first. After bluffing people, invite some of their important people to go to sea in a big sailboat, and go to the sea to fight a sea fish. Go back to the camp and cook the seafood, and put on 2 bottles of white wine, while drinking and introducing the future development plan of the Han tribe here. When the seafood is finished, the wine is also drunk, and the plan is finished, and then look back at the seafood catch returned to it. Was basically no leader who could resist such a temptation, and directly agreed at the time. Their ideas are also very simple. First, the Han tribe has high-yield food and more scientific planting techniques. This is their most important value. Second, the Han tribe has strong manufacturing capabilities and will do anything good. Again, the Han tribe farming industry is developed. There are many of them without livestock, which is what they need. The most important thing is that the Han tribe will also build ships. Even if they don't grow any food, they can feed all the people in the tribe by fishing alone. This is the most attractive place for them. After all, it is real meat. There is also the problem of institutional and cultural differences, which they can accept. First of all, the Han tribe is a tribe composed of multiple surnames. Even if they join, they will not bring too much change. This is actually the same as the Tang tribe, and there are many surnames within the Tang tribe. Secondly, most clans have a tradition of worship by their ancestors. After all, if they do not recognize their ancestors, where will the clan come from? There is also the rule of private ownership of the Han tribe. Like them, there has not been much change in joining. The last key point is the location of Tuohei County. Tuohei County is on the other side of the Tang tribe, not far from their original settlement. Even if they join the Han tribe, they don't have to move too far. Where they are familiar, this is the most acceptable to the clan. As long as they are not too far away, they are willing to move. After all, they are also ancestors who have lived here for a long time. Many ancestors are buried here. If there is no reason why they can't live, most of them will not be willing to migrate far away. Jiang Qi has successfully won 6 clan tribes by this means, but only a part of the people have come to the camp, and more people have not come now. After all, it was a new land that was originally barren and could not live with so many people at all, so all clans now only send a part to the camp to participate in the construction, and wait for the house to be repaired, and everyone will move together. The patriarchs of those clans are not idle. In order to gain greater say in the Han tribe in the future, they have also begun to actively absorb the savages or smaller clans around them, and actively strengthen their strength. Not to mention, as long as the population can maintain the forefront among the many joined clans, which is the most obvious advantage. Chapter 702 Tang Tribe Mission, Request for Subscription. In the winter of December, Hanyang County was already snowy, but at the entrance of the Yanghe River, the camp in Tanhai County was warm in spring. The 123-degree temperature made people very comfortable wearing single clothes, but here most of the busy people are on the bare arm. There is a lot to do in building a new county town. The first is to build a pier, even if it is temporary, at least it can stop the sailing boat, because there are many materials to load and unload here. The two most important projects in Twelhae County are the construction of water conservancy, the reclamation of good fields, and the construction of houses for people to live in. There is so much work to be built. Although there is a shortage of manpower for the time being, the tools are extremely lacking. After Jiangqi reported the situation, Luo Chong went to Moderate Dispatch and asked him to use his boat to go to the mission station of Bamboo Island for help. In order to promote currency on Bamboo Island, the Han tribe shipped a lot of iron and craftsmen there, but now the relationship between the two tribes of Hingsan has deteriorated. The Xin tribe explicitly prohibits the Han tribe from promoting currency on Bamboo Island. It's no use placing it there, it's better to support Twelhae County first. In this way, Twelhae County has artisans who can lead the team, as well as agricultural tools and tools. As for the cattle that need to be used to reclaim the fields, Luo Chong also ordered to mobilize from Kaiwan County, and then ship the past support. There are 2 veteran camps backing up, and the construction progress of Takahe County is faster. And those clan chiefs who have agreed to join, seeing that the Han tribe has so many resources to mobilize here, they are also happy to bloom. Isn't this the one they joined in the Han tribe picture? In addition, due to the climatic reasons in Twelhae County, this season can actually grow food. In order to make the new local people self-sufficient earlier, Luo Chong also issued an order to let them plant the reclaimed land first, temporarily counting the collective. After all the relocation has passed, the land will be distributed according to the household registration data of the accountant Chi Min. Although the temperature of 12 degrees is not high, it does not affect the growth and maturity of crops. It is nothing more than a growth cycle. The maturity cycle of crops is not calculated according to time. In modern terms, it should be called cumulation temperature. When the accumulated temperature in the growth process reaches a certain value, it will mature. For example, a total of crops that require an accumulation of 3000 degrees to mature. The average temperature is above 30 degrees per day in summer, then it only takes 3 months to become a mature harvest, and the average temperature is about 15 degrees per day in spring and autumn or winter. It takes about 5 months to mature. As long as the accumulated temperature is enough, it can be harvested naturally. On the plains around Twelhae County, large areas of land were reclaimed and cultivated, and then corn and rice were planted. These 2 crops are the highest yielding food varieties of the Han tribe and the grain that the surrounding clan yearns for. However, the Tang tribe on the other side can only look at the dry glare. The corn and rice green oil on the other side of Twelhae County is very neatly divided by a ridge and a drain to divide the field. The planted crops are also one way to make people look at the pleasure. The low-level farming methods used are at most overturning the soil, and then sowing a seed with a footstep. The Tang tribe produces iron by itself, but it does not hit the iron process. Most of their iron is cast for raw iron. Farm tools and tools are at this level. They have also made human plows, but they are not as advanced as the Han tribe. Car, wooden bar dial machine, as long as the seeds are poured in it, walk along the plot, you can dial the seeds neatly into the soil, and also bring the function of turning over and covering the soil. Columbine is a weapon for farming. The biggest benefit is to sow fast and sow neatly, and also save seeds, plant the same area of land. Columbine sowing the seeds needed to save at least half of the seeds than sowing. It can save a lot of manpower and animal power, and can reduce the cost of seeds, save the cost of farming, and increase the income of farming. Of course, this alone is nothing. The most enviable thing for the offshore Sup tribe is that the Han tribe actually has cattle. This kind of labor makes large animals come to work for people. They have lived here for hundreds of years. For the first time, how can they not be envied? When the 2 tribes work across the river, every day when they work in Tanhai County, a large group of people on the other side gather to watch by the river. Although they do not get any benefits themselves, they can let their tribe learn a lot. For example, the way to dig a ditch to irrigate the field is the way they didn't think of it before. Raising large animals to help people work. This also gave them great inspiration. Even the method of building a house can actually be built with clay into bricks. The house, and they all use clay to burn pottery. Since the pottery can be used to hold water, why can't they be used to prevent water? It is obviously something very simple, but it is so advanced when used by the Han tribe. Do you eat on a plate? The Han tribe covered the plate on the roof. Vehicles, a land transportation artifact, also appeared in the Sup tribe's vision for the first time. Before, they used low-level transportation methods carried by their shoulders. However, the Han tribe not only made cars with wood, but also used cattle and horses to pull. You only need to sit in the car to control the horses, you can pull thousands of pounds at once. If they don't see it with their own eyes, they won't believe it. But the Han tribe is so magical. Because the Han tribe did not settle down here before, there were only a few ships back and forth, so it was the first time they saw the Han tribe's strong power in land transportation. Tang Ji, the leader of the Tang tribe, finally couldn't sit still after 2 months of observation. Actually, someone was found to cross the river and took the initiative to come to the door. There are too many good things for the Han tribe. She also wants to learn or buy some. Come here. After inquiring with the local workers, I learned that the person in charge of the Han tribe here is just a teenager. Although it is considered an adult, it still surprised her. A teenager can actually manage so many people? His power is too great. And there are so many people here. Why didn't the legendary Han tribe leader come in person? Tang Ji felt that it was the person with her identity. In order to learn something good from the Han tribe, let her take the initiative to see if the person in charge of the tribe is actually condescending. She thought so. Chief Tang thinks I am too young? In fact, the leader of our Han tribe is about the same size as me, and there are about 10 settlements like Tuohei County. Our Han tribe will probably increase again next year, so it is not uncommon for me to take charge here temporarily. If Chief Tang feels that I am not qualified to talk to you, then I can also send you to our Han tribe to find the leader. I think the leader will be very happy to see you. In fact, when he knew there was a tribe with a population of tens of thousands, interested in your leader. When Jiang Qi first met with Tang Ji, he actively invited her to live in the Han tribe for more than a year, and with the wandering south to the north, he actually had some understanding of the leader, so Luo rushed to that character, knowing that the Tang tribe has so many people, and he doesn't want to snatch it all over. It's a strange thing. And their rushing men actually like to do such a thing. The bigger the Han tribe becomes in the hands of their group, the more fulfilling they are. Oh, can you still send me to see your leader? Tang Ji asked, a little surprised. This is of course possible. If you want to go, I can write a letter to the leader and tell him, and then formally invite you to go. Jiang Qi said very enthusiastically. It is impossible to say that Luo Chong has no idea about the Tanghai County camp, but Luo Chong did not think about the Tang tribe. But what idea Luo Chong played was the war, and Jiang Qi could not guess. Throw this matter directly to the leader to decide. It would be nice if he was a microphone in the middle, which would save trouble. Will your Han tribe leaders come over? After all, he built such a big branch, wouldn't he come and see it in person? Tang Ji asked very curiously, like this kind of thing, if it happened to the Tang tribe, it was definitely a big thing. She would definitely be very concerned about herself, even staying in the new camp every day to direct construction. But this Han tribe's the leader didn't even take a look. How big is this heart? The leader's itinerary is not something we can speculate. Our leader is busy and has a lot of things to do. It is not clear whether he will come over or not, but at least this year will definitely not come. Jiang Qi sincerely explained to Tang Ji. In this way, there is no way. Although Tang Ji also wants to go to the Han tribe to take a good look, the road is too far away, and after all, she is also the leader of a big tribe. It is impossible to leave the tribe for so long. It is very difficult to see Luo Chong, but now people are actively inviting to say that they can go. The opportunity is rare, and she does not want to give up. When Jiang Qi saw her with a shady look, she guessed what she was thinking, so she took the initiative to advise her. If the leader of the soup has no time to go, he can also send a mission to meet our leader, so that it is only necessary to pick out the trust of a few soup leaders. You can give them some power to negotiate. What needs to be discussed with the Han tribe, let them talk. After hearing the light up, Tang Ji also had such a thing as a mission. It was a good idea to send a few trusted representatives to see for themselves. But who is appropriate to send it, not only to be trusted and smarter, but also to be more flexible in terms of human pickup, but also to shame the Tang tribe. Although the Tang tribe is not as powerful as the Han tribe, it is also a big one anyway. Tribe, the face you want is still needed. After thinking for a long time, Tang Ji really came up with a person, and a wonderful figure gradually became clear in his head. Or let her go. Chapter 703 Job Transfer, Subscription. The person Tang Ji thought of, according to the blood relationship, should be her niece, Tang Yao. Tang Yao is only 14 years old. He is a very lively girl in the Tang tribe. In terms of waiting for people to pick up things, at least there is no problem in the tribe. He is never afraid of life. Anyone can talk about it. In a modern way, it is very affinity. And it is also very smart and has its own specialty. This little girl likes flowers and grass. She has taken care of a small garden herself, transplanted a lot of beautiful plants, and there are many powerful herbs, which are also very good for treating and saving people, because it is often given to people for free treatment. The prestige of the Tang tribe is also very high. If there is no accident, then the next generation of Tang tribe leader is likely to be Tang Yao. Tang Yao has made a great contribution to the tribe. He has successively made a lot of practical medicinal materials and healed many people in the tribe. Prestige is already established, but it still lacks a little visual insight. It has no experience, so Tang Ji wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to let Tang Yao go to the Han tribe to get the scriptures and see the world by the way. If you can negotiate a cooperative relationship with the Han tribe, you will find more benefits for the tribe in the future. At that time, you will be able to raise her prestige to a ladder again. All the people will thank her, then her next leader's position even if it is stabilized. Simply put, this is that an aunt is paving the way for the future of her niece. From this point of view, the relationship between the two is naturally the most trustworthy. Let Tang Yao lead the team to the Han tribe, and Tang Ji can rest assured. After figuring out the key, Tang Ji immediately agreed to Jiang Qi's invitation, agreed to send a mission to the Han tribe, and then said that he would go back and prepare, and went back directly. But when he went back, he was on a big sailboat. The small landing craft returned to it, which was much safer than the bamboo raft. Jiang Qi, who was sure of the news, did not rub it. He immediately asked someone to write a long letter for himself. He first reported on the development on his side, and then said that the Tang tribe wanted to cooperate with the Han tribe. The mission went to the Han tribe headquarters and the leader for an interview and asked Luo Qingqiang not to agree. If so, what are the requirements for the mission? After the letter was written, he directly sent Luo Ying's book to Luo, and Luo Chong was not idle at home at this time. He was carrying a group of top Han tribe bosses and his own guard for winter hunting, which is winter hunting. Hunting is just a leader, and there is no meaning of practicing troops. It is to call back the close friends scattered around the world to gather together, and then go to the new territory to investigate on the ground. Because of the new county in the coming year, the Han tribe must have expanded out again. Luo Chong took the first step on the step. In the plain forest land south of Ruyang County and Braoxingyan County, hundreds of horses are flying here. They are pulling a huge arc encirclement in the snow to drive the big horned deer into the woods. Such a hunting method has many benefits. Dense trees can trap adult giant gladiators. The giant horns on their heads will become the biggest threat to kill them, and those gyrus and younger horns can directly escape from the woods. Run away. It's the so-called to leave a line of life and meet each other in the future. In fact, hunting is also the same. Selectively only kill adult bucks and let go of the mother and young deer, so that the catch in the next year will not lead to genocide. Give those wild animals a chance to recuperate. It didn't take long for everyone to drive the deer into the woods, and then came from a relaxed prey. The newly hunted big-angle deer was slaughtered on the spot, and there were followers who immediately set up tents, put on charcoal stoves, folded tables, and wine bottles. They were willing to eat barbecue and eat barbecue. A group of big guys from the Han tribe began to drink with pain, and their followers also ignited a bonfire and gathered together to burn a game. Luo rushed into his bowl with a few spoons of venesinous snow soup filled with peppers, broke the dry food pancakes into the bowl and soaked them. They started to eat with the string in their hands. Everyone had a kind of learning, and they all ate. It's not happy. Chief, it's been a long time since I hunted and ate meat as happily as I did today. The rats on the side ate fresh venison and couldn't help but praise. Come on, you haven't hunted my letter, saying that you haven't eaten meat. Do you think anyone will believe it? Let everyone see how fat you have been in Ruyang County for the past 3 years. Luo Chong couldn't help ridiculing. The big trees around, Yunzi, Jinjian, Hercules, Eagle Roe, Lamo et al. All couldn't help laughing, and rats didn't know if they drank too much, or felt ridiculed, rubbing their stomachs with red faces, dissatisfied sophistry. What can I do? Ruyang County is the closest county. There is Braoxing in the east, Hanyang in the west, there are 4 counties in the north and Xingan County, and there is a big forest in the south, even a tribe. No, I want to find something to do. It's difficult to handle the affairs of the county, and I don't study some food. How boring it should be. Oh, so you are dissatisfied with your current position? Want to adjust to the outside? Luo Chong tried to ask a question. In fact, he also deliberately quoted the rat as a big answer. He really wanted to change the position of the rat. Ruyang County is now on track, and then let the rat continue to stay. In fact, it is a waste of a talent. In terms of managing the tribe, the rat is still a very capable person. After all, he was also a leader in size. Can it really be adjusted outwards? The rat looked at Luo Chong in a surprise, and his face seemed to be excited, and his cheeks turned redder. Well, of course it can be adjusted, but where do you want to go? Tell me first. Luo Chong nodded. The big guys around him also looked at him, and they woke up in their hearts. It seems that this hunt is not that simple. The leader even mobilized the rats, and how would he be arranged? Seeing people all around staring at themselves, the rat seems to have realized the seriousness of the matter. The leader is not kidding, so he began to think about it seriously, thinking a little bit, and the rat said, Chief, I have long listened to the loving brothers saying that there are many fish in the sea, and it is also delicious. Since I want to adjust it outwards, the leader asked me to go to the beach. Isn't there a new Tanghai County? Otherwise, let me go to Bamboo Island and replace the beast teeth. The kid hasn't returned home in 2 years. Luo Chong was a little temptation, but did not answer immediately, but looked at the big tree on the other side, staring at him and asking, where do you want to go? Chapter 704 The Establishment of the Vapovish Navy, Subscription for Ticket. The big tree froze, but I didn't expect the leader to suddenly ask himself. In fact, among the many elderly Han tribes present, Dashu is the most capable and the most down-to-earth person. He quite has a feeling of being at ease. No matter what Luo Chong asks him to do, he is willing to do it. Even if he does not do well, he will study with Vane. And in terms of the experience and length of time of the governing party, the big tree is also the longest one. After all, Browsingyan County was the first county to stand up from the Han tribe. From the beginning of the county, it has been a big tree in management. It can be said that Browsingyan County grew up little by bit in his hands. He never thought that one day the leader would transfer him away, but if the leader really needed him to do anything, he would not object. So this guy came to his own heart, "Chief, let me go anywhere." A very simple sentence, but it shows loyalty and attitude. Luo Chong also nodded with satisfaction, and then happily said, "Okay, since that's the case, then I'll move both of you in Rat's position. You two will hand over your work, and wait for the spring to poo." Just as Luo rushed to arrange work for the two, a burrow of giant eagle tweet suddenly came out of the tent, and then the guard took the letter tube to the door of the tent. "Chief, there is a letter from Tuohei County, just sent. Take it." Luo Chong listened to Tuohei County. It happened that he was also arranging a new position for Rat Dehi Dashu. He also planned to read the letter before saying it, so as not to explain what new changes happened after he finished. The letter is very long. Luo Chong glanced out roughly. He knew almost all the previous construction plans of Tuohei County. After all, many things were approved by him. The only thing that attracted him was the cooperation that the Tang tribe actively sought. This is actually in Luo Chong's expectation, because when he chose to set up Tuohei County across the Tang tribe, I have considered that such a situation may occur. The purpose of this is to gain the initiative in the negotiations with the Tang tribe, and let the Tang tribe come to find himself, so that he can hold the other party to talk with him. Is the purpose of the negotiation naturally to find a way to merge the other party? It's a population of tens of thousands, and Luo Chong has no reason to be upset. But the other party took the initiative to send the mission, but he didn't think about it, but it doesn't matter. It just allows them to come and see the power of the Han tribe, so that the advantage of their own negotiations is greater. The Han tribe has so many good things. I'm afraid I can't attract them? As for the plan to annex the Tang tribe, Luo Chong has no idea now. In short, let's talk about it first. After all, he knows too little about the Tang tribe. After figuring out the key, Luo Chong immediately asked people to take a pen and write a reply letter, and then people sent it back with Flying Eagle to send the book. After busy working to return the letter, this continued to talk to the people in the tent. The Soup tribe opposite Tuohei County wants to cooperate with us. It is estimated that it is in love with the good things of our tribe. How to cooperate is not known, but they will send a mission to our exchange visit here. Come by boat, let them go ashore in Browsingyan County. Dashu, you will cooperate with the reception of Hongja Temple at that time. Okay, I get it. The big tree should have come down without thinking. Then let's talk about the transfer of jobs after the next year. After the spring of next year, the open source county of the grassland will speed up the construction. Eagle, you will continue to be the county guard of the open source county, and you will build the walls of the outer city as soon as possible. I have reliable information here. The Xin tribe and Takashi hooked up again. They are likely to launch a joint attack on Kaiwan County, so in defense, you must take it seriously and carefully. Once an enemy strikes, not only block them, but also hurt them and cripple them. Although our Han tribe is very strong now, so large tribes are also expensive. Next year, there will be new counties and counties. The materials and manpower are very tight, so there are not so many resources devoted to long-term wars. If you want a fight, just give me one. Solve him. In addition, there will be a batch of new weapons for you at the headquarters immediately. After eating, you will go to know it vigorously, and then take the weapons and people to go back by boat immediately to prevent a sudden attack in winter. There is also great strength. Soon after the establishment of the new Steel County, your position will not need to move. Let's develop the new Steel County first. After explaining the reception of the Soup tribe mission, Luo Chong once again explained to Eagle Roy and vigorously the arrangements for next year, and the two immediately got up to salute. Yunzi, you go back and hand over your work. After the year, you will go to Ruyang County to take up a post in the county Luo Chong to arrange again. Yunzit was stupid when he was stupid. He never thought that the leader would transfer him away. He had just filled the people in Waishan County. The butt hadn't been hot yet. The leader changed the ground for him. Chief, I showed a bitter gourd face in Yunzitan. Why, you don't want to? Luo rushed to his eyes and stared at him and asked. Yunzit was scared by a trembling, and even shook his head to deny. No leader, I didn't say I didn't want to, I just wanted to ask me who was transferred, and who will take over from the county guard of Waishan County? Hearing what he said, Luo Chong eased his face and said again. The county guards of Waishan County are now taken over by the county orders of Wutong County. The Han tribe is expanding. The grassroots officials below also need to be promoted and experienced. You old groups of county guards work harder. These years, go outside and engage in pioneering development. Those counties that have developed very little will be handed over to the following people for exercise. As for the vacancies in Shigong County, they will be directly promoted from the subordinate officials of Shigong County. The missing officials will then choose from the school to supplement. Hearing Luo Chan's explanation, Yunzi was even more confused. It must be a good thing to build territory and expand soil. But what happened to transfer him to Ruyang County, the center of the Han tribe? Is this promotion? Obviously, he is demoted. How many people are there in Ruyang County now? Can he compare with his Waishan County? So he asked directly if he was unhappy. Chief, since it is a folklore, should I also be transferred out? There is nothing to open in that place in Ruyang County. Who said that I transferred you to Ruyang County not to let you study food, but to value your ability to pull people? After you arrive in Ruyang County, you must not only take over all matters in Ruyang County, but also 2 new subordinate counties will be established within next year. I won't add more population to you, and you can't take away the people in Waishan County, but if you can pull a group of people from outside and how much you pull, I will let you go to Ruyang County. How much can these 2 new counties develop to what scale, and can Ruyang County become the first county of the Han tribe? It depends on your skills. Luo Chong once again made an amazing proposal for Yunzi to propose a new game rule, which clearly means to squeeze out his ability to pull people. However, Yunzi, who knows that he has no right to object, can only bite his teeth and immediately enter the state. He began to think about where to get some population now, and also complained. This leader is also ruthless enough. If one doesn't give him, let him get 2 more counties out of the city, and only give him more than 2 months to pull people. Isn't that difficult? However, by breaking his fingers and counting them well, he can really pull a lot of people from around the Great Lakes. Could it be said that these things are all calculated by the leader? That leader is too scary, right? Yunzi is an ambitious guy, not an honest man. Since all the mountain counties have developed now, Luo Chong naturally cannot let him continue to operate in Wushan County, otherwise Wushan County will not listen to him. I don't know. Luo Chong did not take care of him anymore, but continued to arrange transfers. Dashu, you go back and hand over. After going to Tanhai County to hold a post, there are a lot of population resources and other resources. After you get there, you need to stand up Tanhai County as soon as possible. Build a shipyard, just when you are familiar with shipbuilding. When you go this time, I will let you bring a group of shipbuilders. In addition, when you arrive in Tanghai County, you must pay attention to the geopolitical relationship. In addition to the Tang tribe temporarily getting along peacefully, you can find ways to absorb other clan tribes that are not part of the Tanghai County. Yes, I understand the leader. The big tree simply responded again. Chief, what about me? What am I going to do? Didn't you say you want to transfer to Tuohei County? Is it the envoy of Takashima to take over the teeth? The rat has been listening to him for a long time, and it was originally said to him. Now everyone has arranged a lap, but it has dropped him, which is depressing. Luo glanced at the rat and said with a smile, when you hand over your job with Yunzi, then go to the military. Military position. The rat stunned again. That's right, you go to the military and form the first navy of our big man, Vapo V. You served as the first commander of Vapo Guard, with the Volbo fleet. The flagship is the 4-mast giant ship of the 120 artillery currently under construction in the Braosang County shipyard, and 4 3-mast crossbow battleships. A 2-mast integrated supply ship, a total of 10 ships of Volboat fleet. Take orders directly from me, not subject to any other restraint. The blessed rats have heard the excitement trembling here. The first navy of the Han tribe, and the cannon battleship known as the strongest force of the Han tribe, the leader actually arranged such a position for himself? Chapter 705 New Makino County, new book issued, request collection of recommended tickets. Since the decision to build a large gunboat, Luo Chong has already thought about who should form the navy. The ship is already there, no one leads the command how to do it, plus the reason for the 120 heavy guns, the navy's firepower is strong, and no opponent can be found in the Han tribe. Such a powerful armed force is left to anyone. People are not at ease, thinking about it, or it is best to give it to Rat. The Rat is definitely a figure of the Han tribe elders. When the Black Rat tribe and the Han tribe merged, there were only a few hundred people together. Why, are you confident to bring the Volvo Guard? Looking at the Rat's excitement and unable to look at himself, Luo Jinj asked him. Yes, the leader is at ease. As long as my Rat is still alive, I will definitely bring Bapovic into the strongest navy of the Han tribe. The Rat stood up immediately, and the Lenian slapped his chest. That's good. In this case, you will go directly to Xingdong County with Eagle Rue and vigorously after a while. It is just to see our new weapons, especially your Rat. The artillery will be the main weapon of the Navy in the future. This is what you should pay attention to the most. After reading the things, I will go to Yunzi to hand over the work of Ruyang County, and then go to the shipyard in Banyan County to stay. Let's take a good look at the gunboat. In the future, it will be your command ship. As for the soldiers of Vapo, they can be recruited from local sailors, the Navy's training program and combat methods. Luo Chong explained again. Yes, please rest assured that rats will never live up to the expectations of the leader. When the rats heard that they could play with artillery, they couldn't sit still anymore, and they sat next to the force with a stool and began to whisper about this new weapon. Luo Chong clapped his hands and attracted everyone's attention again. Let me talk about the arrangements of the newly established county. Tuolhei County has been appointed. The Big Tree is the county guard. After the Big Tree is transferred, the empty browsing county is filled by the Danshan County Order. Danshan County Order 1 position was also promoted from the lower level. Next year, Ruyang County will also add 2 more counties, mainly Jingguan County, which is mainly based on silkworm reeling, and Hongtong County, which is mainly collected and squeezed tongo oil. The lack of officials is mainly responsible for the observance of Yunzi, Ruyang County. It is supplemented by the tune of Mayeta County in Hanyang County. In addition, our Han tribe will set up a new county near the Duzonglin on the north side of Bangwan, the west side of Xingdong County. The terrain is flat and open, suitable for grazing and farming, and there are no woods around it, as a big settlement. So I decided to build a pastoral county there, mainly based on grazing cattle and horses, supplemented by 2 types of crop farming, corn and sorghum. The population moved with Zhongs as the main body added last year, and then moved some herdsmen who trusted on the grassland. Let them sign up and move over to form a county. The population can't be too large. In addition to providing livestock and meat for our other 5 counties nearby, another important purpose is to take down the Duzonglin first. Duzhong is an important strategic material and will be very useful. The electric stone lamps used now have material components extracted from Duzongshu. As for the candidates for the county guards in Munno County, what do you think about it? If you have the right person, you can also recommend it to me. Luo Chong first said the arrangement, and then asked other elders' views. Everyone's words began to think carefully. A county guard is not an ordinary position. The Han tribe now has only a few county guards. This candidate should naturally be cautious and unable to come here. After thinking about it for a long time, it was actually the first time to talk in Lush. Chief, I recommend Ling Feng to be the county guard of Makino County. Since Makino County is dominated by raising livestock, it should be the most understood. Ling Feng was originally a grassland herdsman. It is definitely enough to take on the important task. In addition, in terms of loyalty to the Han tribe, Ling Feng's identity is also special. He was the first herdsman to join our Han tribe with his wife and children. Loyalty naturally does not need to be doubted, and if he is regarded as a county guard, we can also propaganda on the grassland to let other herdsmen know the power of our Han tribe. As long as they are loyal to the Han tribe, the leader will also give them senior officials Holu. Luo Chong did not speak directly, but waited for the opinions of others. It was also a bit unexpected that the open-source county guard Eagle Roy heard the lurking recommendation, and thought a little bit. He put forward different opinions. Chief, whether Ling Feng is loyal or capable, he is competent to be a county guard, but I don't recommend that he go to Makino County. Even if Ling Feng is a county guard, it should be on the grassland. If a new county is established in the grassland, I agree with him to be a county guard. Ling Feng was originally a herdsman, and with the special status of joining the Han tribe first, he could play a greater role in placing him on the grassland and on the corner of Makino County. Although it is possible, it is a bit wasteful of talent. This time Luo rushed to nod. In fact, he thought so too. To say that the geographical location of Makino County, there are obviously more suitable candidates than Ling Feng. Do you have any other people to recommend? Luo Chong asked again. Yufu and Eagle Roy have already spoken. Rats have been staying in Ruyang County, and there are no special talents around them. The thorns of Dongxian County have just climbed out of their heads. Where is he talking? Yunzi is still thinking about himself. I didn't even care about others, and finally Dasha recommended a person to Luo. Chief, the strong shield of browsing Yang County may be competent. The big tree arched. Luo Chong didn't think about who the strong shield was for a while, so let Dashu introduce it in detail. Chief, the strong shield is the leader of the Sharp Angle tribe who specializes in raising high-nose antelopes during the second expansion of our Han tribe. Oh, turned out to be him. Luo Chong suddenly realized that he remembered this man all at once, the leader of the Tsimkok tribe. Wasn't this Tsimkok tribe originally coming from the direction of Makino County, which means that Makino County is his half-boya? When the Point Noir tribe joined the Han tribe, it was also a large tribe with a population of more than 600 people. The antelopes carried were thousands of heads, an absolute large tribe, and the Point Noir tribe joined the Han tribe for a long time. With several years, it was the first builder of the Han tribe. In this way, Luo Kontan understood why the tree recommended him. As the leader of the original pointed tribe, Jianshield has certain management experience, and his old bank is a sheep grazing. He knows a lot about the animal husbandry industry. He has joined the Han tribe long enough. There is no problem with loyalty. The Time has also learned to cultivate land and engage in other production projects. Guild Shield is really more suitable than Ling Feng. Thinking of this, Luo Chong decided on the spot. Then stick to the shield. After you go back, let him come to Hanyang City to see me. Don't tell him about Makino County. Yes, I wrote it down. The big tree should immediately give up the matter. Chapter 706. See you at Guild Shield. Subscription. After the hunt, everyone quickly dispersed and went back to complete the task of the leader. Yun Zima ran back and pulled people everywhere, and Rats, Eagle and Hercules also went to Xingan County together to receive the leader's approval of 200 artillery pieces, and by the way, they were familiar with this at the test range. The operation and power of new weapons. The big tree went back and notified Jianshield to go to Hanyang City to see the leader. After returning home, Jianshield prepared a little bit and set off for Hanyang County with full doubts. As a newly promoted county guard last year, this promotion did not take his place, but he is also content. The largest real power official of the Han tribe is the county guard. He can be one of them. He can be said to have reached the peak of his life. He said that he would really not know what he was from the county guard to the rise. However, although he was not promoted this time, the leader still added a lot of real power to him, ordering him to set up 2 more counties in the vicinity of Dongguai County. In this way, although he is still a county guard, he actually has there are 3 administrative cities under his management, which is also a big improvement. Thorns don't matter. The task of setting up 2 new counties may be difficult for others, but it is not a problem for him. There are vast expanse of land on the southeast and north sides of East Wage County. The original tribe that was discovered, with the current strength of East Wage County, it is easy to search for the population of the 2 counties and cities. This is also a benefit of the border. At the same time, after rushing back to Hanyang City, a series of job transfer orders were issued. Several existing county officials of the Han tribe were excited and could not go home and call their wives and children to celebrate. 4 Tong County orders were promoted to guard the counties and counties. This is a fat difference. Although the sanctuary was not established for a long time, the materials and population have always been the most abundant, and it is guarding the edge of the swamp lake. There is also a star lighthouse, known as the highest building of the Han tribe, and the only place for white wine from the Han tribe. With such a rich output, as long as he doesn't mess around himself, the steaming of Shin County has almost become a crux. The same is true of the county orders of the 3 counties in Hanyang County. They were very excited when they were told to go to work in various places, including the small officials below, because they can also promote some positions accordingly after the chief of the county is gone. The good thing is the opportunity to be promoted to the chief of the county order. There was no movement in the county order that binded the horses and customs. The county order before the binds the horses was Eagle Roy. Later, when Luo Chong was about to establish the grassland open source county, he was transferred to the county guard. The following officials had just been promoted. The term of office is less than 1 year, and of course he will not be promoted again. As for the Lingfeng, who is also hopeful of promoting the county to the post, he is still busy practicing troops in Kaiwan County. Although Lingfeng is not a regular army of the Han tribe, it also leads a temporary army of herders, grazing and fighting. Not wrong. Winter is now the season of recuperation, and it is a good time for herdsmen to train, and Luo Chong issued a warning about the attack on Kaiwan County long before winter. There are so many people in Kaiwan County. Of course, the counties will not be taken lightly. At this time, they are all engaged in combat techniques such as tactics and bow horses. On the other side of Hanyang City, Ken Shield finally came to the office on the top floor of the official building. Luo Chong was sitting at the desk and was looking at the Gilder's file that the big tree had sent in advance. This guy had been joining the Han tribe for several years. In the past few years, he was not idle. At the beginning of the establishment of Bangyang County, Shield had organized people to participate in the construction. Later, during the expansion of Bangyang County, Jianshun had also made a lot of efforts, so it should not be a problem to take the overall picture in building the city. After the expansion was completed, Ken Dun also took over the animal husbandry work in Browsingyang County. It was not until later that the Han tribe recruited many grassland herders that replaced him as the most knowledgeable antelope breeder. Afterwards, Shield also participated in the study for a period of time. It is no longer a problem for the reading and writing of Chinese characters. Later, he also managed the transportation of cars and horses in Browsingyang County. On the whole, this guy's work history is still very rich. The only disadvantage is that he is not very attentive to agricultural cultivation, and there is nothing to do. This needs attention. If Shield must be used as the county guard, then it is necessary to equip him with an adjutant who manages agricultural water conservancy. Luo Chong soon thought of a person, that is, Jiang Xian, the original patriarch of Jiang. There is a Jiang who was originally a farming tribe that grows millet. The love for land and cultivation is almost deep into the bones. After joining the Han tribe to learn new planting techniques and better grain seeds, the techniques for farming are more skillful. Because they pay enough attention to farming, they are also particularly serious. Some older people in Jiangs, who can pull out some older people, are fully qualified for the position of local agricultural masters. However, since joining the Han tribe, those young people have been fascinated by the Han tribe's flower world and various good things. Forgot the standard of farming, because here, there are too many occupations for them to choose. After figuring out these things, Luo Chong looked at the tight back shield in front of him and asked, "Do you know why I came to you this time?" "I don't know." The strong shield shook his head. He thought about many things along the way, and reflected on whether he had made mistakes during this time, but after careful consideration, he really couldn't find any mistakes he had made, and he thought that the leader might have any task. Give him, but the Han tribe is more powerful than the people he has, and there is no need to find him, so he is even more confused. "Come and see here." Luo Chong directly led him to a huge sandbar in the office and asked the land where Makino County was painted with a baton. "Do you know where this is?" The strong shield frowned and carefully looked at the map, but he did not look at the map very well, but the sand table was made according to the terrain. There were also models and labels of several counties and counties of the Han tribe. Compare these things as references. Soon I knew where the land the leader asked. This is the west side of the new Steel County, the northwest side of the Bind Mark, and the place where we used to graze sheep. After Ken Shield said it himself, he suddenly realized what the leader must have to hand over to himself, and the mission location happened to be the site of his old tribe. Because he was more familiar with it, he specifically found him, but what is the specific task, he still can't figure it out. In the impression of Shield, that piece of hilly grassland, as well as woods and plain shrubs, seems to be nothing particularly worthy of attention. Is the tribe digging mines in that place again? He curiously guessed. Luo Chong looked at him with a thoughtful look, and no longer talked to him, but said straight away, "Our Han tribe will set up a new county town in this place next year, named Makino County. The local economy is mainly based on animal husbandry, providing a large amount of livestock and meat for several counties around our headquarters. With corn, wheat, sorghum and other drought-tolerant crops, the initial population is tentatively set at 8,000. Daishu recommended to me that you should be the county guard in this county. What do you think?" The whole person was stunned. He really didn't expect the leader to call him because of such a thing, but after carefully analyzing the leader's construction goals, he immediately thought through. Makino County was originally the former sphere of influence of the Tsimkok tribe. He could say everything about the environment over there. Coupled with his familiarity with the animal husbandry industry, it is more in line with the leader's requirements for Makino County. It seems that the leader has figured out a lot of things, no wonder he will be allowed to come, but although the county guard of this Makino County, although he does not particularly want to be a man, if the leader wants him to go, he has no objection. It is an achievement that he grew up with his own butt. In this way, he was a bit looking forward to this position in Makino County. How to say, it was like a kind of development in the countryside, and returned to the broken village of his hometown to build a road similar for the folks. A sense of accomplishment. "Chief, I am willing to go." After thinking for a long time, Jian Dun gave his answer. Luo Chong nodded unexpectedly, and people are motivated. The Han tribe rarely has that kind of unsatisfactory people. This is because the influence of the times, the unsatisfied tribes and individuals have been eliminated by nature. Such a good opportunity is placed in front of Jianshield. He really has no reason to refuse. Well, since you also agree, this matter will be settled in this way, and then you will take up the post of Muye County. But I heard that you have always been not very concerned about farming. It is also a top priority when managing places. The Han tribe is ultimately a farming tribe. Although Makino County is dominated by livestock, it cannot be left behind. So I will arrange another deputy for you. Jiang Xian, who joined the tribe last year, will take charge of your long history and take charge of farming matters in Makino County. You will take charge of the overall situation. However, in terms of farming, you must also study hard after taking office. More good for your future development. Do you understand what I said? Jianshield can't hear the leader's hint. Does this mean telling him to study hard and have a chance to get promoted in the future? Or transfer himself to another place to serve as a county guard? So he didn't say anything, and he immediately responded. However, Luo Chong reminded him again that in addition to migrating from various places, the population of Makino County will be directly included in the family of Jiang, plus Jiang Xian became the long history of agriculture. There may be any special ideas, or if you want to take your place, you must find a way to suppress him in this regard. It's okay to tell me at the critical moment, and I'll clean him up, but you can't deliberately bully the Jiang clan as the chief to provoke disputes. Do things well, don't get in trouble, get it? Yes, do things with care, stay vigilant, and don't take the initiative to cause trouble. Ken Shield immediately repeated his understanding. Very good. Luo Chong took a picture of his shoulder with satisfaction, and explained some items to be paid attention to when building the city and other arrangements in the later period, including the method of animal husbandry, hoarding of winter grass, water conservancy, and do Zonglin's patrol and collect tasks. Waiting for all these things to be clear, Luo Chong allowed him to leave. At this time, the Tang tribe, their leader, Tang Ji, had just called his niece in front of him, and personally discussed with Tang Yao about the mission of the Han tribe. Chapter 707 Tang Tribe Mission in the North, Subscription. In a secluded small garden in the main city of the Tang tribe, various rare flowers and herbs are fighting, and the smell of medicine is comfortable across the two streets. Under the gazebo in the garden, Tang Ji was drinking porcelain and tea from the Han tribe with his niece Tang Yao. Madam Ji, this cup and kettle are so beautiful, if it is bigger, it can be used to water flowers. Tang Yao, a girl as young as 14 years old, was wearing a long skirt with light yellow, dancing with a teapot in the garden. The yellow dress is made of linen fabric from the Han tribe, and the style is also based on the left-toe collar rule of the Han tribe. It is not because Tang Yao likes to do this kind of clothing, but the Tang tribe has no serious experience in making clothes. There is no such clear rule as the Han tribe, so since there is an example of the Han tribe, they naturally follow suit. Tang Ji pressed the lively and moving Tang Yao on the pier, and took the teapot in her hand and asked, Yao Yao, have you remembered all the things I told you? I know, don't you just go to that Han tribe to learn more good things, they are willing to teach better, if we let us exchange things, as long as it's not too much, something that is particularly useful to us, I can agree come down, is that right? Tang Yao repeated the word impatiently. She was very smart, and since she was a kind of clever girl who had never forgotten and had ears in her heart, Tang Ji just told her once that she had firmly remembered it. What are the main aspects of what I asked you to ask the Han tribe? Tang Ji was still a little uneasy and continued to ask, this matter is too big, after all, it involves the future of the Tang tribe, she can't be worried. Well, I also remember this. I need grain seeds first, and then cows and horses. By the way, there is this technique of cloth making, am I right? Tang Yao's spitting tongue was very easy to recite the things that Tang Ji explained. Well, you know it well, but you have to remember that I heard that the Han tribe is very strong and has a large population, so the attitude must not be tough when asking them for these things, so as not to annoy them. The Han tribe has a big ship, and now there are so many small clans locally, we are not their opponents, so you. Oops, okay, I know, can't I just ask for it? If they really don't want to give it, then we can also exchange it with technology. Madam Ji, I have thought about it. This time I will go to the Han tribe with some herbs and seeds, exchange herbs for their grain seeds, exchange their car ships and horses with treatment techniques, and make cloth. How much can be changed? We will definitely gain something. Seeing Tang Ji is going to be verbose again, Tang Yao quickly interrupted her and then said her thoughts. After listening to the stunned, Tang Ji knew the cultivation techniques of herbs and the methods of curing and saving people. Many of them were only known by Tang Yao herself. She actually planned to come up with her most precious things to give Tang tribe benefits. Judging from this point of disregard for personal interests and putting tribal interests in the forefront, Tang Yao really has the qualities to become the leader. The aunt and nephews have finished discussing various issues. The members of the mission on the other side are almost prepared. There are not many people. There are only 60 people in total. In addition to the team's Tang Yao, there is Tang Yao's mother. Take care of her. More than 30 blacksmiths and farmer representatives are all prepared to learn technology in the past, and the remaining more than 20 people are all powerful Kanbuwarians, responsible for the safety of the mission. Everyone brought a lot of gifts with big bags. Although it is not a good thing for the Han tribe, it is also a kind of intention, and it is also a specialty that the Han tribe does not have. A group of people came to the shore of the river at the agreed time and greeted the Tanghai County on the other side. The only two masked was sent to pick up the people. On the boat, he got on the big boat, and hung the landing craft on the rear deck. Tang Yao immediately climbed to the open deck on the second floor with joy, where the vision was the most open and you could enjoy the vast land on both sides of the strait. This return trip was led by a clan of Jiangqi, who was responsible for bringing the regiment safely to Bangyang County Pier. His mission was very important. As soon as the Tang tribe mission got on board, he began to order the sailors on board to give the mission distributed the sheepskin jacket. Tang Yaoyao, who was assigned to the sheepskin jacket, was inexplicable. Although the weather is not particularly hot, there is no need to wear such thick animal skin. As a result, she knew the reason within a few days. When she first went north, she just felt cold one night in the morning. After waiting for more than a week, she began to tremble coldly. Since then, she has never taken off the sheepskin jacket. After walking for a few more days to the north, the two sides have been covered with snow and the wind in winter is very cold, but it is also a good thing for sailboats. The strong cold wind represents a strong motivation. The sailboat is flying fast. Drive towards the end of the river in the north. Tang Yao, who has been on a sailing boat for more than a decade, is now more determined to study technology in the Han tribe. If the Tang tribe also has such a powerful means of transportation, it will definitely bring the Tang tribe to a more prosperous future. On the day of half a month of departure, in the cold browsing of the Yanghe, the sailboat on which the mission took finally met the living people. It was a fleet of three-mast sailboats, so naturally it belongs to the Han tribe. Looking at the three larger sailboats passing by, the members of the Soup tribe's mission were all stunned and envied in their hearts, so that the two-mast boat could already hold so many people. How much can the three-mast ship be transported? Tang Yao curiously called Jiangqi's clan, and then asked him where the fleet was, and what was above. Messenger, this fleet is from our Han tribe Weishan County to the open source county on the grassland. It mainly transports a batch of new weapons. It is also far away from your Soup tribe to the west. There is also our city. Most of the animals such as cattle and horses and sheep of our Han tribe are from there. Tang Yao's two glances shine, and the original livestock used by the Han tribe to pull the car to cultivate the land came from there. Can you take us to that city to see? She said, a little bit of pleading. Jiangqi's clan is a bit of wooden, not as flexible as Jiangqi. He heard Tang Yao's question and he shook his head directly. Sorry, I can't take you there. My task is to take you to Bangyang County, and without orders, I can't go to Kaiwan County at will. If you really want to go, wait for you to see our leader can directly ask our leader not to let you go. Well. Tang Yao nodded in disappointment, and then sat at the porthole of the cabin and looked at the scenery outside, and soon became happy again. She is a curious girl. Although the Tang tribe often goes out to find wild herbs and other plants, she has never left the tribe so far. This time she left on a Chinese sailboat before she knew that the world was so big. What surprised and envied her even more was that the Han tribe was so powerful, so far away from the Tang tribe, and now they have reached their tentacles to them, or for that reason, the Han tribe's transportation capacity is too strong, whether it is a single the load of transportation, speed and time, or the longest transportation distance, are not comparable to the current Tang tribe. The sailing boat walked for a few more days. Every day, Tang Yao, who looked at the two sides of the strait, finally found a human settlement no less than the size of the main town of the Tang tribe. As a result, the brother of Jiangqi asked. The site is called Dongqian County, and the population size is tens of thousands. Black stones piled up into hills were loaded with sunken cargo ships from the pier here, and then continued to go north with them. I heard that these black stones were all sent to other counties. Tang Yao was even more curious. Is this also some kind of ore that can make metal? Although no one told her what it was, from the appearance, those stones have metal-like reflections, and the people of the Han tribe are not willing to explain it. She is more sure of this idea. When I arrived in Dongqian County, it was not far from Browsingyang County. The boat that the mission took and the coal-carrying cargo ship walked together for 3 days and finally reached the dock of Browsing County together, but the coal-carrying ship did not stop. Instead of going upstream, I knew that the people of the Han tribe would not tell her that Tang Yao did not ask, and everyone who greeted the mission packed things to get off the boat. In front of the lenient pier in Browsingyang County, there are dozens of large and small ships parked side by side of a row of more than 20 stack bridges. Seeing that there are so many ships in the Han tribe, it is even more enviable to the members of the mission. And what surprised them even more was that on the shore a little further north of the pier, there was a separate trestle. At this time, a super huge ship that looked super huge was docking there. Countless craftsmen are busy on it. Some are hanging silver flashing heavy objects into the porthole, some are painting colors on the hull, on the deck of the top floor, and many people are sorting the sails on the mast. On the two stern floors of the stern there are also craftsmen installing transparent windows on it. Everything is proceeding in an orderly and fast manner. The giant ship is bigger than all the ships that Tang Yao has seen. The previous three-mast sailboat is twice as big as the one they took, and the big ship in the distance is more than the three-mast ship. More than doubled. It is like a city on water. Even if it does not start, just stop there, it is enough to shake people's hearts. Messenger, we should disembark. Just as the mission looked at the big ship in the distance, the boat they were riding on had also leaned on the trestle. The brothers of Jiangxi breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the mission landed, his task was completed. Oh, well, can I ask, is that the biggest ship in the Han tribe over there? Tang Yao returned to God and couldn't help but ask the giant ship not far away. Jiangxi's brother looked at it. He had heard about the ship, and this time it was the first time they saw the real thing. Before they left the tribe, the ship was still laying dragon bones. He had already launched the water. After listening to Tang Yao's question, he thought about it. Is now the largest, but there will definitely be bigger in the future, and the time will not be very long, because I heard from the old people in the tribe that it was not a few years since our Han tribe started building ships. Tang Yao was even more shocked when he heard the words. In just a few years, the Han tribe built so many ships? This is really unimaginable. Without continued rubbing, the fleet on the pier to greet the mission has come to the front. The people were arranged by Dashu. After receiving the mission, they took them to browse the gallery in Yangshire. Nothing else was done. First coaxed this group of people to take a bath and change clothes. Then, everyone stayed on the boat for a month. The clothes are all the clothes every day, and the body has long been unpleasant. After Dasha learned that the mission was headed by two women, he quickly sent someone to search for a few sets of women's clothing for Tang Yao, and also sent a few maids to teach them how to wear Han tribe's clothing and arrange these after the reception. He quickly asked someone to report to the leader, saying that the Tang tribe's mission had arrived in Banyan County. Asked when to take them to Hanyang. After a long toss, everyone in the mission was taken to a big meal again. This is not the blindness of the Han tribe. Although there are no express provisions for entertaining the outside, it also depends on the strength of the other party. Different receptions, such as the Tang tribe, have a large territory and a large population, and are likely to become their own tribe in the future. Of course, the hospitality should be generous. If the small tribes who took the initiative to come to Ben, this is not the way of hospitality. The dinner provided by the Han tribe is still very rich. The most important thing is that this way of eating makes Tang Yao very novel. What is the most suitable for big winter? Of course it is hot pot. The little charcoal stove in red mud swings to the table, the small iron pot sits up, the red peppers and butter rolls in the pot, and the table is filled with all kinds of weird side dishes, the renewed dry mushrooms, the frozen tofu is like a linen tofu skin, and red tofu made of pork blood, white and translucent tar powder, beef and lamb cut into thin slices, as well as cabbage from a basin of cellars. Except for a little less green vegetables, it is almost complete, but there is no way to eat cabbage in winter. Of course, these novel ways of eating are not the most attractive to Tang Yao. In fact, what makes her curious is the chandeliers hanging in the lobby. Why is it obviously night, but the Han tribe can illuminate the house like daylight, which is like miracle. The pattern in the house, as well as the decoration of whole wood, even the ordinary table in front of her, can make her feel as a skill. The big tree sat across the table and accompanied him with a lot of meat and dishes in the pot, which entertained Tang Yao. The messenger can use chopsticks. Yes, I learned to use chopsticks on board. Tang Yao smelled the aroma of the food in the pot and couldn't help but swallow. Their soup tribe has no big boudoirs. The Han tribe's atmosphere is also very open. Women can also go to school for education, and it is no problem to eat with men at the same table. Tang Yao is also a lively man. When she saw this full table of rich food, she couldn't help it. She didn't wait for the big tree to greet her at the moment, and she started to eat in her bowl. As a result, she was in the mouth of lamb. She almost didn't cry, her tongue was feigning wildly there, and Tang Yao's mother hurriedly handed her a glass of warm water. Chapter 708 Tang Yao sees, subscription. Tang Yao, who had eaten chili for the first time, almost spit out her tongue, and quickly took a few bites of the warm water delivered by her mother, but she did not directly give up this very exciting taste, but instead came to this food. Interest is probably related to her frequent research on herbs. Then, I fell in love with chili. The winter of the Han tribe is very cold. Eating peppers can keep warm, plus eating in a hot pot, it has brought this unique food to its limit. Because neither side knows very well, there is not much conversation on the dinner table. Tang Yao is still in a stage of being shocked by various things of the Han tribe, and the big tree is not sure about Luo Chan's idea. The mission is only browsing Yang County is temporarily resting, and he doesn't have to grow out of nowhere. Before dinner was finished, Luo Chan's reply was sent. The letter directly explained that Dashu would send the mission to Hanyang City tomorrow. Now there is only 1 month left before the spring. Long time is spent on the mission, and it is better to sort it out early. Tang Yao returned to the bedroom of the guest house to rest. Although the weather outside was very cold, the room was very warm because of the con, which is that the slightly dry climate made her less comfortable. Looking out through the transparent glass on the window, Tang Yao was very curious to look closely at the small face close to the glass, but quickly left a layer of breath on it, which made her feel very interesting, that is, no acquaintance to talk to herself, making her a little bored. The silver luxury of the sidewalk on both sides of the street outside the window, but light white fluorescence is still emitted at night, and the branches of the fluorescent willow swing with the wind, whitening the entire city. The beauty here is like a fairyland. The white snowflakes are things that the Soup tribe can't see at all. They only have a poisonous sun and a damp sea breeze. Although they also have their own unique beauty, the Han tribe has another flavor here. The night gradually deepened, and Tang Yao quickly fell asleep with a thick wool quilt. This time, a mother specializes in taking care of her, making her feel very at ease. Of course, there are also maids left by the Han tribe. Mother is more intimate. After breakfast the next morning, there was already a convoy waiting outside the guest house. Tang Yao and his mother were arranged to take a 4-wheeled box carriage. The rest of the mission was accompanied by a long-distance truck. However, it is good to build a carport with thick canvas. Although it is not warm, it can block the wind. The novel travel experience has made the people of the mission feel the strength of the Han tribe, and they can walk away when they sit far away. This is much stronger than their Soup tribe with legs. Tang Yao came up with the strong Chinese tribe. The reason is that because of these advanced travel methods, the Han tribe can go further, so that more population and resources can be collected. On the contrary, although they have a large population, they have accumulated it through their own time. The speed of expansion is extremely slow. The reason is that there is no convenient travel tool. Most people have not even left their lives. A day's walk around the house. And the Han tribe is just from one city to another. It is necessary to take a boat first, then take a car, and toss for dozens of days, so that she can't help but feel at ease. The Han tribe is really far away. The convoy arrived at Fortong County for dinner and rest at noon, and the horses that pulled the car were also replaced directly. In this way, the trenches were inhumane, which surprised the chin of the mission. Many people are nagging with sour thoughts in their hearts. Even if you Han tribe motto, there is no need to change it all by half. Only careful Tang Yao found out when he got out of the car that the horses that pulled the car were already ripe, and they were all exposed to white heat. This peculiar scene was also seen for the first time, but she wanted to run so far. The distance, these horses must be exhausted. In this way, it must be extremely common to change horses halfway out of the distance. If it is so troublesome, the Han tribe wants to use a carriage to form a transportation network. How many places must be prepared to change horses to rest? How high is the cost of maintaining traffic? The Han tribe is really rich. But Tang Yao didn't know that in fact, from browsing Yang County to Hanyang City, it only needs to change the horse once in the middle. The current territory of the Han tribe is not as huge as she thought. It was another tense trip all afternoon, and the convoy carrying the mission finally arrived in Seoul before sunset. However, it is not the same as the Han tribe power center imagined by Tang Yao. In terms of scale, the city list called Hanyang is far less than the previous browsing county. If you have to say that it is stronger than browsing Yang County, where? That may be that the walls of this city are made of bricks. From the appearance point of view, it is indeed better than those ramming the walls. Since it was too late, and the mission was very tired after sitting in a day's car, Tang Yao did not arrange for Tang Yao to meet Luo Chon that day, but directly let the mission live in the building that was originally built for Hongju Temple. It was not until the next morning that someone came to inform Tang Yaeja. The location where I saw it was selected in the top office of the official building, where Luo Chon is now the only public office, and the study room at home is naturally not counted. Walking on the streets of the city during the day, Tang Yao had a deeper understanding of the city, which is really different from the browsing Yang County and the Fortong County I have seen before. The planning and streets in the city are not comparable to browsing Yang County, because the streets in Sanyang City are actually all covered with bricks, and the trenches are not ridiculous. There is also very little snow in the city, because there are kongs in the house, the temperature in the room is relatively high, and the snow that falls on the roof almost turns into snow, plus the excellent 3-level water system in Hanyang City. The snow in the city was quickly drained clean, and the road surface could not even see the ice. In the morning, when the residents of the city came to the wells in the alley to fetch water, they opened the manhole cover and even saw the rising white heat, which is also one of the unique scenes in the north. The well water will be very cold in summer, and can even be used for ice watermelon, but in winter, due to the deeper burial, the water temperature will be higher than the temperature, so there will be a lot of breathless appearance. This is a small life. Tang Yao on the southern coast is definitely the strangest thing. She even doubted whether the people of the Han tribe burned the water in advance and poured it into the well. In fact, this thing is just a facility they use to store hot water. In addition to these, the other one that attracted her attention most was the windmill that Carpentership and Oil Depot kept rotating. The thing did not see any power to promote, but it could continue to rotate. The key is that she did not know what is it used for, so it is very curious. Without giving her a chance to explore, Tang Yao was soon taken to the official building, looking at the towering building in front of him. Tang Yao had a feeling of coming down from this country to a big city. The gimmick climbed up to the top floor of the 5th floor, and was allowed to enter the office after being notified. As a result, the first child to see the door was a child dressed like a ball. Ro Sheng. Two people, one big and one small, glanced at each other, and Ronaldinho turned and ran, staggering to the back of the desk, holding Luo's legs and yelling nausea. Daddy, someone. At the next moment, the people who watched became Luo Chong and Tang Yao, and then Tang Yao froze. Although the leader of the Han tribe had long been heard that the leader of the Han tribe was very young, he saw it with his own eyes and felt different from what he thought. The same. Tang Yao once tried to conceive Luo Chang's image according to the rumors. He must have controlled such a powerful tribe. He must be a very strong and burly man with a lot of murder. No one in the Han tribe can beat him. He is also very wise and has the ability to judge and analyze people, leading the huge Han tribe to move forward step by step. He is also versatile and invented many practical and dexterous tools and facilities. Several different identities and characteristics always bring doubts to Tang Yao. What kind of man can blend these characteristics together? Now I see them with my own eyes, but it feels very special to her. To say that Luo Chong is very strong, he is not the kind of body with a particularly muscle explosion. He wears a waist robe of the Han tribe, but he looks well balanced and looks very powerful. Of course, Tang Yao doesn't understand what self-confidence means. If he knows what self-confidence means, he probably knows how Luo Chong's momentum describes. Luo Chong is also too young. In Tang Yao's eyes, she is almost a peer. She is 14 years old, and now Luo Chong is only 16 years old. She said that her age is really okay, but it is this that makes her most unbelievable that the man in front of him developed the Han tribe into what it is now. In Tang Yao's cognition, managing such a large tribe should be at least as old as his aunt Tang Ji. As for versatility, it is really difficult to judge from the appearance. Are you the leader of the Han tribe, Luo Chong? Tang Yao asked curiously, but she was not very timid. After all, she used to mix with the leader Tang Ji every day. Even if the Tang tribe is worse, it is also a large tribe with a population of tens of thousands. Such an experience and origin, yet she was naturally calm when facing the superior. Luo Chong just nodded and looked at Tang Yao with the same curiosity. He had heard that the leader of the Tang tribe was a woman. It was no surprise that such a female leader sent a woman to be a messenger. I don't think it's strange, but I didn't expect this to make it so young and look smaller than myself. This is the leader of the Tang tribe. Or did it not take the cooperation between the two tribes seriously? Luo Chong was very curious about this, so he heard him ask, "Are you the messenger sent by the Tang tribe to talk to us? Does what you say work? Do you have the power to decide the cooperation between our two tribes?" Don't blame Luo Chong for having such a question. He thought that even if the Tang tribe sent a woman, it must be a middle-aged woman. Maybe it's an elder like the Xian tribe, but look at Tang Yao's age. If she is an elder, it would be a bit insulting IQ. Before waiting for Tang Yao to reply, the mother who followed her took the initiative to answer this question. Tang Yao is the messenger sent by our Tang tribe and the internal candidate for the next generation of leaders of the Tang tribe. She can promise anything for the Tang tribe in this cooperation. Luo Chong gave a loud voice, and suddenly he realized that this is still a prince. The weight is indeed heavy enough. The one in front of her is actually the next leader of the Tang tribe. If she is not qualified to make a decision, who can still qualified? Since that's the case, sit here. I don't know what the messenger took the initiative to seek cooperation from our Han tribe this time. What is the cooperation method? Luo Koluo picked up Xiao Luoqing and hugged her in her arms, and led Tang Yao and her mother to the tea case for guests. The maid had already sent boiling water, and it was always warm on the red peat furnace for tea. When he saw these tea sets, he struggled to escape from Luo Chun's arms, standing there and holding the desk to add tea to the teapot with bamboo clips. The movement is very decent, obviously not doing less at home. However, he dared not touch it when he opened the water. When he added good tea, he pulled Luo Chan's sleeve and shouted that his father would make tea. Tang Yao also recovered his eyes and took back his eyes from Luo Chong, and looked at the white and fat Xiao Luokeng. I find it very interesting. When I saw Luo Chong talking so directly, Tang Yao was not nonsense, and he directly said the cooperation content that was discussed with his aunt when he came. We want those grain species of the Han tribe. It is best to have some of them, as well as the agricultural tools and livestock of the Han tribe, as well as the production method of the car and boat, and the production method of the cloth. Our Tang tribe is willing to use things to change what I said, of course, if we have. I don't know if the Han leader can agree. After finishing all the intentions this time, Tang Yao looked forward to Luo Chong, hoping that he could agree. Although this possibility is not very high, she would point to a glass lamp on the table before waiting for Luo Chong to answer. The electric lamp of the lamp cover asked, "What is this? Why can a very bright light be emitted at night?" Tang Yao has been holding back for a day, and finally asked this sentence. It is a little more satisfying for his curiosity. As a result, Luo Chong hadn't spoken yet, and Xiao Luocheng pointed at the thing and called, "The light." Then he smirked, like a little butterfly taught him to recognize things at home. This is a conditioned reflex. Luo rumped his son's cerebellar and praised him, and he made a bowl of lotus powder as a reward. This turned his head to solemnly look at Tang Yao on the opposite side, but simply asked a word, "What are you going to change?" To be honest, the other party wanted these things. He had expected it, and he was not surprised that Tang Yao would say so. He now wants to know what the Tang tribe is going to exchange for. If there are really any resources that the Han tribe really needs, he will really choose to cooperate with the Tang tribe, but the way of cooperation depends on the specific situation. Chapter 709 Tang Yao, who was stunned, subscription. Tang Yao didn't expect Luo Chong to be so direct, so she asked her what to change, but she had already prepared for the content of the negotiations, so she was not very panicked. Our Tang tribe is good at collecting pharmaceuticals and can treat people. If the Han leader wants, we can use these things to exchange those technologies of the Han tribe. For specific exchange methods, we can also discuss them carefully. Luo Chong heard that he was stunned and used medicine and medicinal materials for technology. He did not think in advance that if Tang Yao really had such a skill, he would not mind changing some technology. Anyway, those technologies of the Han tribe are not too clever, even if he doesn't give it. In fact, the other party has a way to get it, but it's slower. The advantages of Luo Chong, or the advantages of the Han tribe, are not the existing technologies, but Luo Chong's advanced vision. The other party may have a way to learn imitation, but the Han tribe is definitely developing faster than the other party imitates. You have just eaten through my first generation of technology, but the products of the third generation on my side have come out, which is his advantage. Thinking of this, Luo Chong did not directly refuse or agree. He did not know enough about Tang Yao. The most important thing now is to first assess whether the chips in the other party's hands are really valuable. If he exchanges the technology for the other party, a set of treatments for beating the god, it is better to hang it directly. Well, you said that your soup tribe is good at treating diseases and medicinal materials, but our Han tribe also has these things, so can your medicine be used to exchange technology? I don't know yet. You can show me? Or can I ask you some questions? Yes. Tang Yao thought about it for a moment, and he agreed directly. After all, this thing can't be said by mouth alone. Don't say anything else. She has already taken the car and boat of the Han tribe. It is indeed a good thing, but her own medical treatment, the other party has not seen it yet. This is indeed a bit unfair and not conducive to enhancing the value of her own medicine. The display of medicine is really not easy to show, so Luo Chong can only understand it by asking. The most intuitive thing should be the data, so he listened to him. I want to know what percentage of the population of the Tang tribe over the age of 40 is, and what is the death rate of newborns? How many of the dead are due to illness? These three questions are probably the data that best reflects the level of power medicine, so Luo Chong asked this first. Naihe Tangeo's Chinese language can only be used for ordinary communication. She didn't understand much about some academic terms of the Han tribe, so she saw her looking at Luo Chong in a daze. What is the ratio and what is the death rate? Rosheng Jr. put down the wooden spoon that was drinking lotus powder and looked at the ant curiously. Luo Chong knocked on his forehead and felt a big head for a while. It was too hard to communicate like this. I mean, there are not many people in your tribe who are over 40 years old, accounting for almost 10% of the total population, and children born every year, who die for various reasons and account for several chung. there are still several achievements of all the people who have died because of illness. Can you answer me? Tang Yaotan was ignorant again. She would like to ask what these things have to do with her medicine, but if you think about it, it seems that it is really related. If the Tang tribe medicine is very good, can it be extended? Life, is there more people over the age of 40? If the medical level is high, can those newly born children die less? If the technology for treating the disease is good, will the number of people who die because of illness decrease? It seems that it is really reasonable. These problems are almost at the core of the problem. If medical technology cannot change these, what use is it for medical treatment? However, where she knows how to answer Luo Chan's question, the Tang tribe does not even have the most basic account in Chi Min, that is, the household registration system, and even does not know how many people she has in total, let alone those different types of statistics. This, I don't know. Our Tang tribe has never counted these. Do Han tribes even count these things? Tang Yao is curious about this, and there is a bit of inferiority. Look at others and look at yourself. From this point, it can be seen that the Han tribe actually attaches great importance to medicine. They will also specifically count such data to find problems. Although the Tang tribe claims to be clever in medicine, how many practical medicines are used in the family? The human body has never been counted, nor has it been thought of at all. It is simple to go to treatment when someone is sick. Nothing more. Luo Chong nodded naturally to affirm. Medicine is indeed a very important thing. This is the best thing to improve the quality of life and survival opportunities of the people, but if you break away from this goal and lose the ability to benefit the people, it will have no meaning. Our Han tribe also attaches great importance to medicine, and pays more attention to the inheritance and popularization of medicine, as well as the changes made by medicine for the survival quality of the people, so I will order to calculate these data. We don't want to be too clever in medicine for the time being. At present, after statistics, we have found the most prone to death and the most common diseases, and targeted research and treatment methods in finding suitable medicinal materials. The cause of these conditions is to formulate new social rules. For example, in our Han tribe, the current neonatal mortality rate is 37%, which means that for every 100 children born, 37 will die directly before they grow up. Have you ever thought about this? How much impact will the tribe's population multiply? Tang Yao was stunned by the data reported by Luo Yao all at once. Nearly half of 100 children died. This is too exaggerated and terrifying. Although she knows that Tang tribes often have children who die and have difficulty giving birth, they also often die. People seem to have regarded this kind of appearance as the norm. How many people died, and for what reason, but no one went to investigate to find a solution. Even the self-proclaimed herself, who was proficient in herbal medicine, never thought about these things. I have to admit that even the Han tribe's medical skills are not as good as the Tang tribe, but the correct recognition and use of the medicine is also different from the clouds of the Han tribe and the Tang tribe. The Han tribe is cloud and the Tang tribe is mud. What's the use of treating diseases alone? Have you found out why you got sick? Looking at Tang Yao's incredibly surprised expression, Luo Chong burst out a heavy bomb again. In terms of the mortality rate of newborns alone, our Han tribe has also conducted more detailed survey statistics. Among the 37% of children who died, at least 10% of them died because of the difficulty of giving birth to pregnant women. All kinds of diseases have lost their lives. Do you know what this means? This means that for every 100 children born, 37 will die before they grow up, and 10 of them will die together due to dystocia. In other words, for every 100 people added to the tribe, it is necessary to exchange for the cost of 50 people who died. Have you ever thought about these things? Chapter 710 Sit and Talk, seeking a recommendation ticket for the new book. Tang Yao was stunned by Luo's problem. Although she has been obsessed with herbal research and medical technology, she has never thought about these things from the tribal overall situation. Only knowing that her medical skills are clever, she can save 2 more people. This is why Tang Ji chose to let her out for experience. Now Tang Yao is really not suitable to be the leader of a big tribe. Chief Han, do you now find out why these dystocia and dead women and children have caused any evil diseases, and those other children, what disease have died? For Tang Yao, who is obsessed with medicine, Luo Chan's content directly pointing at the core of the problem has already interested her. Her current thinking has been completely brought to the national medical level by Luo Chong from the cooperative negotiations. Luo Chong thought about it, but he didn't hide anything from this simple girl. Besides, there was nothing to keep confidential about this kind of thing. If the cooperation between Han Tang and the 2 tribes on medicine can solve these problems, then it is instead. It's a good thing for the entire human race. Most of the problems with dystocia are caused by the young age of the mother. This is not a medical problem, but a sociological problem. In response to this, our Han tribe has introduced a method to raise the standard of adult age year by year. The time raised the adult, that is, the fertility standard to 16 years, so that the vast majority of dystocia problems can be avoided. In addition to a few accidental deaths, the young children who die are the most counted for diseases are two causes, one is fever and the other is vomiting and diarrhea. Now we have launched targeted research on these two common diseases, starting from both healing methods and medicinal materials, and then cooperating with the policy of gradually raising the childbearing age. I believe that the problem of neonatal mortality will soon be reduced in the future. Tang Yao blinked and blinked big eyes, completely unable to understand Luo Chan's explanation. The dystocia of a child is related to the woman's age? Chief Han, how do you know that dystocia is related to age? She asked, puzzled. Luo rushed to lick his lips. I didn't know what to say for a while, and told you that Lao Tzu is actually a traverser. What I know is actually common sense in previous life. Even if it wasn't to be regarded as a fool by the little girl in front of you. Anatomy. For a while, he made up a rhetoric. Looking at Tang Yao's ignorance, he continued to explain that decomposes the bodies of women who died because of dystocia, and then compares them with the bodies of women who died normally at the age of 20 or 30. You will find that they are very different. For example, the pelvis and crotch of a girl are not fully developed normally, and those older women who have matured will be very smooth when they have children. This is how I get the truth. Tang Yao was stunned again, covering his mouth and speaking nothing. The leader in front of him actually looked for the cause by cutting the dead body for comparison. Does this mean a bit of blasphemy against his ancestors? It's already dead, and I'm going to unload the body of others. It seems that she saw what she was thinking. Luo Chong continued to explain, this method is the most effective way to find the cause. Besides, can you find a better way? Our Han tribe has always followed the spirit of scientific certification. Proposed by me generally means bold assumptions, rigorous verification, seeking truth with practice, and not seeing anything as a truth. Moreover, we use the dead body to study, and we do not disrespect the deceased. Before the anatomy, we will also hold a memorial service. In addition, if several corpses can bring breakthrough progress to medical research, can it benefit countless living people? Is it not worth the sacrifice of these dead? Do you think it is more important to be dead or alive? We will eventually breed the tribe, instead of letting the entire tribe stand still for the sake of several valuable corpses. Do you want to dissect two corpses to find the cause, or want to watch those girls die because of dystocia? Luo Chan's words poked the heart nest straight, and instantly asked Tang Yao to lose his temper. How to choose? Is this still the choice? Of course it is more important to be alive. So, Leader Han, do your tribes have any other research and exploration on disease and medicine? What kind of gains have you made now? At this time, Tang Yao seems to have become Luo Chan's little sister, mainly because Luo Chan's insight into medicine is tricky, and she looks higher and farther. Unlike her kind of concentrated research on medicine, Luo Chan's every kind of thinking can make her feel suddenly cheerful. Our Han tribe is about to set up a medical school, concentrating all the superior resources for researching medical technology and various herbs, including elderly people who are good at this, and young people with excellent grades. We will also provide more experimental specimens. Gave them that there was only one or two people who had dissected a body before, and now a group of students can watch and perform practical exercises at the same time. Only in this way can the Han tribe develop more talents who understand medicine. At the same time, the medical school will also divide the subjects. I personally formulated several main directions for them, covering maternal and child health care, trauma medical treatment, common disease drug treatment, as well as medicinal materials and prescription, human research major, etc. Luo Chong gave Tang Yao a brief introduction to the 7-book medical plan that he had personally formulated. Tang Yao was instantly bright in front of her eyes. Unlike her own research on the best of a hammer, the medical research of the Han tribe is more professional, more systematic, and a large number of training professionals. This is what the real leader should do. And she herself, although the medicine in the Tang tribe is second to none, is not very good for the disciples, so the medical inheritance of the Tang tribe has become a problem, and the territory of the Tang tribe is not small. It is also divided between the main city and several. The small city where the clan is separated has a population of tens of thousands, and it is useless to treat fewer people. She cannot treat tens of thousands of people alone. In this comparison, we can see the benefits of Luo Chan's proposed medical school plan. Not only are they concentrating resources on research, they also compile research results into teaching materials, leaving inheritance for their descendants, and they can also cultivate a lot of people who understand medicine. In this way, even if the territory of the Han tribe is larger, they can send enough medical personnel to various places at any time. At this time, Tang Yao looked at Luo Chong as a full-eyed little star, but he listened to Luo Chong and continued. Our Han tribe also has a meritorious system, which can be awarded by envelopes who contribute strange food, medicine, and other information and resources. You don't understand this too much to tell you. Simply put, if someone provides a kind of practical medicine that the Han tribe has not yet mastered, then if it is indeed useful after testing, this person can get more houses and land in the tribe. There are also livestock and money, and the title will also rise, but the upper limit is relatively low. Although there are many speculators and clever people who want to go to the sky in one step, they can still bring huge benefits to the tribe. Since the implementation of this system, the Han tribe has successively obtained more than a dozen different herbs. One of the long-term directions of medical development. Chapter 711 Cooperation, Subscription. Tang Yao has admired Luo Chong. In her view, Luo Chong may not be a good doctor, but he is definitely a good leader. In the absence of medicine from the Han tribe, the probability of dystocia is reduced by controlling the childbearing age. Drive the people to find medicinal materials, concentrate all resources to vigorously train medical talents, and personally plan the future development direction for them. This is what she lacks. After understanding the development planning and layout of the Han tribe medicine, at the reminder of Luo Chong, the two sides began to discuss in detail. Tang Yao's hands have a lot of medicinal materials that the Han tribe does not have, and they are all clinically validated drugs by the Tang tribe. She is a practical talent, and Luo Chong is a theory understanding. The two sides will be together in one beat, and they will be very speculative in talking about these things. Tang Yao also has medicines for heating, that is, antipyretics, but why do people have fever, and why these symptoms are formed, she doesn't understand. At this time, Luo Chong put out the theory of the previous human immune system. The immune system will kill the germs by increasing its own temperature, sometimes because of internal organs, and sometimes because of trauma infection. It may cause fever. This magical theory is to make Tang Yao feel treasures, and make her feel that Luo Chong is omniscient like a fairy. Antipyretic drugs can be counted as a classification for pyrolysis and detoxification. Do you have any other drugs? Luo Chong asked again. Well, according to the leader of Han, I still have medicines for diarrhea, medicines for trauma, and if the wounds rot and yellow and white stinky water flows out, you can also knock off the bad places and then rinse them with salt water. Put on the injury medicine and take some antipyretic drugs. If you survive for 3 days, it will be fine. Tang Yao also continued to introduce his treatment experience and drugs. Luo Chong listened to the scalp. The wound was inflamed and rotten, and the pus was cut directly, and the salt was washed with salt water. This was really salt on the wound, and in the end, it was not sure to heal it. Only 3 days before I have a chance to survive. So it depends on luck to live? How effective is your medicine? If it is a big wound, do you have any other way? For example, the wound is deep and bleeding more. Luo Chong asked again. Then there is no way. Not many of our soup tribes can heal injuries and diseases. If the situation described by the Chinese chief appears, it is estimated that he is dead before waiting to be sent to the doctor. Moreover, what kind of serious injuries are it is difficult to cure by bundling the package alone or enclosing the drug mud at the wound, and it is more difficult to close the wound. However, I am currently studying a new method of treating wounds, which may be able to close the wounds quickly. Oh, what method? Tell me. Luo Chong is interested in this. Have they come up with a way to sew the wound? I found a tiny bug that is good at biting. If it encounters a wound, it will hold the wound in one bite. If you pinch the wound first, then use such a bug to bite the meat on both sides of the wound. Then cut off the body of the bug, its head will die without loosening, so that the wound can be closed. But now I have not succeeded, and I am still in the stage of raising bugs. Tang Yao first introduced his research ideas with excitement, and then helplessly spread his hands. Luo Chong couldn't help but with his forehead. He did hear about similar wound sutures in his previous life. He said that he used an ant to bite the wound, and then cut the ant's body, leaving only a row of ant heads as a sutures. The wound is sealed. It is said that it is also free to remove the thread, and I don't know if it's true or not. But no matter whether it is true or not, such a soil method is not directly convenient for stitching first. Is it easy to obtain needlework, or is it easy for living ants to obtain? But this thing is not completely worthless. Why would anyone think of this method to sew the wound? Because the unique ant acid secreted by ants can quickly restore the wound? Or can the body fluid flowing out when the ant is torn be used to disinfect the wound? Luo Chong believes that this is the direction that really needs to be studied, rather than simply using ants to sew. So he introduced the needlework of the Han tribe to Tang Yao. Tang Yao was also a big surprise. He talked to Luo Chong about a lot of medical things. He also heard about the thermometer idea from Luo Chong, but the temporary technology of the Han tribe could not be done. In terms of medicinal materials, Tang Yao also said a lot of species, covering fever, anti-inflammatory, trauma, and cure. These are basic medicines. The only thing that surprised Luo Zhuo is that Tang Yao said she has a cough medicine. And the medicine for lungs, of course, she doesn't know what the Chinese word sputum means. These are all understood by Luo Chong himself. The negotiation between the two on the exchange of technology turned into a medical academic exchange. In the end, Tang Yao suddenly discovered that the medical technology that she thought could be replaced with a lot of technology seemed to be worthless here. Because the Han tribe also mastered its own unique medicine, even in the convenience of medical theory, it surpassed the Tang tribe. Many medical aspects have very admirable advanced thinking, such as the temperature table that Luo Chong said. If these things can be made, the Tang tribe certainly wants them, but even if the Han tribe is willing to exchange them, it is impossible to exchange them so much. So at this time, should she change the medical technology of the Han tribe, or the seeds, ships, and livestock of the Han tribe? One is mincing and the other is medicine. She really wants it. Chief Han, do you want to learn medicine with our Han tribe? But you want to use your medicine and medicinal materials for our technology? Luo Chong hadn't waited for her to finish speaking, so she took the lead in talking. Okay. Is my request too? Tang Yao want to say something, but she doesn't know what the right words are to describe it. But she also knows that such a request is actually unfair to the Han tribe. Luo Chong did not answer immediately, but took his son to get up and wandered in the office. Of course, what method did he think could better swallow the population of the Tang tribe? Yes, this is his real idea. As for medicine, after the Tang tribe became a Han tribe, medicine can develop as well, and it has its own leadership and subordinate execution capabilities, and medicine can be promoted faster. It will not be impossible for all counties to build several official hospitals. Thinking for a long time, he didn't come up with a good idea, because he found that since he had the artillery, his thinking became lazy. If he wanted to take down the Soup tribe and bombard a few shots, they dared to resist? With absolute force, any strategy becomes a joke. After figuring out this key point, he laughed relieved and turned his head to say to Tang Yao, who was uneasy. Yes, but I want to formally invite you to join the medical school of the Han tribe, to conduct in-depth research and study with our people, and develop medical knowledge and technology. I can't give you directly about the various livelihood technologies and resources of our Han tribe, but I can do transactions with you, such as seeds, livestock, all of which you can buy. As for cars, textiles and other things, we also sell, as long as you can get the corresponding price. Really? Tang Yao immediately stood up in surprise. Chapter 712 will not be cherished. The oral agreement between the two tribes of Han Tang was so settled. The main aspect was to, first, jointly research and develop medical technology and medicinal materials, and related research results can be shared between the two tribes. Second, with regard to the technical support of the People's Livelihood Project, the two tribes of Han Tang will conduct equal transactions. The projects involved will be appealed by the Tang tribe, and the Han tribe will assess the price. The first one requires Tang Yao to stay in the Han tribe to study Luo Chan's project together, but she can't just stay. Tang Yao's identity is not simple. It's the Tang tribe's prince. If such a person doesn't say a word, staying in the Han tribe will not go back, it will probably cause war. So she must go back and report the results of this negotiation with Chief Tang. After obtaining the other party's consent, she will come back to the Han tribe to participate in the research. Luo Chong himself thought so, because the projects he said were all based on medical school. Now that the medical school has not been built yet, it is useless to leave Tang Yao behind. The second transaction was not difficult at all. I wish you both, as long as the price exchange is good. But the difficulty is also here, because the Tang tribe has little output, they have nothing to sell. In response to such a situation, Luo Chong simply formulated a set of profitable labor system agreements for them. Since you don't have anything that can make me fancy, just betray the labor force. It's impossible to give away in vain. There is no such thing in the world. Exploit the creative ability of the Han tribe to flatter the population of the Tang tribe? Facts have proved that others will not cherish the things they picked up in vain. Trying to use this method to buy the favor that is not yet part of the Han tribe population is definitely eaten by the decision-maker's brain. Anyway, people have already benefited from it. Who cares who your Han tribe is? Luo Chong nature is not a lunatic. The agreement he made for the Tang tribe is very simple. It doesn't matter if there is no resources. It is just that Tanghai County is under construction. You can let the Tang tribe's people go there to work nearby to help us build cities, reclaim land, digging rivers to build dams, logging to build ships, some work for you. The Han tribe uses coins to pay for labor, so that after the Tang tribe has money, it wants something to buy from the Han tribe. This is also personal. Regarding the leadership of the Tang tribe, Luo Chong also gave a suitable trading project. The Han tribe provided sweet sorghum and cotton seeds. The high-level Tang tribe came forward to encourage the people to grow. After harvest, the Tang tribe acquired and sold them to Han tribe. These agricultural resources are also resources. After the Han tribe collected these raw materials, they used their advantageous technology to process them into cotton and sugar, and they could sell them for a large price by changing their hands. There was no need to worry about losing money. The Tang tribe can also use these transactions to make the farmers of their own tribe rich first. At that time, everyone has savings in their hands, and then buy some livestock from the Han tribe to go back to breed. The future meat and animal power are no longer lacking. Wouldn't it be beautiful? Although at first glance, it seems that the Han tribe is very stingy, but in fact it has erected a strong, fair, and just impression in the hearts of the people of the Tang tribe. Here in the Han tribe, as long as you are willing to work hard, you can definitely change to what you want, a higher quality of life. Lazy people deserve poverty, but that has nothing to do with the Han tribe, which is your own reason. In this way, even when the Tang tribe is fully absorbed in the future, they will not have much reaction. There is also a point that Luo Chong didn't say, that is to strengthen the marriage between the two tribes of Han Tang. By then, you will have me, and I have you. Everyone has a bloodline affection. The chance of wanting to peacefully conquer the Tang tribe is even greater. 2. As for the Xin tribe, Luo Chong no longer reported illusions. People in this tribe did not really subdue them. They could not be honest. After another week in the Han tribe, the cooperation clauses between the two tribes of Han Tang were finalized. Tang Yao set off for the Tang tribe, and not all the missions that followed her went back. Except half of the people were responsible for protecting her safety, the rest remained. Luo Chong intends to conquer the Tang tribe peacefully, and now he has a cooperative relationship, so he does not mind teaching the Tang tribe some technology first. So the remaining people were assigned to the farming and animal husbandry work of the Han tribe by him. The breeding industry is the main introduction project of the Tang tribe, but they do not understand this aspect at all, so many people are assigned to work as interns in official stables throughout the Han tribe. The Han tribe provides room and board, and they are responsible for learning to work. Another part was assigned to study the farming techniques of the Han tribe. It is not long before spring, and less than a month before they can come in handy soon. When the Tang tribe completely settles this matter, Luo Chong will send the first round of technical assistance and livestock seeds and other resources, first to spread the cotton and sorghum in the Tang tribe. In the last month of winter, various parts of the Han tribe have also started to move frequently, and Jianshield has begun to take immigrants to Makino County, where they will build a new city. The Yunzi of Weishan County also worked hard, and it took 2 months to recruit another 8,000 people, and then took these people to Ruyang County to serve. There are not many 8,000 people. If it is based on the family, it is actually about 2,000 households. In addition, a group of people who have just reached adulthood in the original population of Ruyang County can barely come together in 2 county towns. In the past, it was considered that he could complete the task that Luo Chong gave him to build 2 new counties. More people are migrating towards the place where Luo Chong took the high-level survey. That is, the plain that leans south between Browsing County and Ruyang County. Last month, there was a winter hunt. This place has water, land, and forest. It is very suitable for human settlement. Transportation is also more convenient. Although there is no waterway, it is easy to run a carriage on the plain. This place will also set up a new county, named Luochong as Southern Zhang County, which is oriented towards the expansion of the south. The county guard is temporarily promoted by the county order of Maeda County. Half a month later, the long-lost spring finally arrived, and the first year of the Han tribe's founding officially began. All over the world are spending time in tense and prosperous civil engineering. Luo Chong has also repeatedly ordered to urge officials at all levels to organize and coordinate various issues of spring cultivation, cattle, seeds, agricultural tools, and ditches. Sufficient meat and salt are indispensable for heavy manual labor. The completion of spring farming is more directly included in the political performance. If this is not done well, there is no need to think about promotion in the future. At the same time, with the return of warm and humid warm currents in spring, green flakes also appeared on the grasslands in the south, and nomadic tribes that had shrunk around the cat in winter finally began to relocate to spring pastures, but some people brought more than people. People and livestock have brought bows and arrows and spears. Their eyes have greedy eyes, and their intentions have come. Chapter 713 Aggressive. At the lakeside pier in Kaiwan County, several large ships coming from Weishan County are docking there. The people on board are using the arm on the mast to unload the artillery arriving. There are also people on the ship next to it, carrying shells and gunpowder boxes with cast iron. There are also many fixed gun racks and field mobile gun vehicles, more than 100 artillery instructors were accompanied, 2 of each gun, responsible for training the guards here to form artillery camps. The road from the pier to the military camp has been fully martial law. Except for the soldiers who stayed in the barracks and the city defense, all of them are listed on both sides of the road. Many residents and craftsmen in the inner city, as well as the herdsmen who joined the outer city last year, all of them ran to watch, because this kind of security mission dispatched by the army is the first time they saw it. The commander of Chien Niowe made a lot of firewood, the blood slaughter of the Tiger Benway command room, the intelligence commander of Jin Liuvai made UZ, and the county guard Eagle Rue in Kaiwan County. At this time, all the big guys in Kaiwan County stood on the pier and counted this time. Military supplies shipped. Be good, such a big iron guy, but it looks like an iron bucket. Is this really a powerful weapon? I think it's appropriate to stay on the city's head to smash people, but for such a heavy thing, several people can't move it. The blood slaughter was the first time I saw an artillery. I have heard that this is a new powerful weapon made by the leader, but he hasn't seen it yet. Ha 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 ha, the slaughter conductor laughed. So much good iron, Ron, so much good steel, how could the leader be willing to let you smash people? But this thing really made the slaughter conductor guess half right. It is indeed used to smash people, but not with guns, but that round shell. Eagle had previously followed the power and rats to New Steel County to see the power of this thing. This time, he also escorted the artillery in person, so he is the most familiar person with the artillery in the entire open source county. It's really a smash, just use this iron ball. Well, it's quite heavy, I'm afraid it's not 10 pounds. How far can this thing be thrown? The blood slaughter picked up a round iron ball from the car on one side and weighed it in his hand, and found that the weight was not small, but he was skeptical about the range of this thing. When the range of bows and arrows could easily exceed 100 meters, how useful can a heavy weapon that can throw a 30-meter iron ball be? It is completely chicken ribs, but if the range of this iron ball can be farther than bows and arrows, he will not believe it anyway. Eagle Rue didn't answer directly, but shook his head with a smile in the corner of his mouth, and then compared 3 fingers to the blood slaughter. 300 meters. Blood slaughter questioned, very unbelievable. Eagle Rue continued to shake his head. I said too much? The blood slaughter tried again and asked. Less, farther away. Eagle reveled Tao. Really fake? Farther than 300 meters, with a 3, is it 3 miles? After the blood slaughter said that he was shocked by this number, he immediately rebutted. Are you kidding me? I said, Eagle, do you still fool me with this? Eagle still laughed without refuting, but with a dim sentence, you don't believe it or you can try it for a while. This is really the most powerful weapon invented by the leader. With a small number of sergeants, you can easily resist tens of thousands of soldiers. In an instant, you can let the enemy taste the power of the punishment, and turn hundreds of sergeants into one. Several people next to him were numb in the scalp, he said. If it was so powerful, wouldn't it be so powerful? But they had never seen the scene of the artillery launch with their own eyes, so it was not easy to refute. After a long period of time, with the joint efforts of the crew and the soldiers of the 2 shelters, all the weapons were finally unloaded. In fact, not only dozens of guns but also a large number of armor and cold weapons were transported this time, all prepared for the herdsmen who joined the Han tribe. If these natural nomadic cavalry were organized according to the military system of the Han tribe, then it is also a large armed force, enough to allow a small open-source county to dominate the entire grassland. These weapons were transported to the camp. Several big guys got together again. Without waiting for others to speak, UZ took the lead in speaking. How long does this new weapon take to train? And it may come in handy within a week. The 2 commanders and the county guard Eagle Keen looked at each other at the same time. Eagle Keen asked, how is it going to go to war? Well, it is estimated that soon, I have received the exact information, the venture has moved, is migrating to the Spring Ranch, and he has been in frequent contact with the high level of the Xian tribe since winter, which has brought a lot of copper weapons and other type materials such as white salt. Takenton also used these materials to convince the Snowfield Wolf tribe together, promising that if we win, we can divide the loot into 30% for them, and we can also give Snowfield Wolves a life-threatening ranch and a lush watery place. The place where the Snowfield Wolf stayed was a plateau, and the environment was already bad. They had long wanted to come to the shore of the Great Lakes, but they had been suffering from too little strength and insufficient resources and weapons. This time, with the support of the Xian tribe and Takening, and the temptation to divide the loot and the land, they had hatred with our Han tribe, so they directly agreed to come down. After listening to the intelligence of UZ, several people frowned, and it sounded like a large number of people. It seems that the scale of this battle is a bit large. Can you determine how many people there are? It's not afraid to have more than a lot of firewood. The open source county now has 45,000 people and just 2 guilders, and there are new troops compiled by the herdsmen who have surrendered. The total number does not add up to less than 20,000 people, and the Han tribe still has equipment, advantage and geographical advantage. After all, fight on their own territory. There are about 560,000 people. In the words of UZ, several people have the same complexion, and they have been shocked by this number. Blood Slaughter is grumpy and most excited. I ask now, where do they come from? As far as I know, this time the Xin tribe has made great efforts in it. This time they not only assisted weapons and white salt, but even fabricated a lot of harness and armor. Yes, you don't have to be so surprised. Is bamboo armor. They may be modeled on the iron armor robbed from us. First cut the bamboo into large pieces of bamboo slices, and put them on the drilling holes with ropes, like the armor of the bamboo chunk of our tribe. It should be no problem to resist the general bow and arrow. As for the strength, the Xin tribe helped to gather a lot of people with resources, and also took the initiative to fight. In addition, it is said that the Xin tribe itself will also send 2,000 or 3,000 people this time. These 50,000 people are actually coalition forces. If they guess right, they probably want to erase our Han tribe from the grassland at once, and completely eliminate the influence of the Han tribe on the grassland, so they are so aggressive. UZ explained again. This damn Xin tribe, next time I must take soldiers to Bamboo Island to destroy them. The Blood Slaughter smashed his palm and scolded his teeth. Chapter 7:14 Advantages of Kaiwan County. The huge gap of 20,000 to 60,000 troops suppressed the few big guys present. Nomads are born to have an advantage in terms of strength. Even if the total population of both sides is similar, but because they are originally a system of soldiers for all people, the strength of the troops is naturally more than several times that of farming. This farming nation cannot be compared anyway. However, Eagle Rue, who had been personally directed by Luo Chong, was not very worried because he knew the power of the artillery. You don't have to be too pessimistic. In fact, this battle is more winning than ours. Oh, how to say this in Eagle County? Chai Duo asked in doubt. First of all, we have the advantage of geographical location. We can wait for labor, there are enough ordnance, and there is a lot of logistics. Looking back at the enemy forces, there are thousands of miles of attack, people are in desperate condition, and spring is a season in which livestock flourish, and spring grass is not lush. In any case, they are at a disadvantage. And we can also fight against the city walls. If we are really invincible, we can give up the outside of the city and enter the city. With the support of the pier and the rear, we have enough grain and grass. The enemy also has no way to take us. For a long time, the enemy naturally does not fight. Retreat, of course this is the worst result. Everyone nodded in their heads after hearing the words, and Eagle Written continued to say. On equipment, the enemies are all bamboo and arrow bows, bamboo and armor, and there may be some copper spears, but compared with our all-steel equipment, it is still a big disadvantage. Moreover, we have enough arms in Kaiwan County. It was added 4 or 5 times before and after the arrow, and we still got the million arrows. Everyone nodded again and heard the reserves of millions of arrows, and even more confidence. But the most important point is, of course, the dozens of artillery that the leader approved to us. With these artillery pieces, it can reach hundreds of thousands of troops. This time, the enemy's 60,000 people may be under the attack of the artillery. It must be scared. Eagle Rue once again advocated the new weapon road. Everyone looks weird. This artillery is really so powerful? Dozens of guns can reach hundreds of thousands of troops. Kidding me. Eagle County Guard. Anyway, this has also arrived at the military camp, and there are no outsiders around you. You can give us a chant. Is this called artillery really so powerful? The Blood Butcher still had no idea, so he asked again. The eagle laughed and asked, have you ever remembered the method of the leader to open mountains and rifts for salt, and the technique of turning over the earth? Of course I remember that I had joined the Han tribe at that time. I have heard about the mountain, but I haven't seen it with my own eyes, but I was personally involved in the subsequent use of explosives to split the channel. The Blood Slaughter immediately recalled that he had widened his eyes just after he finished speaking. Eagle County show you mean that this new weapon uses the same method? Almost, since you have arrived at the military camp, you may wish to demonstrate it directly to everyone, so that you can feel at ease. Eagle nodded to affirm. Then he told the little officials around him to let them inform the herdsmen not to take the livestock to graze here. After a while, there will be flat thunder on the side of the military camp, and don't let the herd be surprised. After arranging these trivia on the periphery, Eagle Roy also let the accompanying artillery instructors assemble the field gunner. The long fine steel gun barrel is fixed on the double-wheel gunner. The fabricated gunpowder box next to it has also been lifted. The shells piled up a hill, and the instructors put all kinds of aiming and ignition accessories on the gun. The target is aimed at the herd target group that cavalry usually uses to train. In order to better show the way and power of artillery killing, the target distance set this time is not far, only 200 meters, which is also the range of general bows and arrows. You guys, let's take a look at the anti-personnel effects of artillery. In fact, this weapon invented by the leader, if it is the furthest range alone, can hit 10 pounds of iron balls 6 miles away, but if it is too far away, we will not see the killing effect. This time, I will show you a close one. Eagle Rue introduced to everyone. What stuff? Can you hit this iron ball out of 6 miles? Didn't you wake up? The blood butcher almost shocked his chin when he heard his words, and questioned him not. You are in a hurry, just look at it. Eagle Rue did not refute, and waved his hand to order the instructors to start loading. The big guys in Kaiwan County saw the use of this weapon for the first time, but the first feeling was trouble. The loading launch was too slow, but considering that this is a heavy lethal weapon, this cumbersome the operation process and launch frequency are not unacceptable. Isn't the bed crossbow launch slow? As long as this power is worthy of the time consumed, it is nothing. Adjust the left and right firing boundaries to 0, aim at the ballistic baseline, install the elevation angle measuring instrument at the muzzle, set the elevation angle 5 degrees, place the hoe, and start cleaning the barrel. All kinds of dried wet, brushes, and felt cloth were all rounded in the gun barrel, and finally plugged the double-weight paper packing gunpowder into the barrel, pounded it with a mallet, and then filled it with a round bomb. The main gunner poured into the bulk gunpowder in the medicine pond at the guntail fire gate, reset the flint machine, and hung the rope, and the preparation work was completed. Is this ready? Chai Duo was puzzled. Yes, please move a few steps and pay attention to observation, but it is best to cover your ears first, and there will be a loud noise for a while. Eagle Kue kindly reminded. Cut, joke. The blood massacre was about to brag, saying that he would not be scared, but once he remembered the rumors about the leader's mountain, he chose not to say it. He covered his ears silently, but his eyes stared at the upcoming artillery. Okay, let's fire. Seeing everyone ready, Eagle immediately ordered. Yes, fire. Bombardment. 10 pounds of gunpowder blew in front of everyone, and a hot white smoke and skyrocketing fire broke out in the muzzle. A dark thin shell also jumped out of the flame and went straight to the herds in the distance. The artillery was affected by the recoil and slammed back a few meters. Even if the big guys had already been guarded, they were still stunned by this appalling momentum. Don't worry about the power first, this movement is too strong, even if the iron ball can't kill the enemy. Just pull this thing to listen to the enemy before the battle. It is estimated that they can scare them to bow down on the spot. At this time, the herd target group in the distance, located directly in front of the muzzle, has been completely penetrated by the iron ball, and even the shadow of the iron ball cannot be found. The crowd checked the lap, and finally found the shell that hit the grass in 1,800 meters, leaving a large pit on the ground. This is really amazing. It can really be played so far. How did the leader come up with this idea? There is. Chapter 7:15 Negative and Positive. The power of artillery, a cross-era thermal weapon, has left a deep impression on everyone, and it has been considered incredible. After displaying a common shell shot, Eagle Rue made another shot with chain and shotgun. Although the two rays were not so far away, the coverage was more extensive. In particular, the killing area of chain bombs and shotguns has made several military gangsters look straight, and they all feel in their hearts. Obedient, such a ruthless thing, if they come to the crowd horse team such a shot must not die a large piece. The blood slaughter immediately became the deadly powder of the artillery, haunting several instructors to explain to him the principles of the artillery, and the technology of firing. A big guy finally believed Eagle's words. With this thing, they can indeed crush the enemy. In the next few days, more than 100 instructors were divided into 2 people per gun, and personnel were drawn from the craftsmen and guards in the city to form temporary artillery classes, and began intensive training and frequent test firing. The enemy is getting closer and closer, and there are not many opportunities left for Kaiwan County. The big guys in Kaiwan County gathered together to discuss specific tactics. The defense must be defended, but the defense is also positive and negative. Some people suggest that the city has enough grain and grass, and with the weapons of artillery, it should be directly guarded in the city. By then, with a few guns, it is absolutely possible scare away the enemy. This is true. If this is really done, the enemy is scared away. But next time, the enemy comes again? So this is a negative defense strategy. I think we should go outside the city to fight. Let's not say that our outer city has no walls at all, and we can't keep it. If we can only rely on the walls of the inner city according to the city, then our outer city will give up directly. That was built by everyone. The second point is that since last year, the leader has been vigorously promoting the reorganization of the cavalry force, and has come up with a lot of resources to allow us to train and adapt to the whole cavalry army. Now it's almost easy to practice. You let us go down to the city? What is the significance of training cavalry? Third, it is the purpose of this battle. I think we should actively defend and even fight a defensive counterattack. We have a strong weapon advantage. Why should we shrink in the city? If not only can the enemy be repelled, even maimed, and killed this time, why don't we choose to work once and for all? Besides, we are not without this skill. Hearing someone suggesting that according to the city's defense, the blood slaughter would not do it first, and immediately put forward various opinions to refute. The radical remarks of blood slaughter immediately ushered in objections, and someone immediately refuted it. What we want now is stability, development, not just knowing to fight. You fart, you think the enemy was scared away this time, won't they come again next time? Such stability is only temporary, and it is the most effective way to maintain stability by completely convincing them. The commander of Chien Niowe made Chai Duo immediately stand on the side of the blood slaughter and fight against the enemy. Well, don't argue. I will now announce the meaning of the leader. In fact, the leader has already expressed his position as early as last year. If he must fight, he will kill the enemy once, kill him, and never give them any more. The opportunity to jump, this is what the leader said. So, I now declare that power cooperates with the active defensive strategy on the side of the sanctuary. If necessary, we can send troops to chase, expand the results, and completely kill the enemy as required by the leader. They must be paid a painful price to let them fear of our Han tribe from the bottom of our hearts, and never dare to jump in front of us again. Seeing the scene is about to develop in the direction of the quarrel, Eagle immediately patted the table and came up with the strategic guidelines set by Luo Chon last year. Seeing that everyone in the account no longer has objections, Eagle said again, "The strategy is finalized. Now let's discuss tactics. Active defense is certain, but we should be more cautious about how to fight specifically, because once the army leaves the city and the enemy besieges us, we will separate troops to the city. Then our open source county is dangerous, which is also a loss we cannot afford." Everyone was silent for a while, and the blood slaughter spoke again. "I have learned in detail the usage of artillery and logistical support issues these days. After analysis, I think the camp should be pushed 3 kilometers outside the city, and then I said the reason for this decision. The furthest range of artillery is 3 kilometers. At this position, we can completely launch the army to meet the enemy. With artillery and car arrays, we don't have to worry about the enemy's ability to break through the defense of our front line, and on such an open battlefield, it is more conducive to exerting the greatest advantage of artillery. If the enemy does not attack, it is also impossible, because we have the range advantage of the artillery. Whether or not to fight is not the enemy's final say, but we have the final say. If they dare to stay around, it will be our artillery camp. Live target. If the enemy chooses to contain us and let the other half attack the city, then we can also use artillery for remote support. As long as the enemy dares to bypass us and attack the city, their backs will be exposed to our muzzle. If they really do that, maybe we can still have an anti-circlement by then, besieging at least half of the enemies under the city and eating this part completely." The blood slaughter tactics immediately won the unanimous approval of everyone, even those who just opposed the out-of-town confrontation are no exception, because in the absence of a choice, the blood slaughter tactics are almost the most secure. Both the front and rear walls are within range, and they can use the advantages of artillery to defeat the enemy completely. Eagle Roy is also very optimistic about this plan. He nodded and asked again, "Is there anything else that others have added?" Chai Duo thought about it. "I think we should immediately increase the amount of artillery training, not only for training, but also for our war horses. They haven't been exposed to artillery much, and they are closer to the artillery than the enemy. Don't scare the enemy by then, but startle our own war horses first, then we will lose it. There is no problem with other plans, but these details should also be thought out in advance, so as not to cause irreparable consequences due to mistakes. There is also a problem of the connection between the army and the inner city. There are 6 miles between the two places. It is certainly impossible to see with our eyes. Then how do we judge whether the enemy is attacking the city? If they split up and attack the cities, how the guards ask us for help is an important detail. Yes, this is really needed, so what do we use for contact? Can the drum sound spread so far? Otherwise, we will leave a few guns on the city's head. It's too extravagant to release guns. Gunpowder is not cheap. I think it's still a soil method. It's good to burn and smoke. Chapter 716 Volvo. In fact, with the current technical level of the Han tribe, the fastest way to deliver information in real time should be the lighthouse. As long as a set of flash function is added to the existing lighthouse, the Morse code can be transmitted dozens of miles away. However, the shortcomings of this thing are also obvious. The first is that the cost of construction and maintenance is expensive. The second is that there is no egg at all during the day. Your lamp is bright again and you can't see it during the day. What's more, the lighthouse is not suitable for the current situation of the war, so after discussion, a large group of people finally decided to use wolf smoke to convey information. Smoke during the day and fire at night. Both the tactics and strategy were finalized. Next, there was intense transfer and training. The army outside the city set up the camp 3 kilometers west of the open source city. The camp used a wooden fence line and set up several more layers. The horse was used to defend the enemy's cavalry against the battalion. Several artillery positions were prepared in advance. No matter which direction the enemy came from, the Han tribe can move quickly and provide fire support. The people in the outer city also moved to the city in an emergency, and all the people who could be taken away were taken away. Fortunately, the herdsman had just joined, and there was not much to take. The house could not be moved. If it was destroyed by the enemy, it could only be rebuilt. In the army barracks outside the city, they will send scolding raids to patrol the surrounding area every day to prevent the enemy from making a sudden attack. The camp's school premises are also full of rumbling artillery and jailer training people shouting. At this time, Eagle Roe and Yuzi also wrote a letter to report to Luo Chong. Eagle Roe mainly introduced the tactical plan and defense preparations on the Kaiyuan County side. Yuzi's side was talking about information from the enemy's side. Under the combination of the two, Luo Chong finally figured out the situation on the grassland. This time it's really time to fight. However, he was not afraid. To be honest, the Han tribe has been preparing for this battle for a long time. Whether it is weapons and equipment, or strategic tactics, it can form an entire crushing of the enemy. If it still loses, then it's too embarrassing to the traverser. 20,000 to 60,000? Luo Chong was not very worried about this. Even if the Han tribe lost, it was a big deal to retreat to the inner city. The worst result was not too bad. He was able to bear this loss. So he didn't plan to go to the front line for command this battle. The first is that it's too late. The second is to use this opportunity to exercise the soldiers and generals below and let them mature quickly. If you have to ask, what do you want them to do? In the future, the Han tribe will grow stronger. Is it necessary to exhaust him? However, after this war, what the pattern on the entire grassland will look like is the thing Luo Chong cares about most. It is impossible to annihilate the nomadic tribes. They are the people who know how to preserve their strength. If they win, they will rush up and grab. If they can't win, they will run faster than rabbits. But Luo Chong did not want to give them the opportunity to continue to jump. Since he hit, it was still completely convinced. Thinking of this, Luo Chong set off immediately to Weishan County, where he went to inspect the progress of the gunboat's loading. If he could catch up, he must let Takenton's home not go back. Since the appointment of the rat cannon, the gunboat has been transferred to Weishan County to accept the loading, because the demand for carpentry in the later period is not high, but the Weishan County pier near Hart Island and New Steel County is more appropriate. After spending a day to reach Weishan County, Luo Chong immediately came to the big ship and summoned the rats. Let him give himself a detailed introduction to the loading on board. Chief, now the command and call pipes on board have been fully installed. Each floor has a microphone and a speaker, and the other end is summarized in the command post on the top floor of the stern building, talking to several copper horns. The following layer of command and gunners can hear. Due to the sufficient materials and waterproofing, the progress is also much faster than the previous shipbuilding. This asphalt is really good. In addition to being relatively unpleasant, it can be much better than the swim bladder in other aspects. The key is sufficient quantity. I didn't expect such a baby to be extracted from the coal mine. Luo Diluted nodded and had no idea of this obscure horse. It was not difficult to use coal tar to extract asphalt. It was not a boastful skill. It was true to produce a useful one. How is the other decoration going on? I just want to know when this ship can be pulled out to fight. The leader is relieved that all layers of artillery deck have been completely renovated, fixed orbits and artillery have been fully installed, and now the gunners are training how to quickly load bombs on the ship. But leader, I have been watching their artillery training here for a while, and found that the artillery on board is not convenient for gunboats on land, or the space is too small and the density is too high, so I think this artillery there should be room for improvement. Rats hesitated a little bit and said, how to improve? Luo Chong looked at him with a smile and asked, wanting to test the big eyes of the rat. I think it is better to change the marine artillery into filling gunpowder in shells from behind, which not only saves the operating space, but also increases the speed of fire, which will definitely make this new weapon more powerful. At this rate for the crew, 40 cents are too fast, which seriously reduces the terrorist power of the artillery. You're right, I thought about it at the beginning of the post-installation gun, but at the current level of our Han tribe, it's too difficult to make it available, so use it now. It's okay to slow down. Anyway, we only have the share of others, and others can't fight back. This advantage alone is enough for us to hang all the tribes with near water. Luo Chong explained. The leader said, "Hey, hey." The rat laughed twice and continued to turn on the boat with Luo Chong. The 6-story cabin under the main deck, the bottom 3-story is full of warehouses, the bottom layer is various food reserves, the second layer is various shells, the third layer is gunpowder, and the 4th to 6th layers are the 3-story artillery deck above the waterline. Take on the needs of combat and accommodation. The artillery was all installed on the sideboard side, and the middle position was designed by Luo Chong to be the common 3-story sleeper on the train for the crew to rest. The first floor of the stern building above the main deck is the kitchen and restaurant, which is mainly considered to be safe with fire and the need to smoke, so as not to cause an ammunition depot to explode due to fire. In addition, next to the restaurant, a small space was planned to put a set of iron fighting equipment to repair various iron on the ship. Finally, I came to the combat command room on the second floor of the stern building. The decoration was also extremely complete. The long meeting table, map, sand tray, all-round, and a row of golden flashable sound cartridges were installed on the high command desk, marked the corresponding area to facilitate the commander-in-chief to shout to various places to issue orders. A transparent glass window around the podium can also allow the commander-in-chief to see the situation around him, second only to the lookout on the top of the mast. At the same time, in order to prevent the needs of rats, several raccoon cats were specially raised on board, which can be said to be fully prepared. Finally, on the main deck, the saleable energy appliances were checked. After all the problems, Luo Chong ordered to summon the pawns, ready to go to fight. Before leaving, Luo Chong also personally gave the ship a name, Volbo Artillery Battleship, and made a banner hang to the top of the mast, and brushed the name of Volbo on both sides of the bow and the stern. There is. Chapter 717. After 3 days passed, the atmosphere in the open-source county gradually became tense and depressed. Although the herdsmen still insisted on grazing, they all had grass in their hearts. They were suspicious all day long, and there was a little wind in grass. I wish I could fly into the city like a wing. In the early morning of January 12, the first year of the Han tribe, the long-lost storm finally broke the calm of the grassland. The scout rides of a group of Chinese tribes outside are on routine patrols, and they suddenly find a rolling smoke in the southwest, as if the end is coming. However, in order to get more accurate information, this group of rangers risked to reconnaissance. But before they got close to the enemy's main force, they were found by the scouts outside the enemy's army. The two sides rode their skills, and hundreds of small-scale battles quickly broke out on this grassland. Some of the Han tribe are covering in the back, while others are rushing back to the direction of the camp, while struggling to blow up the horns hanging on their chests. The sound of wooing was suppressed with some depression, spreading all the way to the surrounding earth. The herdsman heard the warning, waved the long whip to drive the livestock, and ran to the city with the herds of life. When they met other herdsmen, they did not forget to tell each other. The periphery of Kaiwan City soon made a mess. The smoke and dust rolling in the distance is still approaching quickly. The Han tribe's ranger is riding and shooting, and is constantly shooting arrows towards the chasing behind, thereby getting rid of the enemy's chase. The soldiers who ran back first finally returned to the camp outside the city, but before waiting for their report, they had seen tens of thousands of soldiers in the camp assembled. Reported tens of thousands of troops to attack, less than 15 miles southwest. Scouting the horns all the way, I don't know if it's because of tension, fear, or shortness, my face was holding red, and after all the way to the camp, I turned over and came down, holding the scout flag. Report to several masters. Come here, raise the beacon fire and warn the open source city. Order. Hearing the alarm waiting, Qian Niowe's Chai Duo also took the lead in ordering a warning to the city, letting them close the gates first. Can you find out how much strength the other party has? The blood slaughter also stared at the scout for questioning. Back to the commander, no, only to see the enemy Wanma Bentong, the banner of the sun, most of which are the bolt yellow flags. The blood slaughter is a bit unhappy, but it's just a face, and it's impossible to expect them to find more news. The first time I saw so many enemies, it was already considered good without being scared to death on the spot, so he only ordered detective again. The scout soon went out again. In order to get more information, the blood slaughter and Chai Duo sent more scouts to investigate, and there were also many herdsman cavalry, and they were more aware of the forces on the grassland. Maybe more news can be detected. On the side of the Kaiwan County Battalion, Bloodslaughter and Firewood also quickly led troops out of the battalion, and artillery positions and car arrays were placed outside the camp. The army array was behind the car and made a confrontational trend. On the battlefield in front, the mount on both sides is still catching a fight. You are coming and going on both sides. The arrows are like flying locusts crossing, and some people are shot down from time to time. The Han tribe is well equipped, a full set of armor and a composite bow, and the arrow shaft of the iron-bearing arrows, whether it is penetration or range, or the defensive power of the cavalry is not comparable. However, the rashly selected marching is undoubtedly the elite of the elite, and the equipment is also the most luxurious double-dimensional armor protection on their side. The horses equipped with double stirrup, superb equestrian and superb riding, although it is difficult to take the Han tribe's cavalry on the spot. Shot to death, but shot a lot of horses. The horses without horses ended up drowning under the enemy's horseshoes in the blood and tears of the same robe. However, in general, the war damage ratio between the two sides is still better on the side of the Han tribe. Although it is not a 1, it is a 5, but 2 or 3 are worth it. With waves of rogue scouts, the intelligence gathered by the rear battalion has become more and more perfect. Reported a total of 60,000 attacks by the coalition forces, with hundreds of bamboo and wooden ladders in the army, which can reach the city. Reported the animal skin flag of the Snowfield Wolf tribe on the right wing of the enemy, with a strength of about 5,000. The commander of the endowment, the enemy left wing, has 3,000 yellow bamboo armies, under the banner of the Xin tribe. Reported that there were about 1,000 enemy convoys carrying more than 10,000 livestock. Reported that the enemy was lightly riding 30,000, one double horse, bowed and sleeved, and had more nails. Commander-in-Chief, the enemy heavy armor gun rides for 10,000 lives in the Chinese army, has armor, and has multiple round shields. Under the Chinese army of the Han tribe, one after another scolded and successively returned intelligence, but the surrounding soldiers listened to the heartbeat. Good guys, such luxury equipment don't sound much weaker than the Han tribe. This is really life-threatening. Blood Slaughter and Chai Duo also have their own expressions. Chai Duo has a stiff face without saying a word, but the Blood Slaughter is full of excitement. At this moment, 2 more rebuke partners returned outside the camp, and they started yelling as soon as they returned to the camp. No, the bastard of Suryatu also called. When the blood was slaughtered, his face was dark, and he slammed at the march. Nonsense within the battalion, confusing the military's heart, take this guy down and beheaded. Nyo! Several probing soldiers rushed up and pulled the man off the horse. Before he waited for 2 shouts, his puffed head was cut off. For you, what the hell is going on, and then dare to talk nonsense, the end is just like him. Blood Slaughter looked at another march and asked. Endowment, commander of the end, Suraiza Collarlight riding 10,000 came from the north, and has now reached the top 10 miles to watch. Why did he come? Chai Duo also asked to side. He said he came to help us. Scolding the weak and saying, joke, help? Why didn't the assistant team say hello in advance? Why didn't the assistant team come directly to my battalion and join me? The Blood Slaughter was laughed at by this answer, and he couldn't help but question. I think this guy is also pregnant with ghosts and has no peace of mind, but he dare not do it with us, at most, to watch, and it is a goods riding a wall. If we lose this battle, I am afraid he will help us to beat us up. Che Duo also scolded indignantly. Send a team of rides to warn him first, don't make trouble, or I will fight with him, stare at his movements at all times, and report the situation again. Nyo! The Blood Slaughter didn't take Suryat's picture in his eyes. This guy is more than a bang. He really dares to do it with the Han tribe anyway. This Suri map on the wall is the most disgusting. If you come to be faithful, then come directly. Chapter 718 Defeat, subscription for a 2-in-1 chapter. Suryatu is unsolicited, and it was not thought of by the Han tribe. Even the wandering intelligence in charge did not get the wind in advance. The pressure on Fengtan and Xin tribes is too great. Suri too has always been relatively honest. I didn't notice that he was justifiable. However, the big guys in Kaiwan County did not panic, because as they thought, Suryatu had no guts to start with the Han tribe for the time being. He was different from Takashi. Anyway, there was a Xin tribe who could cooperate with him, get a lot of living materials. Suryatu will not work. He can only count on the Han tribe. Once he breaks with the Han tribe and loses the support of the Han tribe, the bang on the back of the Xin tribe will definitely kill him first. Of course, he also has a second option, which is willing to worship at the foot of the impostor and become a fake brother, but this is impossible. Suritu is also an ambitious person. If he can be an ambitious child, it was so dry 2 years ago, there was no need to wait until the Han tribe had a firm foothold in the grassland to do so, which was not in his interest. Therefore, the Blood Slaughter and more firewood are not very worried. For the time being, it is good to send someone to watch the Suryat. As long as there is no obvious defeat on his side, he will never dare to act rashly. If he wants to win on his side, he will even take the lead to catch up and beat the water dog. There are many benefits to doing this. The first is that the Han tribe can be stuck in the snow, and the second is to get rid of the offense, not for the Han tribe, but for himself. Think about it. If the upstart is gone, the largest nomadic force on the entire grassland is left with his Suryatu. In order to gain greater say in front of the Han tribe in the future, Suryatu will also chase after the adventure. The blood buttons ignored him, but focused on the impending army. Although there is no such strict military system as the Han tribe, there is also its own set of methods. The regular army of the Han tribe is a sanctuary. According to the establishment, banner, and gold drum transfer, the herdsmen are tenants. They are also organized according to the household registration form and also obey the gold drum flag. The upstart is different. They have flags, trumpets, and brass gongs. These are all learned from the Han tribe, but there is no drum, because that thing is not easy to do. The Xian tribe can't get a decent drum for the time being, and his military system it is not unified, it is all based on the tribal alliance model. Whether it is the tribe he conquered, or the tribe that actively surrendered to him, or according to their respective tribes, the forces of each tribe are naturally uneven, and the risk of the tribe only needs to give orders to the small leaders of each tribe. In fact, these are also his cannon fodder. His own main heavy armor gun cavalry are all local horses. As for the 3,000 troops of the Xingsan tribe, most of them are technical support, such as those of the Totan United Army. The car horse, the city ladder, is provided and produced by the Xian tribe. These things are all provided by the Xian tribe in terms of maintenance. Xian tribe and Takashi have the same enemies, there is a possibility of cooperation, and they will send troops. Xian tribe will provide logistical support. Even if Takashi knows that he is suspected of being a gun, he will not give up this opportunity. According to the impromptuous idea, he came out of his nest this time, that is, he planned to defeat the grassland distribution of the Han tribe. By the time Xian tribe is far away, there is no opponent on the grassland. It is not impossible for him to use it as he wants. By then, he will digest himself for 2 years, he can completely get rid of the shackles of the Xian tribe, and completely rule the grassland. With the information passed back from the scout here, the Han tribe has figured out the power configuration and weaponry of the Impostan. The same is true of the Imperson. They also learned the information of the Han tribe through their own scolding. However, the coping strategy of the Han tribe clearly exceeded his expectations. He originally thought that the army of the Han tribe would shrink in the city with the advantages of the city wall, and use the superior equipment of iron armor and iron to fight their consumption. However, this is not the case. When I heard that the 20,000 troops of the Han tribe started to line up far outside the city, the big guys in the Futon coalition were very surprised. What does this mean? They don't want the city anymore? Actually ran out to fight directly with yourself? Are they so confident? 20,000 knives dare to die with 60,000. The Vent is very unscrupulous against the Han tribe, but this does not mean that he is afraid of the Han tribe, otherwise he will not fight against the Han tribe again and again. Therefore, the Venture first gave the first order very carefully, first pulling the army to the Han army looked at it 1,000 meters opposite and added pressure to them to see the reaction of the Han tribe. In the appearance of Fangton, 1,000 meters is already a very safe distance, about 4 arrows, that is, the range of 4 bows and arrows. Even if the quality of the arrows of the Han tribe is good, it is impossible to stay in place. Shoot the arrow into his army. The horse needs a distance of at least 200 to 300 meters from static to accelerate it to full speed. If the Han tribe launches a cavalry raid at this time, he also has enough reaction time to mobilize his army, whether it is to charge or bypass the Han army. The main force, he has time to move. However, with the official service of the Han tribe's artillery, he was still miscalculated. Fashion was never dreamed. In fact, he had already entered the Han tribe's range. The rumbling horseshoes were like thunders in the sky, and like a strong earthquake, tens of thousands of horses rushed. It was not until the kilometers opposite the Han tribal front that they stopped far away, and the two sides began to enter the confrontation stage. Waiting for the reaction of the Han tribe, he even hoped that the Han tribe would surrender on his own initiative, or if he saw many of them and then fled back to the city, so he was more sure to deal with the Han tribe slowly, even if they slowly fought the siege war. They can see from the hundreds of long ladders that they actually made plans to attack the city, who knew that the Han tribe would suddenly go crazy and run outside to block them, and it was still so far away from the city. This is stupid in the way of venting. At that time, as long as the Han tribes have a slight defeat, they have no chance to escape back to the city. At such a long distance, they can definitely stop them before the defeated troops of the Han tribe return to the city. When the time comes, there will be fewer troops in the city, and they will not even want to block their coalition attacks. In the Han Army's battalion, Bloodslaughter, Chaiduoduo, and Uz and others stood on the command car built by Wood, and they had also seen coalition forces under black pressure thousands of meters away. The blood slaughter pulled out a wood-ranging card for artillery. As a result, he didn't figure out how far the other party was from himself after a long time. Anyway, since he could see it with his naked eyes, it would be at least 7,800 meters. The distance was completely within the attack distance of the round bomb, so he did not say anything, and ordered the artillery door to start loading ammunition. The command was quickly passed out through the banner and the gold drum, and the pro-armies also ran to each gun position to notify one by one, and soon the artillery received the news. According to the 5-degree angle of the shot, double the charge, the solid ball-shaped iron bomb is loaded, and the launch method is volley shot. Due to the prepared relationship in advance, the artillery began to load ammunition in an orderly manner, and the speed was very fast. After all, the basic proof was already done in advance. At various positions between the Han army and the artillery array, the artillery carried out a series of operations such as aiming, loading, firing, etc., and then the artillery chiefs raised the flag of instruction. Report, 1 is ready. The 2 doors are ready. 6 doors are ready. Seeing the flag of instruction filled out by the artillery, the blood but did not hesitate to issue the order to fire. Put. After seeing the Chinese army's flag waving, the gunners immediately waved the beacon that fired the gun, and the gunners immediately pulled the twine on the flint. Boom. For a time, the Han army had a series of loud noises that shook the world, as if thunder flashed flashes, the smoke became clouds, and the shells screamed one after another and flew forward, ruthlessly hitting the enemy. There were a large number of coalition forces in the upset, and there was no such thing as the Han tribe under command. His Chinese army took the lead in stopping, and the 2-wing coalition forces followed. This was just a lineup and just heard the Han tribe army. There was a rumbling noise, listening to the thunder, and it felt like it was blowing up in the air over 1,000 meters. Stunned for a while, I couldn't figure out what the situation was. Did the Han tribe get a new type of war drum? Actually, the momentum is so terrifying. But this sound doesn't sound like a drum. Even if it is a powerful drum, can't such a vibrant noise come out? But the Han tribe made such a loud noise. Did they want to take advantage of their thousands of miles to strike and build a preemptive position based on the unstable gap? Did they give orders to charge across the board? But after the noise, he did not see any changes in the Han army. Those people were still lined up there. What the Han tribe is doing? Just as he opened his eyes and looked carefully at the Han tribe, after the loud noise, he suddenly saw some black spots flying across from him. When he giggled in his heart, he immediately realized that this should be an attack by the Han tribe. Not good. The Bang immediately shouted, but before he waited for more reactions, dozens of dark iron balls had already flown into his army at an incredible speed. Suddenly, the iron ball flew into the army and made dozens of blood idols and tens of thousands of horses. Anything on the trajectory, whether it was a horse or a vehicle, was crushed by the flying iron ball. Flesh and blood suddenly flew among the daring army, and dozens of bloodlines were thrown in the sky. After the shells flew, there was a wailing of wounded soldiers and screams of fear among others. The person in the middle of the shell was blasted with huge kinetic energy on the spot, and his limbs and flesh were splashed around. Even if he didn't even scream, it had turned into blood rain and drenched the soldiers on both sides. The same is true for those behind. The middleman died on the spot. Even if he was rubbed by a shell, he would be seriously injured and disabled even if he didn't die. Some people were directly crushed by the body, some were erased by the shell and half of his head. The limbs were also separated from their bodies in the blink of an eye. The huge impact force of the shell swept across the rough camp, and dozens of blood roads were born, and finally the kinetic energy was exhausted and fell to the ground. Then it bounced from the ground again and continued to kill the coalition forces behind it. It jumped twice before it was completely smashed into the ground. Due to the large number of hindering the relationship of, the number of shells jumped has been significantly reduced by 1 or 2 times compared to when the test gun was tested, and the final range has also been greatly weakened, but the results are still very impressive. After a round of artillery fire, the stunning Chinese army was turned upside down, but the 2-wing coalition forces were attacked weakly. The most peripheral army even heard a thunderous sound, and then there was a commotion over the Chinese army. What happened, they didn't even know. And the venture in the Chinese army, looking at the tragedy of the army behind him, was terrified. The two sides were so far away. How did the Han tribe attack them? And the power of this attack was so huge and cruel. He was almost destroyed by death or injury. In this round of attacks alone, at least 6,000 or 7,000 of his coalition forces were abolished on the spot. Even if they are not dead now, they will definitely not be able to support a meal. Suri, who was watching the battle situation not far from the battlefield, was scolding, and they were silly looking at the scene in front of them. They actually waited here long ago. The army that saw the stunning just arrived. They were afraid of the crowds in the heart. When the soldiers were strong, the Han tribe made a loud noise, and then the fire appeared, and the white smoke was pervasive. The other soldiers did not see any action. As a result, the flesh and blood that had been beaten over there had flown, and the people turned up. This bloody scene did not make them feel stimulated, but there was fear from the bottom of their hearts, because that was not something they could understand, such a shocking prestige and unmatched effect, called divine punishment or black magic. More appropriate. Seeing the beginning of the Han tribe, the tricks were magnified. The scouts of Suryata didn't even dare to watch it. They even hurriedly turned their horses and slammed their legs. They wanted to tell their leader how powerful the Han tribe was. And on the side of the impersonating coalition forces, the coalition forces at this time have collapsed before the war, and even the enemy's face has not been seen, so huge casualties have been hit, especially those on both sides of the Bloodbeard. Seeing the people around them in an instant, the herdsmen who were blown into pieces of meat were almost mad by this strange attack and amazing power. If the Han tribe continues to use such attacks, how do they fight? Once the fear of this thing got out of my heart, it was unstoppable, and with the screams and shouts of the soldiers, it began to spread quickly in the army. They started to flee around in a crazy way, but they couldn't run when they were crowded, and finally pushed and shoved into a crowd. There was a lot of busyness here to mobilize the army, but now no one has listened to his orders. Just as he was anxious, the Han tribe opposite once again heard a loud noise. Chapter 7:19 Grassland Fight. After the first round of fire, although they were unable to clearly see the results of the opposite, it was certain that dozens of shells were all hit by the enemy line. As long as they could be hit, they would definitely cause harm. Now they are more dead. There is only a greater chance when there is a melee. With such a mentality, the bloodslaughter immediately issued an order to continue firing, and at the same time began to let the soldiers mount, preparing to bomb for another 2 rounds to start the attack. The artillery of each gun position was pushed backwards by a violent recoil. In order to restore the gun position faster, they barely aimed at it, as long as the artillery roughly pointed to the local army. After all, so many people are crowded across now. The opportunity is not good. After a while, people are spread out. It is not easy to find such a high injury. The 2 teachers assigned by each gun are strictly divided. One is responsible for the proof of the target and the firing command. The other is responsible for clearing the barrel and loading the ammunition. Each is operating with several soldiers in a tense operation. The second round of artillery fire was quickly prepared. Immediately after receiving the Chinese army's instructions, the flint machine sounded, and a crunch of flint and sickles struck the medicine pool below. A cluster of fire and smoke erupted from the door, followed by a huge sound, which was accompanied by firelight to push the shells out. The entire gunboat also slammed back again under the action of recoil. This time they didn't care if they hit or not in front of them, and immediately began to aim and load for the third reset, and the speed of gunfire preparation has reached its extreme. Historically, the elite artillery of the French army used the Napoleon gun in the front smoothbore to make 3 shells in a minute, and Luochan's improved casting steel cannon imitated by the Napoleon can only be used in the hands of the half-baked artillery. The results of 4 rounds in 3 minutes, the speed of reset and loading are much slower, but this is also enough to deal with the Denton coalition on the opposite side. The stalking coalition that had just been hit by a round of shells has fallen into chaos, and the stunning personal command is now useless. The coalition forces are terrified by the terrorist shelling, fleeing in all directions, but they are crowded with each other. It is impossible to go anywhere, only the soldiers who depend on the outside are likely to escape. However, the soldiers on the periphery were not attacked by artillery fire. They only heard a loud noise from the Han tribe, and there was a riot from the Chinese army. However, what happened, they couldn't see it at all, or because there were too many people. Therefore, there is no mature command system in the stroke. He couldn't even command his army. The second round of whizzing shells flew into the chaotic coalition again, and the iron bounced by the high-pressure flames began to ram between the horses, and a bloody alley was born in the army. Countless screams and frightened shouts sounded at the impending coalition forces. Dozens of shells destroyed the impending coalition forces like a plow. This time, due to the intense operation of the artillery, the angle of the projectile was not right, and the shells flew directly towards the coalition forces. After hitting from the front of the rough camp, he quickly rushed out of the side of the array again, hitting a slanting bloody alley in the huge array. This time the soldiers on the outside finally realized what. Looking at the bloody alley from the shells around me, you can see the front row of the army formation at a glance, and all the people and vehicles along the way are turned into powder. The outlying soldiers were also shocked. They finally knew what happened just now. It turned out that the rumbling noise of the Han tribe was attacking them. Seeing such a tragic scene, the soldiers on the periphery were also frightened, and even busy escaping. The people of the Han tribe had been beaten so badly before they saw it. Wouldn't it be that they didn't even die? Besides, many of them were supposed to be intimidated to beat the open source county of the Han tribe. They thought about their own crowds. Even if they really hit, they don't have to get their turn to rush to the front. When the time comes, they will wait to defeat the Han tribe. You can grab some good things back to Kaiwan County. Many people came with this idea, but now they are so miserable by the Han tribe, who will continue to have this unrealistic dream. They are all awakened by powerful artillery, so they run away. The formation of the periphery is scattered, and the Chinese army facing the artillery fire inside began to escape without thinking. The defeat has been determined, and even the leaders of the small tribes can't stop it. They rashly stopped them from escaping. They will even be attacked by the rebels on their own side. Many small tribal leaders were directly killed when they communicated the instructions. Seeing that the enemy's array is getting scattered, the artillery on the Han tribe's side has made enough efforts to start loading bombs. In order to obtain greater lethality and farther range, all gun position loading has begun to use twice as much medicine. An ordinary solid iron bomb, used to obtain a greater killing effect. The third round of artillery fire was quickly prepared. In a burst of rumbling loud noises, the enemy formation opposite has been completely dispersed. Numerous coalition fighters are fleeing wildly around, but at this time the shells are coming again, flying into their camp again. Dozens of Bloodbeards recovered the fleeing coalition forces, and the enemy saw that the Han tribe's attack was not over. They all thought that what they were worried about finally happened, so scared that they would not dare to stay in place and rush to escape to the periphery or back. The artillery of the Han tribe finally stopped. The artillery sound over there was just over. Chai Duo had already carried his own 1,000 or more cavalry, and more than 15,000 herdsmen adapted their troops, together towards the impersonation. The defeated army rushed over, and the now emerging coalition is simply a falling dog. The blood slaughter did not catch the opportunity to run forward, and could only take the 2,000 people of his Tiger Benway to stay in the Chinese army. Who let him command the artillery battle just now? Who will stay if he does not stay? The Tiger Benway also happened to be used to protect artillery and artillery. On the side of Suryata, not far away from the battlefield, he just heard the scout report in the back, saying that the Han tribe had dispatched a mysterious and powerful secret weapon. The two sides had already met before they met, and they had already beaten the people over there. The loss of the horse is so heavy that it is as powerful as God's punishment. The Han tribe is well equipped and advanced in technology. These Suri pictures are absolutely convinced. The Han tribe has a great chance to win. This is also believed. In Susita's view this time, in fact, the best result is that with its super strength, the Han tribe has hardened the popular naval tactics for a while. After huge losses have occurred, it will take the initiative to run back to the city. His chance will come by then. By that time, whether it was to follow the up and attack the open source city, or to attack the rebuilt army to rescue the Han tribe, he could discuss the benefits given by both sides and strive to maximize the benefits. But now a group of scouts tell themselves that the Han tribe has not yet started to fight, and it has been unable to defeat the Bang by a few fairy-like tricks? Isn't this nonsense? If this is the case, how does he play this time? Suryatu, who did not want to believe the facts, personally brought hundreds of soldiers to the front line of the battlefield to investigate the situation. As a result, when he came, he just saw the third round of artillery fire from the Han tribe, and the person who had indeed been beaten overturned, and even has begun to flee in fear. The Han tribe also launched a general attack after 3 rounds of artillery. Susitu was also frightened by the strange attack of the Han tribe in front of him, but seeing that the Han tribe had already launched the first general attack, and the coalition forces on the other side had also collapsed, he was even more anxious. The previous strategy can't be used. Now the only remedy is to help the Han tribe chase down the falling water dog, so that they can explain to the Han tribe the reason why they have led tens of thousands of troops. If this matter is not explained, it is estimated that the Han tribe will write down a small book in the future. At that time, it will not be possible to buy more materials from the Han tribe. That is an unknown. So Susitu immediately sent people back to the army in the rear, and let them come with their respective tribes. The final decisive battle has arrived. Now that the impersonation has been defeated, he will be completely killed, so that the entire grassland will be left with the powerful force of the Han tribe except him. More voice. This is already the result of the most benefits that Suritu can think of in the current state. Nearly 20,000 cavalry troops on the Han tribe dispatched together, and the horseshoes with iron palms stepped on the grassland to make a rumbling thunder. Tens of thousands of cavalry carried the trend of destroying the earth, and the rolling dust was rolling behind. The broken army pressed over. The distance of 1 kilometer is very suitable for cavalry speeding, not to mention that the Han tribe is almost full of battalions. Such a big movement is hard to see if it is invisible. his coalition has just defeated in those few rounds of inexplicable artillery fire. Now the Han tribe has killed him again. He has only two options, either to escape or to organize troops and Han tribe versus. However, the current defeated soldiers did not listen to his command at all, and the massive attacks by the Han tribe scared them even more. It is the consciousness that the number of people is dominant without their own side. Instead, they run faster. Kill one person and give the Lord, and the decayer will be upgraded to 3 levels in a row. Give me a rush. In the forefront of the rumbling tens of thousands of cavalry, the commander of Qian Niuwei made Chai Duo's legs stand upright on the stirrup, pulling the reins with one hand, holding a 2-half horse in one hand, and screaming at the soldiers around him. Kill the upset, rise to the third lord, rush. The sound of the rumbling horseshoes is getting closer and closer, and he stumbled to mobilize the army to hopelessly, and immediately turned with the soldiers around him and ran away. Tens of thousands of people shouted his name together, so scared that he didn't even dare to wait for a moment. No one needs to translate him. He knows that there is absolutely no other good words besides letting him die. 1000 Niuwei Ajao rushed with me, and the left wing of Plow was out of the left wing, stopping the way. As the distance between the two sides got closer and closer, Chai Duo also saw the situation on the opposite side, and even made urgent arrangements. After hearing the order, the heralds around him immediately sounded the military number and waved the flag in his hand to command the army. After hearing the order, the left-wing Qian Plow and other tribes of Han immediately led their armor-light riding out of the large army and copied towards the banging retreat. At the next moment, when the distance between the two sides is less than 200 meters, Chai Duo took the lead in pulling out a black cloth around his waist, blindfolded on the horse's face with one hand, and blindfolded both horses. Get up! The horse of war lost vision, was terrified in his heart, and immediately entered a state of shock. Under him, he was running wildly, and instantly raised the speed of the horse to the extreme. The soldiers behind them have a kind of learning, and they also cover their faces. The speed of the entire army has suddenly increased. The speed and momentum of the shock are even more frightened by the enemy. Chai Duo tied the helmet and the rope was loose, and a few clamor-leaf frictions sounded. Several layers of armor that were originally folded in the forehead fell immediately, protecting his entire face, leaving only 2 eyes stared at the enemy in front. At the next moment, Qian Niuwei's heavy armored cavalry entered the stunning defeat. The Han Jun is here, run! Chai Duo took the lead and rushed with unmatched momentum. The defeated army opposite fired more than a dozen arrows on him, but all were blocked by steel armor. Then, he leaned over and lay on the horse. The horse in his hand stepped up under his armpit, and the horse under his seat took him to the front bravely. In an instant, the 5 or 6 enemies in front were tied into a string, all of which were stabbed to the ground by the horse. The firewood that has fallen into the enemy line has no chance to retract the long horse, simply pull out the long knife hanging on the saddle and rush forward again. The soldiers beside Chai Duo also feared that their master would have lost something, waving the short riding gun in his hand, and bravely following around Chai Duo. Bloody gowns, shiny iron armor, cold-cooled steel knives, Mori Lin's spear, and several different color hooks woven a grand picture. As soon as they moved forward, they hit the invincible enemy forces. Fly up and down the steel knife, bring up a piece of blood, and kill the earth with a head rolling. Countless corpses stepped into minced meat under tens of thousands of iron hoofs. The terrifying trend was even more frightening the enemy. No one dared to do it, urging their own rides to escape. On the other side, the light armored cavalry carried by Qian Plow also caught up with the escape. The two sides quickly approached in a horizontal direction. The Hanjia cavalry on this side has also raised a composite short bow with hair. They don't need the above command at all. As long as the opportunity is right, they themselves start to shoot arrows at the enemy. At the next moment, the teams of the two sides approached and began to shoot back at each other. The battlefield was like flying locusts. Countless arrows flew between the two cavalry. However, because the Han tribe was all iron armor, good defense, and the quality of the bow and arrow are also higher than that of the bang, the damage between the two sides pulled away at once. On the main battlefield on the other side, just as Chai Duo took Qian Niuwei to just kill the defeated army, there was a shocking cry of killing in the northeast. Suritu also rushed into the battlefield with 10,000 cavalry. Chapter 720 Persuasion by Artillery, 4,400 chapters. The mass army of Suriatu is also very distinctive. They all wear hats made of fur and are used as identification signs for the enemy. In terms of weapons and equipment, Suriatu's army is also the worst among the three forces this time. The Han tribe is full of red robes and silver armor, and the bamboo armor is not in the minority. On the other side of Suriatu, the best is the skin armor, bamboo armor and iron armor are completely extravagant, even Susitu himself is just a layer of armor. Their weapons stayed in the age of bones and stone tools. The arrows used were mostly wolf teeth and arrows. The spears were also milled with stones or bones. The short weapons were mainly stone axes, and the harps were rarely seen. However, although their equipment is poor, the combat method is unique, and unlike the group charge that the Han tribe is good at, they can use it as a guerrilla tactic. First use a team of nails, and the soldiers with better weapons go to the front. Waiting to attract the attention of the enemy army, it starts to run out, and then the other teams divide and surround. Finally, a small enemy was killed by group beatings. In this way, a part is drawn up, a part is eaten, and the defeated army of the impersonating coalition is constantly being eaten. It's impossible to be positive and hard, just to break their equipment. If you go hard, you can't even get there, let alone the Han tribe's defensive and perverted armor. After successfully catching the fire here, Susitu also ran to the Han army's flag under the protection of his own soldiers, but he was immediately stopped by the soldiers of Chai Duo before he arrived. Susitu had to shout loudly outside. In front of the generals of the Han tribe, I brought 10,000 soldiers to help you. Chai Duo frowned, but the armor on his helmet covered his face tightly, only 2 eyes, and it was normal not to be recognized. But you can't see the big banner around you, is it blind? It is estimated that this guy is also half understood about the official positions of the army on the side of the Han tribe. Chai Duo did not have general knowledge with him, and hurriedly glanced at the battlefield situation. Chai Duo immediately ordered, "Chen Niawei attack the enemy formation with me." The dispersed enemy was resolved by Susitu. Afterwards, the Han tribe gave him its own benefits. The heralds around him quickly ran to the periphery and shouted the order of Chai Duo to Suryatu. Suritu was not verbose, and immediately turned back to command. The purpose of his coming here is actually very simple. He is mainly limited by the difficulty of communication. He personally ran here to tell the Han army that he came with people. He fought for a while and looked at it. He hurt the friendly army by mistake. In addition, I really brought someone to help this time. Don't wait for the face to turn and don't recognize people. Such a careful thought, how could Chai Duo not see it? So he immediately issued an order that was not an order. In fact, it was to show the attitude of the Han tribe. You came, okay, I know. A small episode passed, and the tripartite forces moved again. Chai Duo took Qian Nai away and rushed back into the crash of the Takashi side. Suritu cooperated with the Han tribe this time, and he fought even more smoothly. The Han tribe came to shock and divide. They came to surround the cannibalism. Many impromptu coalition forces have been successively baptized by artillery fire, coupled with the impact of the Han tribe's heavy armor cavalry. Now the Han tribe has another 10,000 thugs, some just surrounded by Suri's tutu, facing countless spears and arrows simply surrendered. Such a situation makes Susitu very happy. It is cheap to pick up in vain. Although the Han tribe will definitely come to him to ask for prisoners of war, it does not mean that he cannot hide a part of it first. After all, he pulled 10,000 people. There is no war damage, and the losses that occurred are just used to make up for them. As the fighting continued, the resistance of the coalition forces became lower and lower, and almost all that could run away had already run away. Those who could not run away could only continue to face the threat of artillery and the impact of the Han tribe. Many soldiers directly chose to dismount the horses surrendered. They had no deep hatred with the Han tribe, and even had a lot of good things from Kayuan City. Coming to fight with the Han tribe was also deceived by profiteering and coercion. There is only one way to go on now. After seeing other soldiers surrender to the Han tribe, they were not killed. They simply surrendered. Even if they will be treated as slaves in the future, they will die better than they are now. Due to the relatively small number of people on this side of the Han tribe, they had to hand over the surrendered prisoners of war to the herdsmen and soldiers who surrendered them. They first handed over their weapons and horses and drove them together. In this way, they wanted to run. Can't run, after all, people can't run a war horse anymore. In another small battlefield not far away, a team of thousands of people is still forming around resistance. They put the vehicle outside and put it in a circle. The herdsman cavalry who voted for Han really couldn't take them for a while. Chai Duo led the army to kill a few times. Seeing the overall situation here, he immediately planned a small grass slope to observe the entire battlefield. As a result, he saw the round car array surrounded by the Han army at a glance. There are about 2,000 soldiers wearing bamboo and armor. The spear made of firecrackers was tied to resist the impact of the Han army. These people even equipped with a lot of bamboo shields, used to resist the arrow of the Han army. Without guessing, I knew that this must be the group of people sent by the Xian tribe. Chai Duo sneered and immediately sent someone back to the camp, let him pull an artillery, and then ran to the round with his own soldiers. The herdsman who threw the Chinese around the circle saw the flag of Chai Duo and immediately divided away to get him closer. Chai Duo Zima came to the battlefield. As soon as the soldiers of the Xian tribe saw a big man on the side of the Han tribe, they immediately shot him with arrows, but the bamboo arrows of the bronze arrows were shot on his sophisticated fish scale. On the armor, it just made a few bangs, and no arrow could stay on it, and all of them were rebounded. Chai Duo didn't care, yelling at it. The Han tribe heavenly army has arrived. You haven't laid down your arms and surrendered immediately. Are you waiting for the penalty? Most Xian tribe fighters still do not understand Chinese, but the leader of this team can understand it. It is ridiculous to say that the commander of this team sent by the Xian tribe is still the original one. After Niu Wei was secretly arrested, his men were also arrested. Some people directly chose to surrender the forces of the commanders. They sold the tail without hesitation, and some insisted on defending the interests of the tail. Will not cooperate. These people are tribal elites who have been to the grassland with Niu Wei, and later lived with him in the Han tribe for more than a year. They are not only familiar with the 3 languages, but also with the division of grassland forces and the Han tribe. Many, so it became the best commander. After hearing the word Tianjun, the leader was also terrified and trembling. He was the Tianjun who had seen them. The soldiers in iron clothes and armed with steel knives were indeed invincible. But this is not an inability to confront. What really scares them is the inexplicable mysterious attack just now. Do you want to surrender? In fact, he wanted to surrender himself. After all, he was originally a boneless person. If he had the guts, he would not surrender directly to Xian. But he can't be the master now. Even if he said he would surrender, the 2,000 soldiers around him would not listen to him, nor would he look at the group of people around him. This time, Zinzen was assigned to him by the clan of several command elders. They represent the interests of Xian and the clan of several elders. They are a group of dead-hard elements who are least willing to be occupied by the Han tribe of Bamboo Island. I want to fight with the Han tribe to die, now let them surrender. How is it possible? Should we surrender? The leader's bull tail tried to ask the elders of several clans. Surrender? How is it possible? Don't you know what the Han tribe wants to do to us? If we were willing to surrender, what would we do here? Just wait directly for the Han tribe to occupy on Bamboo Island. A clan elder in his 30s shouted loudly, and immediately resonated with the young and strong people around him. The leading bulltail immediately stopped. Anyway, it was also a death if he didn't surrender. He simply stepped out and heard him grumpy against several clan elders. Didn't you hear what the Han just said? Didn't you see how powerful the Han tribe's army is? Awesome. Why is it so powerful that you can't break through our car array? You're not talking too much because the barbarians in the grasslands are too timid, and they waste so many good things from our Xian tribe in vain. They even started to escape without hitting them. It's all waste. Another clan elder scolded loudly. Nyoshi's men choked and were speechless. Are you stupid? Don't you know why those barbarians escaped? Why didn't you see the 1,000 people just now? Do you still want to continue to bear the punishment of the Han tribe? Can you stop it? His swearing immediately made several clan elders dumb, no matter how reluctant they were to admit it. The fact is that, if it wasn't the inexplicable attack just now, how could the coalition forces on their side fail first? Just as several high-level executives of the Xian tribe were still holding each other, there was also a horseshoe sound behind Chai Duo. Everyone turned their heads and looked at it. It turned out that the artillery pulled from the camp arrived. The field gun car is actually a car group, composed of an ammunition car and a gun car. It is led in 2 rows of 6 horses in front of it. There are also 7 or 8 gunmen riding horses around, running all the way towards the Xian tribe ran over here. Chai Duo immediately gave them a road, ordered them to pull the artillery directly to the round line of the Xian tribe, and then immediately began to unload the car, adjust the gun position, and load the ammunition. In the front circle, everyone in the Xian tribe saw such a big guy from the Han tribe, and they couldn't help but change their faces. Even if they didn't know what it was, they absolutely understood that this was the weapon used by the Han tribe to deal with them. It should be used to destroy their car array. Anyway, no matter what, it will definitely not be the guy who cooks for them. The silver shiny gun body shone in the morning sun, and the fool can see the material of that thing. 7 or 8 strong men can only push together in the car. You can imagine the weight of that thing. Such a 100-pound iron guy doesn't believe it if he was killed by a weapon. Clan elders can't help but scold. Niang, the Han tribe is rich. Such a good iron is so ruined that it is actually used to make such a strange thing. However, the former Han tribe gunners did not care about this. They immediately unloaded the gunner as soon as they were ordered, and then shoved to 100 meters in front of the round array. Then they began to sackle the barrel of the gun, loaded with gunpowder and shells. But the wood next to them looked at them and immediately stopped the way. Slow down. Several artillery soldiers were stunned, and they didn't know what Chai Duo had to do. Is your chain bomb not far away? Back to the command. The chain bomb is double charged with a range of up to 600 or 700 meters. Now it is 100 meters away from the target and can be hit. The instructor in charge of the gun immediately replied, "Well, change bombs, I haven't seen chain bombs hit people yet." Chai Duo immediately understated the order. As soon as the artillery were stunned, several eyes immediately showed bloodthirsty light. They had been shooting for so long, and they had never really fired at people. Even the rounds just hit, because of the distance. For too far reasons, they can't see the actual effect of death and injury, and now they finally wait for this opportunity. Fortunately, the shells had not been stuffed, and several gunners did not use extra moves, and directly stuffed a fixed charge column into it. Then someone dragged a 20-pound chain bomb from the ammunition car next to them. The shells were stuffed into the gun barrel. The people of the Xin tribe in the opposite car array couldn't help but be horrified. Just now, the man carried 2 big iron balls and stuffed them into the iron pipe. Isn't that what can throw the iron ball in front of them? Is this the kind of God punishment weapon used by the Han tribe just now? After the artillery was loaded, the gunner poured bulk gunpowder in the flint pond at the back, pulled the flint machine, hung the string, and then stood ready to launch at any time. Chai Duo immediately stepped forward again, standing next to the artillery and yelling at the Xin tribe soldiers in the car array. "I will give you one last chance to lay down your weapons and surrender, otherwise you will be allowed to taste the power of punishment. As soon as this device rings, it will make you wait for the broken bones, and there will be no burial place to die. It turns into powder, or it does not fall. I surrender. I surrender. Are you blind?" The man said they would be fined again. "Do you want to become a pool of minced meat on the spot? Don't drag everyone down if you want to die." The man in Niue immediately threw the weapon in his hand outside the car array and shouted himself in Chinese to surrender. When he saw the elders of several clans around him, he immediately scolded. At this time, Suryata's task of gathering in pawns was almost done. Seeing that the Han tribe's flag was standing here, he quickly ran over, so he saw the scene in front of him. The 2,000 Xin tribe soldiers in the car array still refused to surrender, and the Han pulled a strange iron tube around them, not knowing what the two sides were doing. The eyes under Chai Duoduo's armor swept through Suryatu, and it was not stopped to see him run over, and he looked at the Xin tribe fighter who still refused to surrender in the car array. He gently raised his arm, and then swept down, and slammed down, fired. At the next moment, there was a loud noise, the earth was trembling, and the entire Surimap was stunned. I saw a flash of fire and pungent light in the big iron bucket in the car next to Tsetouo. White smoke, and suddenly something rushed out of the big iron bucket at an incredible speed, whistled towards the Xin tribe's car array. Suddenly, a horrible impact and scream came out of the car array. 2 20-pound iron balls, under the guidance of the iron chain, rushed into the car array. The most peripheral wooden carriage was beaten to the powder on the spot, and countless wood residues flew into the sky. The soldiers in the car were shattered by a weapon that could not be captured by the naked eye. Chapter 721 Pursuit, Subscription, Law. The artillery made a loud noise, frightening all the horses around who had never seen the power of the cannon. Suryatu's horses are no exception. He raised his front hooves and made a burst of hissing. Fortunately, this guy had a good riding look. His legs were tightly clamped with the belly of the horse. He was holding the reins in his hand before finally controlling the horses, and then looked at the artillery around Chai Duo for a while, afraid. It is this strange thing, its power is so terrible. Just for a moment, the car array opposite has been beaten by artillery. I saw that in the circle formed by the original carriage, the two cars directly opposite the muzzle have been beaten into wood chips, and the soldiers behind those two cars have blanked a line at this time. The effect of the damage was that 200 or 300 people died on the spot, including the clan elders standing at the front, but the one with the tail, because timidity lie on the ground in advance to escape a fatal blow. The chain bomb roared forward like an electric fan off the main axis, penetrated the front carriage, went out of a human flesh, and finally flew out of the carriage behind, just a blow, and completely the circle is penetrated, and the power is not terrible. Many people at the scene were shocked and stunned on the spot. Even those soldiers of the Han tribe, including several artillery soldiers, also saw the damage effect of the artillery at close range for the first time. Invincible, the Han army is mighty. After the dead silence, Chai Duo suddenly raised his sword to the sky and shouted his arm. The surrounding Han army immediately woke up. "Yeah, this weapon is ours, that is afraid of a hare, and with this thing in the future, the Han army is really invincible," so the slogan of Chai Duo immediately get a response. All the countless Chinese troops around them raised their weapons and shouted along with the slogan of the general. "Invincible, the Han army is mighty. Those who commit strong men, although far away they will be punished." Bloodstained spears and steel knives shine in the morning sun, like a sea of steel. Numerous Han army shouts come together into a voice that echoes for a long time on the vast grassland. Susetu and his soldiers were all scared, not only the shock brought by the power of artillery, but also the kind of reluctantness of the Han tribe army, who dared to fight any strong enemy in the world. It seems to have become synonymous with the Han tribe. Susetu's mind seemed to have a voice, haunting his brain. Give up your ideas, the Han tribe cannot overcome. On the other side, surrounded by thousands of armored cavalry in the middle of the Xian tribe position, the courage of the remaining soldiers was finally captured by this momentum of the Han army. The power of artillery was shocked, the deaths and injuries of countless relatives and friends, plus those firm anti-Han. The old death of the clan left less than 2,000 soldiers finally had a common voice: surrender. The Xian tribe sent a total of about 3,000 troops this time. It was directly defeated by 1,000 in the first round of artillery fire. Just now, it was hit by a greasy face. The number of people who surrendered was only 1,600. More good people. As for those seriously injured who were wiped by shells and lacked their arms and legs, basically there is no possibility of cure. With the surrender of the Xian tribe, the overall situation on the front battlefield has been completely stabilized. In addition to the escaped enemies, the rest will either be killed or choose to surrender to the Han tribe. Chai Duo immediately divided 5,000 to the Han herdsmen to gather and drop the pawns, and let them send themselves to recover the livestock brought by the Takashi coalition forces. Anyway, there are tens of thousands of animals, which are all loot. After assigning the task, Chai Duo took Susetu to the Han barracks, and told the blood slaughter as soon as he met. Slaughter commander, I've been killing thousands of times in a row. The soldier horses have no spare. Let me leave the guard city defense in camp. You can take Hu Benwei with a light right to chase and kill. This time, you must not let him run again. Okay, I can't ask for it. The blood slaughter was happy when he heard it. Although he was in command at the battalion, he just dropped a few shots across the long distance. Although it was also a great effort, there was no real slash on the battlefield. He has now let him chase down the bang. Of course he is 100 willing. But when you saw the Suraizo picture that followed, the blood butcher eyes turned immediately, and suddenly came a sentence: Chief Suraizo, would you like to take the soldiers with this command? Ah, willing, go together, go together. Suryatu was watching the dozens of artillery pieces in front of the Han army stunned, and suddenly heard the blood butcher's question, immediately woke up and even nodded like a chick pecking rice. Just kidding, these dozens of cannons go to this pendulum, who dares to say half a word, and does not see how bad the coalition forces just lost just now. If this comes to his army for a few rounds, then there are still a few people left. The big battalion changed defense, the Qian Niuwei left behind the organization to work in the aftermath, and the full-bodied 2,000 Tiger Guards with 7,000 shepherds and light cavalry, as well as the 10,000 army of Suzuta, chased again in the direction of Venture Escape. On the south side of the battlefield, dozens of miles of ups and downs have been sweating. There is an arrow on his left arm, and he is playing a 12-point riding level to ride the horse. The soldiers behind him follow. The Han tribe's 8,000 light cavalry also kept chasing and kept shooting arrows at his coalition. Looking back at the facelessly, when the army of 60,000 was accompanied by a moment, the entire grassland was in the same limelight, and as a result, he roasted a leg of sheep. He came to a fiasco, and fled to his base camp in awkwardness. He fled with him, and at most there were 10,000 people at a glance. He didn't know how to explain to the women of those tribes after going back. The Han army behind him was clamoring, and some people suddenly accelerated, firing a few arrows at his banner. The bang was getting cooler and cooler. Just now his godson Dalantai was lucky enough to escape the cannon and escorted him away in advance. As a result, he was halfway through the escape. He was shot dead by a group of unknown Han pawns because he blocked the arrow. A dozen arrows in the body were shot alive into a hedgehog. The most annoying thing is that the Han army who shot him was the grassland herdsman who joined the Han tribe last year. I don't understand it when I'm here. They are all herdsmen on the grassland. Why are these people so willing to sell their lives for the Han tribe? But when he was thinking so much, there was a lot of people chasing the dust again at the horizon behind him. So fast. When he was in his heart, he giggled, and he didn't have to think about knowing that the Han army was chasing behind him. On the battlefield just now, the coalition has been beaten by the mysterious attacks of the Han tribe. What he just didn't expect was that there were tens of thousands of people over there, and the Han tribe actually solved it so quickly. Chapter 722 Huge Results, Subscription. I have a long time to know that I can't stop now. As long as I stop, I will definitely be surrounded by the superior troops of the latter Han tribe. By then, I will really die. But the thousands of Han tribe light cavalry around me are so annoying, biting him. It's really disgusting tight. After a little thought, Fengtan immediately had an idea and decided to divide the 3,000 palaces again, blocking the chasing soldiers for the rest of the army, and others fled first. But he is not stupid. It is impossible to use his own people to send his life, and after looking around for a week, the Xian tribe's camp has not followed at all, but there are many people from the Snowfield Wolf tribe. More importantly, the leader is not yet there. Whether it is dead or escaped, it does not matter. The important thing is to find a way to use them for a wave. When I came up with my idea, I immediately said to the soldiers around me. The soldiers immediately left the team and leaned towards the Snowfield Wolf department, and then shouted at them. Our leader is surrounded by the Han army. Everyone will go with me to rescue the leader. The warriors of the Snowfield Wolf tribe will follow me. When the surrounding Snowfield Wolf fighters heard it, they were immediately stunned and immediately looked around to find their leaders. As a result, they saw that the circle of people was really gone, so immediately a group of leaders' death loyalty responded to the call. The pro-military turned his head straight and chased towards the Han tribe behind. The soldiers of the Snowfield Wolf tribe looked back and didn't understand what was going on, but they saw many of the same races turn around and ran back. They followed the vaguely without the idea of breaking away from the big army. In the large army that fled in front, the leader of the Snowfield with an arrow in the back saw his team suddenly turn around to block the chasing of the Han tribe, and heard the soldiers around him yelling to rescue the leader. He was so angry that he spewed in old blood. The weak lying on the horse's back passed out. Before closing my eyes, I kept yelling, "Dash me, dash me." 3,000 Snowfield Wolf soldiers were fooled behind by stunning soldiers to block chasing soldiers. Although the number was less than half of the Han tribe chasing soldiers, it also caused them a lot of trouble. After 1,000 people, the remaining 2,000 soldiers were forced to surrender. As a result, the chasing soldiers of the Han tribe had to share a part of them to look at the prisoners of war, and when they wanted to continue their pursuit, there was a shadow on the grassland. Thousands of light rides chased dozens of miles, people were tired, and they lost their targets. 1,000 sheep had to order the army to rest in place, treat the wounded, and gather the pawns and horses. After waiting for more than half an hour, the blood slaughter also chased with nearly 20,000 people, and dropped a lot of corpses along the way. They did not run away. Unfortunately, they caught up and looked up, but they didn't see it at all. The shadow of the bang. The blood slaughter learned about the situation, and suddenly scolded, and threw the whip violently. In the end, he had to lead the soldiers back to the camp. Without logistics supplies, the army could not chase and kill hundreds of miles. This is unrealistic. So, Hu Benwei took the tens of thousands of light rides of the Han tribe, as well as the gathered pawns and the 10,000 horses of Suryatu. Nearly 30,000 people rushed back all the way, converging the weapons and corpses on the road. Those alive, the horses were also chased back. These are important loot. I was busy until the afternoon, and the blood slaughter returned to the camp with the army. On the positive battlefield in Kaiwan County, where it has also been wiped out, after the weapons and horses were collected, the remaining corpses were carried by prisoners of war. Prisoners of war without horses and weapons are simply impossible to escape. Some people want to run, but on this horseshoe, they can't run a few steps at all, and they will be caught up by the cavalry of the Han tribe. Either shoot back alive with a horse lever, and finally pull a whip in front of other prisoners of war to tell them the consequences of escape. Kaiwan County reopened the city gate, and the women and children in the city laughed away. They won a powerful enemy. Their homes were kept, and sacrifices were still within acceptable limits. After the war losses and seizures of the two sides were counted, and the big guys in the open source county were again shocked by the gains of this war. The Han tribe cut 13,621 enemy troops, collected 289,72 pawns, seized 76,854 horses, 837 double cars, 18,561 cattle and sheep, and 18,349 copper weapons, without arrows. This is not counted as those who have been trampled on, or the bones bombed by artillery are gone. After all, a lot of minced meat cannot be counted at all. The results of the battle are only relatively intact corpses, even if there is a skull. Forget it. Looking back at the Han tribe itself, after a war of tens of thousands of people, the casualties were less than 2,000, of which more than 60 were killed by thousands of cattle and guards, and no one was injured by Hu Benwei. The rest were those who returned to the Han herdsmen. There were few deaths and injuries. Most of them were not serious arrow injuries. They had the opportunity to be treated. However, compared with the huge seizure, this war damage is nothing. A group of big guys looked at the final data and couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha, we have lost so little, thanks to the armor distributed by the leader. Che Duo immediately laughed and said, newly distributed weapons are also good. Those anti-composite composite bows, whether they are powerful or have a range, can fully crush the enemy's bows and arrows, which gives us a huge advantage. Chen Yanji Plao also praised happily. I think the greatest credit for this battle is still on the head of the artillery. When I cleaned the battlefield, I saw that at least 8 or 9,000 people died under the shells. If it wasn't for several rounds of artillery, it caused huge losses to the enemy. Before the war, we took the enemy's momentum first. We really have a hard time making such a result. Kaiwan County's County Eagle show also came out of the city and discussed with several military gangsters. The Eagle County Guard said that this artillery is indeed the first priority. No one can deny it. It is blunt or our leader is powerful. Staying behind can make us decide to be better than 1,000 miles. I want to say that the greatest credit is not the leader. The blood slaughter didn't fight in battle, but the first few rounds of artillery were directed by him. Now that he talks about artillery, he naturally wants to blow a few more words, otherwise it seems that he didn't do anything. It's uncomfortable. Ha 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 ha, the slaughter commander is right, or our leader is well led, otherwise we will not be able to fight such results today. But I want to remind you now, should we give back to the leader? It is estimated that the leader is still worried about the war on our side. One more thing, how to support the sacrificed soldiers, how to reward the meritorious soldiers, how to deal with the tens of thousands of pawns collected, and the tens of thousands of horses. This is not a small number. Let's ask the leader how to deal with these seizures. And although this battle was seized, it ran away the most important offense. How can we explain to the leader? What should I do next? Is it recuperating or continuing to chase and kill? I think we still give the leader a request for instructions. Eagle Roe reminded everyone. Yes, joint name. I am also jointly named. Ha ha ha, alas, hopes that the leader will not punish me in the face of seizure. Chapter 723 Han Tribe Dump, Subscription. The newspaper letter and the list of sacrificed fighters were quickly sent to Hanyang City with flying eagles. When the flying eagle arrived, it was only in the middle of the next day. However, Luo Chong had explained in advance. If it was a letter from the flying eagle, no matter what, when you want to show yourself for the first time, after all, the place where the flying eagle needs to be used is basically too far away from the Han tribe. In the middle of the night, the messenger came to Luo Chong's house with a stone lamp. The guards at the door informed the maid, and the maid went to wake Luo Chong again. Hearing the war report of Kaiwan County, Luo Chong ran out in a underwear and quickly browsed the content at the light. Luo Kontan was happy at the table and yelled at the little official outside the door. Immediately transmit the short message and post it to the counties and townships of the Han tribe. Yes. The little official laughed at Yin Kai and took the Jija to the side to copy. Come here, commend the foundry, and each worker of the casting cannon will send an extra month's salary as a reward. Let them make persistent efforts, and strive to make better weapons in the future. Yes, the leader is at ease. Another guard took the lead. Luo Chong couldn't sit down excitedly and wandered around the house for 2 laps. It wasn't until Zhan Fu came to him and put a coat on him. He gradually calmed down and then took the letter to the study for careful approval. The huge results made Luo Zhua happy, but he was not blinded by the temporary victory. The most important enemy escaped. Tens of thousands of prisoners of war were waiting for placement. The sacrificed soldiers were waiting for the shirts, and the seizure of the C volume was also waiting for him to distribute. After thinking carefully, Luo Chong immediately wrote a reply letter with a pen. The Han tribe has set up several counties this year. Labor is required to participate in construction everywhere, and it is even more necessary to mobilize the population to go to the real side. Since the war in the grassland has sounded, it cannot stop at the end of the tiger. Trouble continues. Thinking about it, Luo Chong simply wrote a statute for the transformation of prisoners of war, and directly calculated more than 20,000 prisoners according to slaves. It is not in the interest of the Han tribe. Luo Zhuang asked for the population, not a group of slaves, so he finally decided, directly reorganize the prisoners of war into a temporary army, and use more than 20,000 prisoners of war to continue in risky operations, so that even if the war is dead, it is really a good way for both worlds. The soldiers and tribes who died in this war all paid funeral expenses to support the military according to the previously established standards. The Han tribe paid to raise the children of the martyrs into adulthood, and the children had the right to inherit the father's title. If the father had no title before his death, give the 2-level title to the orphan. The title cannot continue hereditary. In addition, a group of medicinal materials and doctors were mobilized to the front to heal the injured soldiers. As for those who are seriously injured and disabled, all of them are retired and returned home. The tribe will give them the title and assign work according to their merits. The sacrificed herdsman also gave the lord to the orphans. The Han tribe paid funeral expenses, and the long-term pension was gone. However, several cattle and sheep could be compensated at once. Anyway, they were all seized. No one was given to them. At the same time, the families of the herdsmen who sacrificed can also obtain a pasture officially delineated by the Han tribe, which can be used by their orphans for life, but after the death of their children, the Han tribe also has the right to recover the right to use. As for those whose children do not want to graze, they can also choose to migrate to the interior. The Han tribe will be compassionate according to the treatment of other farming people. And the guy in Suryatu, who is not part of the Han tribe, can give him some loot. In response to this aspect, Luo Chong also deliberately explained that hundreds of carriages seized can be given to him, and none of the copper weapons seized can be given. However, the Han tribe can exchange some iron pots and kitchen knives. It is impossible for him, but the Han tribe can also promise to use white salt for exchange. If Susato proposes other conditions, it will disagree. As for the 28,972 prisoners of war, they will be directly reformed to explain the facts and cause the consequences today. They are completely deceiving them. They are risking to take them to death. In short, they want to buckle all the black pots on the impostor, and do not accept any rebuttal. Those who are willing to accept the adaptation can temporarily become warriors of the Han tribe. The Han tribe promised to send troops with the best weapons, lead them to find a chance to get justice, grab their own wives, children, and livestock, and then join the Han tribe. A good herdsman under the Han tribe, or they themselves willing to migrate to other counties and counties of the Han tribe. The Han tribe also agreed. Those who do not want to accept the adaptation, send them to build walls, build roads, move bricks, dig rivers, dig coal, and some work to let them do it. Let's go to labor reform for a few years. In this way, you can also replace some coal digging workers in Dongwai County. Those who have worked for multiple years have wanted to go to other counties and counties to plant land at ease. The newly established counties also need a real population. You can directly migrate the replaced population. The tens of thousands of war horses seized, in addition to replacing the lost war horses, the rest are also used to equip the adapted descending pawns. It must be a long-distance strike to find justice. The 20,000 army each has at least 2 horses. It is 40,000 war horses, and it seems that there are not many seized. The remaining horses have to choose excellent varieties to continue to breed in Kaiwan County, and all the others are transported to various counties and counties of the Han tribe to support tribal construction, such as the newly built Tanhai County, where the land is vast and sparse. It is transportation or farming that requires a lot of animal power to drive development. This batch of seized horses will also focus on supporting those newly established counties. After the prisoner of war was reorganized, Hu Benwei carried 10 artillery pieces, led the Han herders and descendants, continued to chase down the imperson, and sent someone to send a message to Fangtan. As long as he surrendered himself to the Han tribe could spare his life, otherwise waiting to be beaten by the Han tribe all the time. After writing back, Luo Chon sent the book back with the flying eagle, and then turned back to the room and turned a calendar to calculate the day when the Volbo battleship sailed. If it was right, they should also reach their destination. I don't know what happened to Rat. On the other side, thousands of miles away from Hanyang City, the huge Volbo battleship broke through the waves and quickly crossed out the sparkling water surface. All 4 main masts were full of sails, and they kept talking to the leader's destination. Go! Another morning, nearly 1,000 crew members woke up in the cabin and started a new round of training. On the deck of the 3-story artillery, countless gunmen were practicing loading ammunition and artillery reset. The Rat held the big cake roll bean sprouts while eating while patrolling the deck. At this time, the watchman at the top of the main mast suddenly reported. Reporting Commander, I saw the destination. Chapter 724 Regaining Hegemony, Subscription. Hearing the report of the watchman, the rat immediately ran to the side of the ship and tried to look away. Sure enough, he saw a continental edge appearing on the horizon in the distance, so he immediately ordered loudly, stop the ship, close the sail and anchor, stop the ship in place. The sailors on the deck were all stunned and looked at him puzzled, and the captain of the Volbo ran over and asked, Command, why stop the ship now? If we continue to advance, we will definitely be able to reach our destination before noon. You know a hammer, why do you go so fast? We are going to war, not here to hurry. Now is not the best time. In order to avoid exposing the target in advance, I order you to stop the ship now and wait until dusk. Continue to advance. The rat's head split and face was a skull to the captain. The captain was helpless and had to order the sailors to stop the ship. Since the Han tribe did not have a professional sailor army before, the captain of the Volbo was only selected from the captain of the previous 3-mast transport ship. The boat was a good player, but for military war, it was not at all. Understand. As a county guard of the Han tribe, Rat University has participated in battles against cannibals, and has also led the early professional army of the Han tribe. He knows more about military war, but for far navigating ships, he is just a layman. However, since Luo Chom appointed him as the commander of Valboway, it is naturally impossible not to take this into consideration, so although the Valbo is the flagship of the fleet, it still has an independent captain, and rats are the chief commander of the entire fleet. It is possible to order all the captains of the fleet. But this time, in order to make a raid in a hurry, the fleet only came so one flagship. On the other side, a large group of big guys in Kaiwan City sent the Jija back and forth to Hanyang City. This was 4 days back and forth. After 4 days, they finally received Luo Chang's reply, and immediately began to follow the order above. Adapted the jailers and distributed the seized materials, and also scattered the scout rides to detect the current position of the in-person coalition forces. Su Situ was also called to discuss the distribution of loot in the open-source city. He did not dare to have any meaning for the arrangements on the side of the Han tribe. In this battle, he really saw the hidden strength of the Han tribe. It is not the existence that he can provoke now. In the face of such absolute force, it is nonsense to talk about any conspiracy. Su Situ also lost hundreds of casualties in this battle, but the prisoners of war did not have his share at all. The population can only be a Han tribe, but the Han tribe also promised to give more white salt as compensation. After liquidating the loot, Eagle Rue made a new invitation to Su Ritu in accordance with Luo Chan's reply, so that he and the Han tribe could continue to chase down and kill him, and he still had his share of the good things. Will make him suffer. Suryata thought for a while, and on the grounds that the tribe still needs to graze life, only promised to send 3,000 troops, and the rest of the horses will escort this loot directly back to the tribe. Eagle and others were not surprised by this result. This recourse must be prepared for a long war. After all, the grassland is so big. It takes a lot of time to go back and forth, not to mention chase. Fortunately, there are a lot of soldiers in the Han tribe. In this operation, there are 2,000 horses in Hubenwei, and 8,000 herders can be cast. In addition to the adapted death, there are also 20,000 people. Thousands, a total of 230,000 troops, are enough to crush the rest of the army. After discussing the action plan, the open-source county began intense screening and ideological transformation of prisoners of war. There is no need to adapt more than 1,000 XIN tribe prisoners of war. They are all sent by boat to Dongxian County to dig coal. Among other descendants, after mutual identification and reporting, some of the high-rise forces are selected. The high-level, and some leaders of other small and medium-sized tribes and their confidants, these people are all used as slaves. Later, they will be sent by boat to various construction sites of the Han tribe for labor reform. After screening, there are only 20,000 ordinary herdsmen from all tribes in the middle and lower levels. These people in the Han tribe have no interests in hatred. They can be transformed in peace. After the Han tribe knew the chopping pot, these people finally realized who was their real enemy and who came to bring them to death. How did the Han tribe give the grassland benefit for the herdsmen? Plus they have nothing now, because when they came out to fight, their wives, children and livestock were left in the original camp, and now they ventured to abandon them, occupying their wives, children and livestock. If you want to get these back, you must go with Han Jun to kill the Bang. These surrendered herdsmen are still very willing to do this. On one side, they really miss their wives and children and their own property. On the other hand, there is an army as strong as the Han tribe with them, and the mysterious weapon with comparable power. They are not afraid at all, and they are full of confidence in the recovery of their wives, children and livestock. Whether it is a self-supporting portal or joining the Han tribe life in the future, wives, children and livestock are essential. This is the actual difficulty in front of them. They can't fight for it, or they can't live a life. On the grassland lake in the south, after 4 days of long journey, Taunton finally fled to their spring and summer garrison with the remaining army, and then counted the number again. The original 60,000 coalition left less than 8,000 people, but the loss is heavy, and the cattle and sheep horses have lost astronomical figures. However, he still dare not relax his vigilance when he escapes back to his hometown. He is not a fool, otherwise he cannot incite such a large force, so he is very clear that the Han tribe will definitely fall into the rocks this time, and when he is weak, he has just suffered a new defeat. Low morale will definitely lead the army to encirclement him, and his ranch is here. Even if the Han tribe does not follow along the way, he will get the position of his base camp from the prisoner's death point. This place is no longer available. He must be transferred to other pastures as soon as possible. Fortunately, many tribes are planted in the hands of the Han tribe. He can use all the tribe's pastures at will. The 8,000 soldiers in his own hands, plus the manpower left in the base camp, can he make up another 10,000 troops? With this 10,000 horses, as long as the wives, children and livestock left by those small and medium tribes can be eaten, it won't take long. He was a domineering party in the southern grassland. But what he didn't know yet was that the giant ship with 120 artillery on the lake had been staring at him a long time ago. Chapter 725 Artillery Attack Base Camp, Subscription. When the defeated army returned to the camp, the vent quickly explained the order to pack things and move. However, the transfer of so many people and livestock was obviously not possible in a day. Everyone fled for several days. Take a break. I don't care much about this. In his view, it's enough for the Han tribe to deal with prisoners of war and seizures for a while. They can't chase them in 2 days. After 2 days, he has already taken people ran away. In the base camp on the lake, some of the escaped men rested in tents, some chose to go out to graze, women and children had their daily necessities in packing their homes, and they were preparing for moving in advance. The worst is those the men died in the family. The women all covered their faces and wept and were busy living in condolences to the dead husband. But after crying, you have to be busy packing things or grazing. After all, life will continue. In the evening, the herdsman who went out drove the cattle and sheep home, and drove all the animals to the fence to close. Only then returned to the tent to prepare for food. Tomorrow will be the last time they live here. Night. However, at this moment, the 5-mast gunboat drifting on the lake also began sailing again. Commander, why don't we leave during the day, but we have to go at night? Looking at the newly raised sail, the captain of the volboat asked in doubt. Are you stupid, I ask you, what is our goal this time? Rat asked badly. He really felt that the captain who chose him was not very smart. The herdsman of Taunton Base Camp. The captain was scolded by the rat, but he was not annoyed. He was indeed transferred by the transport ship and did not understand the war. Now that the leader has let him be the captain of the warship, it is better to learn more early, otherwise who knows when the leader changed him. This is an opportunity. As long as you can grasp it well, the resumes of the first naval flagship captains of many Han tribes are not just around the corner in the future. So as long as he can learn to dry goods, even if he is scolded for 2 sentences, it doesn't matter. Then I will ask you again, will the herdsman stay at home during the day? Rat asked again. Oh, I understand that the command of the maze means that the herdsmen are not at home during the day, and we will only expose the target in advance, so we have to wait until night, the cattle and sheep enter the circle, and the people return home, and then quietly in the past, they were wiped out, and the command was really powerful. The captain suddenly realized the praise. Okay, less flattering, you are now hurrying to arrange manpower to prepare for the detection of the water depth on the shore. This time we have to be as close as possible to the shore, but we can't let the ship strand up so that the range of the artillery can be used. The biggest advantage is to expand the results as much as possible, to work hard, and to do your credit. Rat University arranged again. Yes, the command is at ease to ensure the completion of the task. The Volvo was driving fast on the lake, from dusk to sunset, and when the sky was completely dark, it was almost 7 or 8 in the evening. The big ship stopped when it was a few kilometers from the shore, and then released a few small boats, allowing the sailors to paddle carefully near the shore. Through the cover of the reeds in the shallow water area, the boat quietly approached the shore of the lake, and then the sailor released the lead hammer, and measured the water depth at once. After figuring out the area where the big ship is active, they followed the shallow water. The area was inserted with bamboo poles, and finally a few electric stone lamps were hung on it as a reference to prevent the ship from being too close to the shallow. The mark of the deep water line is more than 300 meters away from the shore, and the herdsman's tents cannot be close to the shore, so the herdsmen on the shore can't tell the lights with their naked eyes, but this can hide the shepherds who are always on the sheepfold. Soon after the electric light was hung, the shepherd ran to the shore and sniffed a few times. However, it did not attract the attention of the herdsman. The small boat that just measured the depth of the water also hurried over the direction of the mooring of the big ship, but they did not get on the boat, but carried the lamp below to lead the big ship towards the shore. The sails that were not all open pushed the big ship forward slowly, found the right angle and then turned, and finally paralleled the hull to the shore, slowly approaching the chandeliers hanging on the water. In the dark night, a behemoth suddenly approached the venture capital camp, and the shepherds who had been suspiciously barked at the lake. The herdsmen in the camp were finally alarmed. They took the bow and arrow and carried the spear and got out of the tent. They fled for several days in a row. They were really afraid that the Han tribe would engage in another raid, but wait for them to see the shepherd. The dog's vigilant direction suddenly frowned again. Lake. What's on the lake? The herdsman who had previously experienced the raid of the Han tribe from the water immediately panicked. Some people immediately raised the torch and yelled for warning in the camp, and others even blew up the horn for wartime alarm. For a time, the entire camp was in a mess. Not good, the Han army came from the lake. Woo woo. I was awakened when I was awakened. I hurriedly picked up a seized steel knife next to me and provoked the tent curtain to question loudly, what happened? The Han tribe called? "Chief, run," the Han tribe called from the water. "What are you talking about? Did you see their boat?" No, I didn't see it. "What are you calling for?" The man kicked the man with no good breath during the impulse. They all said so. The man was wronged when he was kicked down, and he couldn't help arguing. Fashion did not take care of him, even Busy dressed his clothes, took a weapon to let him lead the horse, and then let his cronies go to the shore to see the situation. And the battleship Volboat floating on the lake, which is also dark, has no lights at all, and is afraid of being discovered by the herdsmen on the shore in advance, but they still underestimated the loyal shepherds. Far away from the shore, the rat has discovered that there is a mess on the shore. He knows that the target must be exposed, and it is no longer hidden. Immediately, people light up the lights, the bow goes south, and walks slowly on the shore. At the same time, all the port hand windows on the right side were opened, and all 60 artillery pieces were pushed to the position to be fired. Ammunition is packed in advance, in order to be able to fire the most firepower at the moment of arrival, and strive to cause the greatest results when the enemy has not yet responded. At the next moment, as the rat large ordered on the stern building podium, the 3-story artillery deck below sounded one by one. Chapter 726 Call His Father, Subscription. The distinguished men just ran to the lake, and saw a light on the lake a few hundred meters away. The light looked very high, like a high building in the open source city at night. He was shocked at the time. Where is the tall building in the lake water? Even the big ship of the Han tribe is not that high. But at the next moment, he saw a massive fire on the tall building in the distance, and the thunder that rumbled upon was also uploaded from the lake. The voice was like a roar of death. In the early morning a few days ago, the weapon that made this sound easily defeated their 60,000 coalition forces. There was no time for reaction. At the moment he heard the torment, the shells that had come from had crushed his body. The flesh and blood suddenly fell like heavy rain, but he couldn't stop the galloping shells at all. Boom! The sound of the huge artillery is endless. The firepower density of the 60 artillery fired at the same time is beyond imagination. What is even more desperate is that because this time it was a ship-to-ground attack, Luo Chong deliberately explained that the rat must be used twice in order to achieve the long range of artillery. Even if it is attacked on the lake, it must have a super long and deep effect, as much as possible to cause damage to the venture capital camp. Judging from the effect of the scene, this is indeed the case. The ordinary round bombs under twice the charge are enough to shoot a range of 3 kilometers. The shells that roared out hit the herdsmen and herds on the shore, and after piercing the herd, they flew away. The tent has been flying more than 2,000 meters before stopping completely. Under such a range, it is enough to make a frightening camp paired. Countless tents were overturned by shells. The felt on the shed encountered a bonfire and was instantly ignited into a huge fireball. Many herdsmen were still sleeping in the tent, stuck and burned alive. The herds near the shore were even more dead and wounded. At night, the animals that were active outside for a day were already in the circle, and the density was very concentrated. Each shell flew into such a dense herd, which could cause a lot of death and injury. The livestock that had escaped their lives encountered such a horrible attack, and the thunderous burst in the distance, all of which were uncontrolled and panicked. The frightened horses and sheep jumped around, frantically trying to escape the fence, and stirring up the already chaotic camp a few more points. At this time, the other side was so scared that his back was cold. He did not expect that the Han tribe would actually put the evil door's weapons on the boat to attack his camp. Just a blow caused him irreparable huge losses. How many people are from the Han tribe? When will they land? I don't know, and I don't want to know. When he heard the sound of the gun, he immediately thought of escape, because the power of that thing was not blocked by anyone. If you don't run now, do you have to wait? Is it a beach of flesh? At the next moment, even his army had no time to assemble, and he ran away with several soldiers on a horse. Anyway, he had more than one stronghold, but this was the biggest one. When he arrived at another station, he got those extorted from the Xin tribe. When the time comes, he can easily summon another group of warriors willing to follow him. It's just that he ran, but he suffered the herdsmen in the station. Most herdsmen were the first to see the weapon of artillery. They didn't even know how to circumvent it. They couldn't even see how the enemy attacked. I saw the cattle and sheep horses around me instantly turned into flesh and blood corpses. The herdsmen have even crying hearts. Unlike the farming tribes who depend on the land for their livelihood, their families all live on the cattle and sheep. Nowadays, the animals die and escape. How will they live in the future? The camp on the shore was in a mess. Many soldiers who came out early were not killed by the shells of the Han tribe. Instead, they were killed by the fleeing cattle and horses. In the face of such an attack that they could not see at all, they had only the part of escape, and the herdsmen came to heart, preparing to abandon everything and escape alone, the second round of gunfire on the lake sounded again. With the slow advancement of the Volvo, the angle of the shells flying has changed again, allowing the herdsmen to defend themselves. Many animals running around have also been hit by shells again, with heavy casualties. Some timid herdsmen were lying on the ground in fear, praying for God's forgiveness, but strangely escaped the shells that roared in the air. However, when they were fortunate for their fluke, at the next moment, large groups of livestock ran from them after passing by. The panicked herd was trampled to death. The sound of the artillery continued. After 5 rounds of shells, the rat finally ordered to stop the attack, and then looked ashore, with lit tents and broken bodies everywhere. The animals that can run have basically run away, and the undead people have almost run away. Occasionally there are survivors alive, and they are still stunned in the tragic admiration around them. "Command, what shall we do now? Shall we land?" the captain of the Volvo asked the rat happily. "Landing? Why go ashore? The leader did not let us attack ashore, just harass in the water. But it's a pity that so many cattle and sheep on the shore are thrown away. So, organize 200 sailors to go ashore and drag some cattle and sheep to eat. We also improve the food for the crew. Long time to spend with them. Remember, don't let the sailors ashore run away, only move within the range of the cannon. Don't be greedy, just get some meat and eat enough for us to eat for a while." "Okay, let me do it," the captain agreed. Immediately ordered the ship to be anchored, and then let the sailors put down the landing craft, organized 200 people to go ashore to pick up the corpses of cattle and sheep, and the herdsmen on the shore seemed to be blind when they saw the sailors landing. The pale face seems to be all scared and stupid. In this way, until the middle of the night, when the ingredients on the ship were filled with beef and lamb again, the Volvo left here and continued to run towards the next goal. As for the wreckage on the shore, they were too lazy to clean up. "Command, where are we going next?" The rats who were the first to win the battle were roasting lamb legs while talking boldly. "Of course, it's the next stronghold to go to Tankton. The task entrusted to us by the leader is to patrol the southern lake of the grassland. As long as it is the stronghold of Takashi, he sees a hit. He didn't dare to come to the lake to graze the sheep, so he was afraid to see the boat, and ran to the Han tribe to call his father." Chapter 727 New County and Metropolis. The Volvo soon set off again. For reasons that have exposed the target, it is believed that as long as the risk is not stupid, the alert on the lake will definitely be strengthened in the new stronghold. It will be more difficult to think about the success of the raid in the future. Thinking of this, the rat simply ordered to advance at full speed. Before this change, he secretly engaged in a raid on the routine, but used the convenient transportation on the water and the speed of the sailing boat, and played a time difference with the vent. Just when Aventon had just arrived at the second stronghold, the Volvo also appeared on the lake side of the stronghold, and was hit by a super remote artillery. He was so scared that he didn't even enter the station and fled directly to the depths of the grassland. After 2 consecutive raids, Takashi has also figured out the ideas of the Han tribe. They just want to take advantage of their ships and weapons to get rid of all their strongholds one by one. After breathing back to the smell, he simply did not go to other strongholds, but dispersed his own soldiers to other strongholds, brought those herdsmen and livestock directly out, and he himself hid deep into the grassland, avoiding the Han tribe attack. On the other side, 3 days after the stunning old nest was attacked, the blood slaughter also led the Han tribe's 10,000 riders and the 20,000 herdsmen's cavalry just anyway, as well as the 3,000 cavalry of Suryatu, a total of 33,000 troops. The rustling direction of the old nest. As a result, before they arrived at their destination, they encountered many stunning defeats halfway. The blood slaughter barely shot. When many defeated troops saw so many horses in the Han tribe, they chose to surrender as soon as possible. Some still wanted to escape with luck, but they were surrounded by the Han army cavalry. The blood slaughter walked all the way to gather the pawns, and finally came to the venture capital camp. As a result, there was only a messy scene. Most of the soldiers and herdsmen were gone, and only a few herdsmen survived here. It has just been bombarded by the Han tribe, and everything that can be destroyed has been destroyed. Those herdsmen feel that the Han tribe cannot come back in a short time. They simply have no place to change and continue to survive on this ruin. But when they saw tens of thousands of cavalry from the Han tribe attacking again, they also had no escape and resistance. In fact, since the moment they chose to stay, they thought they had nothing to do with the adventure. Even if they came, there was no reason to beat them again. If the Han tribe insists on taking them away, it's okay. I have always heard that the Han tribe has a good life. If joining the Han tribe can get a stable life for the rest of their lives, they don't mind doing so. They only hope that there will be no more wars and killings in the future, that their loved ones will not die in peace, and that cattle and sheep can eat grass by the lake with peace of mind. Such a life is enough. For such a good herdsman who is happy to live and loves peace, bloodslaughter naturally doesn't mind taking all the orders, but it makes him depressed. He learned from the herdsman that the big ships of the Han tribe attacked them a few days ago. He led such a large number of people out, and he didn't fight for a hard fight. He patronized and picked up people halfway, which really made him suffocate. Fortunately, the gains on this trip were not too small. They picked up a lot of people and livestock, as well as supplies such as cattle, sheep, and leather that could not be eaten. After inquiring about the movements of the Brighton and Han tribe ships, the bloodslaughter almost knew the respective plans of the leader and the Bang. If you guessed right, the other strongholds of Bering must have been attacked in the same way. Thinking of this, the bloodslaughter immediately sprinkled a lot of scolding, and went to other strongholds to scout. He himself led the big troops all the way to collect the pawns, and went all the way southwest of the grassland, preparing to stop the escape halfway off the army. Because the Pong cooperates with, the bloodslaughter easily obtains information from various strongholds, and the troops are laid out in advance to block halfway. In this way, several strongholds in the upstart, under the double clamp of the gunboat and the Han army, had several battles with the blood buttons, but each time they pulled up the 10 field guns to put a few sounds, the other party would not be defeated. Then it was a relaxed harvest and seizure. In less than a month, all the power and large population materials of the upset were destroyed by the Han tribe, but the upstart itself disappeared on the vast grassland like the evaporation of the world. Even the Jinwobai spies with the wandering around the upstart were all lost. Contact, the entire grassland can no longer find a risky figure. But when the news was sent to Luo Chong, he refused to believe that the imperson would die. This guy's character is the kind of super tolerable, and he is still a dead rig who is not convinced to lose. It is too naive to solve him like this. Luo Chong then let the open source county spread the news. As long as it can kill the imposter, whether it is a living person or a corpse, the Han tribe has high rewards and titles to give away to protect his family from prosperity and wealth. The herdsmen on the grassland are of course interested in this, but they have limited manpower and want to find a stroke all over the world. It is undoubtedly a needle in a haystack. This high-profile wanted order can only rely on luck. The war that lasted for more than a month finally came to an end. The Han tribe spent a lot of ammunition and very few casualties to win. The whereabouts are unknown, but they cannot stop the development of the Han tribe. The Han tribe has successively received a population of about 60,000, of which 10,000 were directly slaved, the remaining 30,000 were young and strong, and the remaining 20,000 were women and children. These human resources are in Luo Chang's hands. The first thing that needs to be done is to stabilize the strategic results achieved in this war, then firmly control the population and land that have just been robbed from the upset, so as not to make this guy make a comeback again. After thinking about it, Luo Konsi decided to add 2 counties to the grassland. One place was placed in the original base camp of Takashi, and the other place was placed in another important stronghold. It is close to the southern coast of the mainland, located in the middle of the Strait of Bamboo Island in the Great Lakes of the grasslands. There is a mountain range around it that is not very high. The water source is abundant and the vegetation is dense. Whether it is farming, fishing, or grazing, it is extremely suitable. After determining the development ideas, a series of adjustment orders and appointments were issued by Luo Chong. Towed the firewood and led thousands of cattle guards to the Takashi base camp, and led all the herdsmen to set up Chamyu County, to take the Han tribe to show its prestige and build the city with 20 cannons. Hu Benwei was divided into 2, and became Jinghai Wei and Yuan Hu Benwei. Both of them were divided into 1,000 soldiers and horses. Former Tiger Guard Samaxu Dongliang, temporarily serving as Jinghai Wei commander, led Jinghai Wei with 20 artillery pieces to another important stronghold in Taketan, and built a city in Shimei County, also receiving thousands of herdsmen. For better management and division, Luo Chong also officially named the grassland Great Lakes Hungyu. All 3 grassland counties are built according to the lake. Kaiwan County, Kongmu County, and Binhai County can also be collectively referred to as the 3 counties of Hungyu. All flood lakes are connected, and all 3 counties will have docks to provide basic support for future shipping materials. The bloodslaughter is still in command of Hu Benwei, but Luo Chong ordered him to reorganize Hu Benwei, and immediately led thousands of herdsmen to Tuohe County, temporarily stationed in Tuohe County, and took the time to train a new army of 10,000. As for the purpose, Luo Chong didn't say it, but relying on the bloodslaughter and the head of the tree, you can guess whether it is 10 or 9. Putting 12,000 troops in Tuohe County is either ready to start with the Tang tribe, or relying on the convenience of going out to the sea, preparing to send troops to Tanhai County as a springboard. But it is more likely that the Sup tribe was placed there to deter the Sup tribe. In fact, it was ready to send troops to Bamboo Island, so that it was in the best interest of the Han tribe. After dividing all the population and livestock, the remaining slaves were directly returned to the Han tribe base camp, assigned to various construction sites for construction, and at the same time, many miners could be replaced from Dongguai County, and then the miners were relocated go to several newly established county farmlands. Until the end of February in Jianyuan's second year, after all the newly established counties and migrants were in place, Luo Chong ordered another comprehensive census. The results of this census show that the Han tribe already has a 327,963 editorial population, 14,376 slaves. Moreover, the population of editors is still increasing rapidly, and the main growth directions are concentrated in 4 places. One is the mountain people recruited in Tanghai County, the other is the herdsmen recruited in the 3 counties of Honghu, and the third is the immigrants recruited by the wilderness in the northern temporary camp. The fourth is the wild people recruited in Dongguai County. These 4 places are the main source of population for the Han tribe. However, as the territory of the Han tribe becomes larger and larger, more and more resources will be developed, and new sources of population will certainly appear in the future. At the same time, in order to further stimulate population growth, Luo Chong issued an important order in March, the second year of Jianyuan. That is to reduce the agricultural tax of the Han tribe from the original 10 tax 4 to 10 tax 2, and directly reduce or exempt half of the tax, so that the people's family has enough food and naturally dare to have more children. In this way, in 2 or 3 years, the population of the Han tribe can easily break through millions. It was at this time that another very important thing began to be put on the agenda by Luo Chong. That's where the capital of the Han tribe is built? With more and more people, Luo Chong wants to better manage his territory. The founding of the kingdom must be what it wants, but the founding of the kingdom is not such a simple thing. If there is no capital or decent palace, it is rash. Isn't it a person who laughed at his teeth? Although it was a little early to call the empire state, the construction of the palace in the capital city must have begun now. It is not possible to complete the construction in such a huge volume in the capital in a year or 2. And after all, it is the capital, and all aspects of construction must also be top level. Luo Chong originally planned to create an underground network like the German sewer for the capital to solve the problem of drainage in the capital. I didn't underestimate this. I need to know that the Great Wall of Seoul in history was because the water source was polluted, and finally had to build a new Great Wall. To build a metropolis, the first thing to consider is water, food, transportation, fuel, etc. This is an indispensable thing for human survival, and as an urban, these things must also be sufficient, because the population of the capital is definitely not less. In addition, in order to consolidate the dominance of the capital and the future direction of development, some important mineral resources cannot be reduced, especially all kinds of metal minerals. After thinking for a long time, Luo Chong finally decided to put the capital on the west side of Tuohei County, which is a vast impact plain, browsing the Yanghe water system in the east, and transporting through the tributary water browsing the Yanghe to the old counties in Baishanliang City. The county can go straight to the sea to the south by the flood lake system. The surrounding freshwater resources are abundant, the land is fertile, the forest is dense, the climate is warm and humid, and food can be planted throughout the year. There is no problem in solving food, clothing, housing, and transportation. In terms of minerals, from the case where the Sup tribe can produce iron on its own, there must be iron ore, but the size of the iron ore does not know. Building in capital there has advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that there is more room for development in the future. The disadvantage is that it is far from the central area of the Han tribe. After the capital is built in the future, it will be too far away from the old counties. However, you can't just stare at the point of interest in front of you. Now Ruyang Haniang browses several counties. The geographical pattern is still too small. When the Han tribe develops to 1 million people, it will definitely become overcrowded. It is time to move to other places. Rather than that, it is better to put it in place from now on. Of course, building in capital is not so easy. Just the preparation of various building materials and the early development of the land is a short time, and there must be enough labor, just like Europeans build a castle. Before the castle is built, there must be a small town composed of workers around to provide food, clothing, and accommodation for construction craftsmen. The same is true of the capital of the Han tribe, but it is only possible to take up a huge project like the establishment of the capital, which requires at least the full support of the 2 counties. So it is not the capital that needs to be prepared most, but the county that is used to build the capital. Tuohei County is closer and can be counted as one, but another one will be built west of Tuohei County. In situ excavation of sewer projects, burning bricks or pads with excavated soil, firing stones to burn cement, and cutting down giants as pillars. Anyway, these big woods will take 2 or 3 years from cutting down to completely dried. When the wood is about the same, it is estimated that other building materials and the main city's groundwater system are almost done. Thinking of this, Luo Chong immediately ordered the blood slaughter and the big tree again to allow them to explore the geography and resources near the capital in advance and draw a detailed map so that he could draw a design drawing based on the terrain in advance. The planning of the capital is also a difficult point. Fortunately, Luo Chong already has a lot of experience in urban planning. The capital can be designed according to the pattern of the county city, as long as some facilities are added. The Royal Palace, the Central Administrative Center, the Royal Bank, the Royal Mint Factory, the Imperial Guard Battalion, the Imperial University City, etc. are not owned by ordinary county towns. Chapter 728 Deepening Cooperation, Subscription. At the end of February in the second year of the Han tribe, when the Han tribe fought around the grassland, Tang Yao finally returned to the Tang tribe by boat. Tang Ji personally went to the shore to greet her. When she saw the smile on Tang Yao's face, she also laughed. No need to ask, her niece must have talked about cooperation, otherwise she would not laugh so happy. The two came to Tang Yao's small garden all the way, and even after listening to Tang Yao's happy words, Ji Niang, the Han tribe promised us to provide those seeds, livestock, and technology. Oh, what did you talk to the Han leader? Tang Ji asked with a smile. Speaking of this topic, Tang Yaotan's grievous flat-flagged, pitifully said, I originally wanted to use my medicine and medicinal materials as a condition to change those things, but I didn't expect the Han tribe's medicine. It's actually very clever. No, it should still be above me, so this method won't work. However, the Han tribe is also very short of medicinal materials. They are still developing a set of medical inheritance. I want me to participate. The two tribes study research together and share research results. For this reason, the leader of the Han tribe promised to provide us with seeds and livestock and technology, but not in vain. They will sell in Tanhai County in the form of a transaction. If we want, we must exchange the equivalent. This is also agreed. After saying this, Tang Yao vomited his tongue and looked at Tang Ji carefully, afraid that his aunt would not be satisfied with the result. Dissatisfied with Tang Ji did not show it, but was surprised that the two big characters were hung on her face. The medical skills of the Han tribe are higher than yours. They also invited you to study medicine together, so you agreed? There are indeed many magical places in their medicine. If I learn it, I can better treat the people of our tribe, and it is not just medicine. I also learned a lot from the Chinese leader this time. For the management of the tribe, he is too powerful, and I did not expect that the management system can be used by him to treat the disease. Speaking of talking to Luo Chong, Tang Yao's eyes kept a little star in his eyes, and the girl's posture was full. Can the tribal management method also cure the disease? Tang Ji had an unbelieving expression, and she suddenly felt that her silly niece, who had never been out of the tribe, was fooled by the Han tribe. It is true. When Tang Yao saw his aunt and didn't believe it, he probably said his conversation with Luo Chong, especially the various data counted by the Han tribe through the accountant Kaiman, and how Luo Chong reduced the death of young children and women's dystocia from an institutional perspective. Problem. It also talked about how Luo Chong adopted the welfare policy, called on all the people to actively contribute to the medicinal material, as well as the medical school and medical inheritance that Luo Chong personally formulated, and finally said the general direction of the 7 medical techniques proposed by Luo Chong. After listening to Tang Yao's personal description, Tang Ji was equally surprised. These things are absolutely unique to the Han tribe. This silly niece did not lie to herself, otherwise she would never be able to tell these things about the tribal management system. After carefully thinking about the systems that Tang Yao said for a while, as well as the medical research directions proposed by the Chinese leader, and the unique advanced medical skills of the Han tribe, Tang Ji finally decided to agree to Tang Yao to participate. In her view, it is not the most important thing to learn from the Han tribe to learn medicine. More importantly, Tang Yao learned the method of managing the tribe in the Han tribe, and it is more complete and advanced than herself. Tang Yao is the next generation of Tang tribe leaders who can learn these things is of great benefit to herself and to the future Tang tribe. In addition, the Han tribe also specifically said that Tang Yao's participation in medical research is a prerequisite for the cooperation of the two tribes. If he does not agree to let Tang Yao go, the kind of livestock technology will not be discussed. Even for this purpose, Tang Yao it is indeed necessary to participate. After that, the two discussed the way of trading materials and what the Tang tribe used to pay for the goods. After all, the Han tribe is much more advanced than the Tang tribe. They really have nothing to see. In response to this problem, Tang Yao also told Luo Chan's original idea to them that the Han tribe can provide them with some seeds and planting techniques in advance, can grow food, then use materials to pay off debts, and pay off the remaining balance of debts. Let them look at the demand to buy something else. Tang Ji is also very interested in this method and feels more suitable for the current situation of the two tribes, so he took Tang Yao to Tanhai County to ask for crop seeds and planting techniques the next day. The first seeds supported by the Han tribe are corn, cotton, and sweet sorghum, as well as several vegetables. Cotton is a textile raw material. Sweet sorghum can be used not only to brew wine, but also to extract sugar. It is also a very important food industry raw material. These are all things that the Han tribe desperately needs. How many Han tribes can be digested is a hard currency. Corn is actively requested by Tang Yao. If the Tang tribe uses large areas of farmland originally planted with wheat to grow sorghum and cotton, then their Tang tribe will definitely have a food crisis. In order to solve this matter, Tang Yao will require the use of larger yields. Corn is used as a supplement to food crops. She told Luo Chong about this before, and Luo Chong also agreed that it was not that he was blind and generous, but that Tanghai County had planted corn in large areas. The two tribes were across a river, and they often interacted with each other. If the Tang tribe is interested, it can completely find a way to get corn seeds from Tanghai County. Therefore, instead of letting them find a way to steal, buy, and finally lose the reputation of a Han tribe, it is better to give them a generous point, so at least they can fall in their hands. Tuohei County guarded the big tree, because he learned Luo Chang's ideas and orders in advance, so he also cooperated with this matter. Seeing Tang Ji and Tang Yao coming together, people immediately took out the seeds, and then selected some experienced old farmers went to guide planting. During the teaching of the Han tribe, the Tang tribe provided a life needed. Tang Ji is extremely concerned about this. Tang Yao also has a small study on plant cultivation, so he also attaches great importance to several cash crops introduced from the Han tribe this time. The Soup tribe's self-produced cloth is rough quality sackcloth. They have never seen the fine fabric made of cotton, but this time when Tang Yao returned from the Han tribe, the little butterfly sent her as a representative of the Han tribe. A few rolls of printed cotton cloth. At this time I saw the raw material crop of cotton rooted in my tribe. The tall plant of sweet sorghum is strange to the Soup tribe. Before they started planting corn in Tanhai County, they had never seen such a high food crop, thinking that the food in the world should be similar to that of wheat. As a result, the corn sorghum giant rice of the Han tribe came out, and they instantly refreshed their worldview. Looking at the few farming experts standing in front of you introducing the seeds, Tang Ji immediately asked curiously, "What can this sorghum do? Does the Han tribe need this thing?" Of course, the Soup leader should not underestimate this thing. This is not ordinary sorghum, but sweet sorghum, which can be used more miles. Sorghum rice can be used as food to fill hunger, and it can also be used to brew wine. The wine can not only be drunk, but also used for treatment. Whether it is fever or trauma disinfection, it can be solved with wine. Oh, yes, there are beating injuries. Rubbing the wound with wine also helps to recover. The stalk of sweet sorghum is also very useful. Its juice is very sweet and can be used to make brown sugar. It is also an important seasoning in the homes of our Han tribes. Of course, it can be called side food. In the end, the really useless sorghum headspike can also be used to compile a broom that sweeps the floor. Anyway, it will not be wasted at all. After listening to this introduction, there are several derivatives in front of you. Tang Ji stared at her eyes. She couldn't think of it. A sweet sorghum from the Han tribe could rectify so many usages. This is probably the highest utilization rate in cash crops. Knowing the various uses of sorghum, Tang Ji is even more fortunate to learn planting techniques and strive for their own deep processing of sorghum in the future. As for cotton, the cotton of the Han tribe is a Fujiman plant, but it is not necessary to occupy fields, field land, or yards at home, but you can find any land, but you need to build a shelf first. There is no shortage of materials for the shelf. In addition, it is more concentrated as much as possible, so it is more convenient to pick. For a while, Tang Ji and Tang Yao were eagerly looking forward to the growth of these crops, so they could get some good things from the Han tribe earlier. However, when the sorghum had crossed its knees, the opposite Tanhai County made a big move. It turned out that the blood slaughter was finally adapted to the army of Hu Benwei, and he came to Tanhai County with thousands of herdsmen. Tiger Benwei's soldiers and thousands of herdsmen all came by boat. The vast tens of thousands of horses used dozens of sailboats alone, almost draining the entire capacity of the Han tribe at once. In the middle of Tanhai County and the Tang tribe, dozens of large ships covered the river, and countless herdsmen grilled on the side of the ship to watch on both sides, sailing for half a month, and finally came to their future life. On both sides of the river, the Tang tribe and Tanghai County are discussing with excitement. Although they have also seen ships before, they are all two-mast boats, and they can see at most 4 or 5 at a time. This time the Han tribe has dispatched dozens of larger three-mast ships at once. The scene is very rare. Many people who do not know the Han tribe very well, only at this time did I know how powerful the Han tribe is. The big ship was full of people, the horses were screaming, and more than 10,000 people were landing from the pier. The horse ship changed from the sunken sand boat in the back also slowly leaned towards the pier stack bridge. This time, it was not only herdsmen, but more livestock, especially this 10,000 herdsmen were originally intended to fight, and there will be no fewer horses. There will be no fewer than 20,000 horses, and a group of war horses will be transported by land in a while, and by the way, the field that is ready to be built will be scouted. If there are only a lot of people on this side of Twohe County, even if there are not many people in the Tang tribe, there is nothing to see, but so many big ships, plus 20,000 horses, this will firmly attract the two sides of the strait. Eyes, whether it is the Tang tribe or the newly collected people in Tanhai County, they have never seen such a large group of horses. Even Tang Yao, who has been to the Han tribe once, is no exception. But Tang Ji saw something from it. Among the people sent by the Han tribe, basically everyone has weapons, either knives or spears, or shield bows and arrows. This is obviously a large number of troops. There are so many horses. If you run on the plain, what else can block them? What does the Han tribe want to do? Didn't they all say it's good to cooperate? And the two sides have already cooperated. What attempts did they suddenly mobilize so many soldiers? Tang Ji became nervous, but until 2 days later the fleet left Twohe County, and those soldiers did not move, but there were a large group of horses running around the river. I heard that it was called training. Tang Ji doesn't understand what training is. She only knows that the Han tribe will not put so many soldiers in this remote place for no reason. So she and Tang Yao inquired in the name of buying horses in multiple directions in Tanhai County. Ask what the Han tribe really does. However, Luo Chon has no plans to do anything with the Tang tribe. Putting people here is just a springboard for sending troops to Bamboo Island. As for threatening the Tang tribe, it can only be regarded as an incident. Because Luo Chan's attitude is very clear, the big tree and the blood slaughter did not hide anything from the Soup tribe, and directly described the war that occurred on the grassland not long ago. The Han tribe defeated the enemy's 60,000 cavalry coalition with 20,000 soldiers. There are about 60,000 captives, and there are countless cattle and sheep. The 10,000 herdsmen who were transported this time were the captives who surrendered to the Han tribe in this war, and then were sent by Luo Chon to help Tanghai County to build. By the way, they practiced troops here and prepared to attack Bamboo Island. At the same time, Tang Ji also heard them say that the Han tribe has set up 2 new counties in the grassland, both of which are rich and lush places. In the future, it is more convenient to raise livestock. Tang Ji also expressed great envy, but this is the Han tribe from the war. If she was allowed to lead the Tang tribe to face 60,000 horse riders, she would definitely be scared and run away, not to mention fighting against the other party. Hearing the explanation of the Han tribe, Tang Ji also let go of her heart a little, although the Han tribe said it was not used to deal with them, but the strength of the Han tribe was put there after all, and even 60,000 enemy troops won. The Soup tribe can count in the eyes of these fighters, so she still dare not take it lightly, and she always pays attention to the movements on the other side every day. But immediately after that, the ship sent by the Han tribe to pick up Tang Yao arrived. At the same time, there was the battleship Volbo that Tang Yao saw before. The largest ship of the Han tribe, Tang Yao was also surprised. When I saw this ship on the dock in Browsingyan County, there were still many craftsmen doing decoration on it, and I saw it again, the ship has sailed to Tanghai County. Chapter 729 Research Institute's Scientific Research Project, Subscription. The battleship Volbo has completed the task of cooperating with the army to capture the impersonal territory, and it is okay to stay in the grassland lake. Luo Chon simply ordered the rat to go to Tanhai County, wait for other ships to form the Volbo fleet at the entrance to the sea, and then take the entire fleet into the sea for offshore training, adapt to the marine climate, and training subjects for strategic reconnaissance deterrence such as sailing around the island. First figure out the hydrological environment around Bamboo Island, and then complete the plan for the Xin tribe. Of course, the Tang tribe is unaware of this, and they are now confused about what the Han tribe wants to do with such a large boat in Twohe County. Tang Yao didn't stay in the Tang tribe for long. After she saw the sorghum corn cotton germinate in the Tang tribe, she was ready to go to the Han tribe. This time, the past was more fully prepared than the last time. Luo Chon specially sent a boat and a large number of manpower to specifically explain that Tang Yao had the available medicinal materials and tools for concocting medicinal materials. It is best to ship them to the Han tribe. This will also facilitate her to start research work as soon as possible. To this end, the Han tribe specially made some big flower pots and dug out a lot of herbs in the Tanjeo garden. There are also some bottles and pots of pharmaceutical tools, all of which have been moved to the boat and made complete preparations. Tang Yao started sailing, ready to go to the Han tribe to start his own study tour. A month passed by in a hurry, and Tang Yao quickly came to the shore of Browsing County again. After that, he took a carriage to Hanyang City. The new medical school has not yet been built, so there is no way to start work. As a result, the herbs brought by Tang Yao were temporarily transplanted into Luo Chan's small garden. Hanyang City is relatively small. There is no space in the city to grow her medicinal materials, and there are all the main farmland near the city. It is inconvenient to manage a little further away, so for the time being, it can only be placed in the garden of Luo Chan's house. Medical research cannot be carried out immediately, but Tang Yao can't be idle, so Luo Chong first arranged for her to go to school in Shanyang City as an international student, first learn the words and languages of the Han tribe, and then say, otherwise she can't help writing medical books in the future. In order to take care of those herbs, and also for the convenience of going to school, Tang Yao is also an externally fallen girl. For various reasons, Tang Yao lived in another hospital at Luo Kun's house. It was originally a other courtyard for the children, but now Luo Chan's 2 children are still young and have no way to live independently, so the house is temporarily empty, and it is completely more than enough to arrange a Tang Yao and her servants. Tang Yao also lived in such a mansion for the first time. Bright glass windows, brick and tile buildings that can cover the wind and rain, waxed wooden floors, painted snow-white walls, and various furniture for solid wood. There are also many cloth benches and bedding, and I don't know how much stronger it is than her Soup tribe's hut. However, all these arrangements are remotely controlled by Luo Chong. He is not at home, not even in Hanyang City. He did not come forward even when Tang Yao came to browse Yun County. Since the grassland war subsided, the Han tribe has been under construction, and several counties have been built. The population has surged, and large-scale trade with the Tang tribe is about to begin. The original mint production is a bit insufficient. To this end, Luo Chong deliberately ran to a new mint factory on Huixin Island, presided over the development of several second-generation coin stamping production lines. Due to the establishment of the coking plant in the new steel county, the Han tribe obtained a large amount of steel, so the assembly line equipment also has a large number of machines with steel structure, but the driving force is still dominated by wind and water. Although the production efficiency of coins has also more than doubled. Regarding the research and development of this new assembly line, he spent almost 2 months on Lake Hart Island. However, like this kind of thing, it is naturally impossible for Luo Chong to do it himself. He is nothing more than draw drawings, and then come forward to solve it when the workers are in trouble. At other times, he is busy working in the Institute. This is the Technology Research and Development Center of the Han tribe, which brings together the top artisans and the best students. At the same time, it also undertakes the manufacture of some special instruments. For example, the core lighting equipment in several lighthouses is done here. Other projects under development, as well as silver-plated glass mirrors, telescopes, microscopes, astronomical telescopes, etc., but no major results have been achieved in a short time. Luo Chong was not in a hurry, so let them study slowly. The rubber research and development team has also undertaken new research tasks, namely 3 new rubber products, valve core, leather ball inflated inner gallbladder, and pneumatic tires. That's right, Luo Chong started his bike. In the lobby of the institute, there have been several bicycles parked here, including all wood bicycles, 3 bicycles, and 3 bicycles, the size of bamboo and wood splicing, and 3 models of bicycles. The emergence of these new vehicles suddenly dropped the chin of a group of researchers in the institute, talking about inventions and creations. They really dared to touch their conscience and say that apart from their own leaders, it was no one. The chief's head is like a hole, and all kinds of whimsy come with his hand, which makes people disobedience. Although these bicycles are all made of wood and bamboo, and their practical performance is very poor, they can indeed ride. This shows that Luo Chang's idea is not a problem. The only problem is that the materials are not suitable. As long as you find the right materials and production processes, are you afraid that this thing will not be popular? Take the chain and the transmission structure parts of the gear, and the researchers all praised Luo Chong as a godman, and actually came up with this strange but unusually practical transmission structure. After a while, Luo Chong asked for the bicycle not to be saved, but those researchers made some small things with Luo Chong's large and small gears and chain institutions. For example, it is not too convenient to use a chain gear to drive a pedestrian grinding wheel to grind a knife or polish something. And another person also used the variable speed transmission system composed of rushing gears and chains to create a small pedal saw with pedal power. Through the large gear to drive the small gear on the circular saw blade, it can be round sawed. Fast speed, to deal with some wood parts without pressure, it can be called a carpentry artifact. The most important thing is that this thing is relatively small, it can be disassembled and assembled at will, not limited by the natural conditions of wind and water power, and can be quickly assembled and used wherever you move. It is indeed very important for processing small pieces of wood products. Although the bicycle hasn't come out yet, it is also very happy to see someone use his design ideas to create other very practical tools. Of course, bicycles will continue to be built. There are many blacksmiths and founders here, all of whom are the top in the Han tribe. At the same time, they are also the only group of craftsmen in the Han tribe who have mastered the gas welding technology. However, in the institute, they are uniformly divided into metal processing groups. According to Luo Chang's requirements, they first cast and polished several solid steel rods of different diameter, which were used as cold bones for forging treatment, that is, the core used for stereotypes. After the production is completed, some different diameter steel tubes are knocked out by manual forging, and finally cut and bent, and then welded together with the gas welding in accordance with Luo Chang's requirements. Such a large bicycle frame is made. The production of steel chains is actually handmade. The only thing that needs to be paid attention to is the size of each part. The handmade products are not rigorous and cannot be used for general purposes. They have always been the norm. In order to promote bicycles in large quantities in the future, Luo Jing simply put the chain punch press out. It is a complete solution to the problem of the commonality of parts of the standard chain. Raffles, chains, gears, pedals, all of which are there. Luo Chong made people try the wheel hubs with thin steel plates. Between the hubs and the axes, they were also fixed with thin steel spokes. This task is not very simple. The installation of the spokes requires the reservation of the spokes holes and valve holes in the wheel hub. These punching things are still easy to handle. Just use the quenching method to make some tool steel drills that are harder than ordinary steel. It is rare to use threads for the fixed method of steel bars. This is the first time the Han tribe has tried to use a thread structure on a metal connection. Fortunately, the Han tribe has accumulated several years of experience and technology in metal processing, plus rush guidance. Although it was a bit difficult, it finally did it. The spokes is made of a stretching steel embryo with a tractor. It is still a long one after it is done, and then placed on an ultra-small hand-wagging lathe similar to a key player, and then use a quenched high-hardness blade head car to produce a positive thread. That is the external thread. The nut first presses a large number of screw caps with a refrigerated steel plate, and then puts it on the pliers to fix it, manually strikes the wire with a silk cone, and drills out the pin thread on the inner wall of the screw cap, which is the inner thread. After finishing the threads of the spokes and screw caps, they will be reburned to the red-hot state to restore the hardness of the threaded teeth, which will also increase the service life and anti-wear time. After all this is done, only the core inflatable internal and external tires are left. The most critical technology above is actually the valve core, but with the understanding of its principles, the valve core is not produced. Difficult. It's nothing more than a big screw with a small screw, and a hollow needle for air in the middle, and then a rubber tube on the hollow needle. When Luo Chong was a child, there was no disaster. You must know that the rubber tube above the valve is the best material used to make slingshots. How many boys love it, and there are chain guns. In the era of the bicycle kingdom, people really have little fun from bicycles. The valve core was quickly tested out, all made of manual micro-machine tools, or rubbed by clampers. The research and development process of Du Zhongjiao tires is relatively boring. The glue extracted from Du Zhongli with alkaline is already very skilled. The key is the processing process after obtaining raw material rubber particles. The rubber particles need to be squeezed and stirred on the heated steel roller, and some anti-aging agents and pigments must be added. The Han tribe's chemical industry is not prominent, and there are few things available in Luo Chang's hand. In terms of, he can only use phenol prepared to make bitter acid explosives. This thing was refined from the coal tar of the coke plant. Although the production is troublesome, there must be no problem with the long-term supply. In addition, in terms of rubber pigments, he chose a small amount of kerosene and graphite powder. The rubber after the mixing is pure black, and the internal and external tires are all black, because there are not many suitable rubber pigments in Luo Chang's hand. After this step was completed, Du Zhongwan turned into a large black rubber mud ball, which looked like black was rubber mud. Then the plasticine incision is called the required weight in the mold to squeeze into the tire shape, and then put it in the sulfide warehouse for sulfide treatment. The higher the degree of vulcanization of rubber, the softer the rubber, the greater the elasticity. The low degree of sulfide, the lower the elasticity, and the harder it is. The difference between internal and external tires is also this. The Han tribe does not have high-tech testing equipment, and it does not know the degree of sulfide at all. It can only judge the degree of sulfide based on the amount of medicine and fumigation time at the time of sulfide. Finally, the experiment is numbered and compared one by one. The most stupid exclusion method is to find the most suitable sulfide tire. There is no other way to experiment one by one, and the spirit of science lies in it. In addition, the cost of the experiment is also very huge. After all, so many medicines, manpower, and precious raw materials are invested, and finally a lot of most of them are useless data, just to find those two needs. Scientific research is nothing more. That is the pit father. Only national organizations at the level of the Han tribe can afford such experimental expenses. It took half a month. In the non-stop experiment, Luo Chong finally found his favorite inflatable inner tire and non-skiddable tire from more than 5,000 experimental samples. The external tire is a semi-open fetus. In fact, it is a circular tube that has been cut inside, and the internal tire is different. The internal tire is a sealed rubber tube with inflatable. The production requirements are relatively strict. However, Luo Chong is temporarily unable to come out. What good production process can be used to make an internal tire at once? So the method he uses is still relatively low level. Squeeze the plasticine into a cylindrical rubber tube with a squeeze machine, and finally cut it into a section, and then use the glue and their molding method to stick the two bugs together to make all the sealed inflatable tires. Although it is a very stupid method, it can be used anyway. When the bicycle tire is deflated, does it also need to be tire bonded? Since the sticky tire can be used, the tire that is directly glued by Nara is also theoretically usable. With suitable samples and molds, the first batch of 50 tires was made. According to Luo Chan's command and guidance, the craftsmen of the institute quickly figured out how to play this thing, and happily put it installed on the hub, and then used a pump to start inflating the tires. Watching a little bit of tires, a group of craftsmen in the institute was like a child. For the first time, they knew that the air could also be used as a wheel carrying heavy objects. Chapter 7 31st Show of Bicycles, Subscription. After the frames, chains, gears, pedals, tires, and these things are all installed, the main body of a car is basically completed. But if you want to ride normally, you need to install a seat and handbrake. There is still no way to ride. The leather production process of the Han tribe has also developed long ago. It is naturally not a matter of getting a leather car seat, but the shock-absorbing spring under the car seat is slightly more troublesome. Arranged the blacksmith to build the spring. Luo Chong also drew the drawings of the seat. The bottom is a steel tube used to connect the body, the upper is the spring frame, the upper is the spring, and then a triangular thin iron piece, and then pat a layer of softwood earthquake protection, and finally a layer of leather is wrapped outside. The car basket in front of the front is of course also essential, but in order to facilitate promotion, it is naturally necessary to reduce costs, save places where you can save, and lower prices to increase purchasing power. So Luo Chong chose the rattan car basket or bamboo. It is not a problem to make a basket tied to it by the people themselves. The last brake is slightly troublesome. The brakes of modern bicycles are all used for rolling wires. This thing is a thin rope twisted with thin wires. There is also a layer of rubber tubes with gaps outside that looks like wires. However, at the current level of the Han tribe, it should be quite troublesome to make it. So Luo Chong designed two brake systems. One is the roller and rubber hugwheel slower, and the other is to use hard iron bars to drive the brakes directly like the old bicycle. The two are undoubtedly iron bars. It is cheaper, but it can only be used to brake the front wheel at present, and the safety is relatively low. In contrast, the rolling line can take into account the rear wheels and achieve double brakes, but the production cost must be straight up. Of course, this is still a manual trial system. If the difficulties of large-scale production can be solved in the future, then the rolling line is safer and more practical. It took another week until mid-April in the second year of Jian Yuan. After entering the early summer of the year, the brakes, car baskets, front and rear seats and other things were all made. Finally, a single ladder was added. Even if the whole bicycle is ready. During the time of making these things, the artisans of the institute also reassembled more than a dozen bicycles with extra materials. There were a total of 20 vehicles in the first batch, 12 of which were male bicycles with a wheel size of 28 inches. 6 of them were models with a large beam in front, and the other 6 were two side-by-side slim beams. The color of the car is divided into black and green. The black paint is painted black and white, with black as the main body, white and red dotted, green ink and silver steel prefix. The remaining 8 are women's bicycles with a wheel size of 26 inches. In front are 2 parallel beams. It is more convenient to get on and off. The entire frame is welded from steel pipes, but there is no need to worry about the strength of the frame. The colors of ladies' bicycles are more sky blue, grass green, duck egg yolk, big red, 2 in each color, 1 for each brake, 1 for the log car basket, and 1 for the new era of idyllic style. Looking at the neatly arranged 20 bicycles in front of them, the artisans at the institute are also proud of the burst shed, all excited. "Chief, please try the car quickly and see how this bicycle feels when riding." "We can't ride yet, you can ride 2 laps for us to see." "Okay, then I will try." Just after the 20 cars were completed, many people urged Luo Chong to try the car. Luo Chong himself was also very excited, inexplicably traversed into a savage exotic world. With the struggle of his own leaders and citizens, he finally got a little close to the product of modern civilization. Bicycles, how familiar the transportation is, now they have the opportunity to ride again. He chose a 28-inch men bicycle, held the car handle, kicked the car ladder skillfully, and sat on the seat as soon as he stunned his long legs. The knee-hop robe he wore was a little obstructive, so he picked up the two robes in front and back into the belt and exposed the two long legs below, which began to kick. At the moment when Luo Chang's feet were driving away from the ground, the craftsmen at the institute cheered at all times. They danced with excitement and shouted with excitement. The Luo Chong who is riding a car is inevitably disappointed. The shortcomings of this car are still quite obvious. The first feeling given to him is that it is too heavy, and it must be used to kick it. However, Luo Chong quickly realized that this is not only a problem with the use of steel pipes for materials, but also has a great relationship with the road. The research institute on the heart island of the lake is surrounded by simple and flat muddy land. It is quite comfortable to ride, but if you put it on the brick road in the city, it will definitely be smoother when you want to ride. In addition, the seat is not very comfortable to sit up, and some buttocks are because most of the modern bicycle seats are filled with flexible sponges, which are relatively soft to ride, but the seats of iron and wood outsourced leather are not very comfortable. The spring is also installed below, otherwise you must ride the butt upside down for a few kilometers on the mountain road. However, this is not a big disadvantage. It is a big deal. Whoever sews a cotton mat on his own when riding, can afford a bicycle, and should not be worse than that mat. The brakes are okay. This Luo Chong ride is a double brake bicycle with a rolling line. The brakes are very sensitive and the deceleration effect is remarkable. On the whole, although there are still many shortcomings, at least the problem of existence is solved first. Only when there is a bicycle first, we can talk about improvement matters. We must find problems in daily use and then find ways to solve them. Problem. However, Luo Chong also thought about the audience of this bicycle, and it is estimated that not many people are willing to ride. People with money and titles are not more comfortable to ride horses and have more face. Why should they find it uncomfortable to ride such a bicycle? Ordinary people, without daily transportation needs, basically even people who do not go out of the village or the city, it is useless for them to take a bicycle. This thing is actually the most suitable for artisans in various workshops. They have commuting requirements for commuting. If the workplace is a little far away from home, it is possible to get a bicycle to ride, and they have stable wages and save money. Can be bought. And the people who farm in the fields have no chance to go out several times a year, and their possibility of buying a bicycle is basically equal to zero. However, for this part of the peasant group, the tricycles will be more hot, because farming often requires picking manure, fetching water, taking agricultural tools, carrying food at home when the food is harvested, moving straw, etc. In this case, it would be better if there was a car. However, in fact, if anyone has a livestock-fetched vehicle, it is basically equivalent to driving a Maserati in modern times. If anyone can afford a box carriage, it is equivalent to having a Rolls-Royce. It's not how expensive the flatbed car is, but the cost of raising big animals is too scary. It's a thing to feed some straw when you don't pull the car. But if you pull the car and do heavy work, you need to use fine feed such as beans and barley alfalfa. Feeding, the cost of feeding a big animal is enough to feed the 5 masters. Such expenses are generally borne by the family. However, the tricycle is different. It hardly needs to spend, as long as the daily simple maintenance is sufficient. The most important thing is that it does not use animals. You can ride on your own. If you can control the price a little lower, it will definitely be in the Han tribe sells explosions, which is much stronger than bicycles. However, since the bicycle is made, it cannot be used. Luo Chong is ready to get the postal system in the Han tribe first, which is used to send letters to civilians and also facilitate official information transfer. Then first equip the bicycle to the postman of the official office, let them go to run on the streets of the car, and gradually push the bicycle into people's vision. After that, the technology is becoming more and more perfect, and the production scale is also up. It can be promoted. Luo Chong was thinking about things while riding. The years were all cheers from the craftsmen, watching the leader ride on the open ground, and other courageous craftsmen also pushed a car to start trying to ride, but the balance is still very difficult. Grasp. And these bicycles are not good for them. They would rather be neat pads underneath than let the bicycle fall. Even if they just sit on it and slide on the ground with their feet, they are still very happy. In order to better promote this pedal vehicle, Luo Chong spent another week in the institute, watching the craftsmen make 5 more tricycles, and he returned to Hanyang with these freshly baked vehicles. City. A sailboat carrying Luo Chong, 16 bicycles and 4 tricycles came to the pier in Browsing County, and the remaining few were left by Luo Kongdong's research institute, letting them use and try to improve themselves. It doesn't matter how to change it. The craftsmen were greatly moved by this. It is important to know that each of these bicycles is worth the price. After all, the initial research and development investment must be counted in these cars. The leader is willing to leave a few for their own use and improvement, enough to see the leader attaches importance to the bicycle. This will be an invention no less than a carriage. The same is true. When the sailboat carrying the bicycle arrived in Bangyang County, a group of people looked at the leader who had walked from the dock with a double car that had never been seen before, and stared at curious eyes. My God, what car is this? Can the wheels of the double car still be arranged in front and back? It is also necessary to ask that the leader came from Hart Island, which must have been a new invention made at the institute. The research institute is powerful, and I don't know what will recruit again. It's a pity that I was not selected last time. If I can participate in these inventions, then I will definitely be able to blow it all my life. You should wash and sleep. There is everything in your dreams, and the Institute of Human Resources is directly under the jurisdiction of the leader. As long as the best craftsman in all aspects, are you the best? A group of people saw the leader riding a two-wheeled car in vertical rows, and they discussed it one after another. However, most people marvel at why the people who invented this car have such a big brain, but there is no urge to buy one. But when they saw the 4 tricycles lined up in the back, they were so excited. Quick look, what kind of car is that? The car with only 3 wheels. It seems to be similar to the one where the leader rides, and everyone is sitting on it and pedaling with their feet. No, I mean look at the car bucket behind those 3-wheelers. The man stared intently at the tricycle passing by on the dock, and then said to the people around him, "Let's go and see." After finishing talking, he led the left neighbor to the right house or the familiar person to the team of bicycles. The development of the tricycle is for farmers, so the goal of the pursuit is that the passing of various terrains is strong, so the large tires of 28 inches are selected, and the load capacity is strong, so the future car bucket is relatively long. In addition to reducing costs, except that the overall frame is welded with steel pipes, parts such as car buckets in the back are made of bamboo wood or rattan, which controls costs and car weight by reducing the amount of iron. A group of people ran on both sides of the convoy, watching the tricycles and bicycles while running. Look at this car, you don't know how many things you can carry. The most important thing is that this one can actually kick away by itself. If there is such a car, you don't have to raise animals. Ha ha ha, then I think this car should be called an iron donkey. You see, it is made of iron. There was also a courageous man who ran to Luo Chong and asked him directly, "Chief, did you just invent this car? What kind of car is this called? Why can 2 wheels go upright, won't it fall?" Ha 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 ha, this is called a bicycle, also called a bicycle. The 2 wheels are indeed easy to pour. I need to practice more if I want to ride like me. Luo Chong rode very slowly, and the people around him explained that all he wanted was to attract the eyes of the people and let the people know that there was such a car, otherwise how to promote it. "Chief, will this bicycle be sold in the tribe? Is the price expensive?" "Will be sold, but this car has just been researched and has limited production capacity. Even if the price is not expensive, it will be supplied in limited quantities. It is considered to be priceless and unavailable, but it is definitely not as expensive as buying a big animal." Luo Chong explained again. "Chief leader, will the 3-wheeled bicycle behind it sell? How many things can it carry? Okay to ride, do we have to practice for a long time? We are not as smart as the leader, will we learn not? Can you ride?" A farmer carrying a hoe immediately caught up with Luo Chong and asked. Luo Chong stopped with a break and looked at the people around him. He said loudly, "Dear folks, I know that farming is hard and I have to carry fertilizer food from time to time. Each of you can say that you need a vehicle, but most of you only have a miniature cart at home? That thing is very tiring to push, the key is not to fit many things. So I often think about it, if only we can make every family in our Han tribe able to raise a big animal. Unfortunately I can't do it, because there are so many animals in our area. But if you have any needs, I can't help but solve it as the leader, so I deliberately made this kind of tricycle that can walk without livestock or push, sitting on it. It is better than 2-wheeled bicycles. You can learn without practice. In terms of load, even carrying 4 or 5 people at a time is no problem. If it is used to carry food, the brick and stone pavement in the city can carry about 600 pounds at a time, and there is no problem with 400 or 500 pounds on the dirt road outside the city. Although it is still not as good as a cattle carriage, for a rickshaw, this load capacity is enough for your daily use. Today I happen to be here. Does any of you want to go up and try it? Chapter 731 Beloved Footprint. Hearing the introduction of the leader, the farmers around were excited, with a capacity of 400 to 600 pounds. They could take 4 or 5 people at a time, enough to meet their daily needs. The most important thing is that the leader also said that this kind of three-wheeled car it is easy to learn, and many people immediately start the idea of trying to drive. Luo Chong randomly selected a few people to try the car, and these people tried to ride on the open space in front of the pier. Things like tricycles are actually very easy to ride. At least 3 pivots, as long as there is no sharp turn, it is basically impossible to overturn. However, Luo Chan's previous life has also seen many people who say that the tricycle is difficult to ride. These people will always turn uncontrolledly on the tricycle, and they can't ride straight lines at all. This situation is actually not related to the tricycle. According to his own observation and judgment, the final result concluded is that the person who learns to ride the 3 wheels first, then the bike, there is no problem with the 2 types of cars riding, and the first to learn to ride a bicycle, those who learn the tricycles will happen to turn side by side and cannot ride the straight line. He also couldn't figure out what this principle was, but this rule basically adapted to most people. These people of the Han tribe undoubtedly saw the bicycle for the first time, so they didn't encounter any difficulties in riding a tricycle, and they would leave after pedaling. It is easier to control the direction by turning the car handle than to catch the car pulled by the livestock. The lever and iron strip drive brakes installed on the front beam are also very sensitive to use. Summarized, this is a kind of use that does not need to learn. The vehicle used is simpler than pushing the unicycle. In addition, there are good people who are squatting in the rear bucket at the same time to verify the load capacity of the tricycle. Although the cyclist feels more laborious, he can still ride on the flat ground. After these functions were successfully verified one by one, the people were all happy, and then they inquired about the price of the tricycle, and then quickly calculated the savings in the home and the brain. How long would it take to buy such a tricycle? However, regarding the price, Luo Chong is not good now. These are handmade verification vehicles. The cost must be higher than mass production, but he also made a guarantee that the price of the tricycle must not be more expensive than the animals. This price is already very good. For those who want to have an animal, but not so much money in their hands, the tricycle is the best choice. After saying goodbye to the people, Luo Chong continued to advance towards his home in Hanyang City, and the 3 rounds he brought were also distributed by him. He left one in Browsingyang County, Huaishan County, Ruyang County, and Hanyang County. It is used for logistics procurement in various official offices, so that it can often appear in the eyes of ordinary people. Before mass production, advertised the 3-wheeler. Those bicycles were also divided into several vehicles by him and handed over to the small officials in the official office. They often had to run around to solve things, or investigate the situation to collect data, and it was more convenient to use bicycles to run errands. At least it was better than riding. Save money. Luo Chong himself took a team of guards to pull the remaining bicycles back home. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Xiaodai and Zhan Fujian leading 2 children to play in the yard, and Tang Yao, who came back from school, was sitting in the gazebo. Practicing words in the gazebo, Xiaodai is still pointing from time to time. It seems that getting along is still harmonious. Luo rushed into the courtyard door by bicycle. This scene was seen in front of him. He immediately dialed the bell on the car handle, and a ringing bell sounded in the neutrality. Luo Cheng, who was wearing a black hat, was squatting on the ground in crotch pants and didn't know what he was looking at. He immediately saw the crispy ringing sound. When he saw Luo Chong, he immediately patted the meat. The little hand stumbled towards Luo, rushed, and called on his head, "Daddy." "Hey, does a good son miss his father?" Luo Chong picked him up, held his arms with one hand, and asked his little ass to ask. Ronaldinho stretched out his arm and hugged Luo Chong's neck, and answered vaguely, "Think about it, Dad, I want to play this." While coping with Luo Chong's face, he kissed him, and stretched his hand at the bell that Luo Chong just dialed. "You little bastard, it's true to think that Dad is fake, and it's true to ask Dad to bring you toys, right?" Luo Chong pretended to slap his ass angrily and felt softness within his reach. "Really, think Dad is real, and toys are true?" Rosheng pulled his hat on his head with a pickpocket, watching Luo rush to a serious answer. "Oh, you are sincere." Luo Chong was laughed at by him. Niang said, "Be honest, Dad, play that for me." "Ha ha ha ha, for your obedience sake, let you play for a while." Luo rushed to hold him with his hand, so that he could get the bell on the car handle. The little guy smirked and fiddled with the bell, while laughing and greeting others to come and see him. "Mother, sister, look, I rang." On the side, Xiaolan, who was swinging with Zhan Fu, also struggled to come, and then a few people greeted them together. Luo Chong immediately hugged her daughter with another hand and enjoyed a good life with a left hug and a group of knees. "Husband, is this your new car? Why does it look so strange?" The The little butterfly also greeted him with a smile, standing next to Luo Chong and looking at the bicycle and asking, "Yes, the two wheels of this car are arranged in front and back, can they still live?" Zhan Fu also asked Xiao Luoqing, who was playing with the bell. "I have seen the leader of Han." Tang Yao, who was originally writing homework, saw Luo Chong back, and immediately came to give him a gift to see him, and the etiquette of the Han tribe was decent. "Well, I'm relieved to see that you are all fine. I have been busy with the mint production line recently. By the way, I got a few cars out. This is called a bicycle and a bicycle. You don't look at it. Weird, but it has great benefits. This is a means of transportation that can be traveled without livestock. It is faster and more labor-saving. You will know." Luo Chong greeted several people and introduced the bicycle. "Is this car riding?" Butterfly couldn't help but stare at her eyes, pulling the car, and pushing the car she had seen, but she was riding on it without the car pulled by the livestock. She really saw it for the first time. Don't say it hasn't been seen before. I can't even think about it. I have only heard of riding a cow, riding a donkey, riding a deer, riding an elephant, but those are living things anyway. How should this lifeless car ride? Do you want to whip? Hey, haven't you seen it? Today, you can see what bicycles are." He said that he let Xiaodai and Zhan Fu look at the two children, and he rode into the yard and kicked him up, causing the family to exclaim. The two wheels can stand upright by longitudinally arranging and controlling the direction of the front wheel by twisting the handle. The power is provided by two pedals. It looks like Luo Chang's pedal spinner. His husband really the use of footpathing is fascinating, and I did not expect that this structure can still be used to power vehicles. Dad, I take the car. Xiao Luokang looked at Luo's rushing and flew, and the family laughed happily there, like Luo Chong made a big toy for himself. Such a fun thing would not allow him to sit down for a while, so he was in the arms of Xiaodai. Struggled. Luo Chong didn't say anything. He came to the little butterfly by riding a car and pressed the bell. When he pinched the brakes, he stopped the car in an instant. "Come, give my son, you sit behind." Luo Chong reached out to take his son, and then pointed to the back seat of the bicycle and said, "Can you sit behind?" The little butterfly was surprised in an instant. The back seat of the bicycle was on the front of the rear wheel, surrounded by several iron bars. If you sit on a personal again, it feels like riding on a wheel. However, the Bali little butterfly did not refuse, and Luo rushed ahead. She was not afraid, puffed the long skirt and sat sideways in the back seat. The little butterfly naturally hugged Luo Chong's waist. Luo Chong was holding his son in one hand, holding the car handle in one hand, riding up in the yard again, and then turned around 2 laps, greeted several people with Zhan Fu and rode out of the house directly. On the brick boulevard in Hanyang, Luo rushed on a bicycle with his wife and son happily riding. On the road, Xiao Luoqing screamed with excitement, which attracted the attention of many people. Many people who were fetching water in the alley saw such a weird the car came and showed surprising eyes. Especially those young people who have just become married, seeing the leader who was about the age of himself riding a car with his wife and children, and I am envious when I feel in the heart. With the image of Luo Chong advertising, bicycles can be used without livestock. The artifact that can go has also penetrated into the hearts of young people. Young people always accept new things faster, and the elderly in the Han tribe, in the case of Luo Chan's continuous liver technology for so many years, have gradually adapted to the rhythm of the new thing from time to time, regardless of the leader's whole thing. Anyway, it's always good. Husband, this bicycle is really good. So 2 thin wheels can actually bring 3 people. Can this kind of car woman also ride? The long hair of the little butterfly was blown by the breeze while riding, holding Luo Chan's waist happy questioning. Of course I can ride. I designed a lady's bike, which is a little smaller than this one, and it is more convenient to get on and off, but it is not convenient to wear a skirt when riding a bicycle. I brought a few cars back this time, you and Zhan Fu, as well as my mother, each of whom has one, with 4 colors, you will pick it yourself later. Luo Chong also smiled back. Thank you husband. As soon as the little butterfly spoke back, he was teasing his son who pulled his head down on Luo's shoulder. 3 people rode around the ring road in Hanyang City and returned to their homes. Luo Chong also brought other ladies to the house by bicycle. The 2 children and their mother also stepped forward to ask and choose. The curved beams fully show the femininity of women. The most important thing is that it is convenient to get on the bus. You can stretch your legs directly from the front and get around the back of the car like Luo Chong, even if you ride a bike. Very dignified and beautiful. Xiaodai chose the big red one. Zhan Fu remembers her relationship with Luo Chan's water, and her daughter is also called Luo Lan. She chose the light blue bicycle that represents the sky and water. In the end, the little butterfly picked another big red curved handle, with an iron brake handbrake, ready to give it to her mother. Tang Yao was envious of looking aside. Everything in the Han tribe was enough to make her envious. But when she learned that this beautiful and fun car was just invented by the Chinese leader, she was even more envious of it. This is a good thing that other people of the Han tribe have not had for the time being, just like the glass windows of Luo Chang's family. Now, apart from a few noble executives and some public construction facilities, there are basically no windows made of glass. It seems that I saw the eagerness in Tang Yao's eyes, and the little butterfly suddenly drove the car to Luo Chang's side and suggested that, "Husband, you see Sister Tang Yao also lives in our house. There are so many cars here. She also provided us with such useful herbs for the Han tribe. Would you like to give her one? Quan Dang is our gratitude to the Tang tribe." Tang Yaotan covered her mouth in surprise, but I didn't expect Xiaodai to be so generous, so I would like to send her such a gift, not to mention the advanced design and excellent function of this car, just to make this car. The material is probably of great value. Nothing above can be made by the Tang tribe. Luo Chong smoked his mouth and couldn't help thinking, I thank a Mao. The Han tribe and the Tang tribe were originally fair trade. No, to be precise, the Tang tribe also took up a lot of cheapness in the Han tribe. Besides, in terms of medical technology, the two tribes also learn from each other, and make progress together. It doesn't matter who helps, it's good to let Tang Yao live in his own home and drink in vain. Now let me send her a car? This wife is afraid that she is not generous and stupid. Tang Yao seemed to see Luo Chang's hesitation. Although she really wanted it, for the relationship between the two tribes, she hurried out and refused to speak in the unskilled Chinese. Sister Xiaodai is too polite. This gift is too expensive. Tang Yao can't ask for it. It is already very grateful to be able to borrow knowledge from Gifu. This car can never be delivered. When she talked like this, Luo Chong seemed to be inferior to a woman if she didn't agree, so she had to pretend to be generous. Tang Yao was very happy in her heart. She also chose a straw green lady bike halfway through half a push. She blushed and thanked Luo Confuse several times. The little butterfly on the side was facing Tang Yao, secretly blinking at Luo, and watching how I did it. Come and boast my expression. Luo Chong was speechless. What happened to this woman today? Which string was wrong? Then I saw the little butterfly coming over and got to Luo Chang's side and said quietly, Husband, the guy in rat has 7 wives, and there are more than a dozen children. Even the guy in Dashu who doesn't talk has 4 wives and 9 children. You are the leader of the Han tribe. How can it be worse than the people under you? When Luo rushed to the face, he pulled out a few black lines and asked speechlessly, What do you mean? Xiaodai was quietly numbling in the direction of Tang Yao. For John, I have talked to Sister Yao, but their Tang tribe has a population of tens of thousands, and she is still the next Tang tribe leader. This is no longer obvious. Luo Chong can't continue to be stupid anymore. He squinted and looked at the little butterfly seriously and asked, Are you afraid that she will take the seat of your boss? You said that she is the next leader of the Tang tribe. Their tribe still has tens of thousands of people. The power behind it is so great. Are you afraid that she will bully you in the future? The little butterfly smiled sweetly, and her face was full of happy expressions. She was confident and seriously asked, I was brought home by my husband on a deer. I also lived in a grass shed with my husband and gave birth to a son. The husband will not let me be bullied, right? Hey, women are good at asking such questions, it seems to be talented. Chapter 732 Clairvoyance and New School. Marriage. Luo Chong actually didn't think about it. It's not how noble he is or doesn't like Tang Yao. It's that he believes that the strength of the Han tribe can completely take the Tang tribe with his own skills. There is no need to use marriage as a despicable political means. To be honest, in this primitive era full of ignorance and backwardness, Tang Yao's appearance and the dress of the current Han tribe, as well as her knowledge and kindness, are enough to be regarded as superior and superior. It's fake, but it's not necessary to deliberately approach the Soup tribe. What he wants is love between the two feelings, not coercion and conspiracy. If Tang Yao also likes himself and likes the Han tribe, Luo Chong naturally does not mind accepting her, but that has nothing to do with the plan to conquer the Tang tribe. Showing his attitude, Xiaodai is not good to continue to say anything. Luo Chong did not mean anything deliberately, so he and Tang Yao are actually in an attitude of allowing them to develop. Luo Chong has many things to be busy, and for the time being, he really can't take care of so many children's personal feelings. On the 4th day when Luo Chong returned to Hanyang City, a small brig sailboat suddenly came from the north. It did not walk directly through the Osawa Channel browsing the upper reaches of the Yanghe River, but came from the upper reaches of the Ruyang River and stopped directly to the pier of Hanyang City. As soon as the ship docked, someone went to the city and reported Luo Chong. He didn't know the origin of the ship until he came to the pier on a bicycle. This is a sailboat coming from the frontline base of Yono. Soon after Yuno left last year, Luo Chong ordered them to bring some crystal back to Yuno when he came back to pass the crystal mine. But this guy was busy searching for the population last year, and he did nothing and came back without a face. The crystal mine was so delayed. However, after Luo Chong sent more personnel and material support before last winter, this guy finally remembered that there was such a task that was not completed, so when the spring snow and ice had just melted, Yuno sent someone to pick up a boat of crystal sent back. As for himself, he still didn't dare to come back, and he didn't know whether he was really busy or hiding from himself. It is estimated that he was still afraid of delaying Luo Chong, so he didn't dare to come back. Luo Chong looked at the crystals of the ship, but they did not embarrass these crew members. They were not decision makers. It was useless to make them difficult. It was the most serious to quickly turn these crystals into useful tools. Although the Han tribe already has the ability to make various glass products, the glass made of quartz sands is still not comparable to crystal glass in some performance. This is not a matter of process, but the nature of the material. Luo Chong has never made anyone try to make a telescope, but is actually waiting for this batch of ore. Needless to say, like a telescope, a tool with extremely high luminous requirements, ordinary glass is really not good, but the crystal ore is different. Its composition is pure enough. 99.999% of silicon dioxide guarantees the absolute purity of the crystal glass. Whether it is light transmitting or heat resistant, the crystal glass is better. In addition to making optical instruments, crystal glass with heat resistance to make chemical laboratory utensils is also an excellent material. Some beakers and test tubes that need to be heated need to have high heat resistance. The melting point of the ordinary quartz glass of 5,600 degrees is obviously unable to come in handy, which is why he specifically ordered the field to bring some crystal back last year. With the development of the Han tribe's shipbuilding and nautical fields, the Han tribe's demand for telescopes has become more and more urgent. Now that the materials are in place, it is finally possible to put this big killer, known as the clairvoyance, on the agenda. It's just that Luo Chong can't remember much useful knowledge about telescope technology. He remembers a lot in chemistry, but he almost forgot about the lens of junior high school physics. The only thing that can be remembered is that the telescope seems to be made of a combination of convex lenses and lenses. If it is a combination of convex, it is probably a microscope. In addition, the straight telescope seems to be a combination of convex or something. This is not very clear. The military binoculars have to go through a refraction because the goggles are smaller than the mirror spacing. It is only necessary to add a prism. It's okay to remember clearly. Fortunately, the current research institutes of the Han tribe already have certain research and development capabilities. Science is never a result of attention, but a process of seeking truth through continuous verification, so it's a big deal. After many experiments, you can always find the most suitable combination and data. So Luo Chong immediately wrote some concepts and basic theories about the telescope, as well as the approximate experimental direction, and then immediately sent soldiers to send these important materials and the crystal of the full ship directly to the Research Institute of Lake Hart Island. The first step in the research and development step is not to find a combination of lens, but to use these crystals to try out a batch of bump lenses with various focal points. With these parts and equipment, it is possible to carry out the next experimental verification. When the top Han tribe craftsmen in the institute got this information, they were even more overjoyed. Unexpectedly, the leader's brain hole exploded again, actually came up with the idea of using glass to make artificial clairvoyance, and it is said that it is really possible. Because several people in the institute had participated in the manufacture of convex lenses, it was when Luo Chong was looking for someone to make a magnifying glass for the carving of currency templates. At that time, when the artisans made the magnifying glass, they were also surprised by this special mirror. According to Luo Chong's information and their own understanding, the principle of this thing is probably to use the special role of the magnifying glass to enlarge the long-range scenes infinitely. In this way, people can see things from a long distance. In this way, this thing is indeed feasible in theory. To this conclusion, a group of researchers was very motivated. On the same day, a special research group on telescopes was set up to pour a batch of lenses of various models with molds. At the same time, Luo Chong's data also specifically gave hints. Compared with the same diameter lens, the thickness of the center will lead to changes in the focal length, that is, the amplified multiples will change. Such a magical theory is to make these researchers like infatuated. They don't care about money and honor, because they are not short of it, and the leaders who can give it have been given long ago. The reason why these researchers like the work here is because they are often exposed to the latest technology held by the leaders in the research institute, which greatly satisfies their curiosity about the various rules and laws of the world. After all, people have curiosity, but most people have different directions. After explaining this R&D plan, Luo Chong will temporarily ignore it. After several months of construction, the new university city of the Han tribe is about to be completed and put into use. He has made a complete development direction for medical schools before, but he has not made plans for other disciplines. It is time to take these advanced additions. The education system came out. Literary creation is not easy to say, it must take time to precipitate to develop slowly, but regarding various administrative needs, the Han tribe is somewhat eager for merit. The agricultural college is indispensable, and the construction water conservancy is also indispensable. In the future, the development of ships in the ocean will be accompanied by a ship or a school of boat administration. In addition, the Polytechnic Institute, which pursues truth, and the political and legal professions to maintain social security are all essential. Profession. Many of the students in those schools before the Han tribe have already taken up positions in the tribe with good grades. Some have become small officials, some have become craftsmen, and some have entered the research institute directly as calculators. Talents in mathematics are very scarce. Many students participate in work while continuing to study after entering the institute. Now, in order to develop better in the future, these disciplines must also be systematically organized, and strive to spread as much as possible the education of the Han tribe and the knowledge they have learned during Luo Chan's lifetime. The new campus, or university town, of course, is not completely a university now. Future universities must all be built in the capital of the Han tribe. Now these schools equivalent to middle school are arranged by Luo Chong in Ruyang County. New county. At first Luo Chong also planned to build these schools in the newly established Nanjing County. Later, he thought about putting them under Ruyang County. As a school-focused city, of course, it is easy to rely on the big tree to take advantage of the cold. The county city has been developing for many years to support it is much stronger than the newly set up counties that are bare. In this way, it is a cheap Yunzi. Luo Chong originally let him build 2 more county towns. Now this university city directly takes him an indicator of the county. The newly built city was named Xianzhou County, and it was located north of Ruyang County, east of Hanyang County, that is, not far from the other side of the river in Hanyang City. Although this city is a county-level unit, its size is no less than any county. After all, there are several schools in it. It is inevitable to join the construction of the residential area and living area of the normal county. As a result, the city will inevitably become bigger. However, because of the proximity to the 2 major counties, the construction of the new city can also receive a lot of help. Coupled with the large number of slaves captured in this war, the speed of building the city is still not slow. Because the medical school has a clear direction of development, it has set up a campus named Han Tribe Northern Medical College. There are teaching buildings, dormitory buildings, experimental buildings, anatomy centers, herbal experimental plantations, and experimental animal breeding centers, an ice cellar for storing human specimens. In addition, the medical school also has a hospital set up externally. It usually treats various patients. After all, medicine can't rely on paper alone. Clinical verification is the focus. Hospitals and colleges are connected. Teachers of the school take turns sitting in the clinic. Students take turns internships. Although the scale is not too large, although the sparrows are all small and full, they can accommodate 100 people in the hospital, outpatient buildings, parking lots, large pharmacies, etc. Many functional buildings are actually shared with the college, but as the first official hospital of the Han tribe, it is perfect enough. More importantly, this hospital is still in the trial operation stage. It only needs no money to see a doctor. It will charge a fee for buying medicine. The awareness of payment should be cultivated from the beginning, and the people should not be allowed to develop the habit of being white. If you want to treat trauma, wound, suture, broken bones, and other surgical treatments, the hospital will adopt a policy of treatment before charging, healing the money, and failing to cure the hospital to pay for funeral expenses. No way. Nowadays, medicine has just begun to study. No one can guarantee that it will be cured. There is also a special obstetrics and gynecology department dedicated to receiving families who want to have children in the hospital. The hospital will charge a certain fee to provide a series of services such as postpartum care such as delivery. The purpose of building this hospital is, of course, to sum up experience for teachers and students in the school. The significance is very important. In addition, science and engineering, literature, political law, architecture, art, agriculture and other disciplines, because there is no systematic direction of development, it is only experimental in nature, and the school size is not large. Finally, all these disciplines are placed in a large campus. It is sufficient to co-organize a Northern Advanced Comprehensive College with several divisions within it. As for another important school of boat administration, it was directly placed in Braosang County by Luocheng, where the river is leaned, and the shipyard is also ready-made. As long as it is related to the ship, no matter what you learn, it is more important than in Ruyang County. It's much more convenient here. Just in the early part of summer May, the campus of the prefecture was finally built. Although the residential area and living area of the people are still to be built, the school can now be officially put into operation. But in addition to the medical school, another comprehensive the college will wait until the fall, and the students of the original junior school will not enroll in the school. But Tang Yao, who has lived in Luo Chang's house for a few months, couldn't help but propose to transfer the herbs temporarily planted in the yard to the herb plantation of the medical school. Luo Chang just wanted to see the school construction. Just lead the family all together. Anyway, there is no one in the school now, just travel in the past. The two children knew they were going to play, and they were all excited, but while packing things, the little butterfly complained to Luo Chang, "Husband, you have built so many professional schools, even those who burn pottery paintings must get an art school out. Why is there no textile industry college alone? Do you not value our weave?" Luo Chang rode on a bicycle with a beam and placed Xiao Luoqing in a rattan chair in his arms, helplessly spreading his hand at the little butterfly. The textile industry of our tribe has basically developed to the limit of hand-woven cloth. It is really nothing to teach, and then improve up, that is, all automation, so that no one can control dozens of loomers at the same time. Work, more efficient and tireless, but by that time, the female workers in those textile mills must be hit, and their work will not be guaranteed. Ah, no one? Well, forget it. There are so many families in our tribe counting on this job to support their families. The little butterfly immediately felt surprised. "Daddy, go, son." Seeing Luo Chong and Zayadai talking there, Xiao Luo sitting on the bicycle beam has not done anything. Chapter 733 Salvation of the Tail. A convoy of several bicycles crossed the wooden bridge. After about an hour of riding, the family soon came to the school county in Ruyang County. The medical school has been basically completed, and the herbs in Luo Chan's house have been transported to the plantation in advance. When they come, the herbs will almost be transplanted. Plant transplantation must rush to the cloudy sky. Unfortunately, the weather in these days is sunny. According to the predictions of Qin Tianjin, the same will be true in the next few days. There is no way. For the rapid transplantation of herbs, Luo Chong can only allow people to carry out at night, and the sun was killed on the way of the daytime transportation in the province. In addition to planting more than a dozen herbs brought by Tang Yao, there are many kinds of herbs collected by the Han tribe over the years, most of which were contributed by the original Snake tribe. Traumatic drugs similar to ginger can be applied directly to the wound after drying, with hemostasis and anti-inflammatory effects, and similarly, the kind of trees with red juice that the big tree said could be used to clean the trauma disinfection can also have a certain anti-inflammatory effect, that is, there is almost no effect in hemostasis. Others are highly toxic thorns and vines, odorous grass with a refreshing and vomiting function. It is said that the juice of this plant has the function of awakening and vomiting, and the effect description is also very direct, which means literally, if a comatose person smells this juice, immediately you can be awakened by the smelly, and the awake person can smell it directly. It's terrible. However, everything has its effect, and the odorous grass is definitely a rare medicine in first aid and detoxification, but this wonderful medicine must be used now, probably because its odor is too rich, so it evaporates too fast. The reason will be ineffective in a few minutes, and the juice directly exposed to the air will evaporate rapidly, greatly limiting the scope of use. In this case, Luo Chang's opinion is to make it into an ointment similar to fine oil, and put it in a small bottle and use it as a snuff pot. Anyway, it is used to smell something, and he only gives the direction of development. Not directly involved in research, that is the work of medical school. So here is not only to grow odorous grass, but also to conduct experiments on drug concoction, from the original grab of a grass to eat directly, to the creation of a Chinese medicine, to improve the shelf life and scope of use, which is also the research direction of the medical school. 1. There are many similar drugs, and there are all kinds of weird functions. Most of them are common sense of life and the ancestors of some small tribes, just like the previous generation of leaders took the initiative to find a bushel to heal the wound. Although most tribes do not have word inheritance, those ancestors have a lot of knowledge about herbs and the life skills passed down from word to word. Wild cats are sick and will go to the mountains to find herbs to eat. High intellectual animals like humans are naturally less stupid than cats. For decades or even thousands of years, which tribe does not have a few kinds of herbs that can cure diseases? It's just that most of them are repeated. After reading the plantation, Luo Chong led everyone to the animal breeding center. Most of the animals used by the Han tribe to do medical experiments are rabbits and dogs. These two organisms are inexpensive and have large yields. They are very suitable for experiments. As for the little white rats that were often heard in previous life, he is in this world. I haven't seen it yet. In addition, the Animal Breeding Center also cultivates many animal medicinal materials. For example, viper, snake molting, cicada molting, toad skin, carob, turtle armor, antler, donkey skin, poisonous insects, etc. are also very useful medicinal materials. Looking at the viper in the cage, Xiao Luoqing was scared and yelled, but he couldn't help but want to get together to find out. This fearful and curious contradiction is manifested in a child who hasn't been in 2 weeks. It's a bit cute, inexplicable. After leaving the Animal Breeding Center, a group of people went to visit the teaching building and dormitory building again, which is similar to other schools, but the glass windows installed on these buildings were well received. This is the glass workshop on Lake Hart Island recently made. In terms of hospitals outside the school, it is still under construction. Fortunately, the medical school has not officially accepted the students, so it does not matter that the hospitals outside the school are temporarily closed. After visiting a lab, Luo Chong took his wife and children to a picnic in the school garden, accompanied the 2 children to play leather balls, and then went home. Because the school county is not far from Hanyang City, and can be reached by bicycle for an hour, Tang Yao still lives in Luo Chong's house. When the school officially starts, she also has to live every day back to get off work. In May, the Han tribe has gradually digested the gains from this war, but for the failed side of the war, the Takashi and Xin tribes are the most unacceptable. In a small mountain tribe on the south bank of grassland Hunghu, he lay in a tent in a dull state. His left arm was wrapped with white sackcloth, but it was soaked with red blood and yellow water. An unpleasant smell of rotten smell breath. During the initial battle of the open source city, during the escape, the left arm was shot with an arrow. The arrow wound of that arrow has not been properly treated because of the continued attack behind the Han tribe. Later, with the successive raids, the huge losses caused by the Han tribe, the herdsmen were captured in large numbers, and the development of the situation made the proud stunning begin to collapse, and with the gradual heat of the weather, the arrow wound on his left arm finally began to deteriorate. The only hundreds of blood relatives and personal guards escorted him to a mountainous valley southeast of Coast Guard, where they found a small savage tribe that lived on hunting collection and fishing. The population was also only 5,600 people, but they were easily defeated by impersonal guards. After all, even if their strength is worse, they are the best wave of cavalry on the grassland. Conquering such a small tribe is not at all a problem. This is beyond doubt. The leaders of the small tribes and other high-level executives were quickly slaughtered, the remaining women were occupied by impersonating relatives, and men were beaten as slaves, grazing more than 1,000 animals left for them. However, the breathing injury is getting more and more serious, and the wound is gradually inflamed with red and swollen. After several times of meat detoxification and wound cleaning, his injury can't help but improve, but it is getting more and more serious. Without good trauma treatment, he has fallen into a fever of days. This arm is useless. Even if the injury can be maintained, he will always lose his ability to hold bows and arrows. But he can't keep it well, and he's not going back for a long time. In fact, he's been unconscious for several days. Maybe tonight, he will cool down completely. On the other side of the strait, the top of the Xin tribe is also very depressed. They have invested too much in this battle of Kaiyuan City, a lot of sea salt, bamboo arrows, copper spears, bamboo armor. Of course these are nothing. The most important thing is actually the family of those leading elders are strong. It was an army formed entirely by its own. The young and strong of 3,000 people was not a small number. However, since the dispatch, it has never returned. This is undoubtedly a huge loss. Even for the Han tribe, such losses are huge. Although a county of the Han tribe has a population of nearly 10,000, it also includes old and weak women and children. If all are calculated as young and strong, the largest Han tribe the county cannot take out 3,000 people at once. What's more, these people are the main forces of the Xin tribe's system, and now they are all gone. On the agreed day, the army did not come back. Xin Ton led to urgently wait at the bridgehead of the dark bridge, and then watched the tide rise. When the sea water flooded the dark bridge again, I still didn't see the shadow of the army, even one. There was no letter sent by Fongting. Xin Tanzi is not a fool. He soon realized that something was wrong, which triggered his conjecture about the situation. War is nothing more than a result of victory or defeat, but in this situation, the results are very limited. Either it was the victorious coalition defeat, and all 3,000 of them died in battle. The Han tribe took advantage of the situation and risked it to escape to which horny corner. However, Commander Xin did not think that such a situation would happen, but he knew how many people there were in the upstart. This time there were so many coalition forces. Even if the Han tribe was super capable of fighting, there were 10 people in one person, but Kaiwan City could have how many people, even if the Han tribe exerts very often, is to tie up with Takashi, who can't help anyone. However, the current situation is that not only did his 3,000 horses disappear, but he didn't even send a letter to the vent, which is not normal at all. Another result is that the venture successfully defeated the Han tribe and occupied the open source city. Then he violated the previous agreement, dominated the open source city, and detained his 3,000 horses. According to the previous venture to obstruct the carriage trade between the two tribes of Hansen and detain a large amount of materials, he is very likely to do this thing. If this is the case, then their Xin tribe will lose money. When he thought of his huge investment, he might have replaced such a result. He couldn't help but want to vomit 3 liters of blood. The impatient Xin leader immediately made a decision and sent hundreds of people into dozens of teams. Crossing the strait 20 kilometers wide, go to the grassland to inquire about the situation. The scouters set off quickly, and a small number of teams successfully boarded the grassland continent. Then they got some horses from the nearby herdsmen by carrying white salt, or rented or bought them, and then went to the grasslands in 2 to find out news of the battle between the tribe and Han. Some people first went to the old territories to look for it, to see if the stoners came back, but when they reached a territory, they saw all the ruined tent scales, and the felt above had long been burned to ashes. Even a little smell did not emit, indicating that these traces have been caused a long time ago. Several Xin tribes looked down at the horse and found traces of war everywhere. There were many rotten animal skins in the camp, as well as the bone skeleton of the livestock. When they opened a collapsed tent, they suddenly drilled from the inside. After a few red and black foxes grinning at the teeth of several people, the leg disappeared. While several scouts looked closely, they also found several human skeletons pressing under the tent. Obviously, these were eaten by the beast after death. What happened? Who was attacked here? Why did no one converge on the body after the attack, or occupy the camp? They finally laid down this place, didn't they run it for occupation? No useful information was obtained, but it turns out that the camp behind the stretch was hit by unknown forces and has not been restored so far. This is already bad news. I have successively inspected 2 venture camps, which is also what it looks like. The successive discoveries prove that the vent may have suffered a big defeat, and even lost his own nest, which undoubtedly illustrates many problems. They came to the outside of a dazzling stronghold again, where they were more familiar. They were the larger strongholds under the dash. Many important materials previously delivered by the Xin tribe to Dangtan were all hoarded here. They couldn't wait to enter the camp to find a bang to ask, so they immediately rode forward and found a lot of herdsmen here grazing far away, and a few were waiting for their hearts to relax. Fortunately, I finally saw the living people. There were herdsmen and livestock, indicating that they had not been attacked by the enemy here, so they immediately ran towards the herd and herdsmen. However, they hadn't waited for them to say a word to the herdsmen. On the hillside in the distance, a strong reflection flashed their eyes. They took a closer look at the green shed and found out that it was a team of more than 30 riding red robes and silver armor. Cavalry, one of their leaders was holding a black and red Han tribe flag. At first glance, it was the unique general flag officer of the Han tribe. In an instant, countless questions came to mind. Isn't this a dazzling territory? Why did the cavalry of the Han tribe appear? Why don't those herdsmen run away? What happened here? It's too late to think about it. The Han tribe cavalry over there has started to speed up with the leather whip, and it's not to welcome them at first glance. Several scouts were scared to escape on the spot, but they didn't run far. After dark, they sneaked in again, trying to scout some useful information at night. The horses were hidden in the woods not far away. The 2 scolded carefully and sneaked forward in the grass, and finally came to the periphery of the camp. With the light of countless bonfires and electric stone lamps, it is rare to see that a city wall with more than one person has been built in the distance. There are also a large number of tents and corrals outside the city, representing the number of people living here. The barracks with the banner of the Han tribe are particularly noticeable. On the farther side of the lake, the dock built by the brick is gradually extending into the lake. There is no doubt that this camp has been permanently occupied by the Han tribe. They have also built a pier for the ship to dock, and a city to defend against the enemy. In this way, the defeat of the coalition forces has almost become a nail. The fact, otherwise how his territory will be occupied by the Han tribe. The 2 scouts glanced at each other and quietly crawled towards the woods not far away. They were ready to send the news back to Bamboo Island as soon as possible. More than half a month later, when the teams reprimanded and returned to Bamboo Island, after the intelligence of the high level of the Xin tribe was aggregated, they finally understood the truth of the matter. After the advent of the coalition forces, their 3,000 young and strong were all gone. On the night that Commander Xian and several elders talked about it, several Jinwuvai agents lurking around the elders also sent the news to the detained bulltail ears. The tail of the cow, who has been in detention for half a year, is very haggard, but after hearing the news, the two eyes emitted irresistibly. He knew that his chance to go out came. I'm a little busy these 2 days, I'm sorry everyone, I'll try to adjust my time in the future, QAQ. Chapter 734 Panic of Xian Tribe. In fact, with the intensification of the contradiction between the Takashi and Xian tribes and the Han tribe, the intelligence information on both sides has been cut off for a long time, especially those Jinwuvai intelligence personnel lurking at the top of the Xian tribe. Because of their high-level sight of the Xian tribe, they were unable to pass the message with the Ajika eagle, which is so conspicuous, so connecting with these senior intelligence personnel has always been solved by heirs. However, as the Xian tribe strengthened its vigilance against the Han tribe, the way in which the mission could be contacted in the name of a vendor was also interrupted. Therefore, in fact, Niuwei has not received any news about the Han tribe for a long time. In the winter, he heard the idea that Xian Guan was preparing to win over the war against the open-source county of the Han tribe. Later, several intelligence personnel inquired about this, and the Xian tribe continued to deliver materials from Bamboo Island to Dakashi through the Dark Bridge, and even summoned 3,000 bamboo armor soldiers to the grassland to participate in this conference war in winter. These are all made up of the young and middle-aged people who command the elders, and as the key members of several elders, how could the Jinwuvai intelligence personnel not know the news? It's just that they have temporarily lost contact with the tribe and cannot pass on these important information back to the tribe, so after weighing it again and again, they can only notify the bulltail first. After all, the bulltail swore allegiance to his own leader. They are the closest to the Xian tribe. High-level intelligence personnel are known. After learning the news, Niuwei did not worry about the Han tribe at all. In his view, no matter how much troops the Takashi and Xian tribes have made, it is meaningless to Kaiwan County. Even if they break through, the Han tribe only loses a piece of land. With sufficient resources from the Han tribe, it is entirely possible to find a new city pool by the lake. The big deal is to waste another 2 or 3 years. It's not surprising that Niuwei has such confidence. After living in the Han tribe for more than a year, he is well aware of the true role of the city, that is, defense. As far as the existing attack methods are concerned, no army can break through the city. It's still his old habit of thinking about changing positions. When this guy lives in Hanyang City, he often observes the urban defense of Hanyang City, and even simulates countless methods of siege in his heart. The final conclusion is that if the city with sufficient reserves, no army can break through the city. The city of Kaiwan County is precisely a special existence. Its geographical location is very special. It rests on the lake waterway. Half of the walls extend directly into the lake, and even the pier is protected. On the front of the city, it is reported that there is currently only a towering inner city, and another outer city will be built in the future. Niuwei does not know whether the outer city is built now, but even if there is only the inner city, it is impossible to break through the vent, because as long as the Han tribe is willing, they can walk from the lake to provide continuous supplementary troops and supplies to the open-source city at any time. Even if the vent is around for 10 years, Kaifeng City can also obtain continuous supplies through the lake behind it. And the biggest disadvantage of venture is that there is no boat. If the Han tribe has hostile water forces, and then unite the cavalry on the grassland, there may be a chance to break through the open-source city, but in fact this does not exist. Another point, although Niuwei has enough confidence in Kaiyuan City, he still vaguely expects the idea, or he hopes that the Xian tribe and Takashi will join forces to find the trouble of the Han tribe, so that their 3 forces will definitely deteriorate rapidly. With his strong confidence in the Han tribe is absolutely impossible to lose. At that time, both the Fangtan and the Xian tribe will kneel under the authority of the Han tribe. Maybe at that time, they will have a chance to go out. Sure enough, the development of facts is not much different from their analysis. Originally, he thought that the Han tribe would stick to the city, spend time with the in-person coalition forces, and finally break the deadlock of the war, and achieve the purpose of defeating the Feathering and Xian tribes. But in fact, the Han tribe did not stick to the city, but used the great power of the artillery to choose and risk a decisive battle outside the city. Although the process is very different, the results are the same, even worse than he thought. The Han tribe actually knocked off the Bang directly, and the Xian tribe suffered huge irreparable losses. No surprises. After learning the results of the war, the top of the entire Xian tribe panicked. They began to fear the horrible combat power of the Han tribe and worried that the Han tribe would call at any time. Niuwei is still struggling with his heart, whether to cooperate with those spies to escape from prison, or to stay here waiting for the Han tribe to fight. For a time, he began to meditate. On the other side, Xin led the discussion. Several elders were still in anger, or sadness, or suspicion. How did the Han tribe defeat so many troops? Isn't their city a soldier with only 4 or 5,000? And there are 60,000 in Denton and our army. How did they win? Commander Xin is still struggling with this problem, but it is just a kind of self-paralysis. He did not want to face this fact. Since it is unacceptable now, it is simply subconscious to hypnotize himself and tell all this that it is fake, but several other elders have forced him to face reality seriously, and now is not the time to evade responsibility. Commander-in-Chief, it is no longer meaningful to pursue these reasons. According to the scout reports of multiple teams, this open source meeting was a complete failure. The venture not only wiped out the whole army, but also lost all the territory. Among these territories, the best resource place has been occupied by the Han tribe, and the city is still being built. Obviously they cannot play for the past. Elder Jean also emphasized very sadly. They don't care anymore if they die or not. What they care about now is what happened to their fighters. Are they all dead? If they die, it's okay to say. If they don't die, do they want to find a way to pay the ransom to change people back? But as soon as this idea was put forward, it was immediately rejected by others. Those soldiers don't know if they die or not, but we must not admit that this is a fighter sent by our Xin tribe, which can only anger the Han tribe, which is equivalent to pointing at their nose and telling them that this time the Xin tribe is behind. The elders took the lead in opposing. Give up your stupid idea. Do you think the Han tribe can't see that we are doing things? Don't forget the weapons used by the coalition forces. Also, once our soldiers are captured by the Han tribe, do you expect them to keep secrets for the tribe? Elder Bucking issued different opinions. It doesn't matter if the Han tribe knows it or not. The key is what the Han tribe's attitude towards us is. Is there any movement over the mission? After a little thought, Xin Guan also expressed his attitude. This is No, the elder who often contacts the mission, answered. Everyone was meditating again, and the meeting had to be temporarily interrupted. Panic is useless now, and the impersonation is over, then the Xin tribe will lose the initiative in this game. Whether or not to continue, is it to negotiate to calm the war, or to continue the confrontation, and kill you to die? It depends on the attitude of the Han tribe towards them. The living room was silent for a long time, and the quiet and depressed atmosphere was finally broken by Elder Kim's proposal. Our discussion is meaningless now. Perhaps it is time to make the final decision. Are we going to surrender, accept the rule of the Han tribe, or rise up to resist, and fight with them to the end? Of course, you know our current strength is difficult to fight. Commander Xin did not speak immediately, but clenched his fists involuntarily, staring at his most important golden elder in the past. This guy dared to discuss surrender in front of himself, which is really abominable, but now he can't do it without the support of these people, and he really has no way. Of course it is to be hit. We have already done something to attack the Han tribe. Do you still expect the Han tribe to let us go? Maybe those civilians will not be troubled, but once we surrender, it will almost end in death. Do you want to die? The elders also once again emphasized their current situation and made an oath to follow the Xin tribe. In fact, they did not choose. Each of the elders present had real power, either mastering metal mining, or mastering livestock breeding, or appliance manufacturing, all of which were top family forces of the Xin tribe. Even if Luo Chong chose to spare them, it is estimated that they will no longer be given any power to maintain a huge family and excellent life. Then call it. So it's easy to discuss. How do we fight? The elder looked at everyone's reaction and suddenly proposed. I don't think it's necessary to fight, at least not now. Elder Jean once again said amazingly, seeing everyone's eyes looking at him, he continued to say this. I just said that it's not up to us to decide whether to fight or not, it depends on the attitude of the Han tribe towards us. But from the current mission response, they should not have a short time to plan for us. Everyone nodded in their words and expressed their affirmation. Elder Jean once again said, so in order to maintain this special relationship, I think we need to make some concessions. We have to take the initiative to negotiate with the Han tribe and agree to open them to promote the Han tribe currency in the Xin tribe. Xin Tong heard the words and immediately glared at him, but Elder Jean continued to say, Commander-in-Chief, don't be angry, listen to me first. Agree to open the right to currency circulation, which is a weak expression of disguise, telling the Han tribe that we actually don't want to fight, but the Han tribe is too powerful. Now we have figured it out, it's okay to give up a little currency right, anyway. We have no money, but we can't let this currency circulation right in vain. Do you remember the plan that Niuwei said before? The Han tribe will definitely use a lot of iron in exchange for copper in our hands. This is our opportunity. We can take advantage of the opportunity to stock steal, and then find the Han tribe to use the technology to build iron as compensation for the right to make money. In addition, there is the technology of shipbuilding. Even if we don't give us the technology of shipbuilding, we must give us some big ships. And there is no less, for which we can pay more, such as white salt. With ships and iron fighting technology, we can make a lot of weapons and armor. In addition, we can also collect fake and fleeing scattered soldiers from the grassland and pick them up to Bamboo Island to supplement us. I can't find the shadow now. I believe these people will be very willing to come to Bamboo Island and leave the Han tribe's vision. As a result, we have soldiers, weapons, food and salt, and ships, so we can stop the ships of the Han tribe from outside the island, and then take all the missions on the island down and force them to hand over the Han tribe's shipbuilding technology, so that we will not lag behind the Han tribe at least for decades. As long as we are dedicated to development on the island, there will eventually be more than the Han tribe. Elder Kim's words are to give everyone a full strength. Everyone thinks this is a good way. They just give up a currency circulation right that is not their own, and they can change from the Han tribe to a large number of iron fighting technology, and a large number of ships. Recruiting a group of soldiers from the grassland, Han tribes with weapons, and grasslands for humans, and they can have an army against the Han tribe with up to some craftsmen and food. Why not? So this plan was quickly finalized. Several elders divided their respective divisions of labor. The elders were responsible for nibbling the technology. The elders went to the Han tribe to negotiate. The elders were responsible for editing the army, and the elders were responsible for coordinating grain and grass. It is also possible to go to the grassland to collect fake soldiers or call them recruits. A few days later, when the mission's beast teeth heard the animal elders come to him to negotiate and actively request the liberalization of currency circulation rights in exchange for technology and ships, the beast teeth were suddenly puzzled. What moth is playing? He didn't dare to rule on such a major event, so he had to write a letter asking Luo Chan's opinion. This time is 5 or 6 days. During this period, due to the initiative of the Xian tribe, the veterinary teeth were able to send vendors again to re-establish communication with high-level intelligence personnel of the Xian tribe. The two sides quickly contacted again and revealed all the contents of the Xian tribe's new plan. Go out. In the distant city of Hanyang, Luo Chong took the letter but showed an unclear smile. The Xian tribe is still delusional about being able to deal with itself. Looking at their arrangement, it should have not been heard of the power of the cannon. Thinking about it, Luo Chong decided to temporarily agree to the Xian tribe. Both parties can take their own needs. Anyway, let the Han tribe familiarize themselves with the terrain of Bamboo Island and work out a detailed attack and occupation plan. As for the boat that the Xian tribe wants, this is easy to handle. It's okay to give them a few ships. Anyway, I promised to come down first. It's a big deal. I can't hold it. I can use the trick of teaching. Anyway, even if they are given a boat, the Xian tribe it is impossible to drive immediately. Chapter 735 Telescope. The reason why Luo Chong made such a decision also has his own considerations. The Han tribe has just experienced a war and wants to completely digest this loot, or to manage the robbed land and population. It takes a while. In addition, Vapovisha's fleet needs to be drilled, and the 10,000-strong herdsmen brought to Twelhae County also need to be re-edited into the army. It is not the best time to wage war against Bamboo Island. Although the Xian tribe can come up with more troops than Xiantun, it is completely different to fight against the Xian tribe and against Takashi. The Han tribe as a whole was on the defensive when it was frightened. As long as it blocked the offense and kept the achievements of the construction of Kaiwan County, even if this battle was won, and the two sides were in a decisive battle as soon as they came up, the pursuit of the implantation was also dominated. But Bamboo Island is different. The strategic purpose of the Han tribe is to fully occupy the land and population of the entire Bamboo Island, so the required strength is much greater than the Battle of the Grassland, because every time a place is beaten, it is necessary to separate troops and maintain the early public security, otherwise it would not make much sense to defeat the group of heirs led by Xian. Luo Chong has expected that this group of guys probably dare not fight against the Han tribe. If he is the commander of Xian, he will definitely avoid collisions with the Han tribe head-on, take advantage of the local combat advantages, rely on the local people and follow the Han tribe. It is the best way to fight guerrillas or ambush. If the Xian tribe wants to fight for time, why doesn't Luo Chong want to fight for time? Since the purpose of the two sides is temporarily consistent, it doesn't matter if they cooperate a little bit, and by the way, they can promote the currency of the Han tribe on Bamboo Island just by the way. After the occupation, it's troublesome. Luo Chan's reply was quickly sent to the hands of the animal teeth, and the beast teeth began to negotiate with the animal elders in accordance with his orders, but the negotiations were obviously not something that could be completed in a day or two. Both parties needed to fight for their own interests. Maximize, so both sides are constantly testing and guessing for 2 consecutive days. The Xin tribe wants to come directly to the technique of shipbuilding. Of course, the Han tribe is not willing to give it. It only promises to sell them a few dows. Yes, it is to sell, not to send. The Xin tribe is of course unacceptable. The elder must send someone back to ask the opinion of the commander. But what he didn't expect was that the most trusted person around him was sent back to the commander to ask for advice. Not only did he ask the opinion of the commander, but he also secretly brought the news of the tale to the animal teeth. This guy is also a Jinwuvai intelligence officer. After half a year of imprisonment, I learned that the Xin tribe's joint venture against the Han tribe failed, and once again prepared for the war against the Han tribe. Niuwei felt that he had no need to stay. This time, if he fights again, it is definitely Hansen. If he continues to be imprisoned, there will be only one dead end, so he wants to leave. It's the best choice for intelligence personnel to help themselves out of trouble, but the Neovine did not directly order their power. What's more, a large part of the reason why the 2 tribes of Hansen deteriorated to this situation today is that of his previous plan, caused by Rush. He did not know what attitude the Han tribe is towards himself now, and he was willing to rescue himself, so he did not choose to act rashly, but only entrusted intelligence personnel to help himself to give a message to the mission to express his thoughts about going out and continuing to be loyal to the Han tribe. The news was successfully sent to the hands of the Beast Teeth by the confidant bones around the elders of the instrument, but the Beast Teeth looked at the Beef Tail's distress letter and did not know how to feel. He couldn't do it himself. First of all, Jin Liuvai's intelligence personnel wouldn't be under his control. In case they ordered them to rescue the tail and expose them, they would have to lose it. You know these people are all good. It was only after he lurked to the top of the Xin tribe, so he had to ask Luo Chong first. So Beast Teeth rushed to Luo again for the reason of asking the leader about the negotiation terms, and told him about Niuwei's request for help, asking Luo Chong's opinion. Luo Chong also thought for a long time after receiving the letter. Is there any value for this person to be rescued? The answer is clear. This guy does have some talents. It is too impulsive to do things, and it is more urgent and quick to benefit. This can be proved whether it is from the previous incident of promoting currency or he personally led a team to the Han tribe. Get him over, and it's okay to be a county guard. After the full occupation of Bamboo Island in the future, there must be a lot of officials. In fact, the current officials of the Han tribe are very scarce. Without him, they are developing too fast. There is a shortage of talents everywhere. No matter what kind of talents, the Han tribe is lacking. So even if the tail has no other value, it is indeed necessary to let him be an official and shepherd party, but it is definitely not for intelligence personnel to rescue, so the risk of exposure is too great. Now it is the advantage that during the negotiations, if the tail can be brought directly through the negotiation method, it would be even better. After Luo Konsi thought about it, he quickly wrote a reply letter to the animal teeth and sent it over. After seeing Luo Chang's reply, the animal teeth also understood what he meant, so he found the elder and started another round of negotiations. In the end, after bargaining back and forth, the Han tribe gave away 4 sampans and provided the trading rights of 1 dao and 1 dao, in exchange for the currency distribution circulation rights of the Xin tribe, and asked the Xin tribe business elders to assist the mission's currency promotion affairs were paid by the Han tribe to the tail during the assistance period, but the tail must obey the Han tribe. It is equivalent to redeeming this guy directly with the trading rights of 2 ships. The identity of Niuwei has long been known to both sides, but it has never been put on the bright side. Even the original arrests were carried out in secret at night. Even the people of the Xin tribe did not know that their business elders were arrested and imprisoned. It was learned that the Han tribe wanted to take the tail to go, and Xin led the situation to ruin. This undoubtedly further confirmed the identity of the cow tail trader. Xin Zi wanted to kill him quickly. However, several elders headed by Elder Jean have persuaded Xin to agree to the agreement. What the guy Niuwei knows, what he can ask has vomited almost, and it doesn't make sense to kill him now, since the Han tribe is willing to use the conditions for selling the boat exchange this guy. It is better to hand over this guy and return something useful for the tribe in the end. After venting against his own chair, Commander Xin finally endured this anger and agreed to the conditions for handing over the tail. In the next time, the tail was naturally released by Jen de Bright, but when he met Xin, he was scolded very rudely by him, and warned him not to say anything to the Han tribe, otherwise he would stay in Xin. The family of the tribe cannot guarantee the result. If the family is not family, it seems to be less important at the end of the cow. As long as the Han tribe is willing to use itself, why not have family? Therefore, Niuwei did not compare with Xin Tong in this kind of thing, and he agreed happily. Now he just wants to be free as soon as possible and re-recognized by the Han tribe. Niue soon arrived at the mission where the animal teeth are located, but he did not take up any task of promoting currency, but went directly to the Han tribe on the grounds of transporting coins to the Han tribe. He wanted to see Luo Chong. Luo Chong just wanted to see him. For safety reasons, of course, it was the safest to recall him to the Han tribe. On the other hand, when the beast teeth officially opened for currency promotion, good news also came from the Han tribe in the north-central part of the continent, and Luo Chong's trial telescope finally got eyebrows. Early this morning, the Institute's telescope development team sent Luo Chong a dozen telescope samples, different lens sizes, different lens combinations, and different lens structure, each of which made one. The method of making the telescope is not difficult. It is only necessary to install the two lenses on a shield. The difficulty is the problem of focal length and lens size and combination. Came to the top floor office of the official building of Hanyang City, which is the tallest building in Hanyang City and is very suitable for telescope observation. The experimenters next to them began to introduce Luo Chong to the role of this different model and their research results. Chief, we did a lot of experiments based on your tips, and understood the definition of the focal length of the convex lens. At the same time, according to the principle of the telescope you said, we also tried the law of magnifying the multiples under different lens combinations. The batch is made according to this formula. Oh, what formula to listen to? Luo Chong was curious about their research results. Dividing the focal length of the goggles with the focal length of the goggles is a multiple of the actual scenes amplified. We defined the telescope multiples according to this. Well, let me try it first. Luo Chong has almost forgotten something about the telescope, so the conclusion they reached is incorrect and they don't know it, so it's not good to give an evaluation. Anyway, his requirements are not high and can be used. The smallest model is the bamboo tube, which has a total of two, about 1 foot long and short. According to the label on the body of the tube, the diameter of the two telescopes is only 30 millimeters. The glasses are convex lenses and mirrors, which are used to make a comparison. The top marked multiplier of the one with the glasses is 3 times, but the one with the mirror is 8 times. This has aroused Luo Chong's interest. Can the glasses made of the mirror be seen at the same size? Farther? He stood on the windowsill and took the telescope to the distant city wall. The visual effect of the triple mirror can only be said to be average. It does have a certain telescope or amplification effect, but the picture quality is very general. In addition to the relatively clear view of the center of the round lens, the surrounding circle is very blurry, like a fictional effect. The experimenter next to him saw Luo's wrinkled eyebrows, like he remembered something, and actively reminded, Chief, this bamboo tube triple mirror, don't stick your eyes on it when you look at it, it's better to leave a slap wide distance, this looks clearer. Oh, Luo Chong nodded and did as he said, without embarrassing blush because of a mistake. Close your left eye and adjust your right eye to the position behind the glasses slightly. It turns out that the field of vision is much clearer, and the scenes of the surrounding vaporization are also clear. Only the most peripheral circle is slightly deformed and distorted. The whole is good. It's just this strange use of posture, it doesn't feel like using a telescope, but like a sight on a sniper rifle. Thinking about it, Luo Chong is happy again. Although this one is not suitable for Tianyuan, when the sight is very suitable, it can be reserved as a technical reserve for future development rifles. Then pick up the 8-fold mirror of the bamboo tube of the same size, and the same method of use as just now, but this telescope with a dent lens is more clear than the one just now. Except for a relatively small field of view, the quality of the picture is not there is no illusion or shaking, which is very suitable for the development of firearm sights. Luo Chong wrote down this model and then began testing other models. There are 4 versions out of the model number of the 40mm object mirror, which is the single barrel octagon of the convex combination. The single barrel stretch of the convex combination changes to 8 to 12 times the mirror. The single barrel stretch of the convex combination changes 10 to 30 times the course. Luo Chong tried it one by one, and found that the problem just now was that the eyes could not be too close to the glasses during the observation, but the last one that was scorched 30 times could almost put his eyes on the goggles to watch, and the top 30 times there was really no bragging. He stood on the office windows on the 5th floor of the official building and could see every rivet on the drum. If there are still shortcomings, it is that the vision is smaller, and what you see is darker than the normal vision, and the fluorescent rate is obviously problematic. What is the difference between this last one? Why is the effect so good? Luo Chong asked the experimenter about the last 30 times. Heading back, this one is not much different. The only difference is that we replaced the front mirror with the bun mirror you said. Oh, so it turns out. Luo rushed nodded. The bun mirror is also a lens he proposed, that is, a magnifying mirror with a shape similar to buns. The so-called convex lenses can be called convex lenses as long as the edges are thin, the center is thick, and the normal convex lenses are mostly thin edges, and then the center points thick in both sides. The bun mirror proposed by Luo Chong is thin on the edge, and the opposite side is almost flat. It is only a lens thickened on one side. It is named after it looks like a bun. In fact, it should be called an alien convex lens. However, what he did not expect was that the effect of this convex lens as a telescope would be so good. The quality of the camera is very clear, without fictitization and shaking. In 10 times the case, the effect is the best. Next, Luo Chong tested other lenses. Among them, the 6 telescopes with a caliber of 50 mm objects have the best effect. The maximum magnification multiplier rate is 10 times, and the maximum amplification multiplier rate is 40 times. At the same time, the sight and fluorescent rate are also the most suitable type of handheld telescope. Luo Chong immediately set this 50 mm caliber single-barrel telescope as a military model, using a metal tube and a handheld fixer with a wristband to make a qualified sample first, which can be manufactured in batches. However, there is also a largest telescope in the room waiting for the Luo Chong test, which is an exaggerated size, with a mirror caliber of 120 mm and a large telescope with a mirror length of 80 centimeters. According to the experimenters next to it, this big guy can clearly see the moon and the stars at night. A researcher used it to observe the sun during the day, and was blinded by the eyes. Chapter 736 Extreme Application of Lens. The telescope barrel made of thick iron is very sturdy. It is divided into 4 sections in different diameters. It gradually changes from the front end to the back, and the final mirror is also very large, with a diameter of 3 centimeters. Luo Chong took his hands and looked at the city wall in the distance. He could even see the tiny lines on the bricks of the city wall. He turned his direction to the pier outside the city again, even the face of the people on the water side. The folds can be seen clearly. He lifted up a little bit, and at this glance he saw the city building of the new school county on the other side. The downward wall was blocked by the woods and could not be seen. Luo Kontan was very excited. This is a big killer. If the position of the station is high enough and the vision is wide enough to watch a distance of 10 kilometers play the same, he immediately asked the experimenter next to him, "What is the multiple of this one?" Heading back, the multiplier of this one should be 600 times according to our algorithm. The size of the object mirror is 120 mm, the eyepiece is 30 mm, the fixed focal length cannot be changed, and the convex lens is used. The experimenter next to him immediately replied, "Very good, can this be done a little bigger?" Luo Chong looked at him with some expectations. "Well, it should be possible. I don't know how big the leader wants to be." The experimenters were happy when they heard that the leader liked it. Only when the leader needs it can they have a job. Luo Chong heard that he thought about it. A large telescope like this, 600 times the rate, is enough to be used as a small astronomical telescope, but he is still not satisfied. If he can do more, he decided to build a magnificent planetarium in the city of Han, and then install an oversized astronomical telescope, so that he can deserve his hegemony and the foundation for future science. The vision of the big man is toward the stars. That is the permanent direction. What if you zoom in the mirror 10 times? Can you do it? 10 times. The experimenter was shocked at once, and he calculated it quickly. He suspected that he looked at the leader. Is the leader wrong? "Chief, this 120 mm is very difficult to hold with our hands. Because of this, we dare not do it bigger. If we zoom in 10 times, the diameter of the mirror will be 1 meter too. The mirror barrel of the telescope must be 7 or 8 meters long. How can such a large telescope be used? Is the leader wrong?" Luo shouted his head in a smile, and the other party had never seen an astronomical telescope. Of course, he did not understand the intention of doing so he did not blame the other party's doubts, but just guided. "Didn't you say that someone was blinded because he used it to look at the sun? Since someone knows to use it to observe the stars in the sky, don't you be curious about the stars in the sky?" "I just want to make a bigger telescope, dedicated to watching the stars in the sky. You know, there are Qin Tian Jin in our tribe. They originally formulated the calendar and agricultural hours by observing the sun and moon astrology. If there is a tool that can make them see more clearly, this is definitely a major benefit of our Qin Tianjin. Also, in terms of design and production, since you think that the telescope is too large to hold, why not install a detachment that can be disassembled, like this triangle bracket?" Luo Chong said. He turned and walked back to the desk, looking for 3 pencils to show him how the tripod looks, how to install the telescope, etc., and the researchers were greatly inspired after seeing it. "Chief, the bigger one you just said, how to install it, and the mirror barrel outside. If you use iron fabric, it may be difficult to support the weight of the giant lens. Luo rushed to look at this guy, and he was a bit inconspicuous about the guy's unwillingness to use his brain, but in order to take a little detour, he decided to guide him. First of all, since you know that a huge volume will increase weight, why don't you think about how to lose weight? Of course, the iron sheet also needs to be used. You need to know that we now have rivet and welding technology. We can make a frame similar to the dragon bone with corners or iron bars, and then paste the iron sheet up, which can guarantee the structure. The strength can also be used to reduce the weight, so do you understand? As for the bracket, you must first consider it from the use. This is a telescope used to observe the stars, so you must first ensure that it can rotate in all directions, aiming at any direction of the sky. Then there is the intensity of the structure. To ensure that the bracket can support the weight of the telescope, it must be installed firmly and must not fall. Third, you also need to consider post-maintenance. It is best to keep the door on the lens barrel to open it. If the lens is damaged, it is also convenient to dress up. This is a large equipment, especially the bracket and the telescope itself. It is impossible to make such a small thing that is directly thrown away if it is broken, so big things, so troublesome to make. For later use of maintenance, you must plan in advance. It is difficult to think about maintenance without further trouble. Yes, thank you leader for teaching. I will definitely study and study well. The institute heard Luo Chan's lecture in person, and he blushed his face very excitedly. To know, not everyone has the opportunity to listen to Luo Chong personally teach this knowledge. It's just that after he calms down, he was stunned by the leader again. How difficult should it be to turn in all directions? Luo Chong looked at his expression and couldn't help but be more disappointed. He had to continue to remind, don't keep your eyes staring at the institute, go and see more, ask more, increase your horizons, from life and nature. Looking for inspiration is what a researcher should do. Just like this telescope tube and bracket, you can go to various places to look for inspiration: the transmission structure of the lighthouse, the manufacture of the sailing ship, the transmission of the windmill water wheel, and the use of various mechanical principles. It's okay to ask for more carpenters and learn from the experience of others. Don't think that it's the most powerful to enter the institute. The threesome must have my teacher. In addition, I can tell you that it is actually very easy to want the telescope to turn in all directions. You can refer to the kind of marine bed crossbow of our tribe. Only one vertical joint and one horizontal joint are needed to solve the problem of all-round rotation. Yes, thank you leader for your guidance. Leader, do we do it directly? Luo Chang's careful pointing has finally made the researchers grateful. He has already reminded this. If he can't get what the leader wants, he doesn't have to stay in the institute. Not in a hurry. First make a few samples of the military-shaped single-barrel telescope, and then prepare for mass production. Just use the 50mm bun mirror, the 40-fold zoomed one, and the iron shell. After finishing this work first, then began to design a large telescope with a diameter of 0.5 meter. Other requirements were designed according to the requirements I just said. First get out the drawings, and then make the model verification in proportion. If you feel okay, then take the model and show it to me. After I agree, you will make the physical objects. Luo Chong immediately explained. Yes, leader, I understand. What about these telescopes? These are left for me, and the others are taken back, and continue to study. Remember, don't leak them at will, or you will know the consequences. Luo Chong selected several good quality models to stay, and then sent the researcher away. Regarding the study of lenses, we must continue to increase our research efforts. There are still many functions of optical lenses. After development, there are a series of branches that can produce results. Single-barreled telescopes, binoculars, myopic glasses, long-view glasses, industrial-grade sunglasses, and more advanced microscopes and even cameras. These are all technological achievements with lens at the core. Future Han tribes must these things come out the same. The telescope is just the beginning of lens utilization. After the person left, Luo Chong immediately asked someone to send the 600-fold telescope to the witch. The old man is still working as a supervisor of Qin Tianjin, watching the stars and astronomical phenomena for a lifetime, but he has never seen them with a telescope. I hope he will like it very much. The rat witch is already very old. His specific age is not known even to himself, and Luo Chong is even more unaware. If the living standard of the Han tribe is very superior now, this old man with wind and candle years may have died. Luo Chong was worried that he could not wait for the birth of a large astronomical telescope. He simply took this little bit to open his eyes to this old man who had devoted his whole life to the starry sky. After another half a month, when the tail finally set foot on the dock of Browsing County by boat, the Cartoon Tooth's currency promotion operation in the Xian tribe also began for a period of time. The mission officially began to use currency as a trading medium, and the mission all transactions must be measured in currency. The first 4 donated sampan plates have been handed over to Xian. Although it is only an 8-meter-long boat, for the Xian tribe, it is still the treasure. The elder immediately dragged the 4 small boats back as a representative, and immediately sent people to start imitation and research work. Now those primary wood processing processes, it is already difficult for them to have various tools. As for the Dao and Daos in the agreement, the Han tribe only provided the right to trade. The Xian tribe has the right to buy from the Han tribe, but they can only trade in the currency of the Han tribe. However, they do not yet have so much currency, so wait for a while. And in order to get enough of the currency of the trading vessel as soon as possible, the Xian tribe even had to open a convenient door to the currency promotion of the Han tribe, and actively encourage the people to exchange various copperware in their hands. This is even the top of the Xian tribe. No exception. However, the Han tribe had expected this situation. The Han tribe could not exchange so many currencies for the Xian tribe's copperware, so it could only be exchanged with cheaper iron, but the price of these ironware for the Xian tribe was not low. Let's not talk about the issue of the steel production of the Han tribe. It's not a small amount of freight that is shipped here from Xingdong County alone. Of course, the Han tribe will not make a fortune. However, the Xian tribe is also happy to see such a scene, because using the currency promotion of the Han tribe to collect a large amount of iron was originally part of their plan. But in this way, the Xian tribe's money to raise the purchase of ships is not enough. In the end, it can only bite its teeth and sell the resources of Bamboo Island in exchange for enough coins from the Han tribe. A large amount of food and white salt were loaded on the cargo ships of the Han tribe, and finally shipped to Tanghai County. The food was left for construction, and more white salt was distributed to newly established counties across the Han tribe, especially it is the 3 counties of Grassland Hunghu, where they do not have their own ability to produce salt. Their food and white salt all need to be supplied from other parts of the Han tribe. However, other counties and counties of the Han tribe can also obtain a large amount of resources such as livestock, fur, and meat from the 3 grassland counties. It is an internal virtuous circle. No one has suffered a loss. It is just that the economic characteristics and needs of each place are different. On the other side, when the tale came to the Han tribe again, it was still a busy and vibrant scene, and various big ships were still in the water one after another, which shows that the Han tribe's water traffic is strong. There are also some different new things in the familiar scenes, more house doors and windows inlaid with glass, bicycles to the countryside to pay agricultural and mouth taxes, and pedals to the 3-wheeled carriage between the field and the house. Farmers, carriage carrying construction materials and various tools of food, a large number of slaves who had been cut off their big toes dug channels to build roads in the hot sun and built cities to build bridges. These people were forced to shave their hair, and their bare-armed upper body was red in the sun. They kept building bricks and tiles for the construction of the Han tribe. However, although the Han tribe used slaves more ruthlessly, the welfare aspect was still as good as possible. Satisfied, at least the green bean wild fruit soup boiled in a big pot does not need to be drunk like money. Niu Wei looked at this huge number of slave infrastructure brigades. Although these people were shaved their heads, they were able to separate these people from their habits, language, and looks. Among them, the most obedient and the smallest number are the slaves of the cannibals, followed by the largest proportion, and occasionally disobedient to a few whips. All of them are herdsmen slaves on the grassland, and even many of them the tale looks familiar, like some middle and high-level cronies in the venture. What shocked him the most was that there were a large number of Xian tribes among these slaves, who also looked quite familiar. He came close and carefully distinguished a few people. At once, he recognized these as the pro-groups of the elders of the commandments are young and strong, and there are a large number, and it seems that at least 1,000 or 2,000 people. These should be the prisoners of war captured by the Han tribe in that war. Sure enough, the Xian tribe cannot win the Han tribe. Fortunately, he is now a member of the Han tribe. Many of those slaves recognized the tale. After seeing him, he couldn't help but yell at him immediately. What traitor, despicable, cruel compatriots, and cruel clan hats all buckled on his head. The bulltail looked at them indifferently, and he disagreed. It is his ultimate goal to live an advanced life in the Han tribe. A group of sand sculptures with no brains are loyal to the Bamboo Island with no future. The vast continent is the real paradise. He turned around silently and didn't want to take care of these people anymore. It didn't take long for a whip to be beaten, and the howling of the slaves, he couldn't scold a few words at all, and he was put into a busy job again. Chapter 737 Black Lake. The next morning, in the top floor office of the official building of Hanyang City, when the bulltail came to Luo Chong again, the guy puffed in front of Luo Chong on the spot and cried, and the number fell off his gilt. The tail is ashamed of the leader, too hasty, exposes the horse, and destroys the leader's plan. Instead of abandoning the villain, the leader is unkind. Instead of abandoning the villain, he redeemed the villain with a huge amount of money. The tail is grateful and will swear allegiance to my lord and beg the leader to punish. Luo was expressionless, thinking about whether to find someone to cast an Oscar little golden man to award this guy, and it was acting like it. The words were more pleasant than one sentence, but they blocked all their words. Putting the benevolent hat on his head, if he was punished again, he seemed to be unkind. This guy's heart is very bad. Do you still know you are guilty? Luo clashed and stood from behind the desk, slowly walking around the table, and his left hand was a serious sword handle with his waist. This style immediately startled the bulltail. Lying trough, wouldn't the Chinese leader want to cut him by hand? When he was scared, he grabbed the ground with his head tightly, his buttocks were tall, he was guilty in his mouth, and he was expected to be punished. Luo Chong didn't let him get up, he turned away from him and continued to ask, "How many things about the Han tribe have you told that Xin command?" Newtail stood cold, and surely, he was going to settle accounts with him, but he didn't want to die like this, so he tried his best to wash his own way. Back to the leader, the little one really didn't say anything, and they were also told the things on the bright side: windmills, water wheels, Columbine cars, lighthouses, which they had heard of from the mission, and the small one was the life and tax payment system of the Han tribe people are slightly mentioned, but these things are also available in the Han gift given to them, not too small to say. Besides, before the small left the Han tribe, the leader had not regarded the small as a subordinate. Those important things, the small ones had never been seen. Even if the small one wanted to say, there was really nothing to say. The tail of the cow was lying on the ground, staring at the shadow that Luo's were projected on the ground. He was really afraid that Luo would pull out his sword and cut him. If he died like this, then he still tried his best. Why? It might as well be kept locked up. Oh, so, do you think the leader has wronged you? Luo clashed and stopped in front of him, staring at the back of his tempting head and asking. Dare not, the little dare not question the leader. Niuwei is tight in his heart. This is really the leader who wants to find fault. No matter how he answers, he can find out the problem. Now he is so desperate that he can only hope that Luo rushed to redeem himself at the price of 2 big ships. It's not to get yourself to play with the front. You just know you are guilty, get up, and now I give you a chance to commit crimes. Luo Chong scared him and turned back to the desk and sat down. It is impossible to kill him. After all, it was exchanged for the trading rights of the 2 ships, and the Han tribe expanded too fast. He was really short of people. Thank you for your forgiveness, and thank you for giving the little chance of atonement. On the other side of the cow, he knocked a few heads, and he stood up with a shy face and a pleasing face. Luo skimmed him and took a not too large map from the bookshelf next to him, which was spread on the table. Look, what's wrong with this? You can label it for me, dare to miss it a little, and you just go back to Bamboo Island. Niuwei was surprised in his heart, even dared, and then looked at the map carefully. After seeing what was painted above, he was surprised again. This is actually a complete map of Bamboo Island, roughly geographical landforms, mountain rivers, farmland villages, population distribution, mineral distribution, coastal hydrological conditions, and even seasonal differences, all of which are marked, which is simply excessive. Of course, this is his assessment of the outsiders of the Han tribe. A group of non-indigenous people can actually investigate the situation of Bamboo Island as such, which is enough to prove they're terrible, but for his native indigenous people, there are still many things on it can be added. For example, the distribution of family forces of various elders. I don't know what kind of information the leader wants. Niuwei secretly looked at Luo Chong and asked. TAMU, population distribution, affiliated forces, unique resources in various regions, traffic conditions, these are important for future administrative divisions, and must be detailed and true. I think these should not be difficult for you, business elder? Luo Chong stared at his expression and asked. This is of course no problem. It's just that the leader and the tail have been detained for half a year. I still remember the previous things, but it's not clear whether there have been changes in the past 6 months. Niuwei thought about it, or decided to put the ugly words in front first. Don't come back and cut himself because he was not right to him. You don't have to worry about it. As long as you indicate everything you know, I will find someone to verify it one by one. In addition, important strongholds within 3 kilometers of the Bamboo Island, production and living facilities, and suitable for the fleet to land, all the places are marked. Luo Chong arranged again. Yes, leader, what am I doing here now? Luo Chong skimmed the guy again and thought about it before saying. I will find someone to draw a new map and sand disk with you. You must cooperate well at that time, and then sort out the situation you know into a text description. As for your current arrangement, go to the newly established school county and Ruyang County acts as a county order. Be familiar with the government affairs in the county as soon as possible. While drawing a map, don't let the government fall down. I will give you the opportunity, and it will depend on you in the future. Luo Chong made a little thought, and then he said the arrangements that had been thought out long ago. Now he is short of a usable official. Now Tail can't go back to Bamboo Island anyway, so it's better to put it under his eyes first. Observe for a while to see if he has the ability to become an official. It happens that the school county is also a newly established county, and it is still dominated by the school. There are special principals in the school to manage the affairs. There are not many real ordinary people outside, that is, there are hundreds of families. If this is not well managed, Luo Chong cannot be given to him for greater site management. Hearing Luo Chong's arrangement, Nutail was very excited. Although it is only a small county order now, it is not important. The important thing is that Luo Chong not only did not blame him, but also made him an official. This may be an inspection. As long as he does it well enough, he will be a county guard or a higher position in the future, and it may not be possible. He may consider himself a fool. Thank you very much for Luo Chong's grace. The tale was finally sent out. Luo Kongmer sat to the side of the meeting and drank tea, thinking about some future things of the Han tribe. On the afternoon of the same day, at noon, Luo Chong ate the icy noodles at home and wanted to take a nap in the room where the ice cubes were placed, but heard the maid outside came to report, saying there is a flying eagle book just here. Luo Konglian's letter that he was busy receiving surprised that the letter was actually passed by Yuno. Is there another accident in the temporary camp in the north? However, after he quickly browsed the content, he realized that it was Yuno's routine report on recent work, but one of the words was discovered by a band of exploration, but attracted his attention. There is a black lake on the northwestern ice sheet, which is constant all day long and smelly, and people can stand on the lake. Black lake? All day long? Smelly? Can people still stand on the lake? What is this? Luo Chong began to racket his brain to think about the natural wonders of the world known by previous generations, but he did not think of anything similar for a while. In the letter, Yuno also added a guess of his own after describing the Black Lake. Many people exploring the fleet suspected that it was a mineral. This Black Lake is located on a meadow of a large plain, and it is not connected to other water systems. It is completely an independent lake with an area of about 5,600 hectares, or 5,600 square kilometers. The periphery of the lake is a rigid black solid. People can walk on it casually, even if the carriage is fine, but the softer the lake walks to the center, it gradually becomes a black viscous glue liquid. The liquefied area of the center is about 3. The size of the 4 basketball courts is just a very inconspicuous point compared to the area of the entire lake. And these uncoagulated black liquids are constantly exuding disgusting stench, and the solid areas around them have no taste. Perhaps it is because they think this thing may be the cause of minerals, so they also try to mine a bit better than expected. This thing is not as hard as a coal mine, but it is like a dried bacon, and even a little sticky. Luo Chong opened the cloth bag containing their so-called mineral and immediately found several things like obsidian in it, and a few large and small black stones, pinched up to feel that the texture is softer than the stone, and it smells nothing. There is a bright flash on some cut surfaces, but there is no metal-like light, which looks like oil. This thought gave him a lot of inspiration. He hurriedly let the maid take a pair of chopsticks, and then burned it with a small piece of black gravel on the candle's flame, just a moment of effort. The black stone, the scum melted out, glued both chopsticks together, and burned quickly, and a black smoke and a special smell of thickness came out. Well, this smell is very familiar. Luo Chong immediately remembered what this was. Isn't that the taste of asphalt on the roof as waterproof when he was a kid? This thing turned out to be asphalt. He suddenly realized. Even Busy let the maid open the window to ventilate, and the 2 chopsticks were thrown out directly. Luo rushed to the top terrace to breathe fresh air and think. It turned out to be an asphalt lake. He has heard of this thing. There was more than one such thing on Earth in the past life. The most famous one was Lake Pitchy in the Caribbean. It was also a lake composed entirely of asphalt, and it was also a very famous tourist scenic area. This kind of thing is probably located at the cracks of the plate. Underground oil poured out of the surface, a natural product formed after the sun stormed and volatile. Asphalt, which is the heavy oil material left after the volatilization of light substances in crude oil, also has an alias called asphalt. Lake Bitch is such a natural asphalt mine. It is said that nearly hundreds of millions of tons have been mined. So far, the lake has not declined. 90% of them have been exported to China for infrastructure paving. Although many people have not heard of it, it is not far from people. I want to understand what this is. Luo Chong immediately got excited. This is a natural asphalt mine of more than 500 hectares. There are too many things to do. Although the Han tribe now uses asphalt, it is a byproduct of coal mine cooking. The output is very scarce. In addition to waterproof seams for sailing ships, even if you want to do something else. But it is different now. A huge volume natural asphalt mine has appeared in front of the Han tribe. It is good to use it to build bridges. However, apart from being a little far away from the Han tribe, there are basically no other shortcomings. Looking at the asphalt fragments in the small cloth bag, Luo Chang's mind appeared that the Han tribe was full of asphalt roads. There were black asphalt roads connected between counties, and countless asphalt roads. The light land transportation network of the Han tribe was built together. As for heavy land transportation, it can be handed over to the train in the future. At the current speed of development of the Han tribe, Luo Chong felt that it was really not difficult to get the train out of life. But this is all after the words. What he needs to decide now is whether this asphalt lake will be mined. How to mine? What does mining do? Mining must require a lot of manpower and tools. Transportation requires a car and a boat. Use also requires professional knowledge. After all, asphalt alone cannot pave the asphalt road. It also requires a lot of broken stones, so the quarry must be made. And various asphalt paving equipment, not to mention, at least also need a blender with its own heating capacity to facilitate the stirring and heating of stones and asphalt. Then a road roller is needed, which is essential. There is also a lot of things over there. The population can mobilize the past, tools and transportation from the camp and the field. Since the field can find that place and the surrounding plains, it should also be possible to cross the car. The most important thing is the security issue. If there is a long-term county there, will it attract the attack of cannibals, if only a group of slaves who are used as asphalt can be caught alive? Luo Chong was thinking about something that was not there, but after thinking about it for a long time, he still ignored the clue, or the reason why there was too little information. He decided to ignore this for the time being, but first let Yuno organize a detailed map information and surrounding conditions for him. Then he had a better mining plan. Chapter 738 Track Transportation. Luo Chong attaches great importance to the matter of the asphalt lake. After determining the strategic value of this resource point, he hurriedly returned a letter to Yuno, allowing him to investigate the environment around the asphalt lake immediately. This includes the most convenient transportation route for bulk minerals, the surrounding climate and land conditions, the possibility of grazing or cultivation, the availability of sufficient freshwater resources, and whether it meets the conditions for long-term human residence. After all, if you want to mine the asphalt lake, you must have sufficient manpower, and if there are many people, you must have food and fresh water. Otherwise, there is no way to maintain it. Of course, the Han tribe can mobilize food from other places in the past, but then the operating cost of mining is too high. It is not in the real interest. However, this matter cannot be anxious for the time being. Such a major thing, such a large area needs to be explored, and it must not be completed in a few days, so this matter has to wait. Besides, the current construction tasks of the Han tribe are also very heavy. Even if detailed information and plans are obtained now, I am afraid Luo Chong has no spare time to mine. When it comes to this kind of need to hire people, Luo Chong can't help thinking of the Tang tribe and the Xian tribe, if these two large tribes of population resources can be used immediately by themselves. But this is obviously impossible. Han tribe, New Steel County. With the establishment of the Han tribe coke plant in the New Steel County a few years ago, dozens of blast furnaces smelted steel day and night, and the steel production of the Han tribe even once had overcapacity. With the development of Luo Chang's artillery and artillery shells, the steel was consumed in part, which relieved the inventory pressure, but with the delivery of 200 artillery pieces, the steel production again exceeded the consumption. However, this kind of joke situation has eased again with the arrival of spring. The Han tribe has built many counties this year, in the 3 counties of Lake Harbor, Tuohe County, South Zhang County, Ruyang County's New County, and East Salary County's New County. As these places are successively invested in construction, and a large number of people have joined and grown, the demand for iron tools and agricultural tools in the Han tribe is also increasing day by day. This has further eased the pressure on steel stocks and has made the tribe barely achieve income and expenditure balance. However, this is not a long-term strategy. With the gradual stabilization of these newly established counties, their iron demand will gradually cool down. In order to maintain the development vitality of the Chinese steel industry, Luo Chong feels that it is necessary to find another one that can consume a lot of steel industry. In fact, he has found it, that is, bicycles and tricycles. No matter which of these two vehicles, the main structure is made of steel. If it can be successfully promoted, then the steel production of the Han tribe can definitely be consumed quickly. However, due to the technical difficulty of handmade technology and the cost of working hours, it is now necessary to quickly promote the dream of fools, so we have to think of other ways for the time being. Luo Chong thought for a long time and had to prepare to restart the steam engine plan again. As long as there is such a driving force, the metal processing machine tool is no longer a problem, and the steam locomotive will become possible. And because of the previous development of artillery, the Han tribe already has a certain reserve for boring machine technology, so the most important structural piece high-pressure cylinder in the steam engine also has a certain basis for research and development. Luo Chong is ready to start trying now. It doesn't matter if it succeeds, it can accumulate slowly. At the same time, he has also planned the first section of the Han tribe's railway in his head, that is, the nearly 80 kilometers away from Weishan County to New Steel County. This journey is the top priority of the land transportation of the Han tribe. Every day, a large number of carriages pull coke, food, cloth, and various iron products back and forth. Every day, this has become the busiest line. If a railway can be built here, it will save the Han tribe a lot of human and material resources. Although the train is not yet available, the rails can be paved first. Without the locomotive, can they be pulled with horses first? In short, like this heavy transportation line, rail traffic is definitely more efficient than dirt road. As for the gauge of the rails, Luo Chong didn't know much, but he knew a little bit. After all, he was a war researcher. During World War II, many battles were carried out around the railway. He also analyzed many battles. Of course, it's not the railway that is analyzed. The rails can be roughly divided into two stages. The first is the privately built railway when the train first came out. At that time, most of the trains were served for the transportation of minerals. The construction was also extremely rudimentary. Most of them were cast rails, laying directly on the ground. There is no sleeper or gravel, and the gauge is mainly narrow. In the second stage, it became public transportation mainly for transportation and passenger transportation. In order to pursue the comfort of passenger trains, the railway gradually appeared with pillows and gravel, as well as various rail traffic at scale and wide distance. The scope of narrowing to the gauge can also be roughly divided into three types: narrow-range railway, scale, standard distance, railway, and wide-range railway. The narrow distance mostly refers to the railway between 60 centimeters and 100 centimeters in the middle of the rail. Most of this slender railway traffic is developed from the miner, because it was used to pull ore on the mine early on. However, later, this narrow-range railway was often laid out in wars because it was more convenient to lay the terrain. In World War I and World War II, Western countries temporarily laid this kind of small in order to grab supplies and troops on the battlefield. The train can even be paved aside and transferred at any time. This is its advantage. The second is to enter the second stage of the development of rail transportation, freight and passenger transportation. The trains manufactured in these two needs. The smallest gauge is the train with a distance of about 1 meter in 5. Whether this gauge train is used for passenger transport, it is also common to freight transport, and it has not been eliminated until the modern era, and the origin of this data is said to be just because of the carriage in the West. Especially the two-horse-driven carriage, its wheel shaft distance is this distance. 1 meter 5 or 5, this width just allowed to accommodate two horses running side by side, which was also the most commonly used mode of transportation in the West at the time, so it was set to standard gauge. Most of the advent of wide-range railways are relatively rare ultra-heavy freight specials. Passenger transport is generally never used. This wide-range range, that is, the distance between the two rails, is generally between 1.8 and 2.4 meters. In the meantime, it is used to transport heavy goods or large pieces of goods, that is, to pull a tank at a time, and the train can be loaded and pulled. Based on the current situation, the Han tribe also needs narrow-range and scale-based rail traffic. The narrow range is not used to pull people, but it is very applicable whether it is placed on a coal mine or an iron ore. The distance orbit is more suitable for manned cargo. The two railways have their own uses, and there is no high. With this data as a reference and basis, the next development of the steam locomotive will have a clear goal, and no more detours will be required. Thinking of this, Luo Chong immediately formulated a research and development plan for the synchronization of the steam engine and railway. The New Steel County is responsible for the rolling of steel tracks, and the Research Institute is responsible for the development of steam engines. Construction on both sides will start at the same time. Sooner or later, this thing can be made. In accordance with the easy and difficult research and development strategy, Luo Chong took the lead in putting the narrow-range steam locomotive on the work schedule, but those who want the Research Institute to get things out themselves are also difficult to think about for them, so Luo Chong simply let them draw some artisans of metal processing and mechanical transmission from the institute, take their various tools and move to the industrial college in the prefecture. Construction workers were found to set up a temporary factory in the corner of the school, and 2 warehouses were approved as research locations. The research and development of the steam engine of the Han tribe began. Luo Chang's self-proclaimed chief engineer led a group of researchers and craftsmen below to conduct the experiment. The first plan for research and development was not to get an narrow-range locomotive out directly, because neither the research institute nor Luo Chong himself had that skill, so he planned to start from a small one. In a few days, Luo Chong let the glass workshop of Lake Heart Island burn out a prototype model of a steam engine according to his drawings. Anyone who has studied machinery knows that if you just want to make a steam engine that can boil water and turn around, it is actually not difficult. The difficulty is how to put it in real machinery and move normally. In a classroom drawn out of the warehouse, there are very few and 30 research teams sitting below. They are the most powerful craftsmen in the Han tribe in mechanical transmission and metal processing. They can draw windmill drive and loomer parts with their eyes closed. The cattle, as well as geniuses familiar with various metal processes, casting, forging, quenching, molding, and welding, dozens of people sat in a row looking at Luo Chong on the podium below. Luo Chong used a chalk to draw the principal picture of the steam engine on the blackboard, then took the white ash on the clapping hand, and turned to the research team below. This is the core of our project, the principal diagram of the steam engine. As long as this thing succeeds, it can completely change our world, because it is a propulsion machine controlled by humans, and it can continue to work without sleep. The productivity of our Han tribe will also be greatly improved. Looking at the researchers' ignorance, Luo Chong did not talk too much nonsense, but went straight to the topic. Okay, let's take a look at what a steam engine is. In short, this is a source power machine that uses steam pressure as a power. It is mainly composed of boilers, cylinders, piston rods, and 4 parts of flywheels. Looking at the schematic diagram on the blackboard, most people are still confused. Because of their knowledge, they still can't imagine what it is. Why just burn water can make the flywheel move? However, Luo Chong talked about his classroom rules when he was in class. If he didn't understand, he would ask, "Don't hold back," or he might not think about it. And science, sometimes it's a layer of window paper. Maybe Luo Chong's mentioned point can break it, so when Luo Chong was in class, he repeatedly emphasized the importance of asking questions. So someone raised their hands on the spot. "What is your problem?" Luo Chong ordered one of the researchers to ask. "Stand up immediately, and bow down and say, 'Chief, why boiling water can make the wheels move by themselves, so is it enough to say that with firewood and water, then we also need windmills and horses? What are the animals doing? Is this thing more useful than a cattle and horses, a windmill and water wheel?' This is indeed a problem, because it has not been seen, so some people will question whether new things will be stronger than old things. This is the public opinion, and it is normal to have such problems." Luo Chong was not angry because of this, he answered calmly. "The principle of the car, or the rotation work, was all proposed by me. Windmills, water wheels, livestock, are also my first innovations. No one knows the shortcomings better than me, and you only see its advantages. This is wrong. I have said many times that sciences dare to innovate, boldly assume, practice, and carefully verify. You are also familiar with these things, so you should be very clear. Does it really have no shortcomings? Livestock are sick. If you want to eat, you will be hungry and tired. Windmills will not operate until the winter season. Spring and summer are very limited. Water wheels are just the opposite. Spring and summer rainy season has the highest power and weights. It will fall soon. Moreover, the construction facilities are too large and too picky. The windmill must be built in the highlands of the wind, and the water wheel should be built with Iraqi water. It is also necessary to build a ditch to raise the water level. Not only is the amount of engineering large, but the requirements for the construction environment are also too harsh. The steam engine is different. Its biggest benefit is to make up for all the shortcomings mentioned above. I don't know how to get tired. I don't pick time. I don't pick a location. As long as the water supply and fuel are met, it can work non-stop. This is the meaning of the steam engine. Explaining the strength of it, Luo Chong waved his hand to let the researcher sit down, and then ordered a person who raised his hand to ask questions again. "Chief, you said that the steam engine is partly related to the principle of artillery. Is this related point the principle of piston movement? One is to use gunpowder gas to push the shells, and the other is to use high-pressure steam to push the piston rod. But how powerful is the steam? Can it be compared to gunpowder gas? Why not just replace the steam engine with a gunpowder gas engine?" Ha 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 ha! Luo Chong could not help but laughed at his problems, and applauded and clamored a group of researchers on the spot. "You have a good question. Why do you have to get a steam engine instead of another machine? as long as there is a suitable fuel as a driving force to drive the flywheel to do work. This idea is very good, and there is already a level of 1 on 3. Is this the thinking that scientific talents should have? Since gunpowder gas can push dozens of pounds of shells, why can't it be used to push the piston to work? I can simply tell you that because the gas pressure of gunpowder is too high to be easily controlled, if you can come up with a way to control the burning speed of gunpowder, then of course it is not impossible. You can also give this new fuel machine, change the name, it is called the gas turbine. If the electric stone and water are used to react into acetylene gas, and then acetylene is ignited as a mechanical power, then it can also be called an gas turbine if you want to come. Furthermore, if you can close the fuel of tangerine or alcohol to control the combustion in the machine, you might still be able to make an internal combustion engine. This is a power machine that does not specify which type to do. The reason why I picked the steam engine project is just because it is simple enough. Chapter 739 Steam Engines That Never Stop. The researcher who asked the question was praised by Luo Chong, and he was naturally overwhelmed. Others heard Luo Chong's transitions and transitions based on the question. He successively proposed several sources of power, even more admiring Luo Chong's brain hole and association. No wonder the leader is so powerful that he can create such practical good things casually. This brain hole is almost invincible. They only know to use acetylene lights and weld with acetylene, but they didn't expect this thing to be used as a power source. And it is used as fuel, and that is what the leader told them. There is not much gossip, and the special lecture on the steam engine is the topic. I have just said, why not choose other fuels as power sources, because our current processing level is not high enough, and the simple structure of steam engines has a high tolerance rate, even if it is not very strict, it can also be made of it, and its cost of use is also the lowest. Others, whether it is acetylene, or tarn oil, or alcohol and gunpowder, are not the most suitable things as fuel. The fuel that needs to be refined is too expensive. Instead, the coal mine has a lot of reserves. It can be used as long as it can be used to burn hot water. The following researchers nodded and had an intuitive understanding of Luo Chong's ideas. It's not okay to just say it or not. I have let the glass workshop build such a transparent steam engine model so that everyone can understand the principles more intuitively. Now who wants to operate it in front of you? When Luo Chong's words were finished, all the underlying swells raised his hands. It seems that he has completely mobilized their interests. He is not afraid of anything. He is afraid that these people will not catch a cold on the steam engine. But now the atmosphere in this class is very good. Luo Chong directly ordered a person to let him go to the front operation. The man greeted Luo Chongzuo's hand, called the leader of the voice, and then gave a little hand to the people under the podium, and then began to look up these things in front of him. The steam engine model made by Luo Chong is not holistic, but only a delicate wooden shelf with a flywheel installed on it, in front of the piston rod and the cylinder blown into the transparent glass, and in front of the cylinder there is a small bottle made of glass, which contains water to replace the boiler, and is connected with a semi-transparent rubber tube between the cylinder. The heating method is to use the external heating of the alcohol lamp. This thing is a tool commonly used in the experiment. There is no shortage of Han tribe glass and alcohol. Just take advantage of this opportunity to get it out. The researcher who came up started the operation under Luo Chong's command, added half of the water to the bottle containing the water, then connected it to the cylinder. The shelf was placed, the alcohol lamp lit the fire, adjusted the height of the flame, and moved to under the bottle. Who started to heat up slowly, some hot air blurred the empty inner wall of the flask, and everyone below stretched their necks on the table and looked up. Everyone can come to the front to see it, be quiet, don't be too crowded. Luo smiled and looked at them. In order to make everyone see clearly, they specifically let them come to watch. Everyone was very excited to hear the words, and even quietly got up and put around the podium to surround the podium. The flask is not big, and half of the water inside will soon be heated, and many tiny bubbles will slowly emerge, but it is almost a bit worse than boiling. Someone asked in a hurry, "Chief, is the start speed of this machine a bit slower, and it feels slower than the windmill?" Slow? It doesn't matter if it can take an effort to boil water to start it, and then run it all day. The start time is basically negligible, and its fuel consumption is not large, and it does not waste much energy. Luo rushed to explain, and the water in the bottle began to boil at this time. In the small flask, the hot water is rolling in the grudge, and a large amount of water vapor starts to look out for a breakthrough, but the closed flask has no other passage for the steam to escape, and finally can only follow the translucent yellow rubber tube flood into the transparent glass cylinder. This is a model of a reciprocating steam engine. The upper air intake and piston connecting rods are connected. There is a switch device that controls the air access channel, and it is also connected to the waste discharge. However, with the influx of large amounts of water vapor, those white-hot branded vapors did not promote the piston, but went directly out of the vent. The flywheel was still motionless, which was embarrassing. "Chief, what should I do next?" The researcher who came up in charge of the operation looked at the scene in front of him and broke the embarrassment out loud. Luo Chong remembered, should this thing start with a shake like a single-cylinder diesel tractor to provide some inertia to the flywheel? So he listened to him. Squeeze the rubber tube at the vent to increase the internal pressure of the cylinder, and then use another hand to pull the flywheel to provide some initial inertia. The researcher quickly performed the operation in accordance with Luo Chang's requirements, pinched the tube at the vent, and the vapor pressure inside suddenly increased. The more vapor, there was no exit, and finally there was nowhere to escape, so I had to move towards the only movable piston. The direction pushed over. Effective results. Everyone around me was bright, and the operator did not dare to delay. He even dialed the flywheel with another hand. At the next moment, under the action of steam and jump, the flywheel began to rotate. "Quickly release the trachea," Luo Chonglian reminded him. When the operator loosened the exhaust pipe, the flywheel began to accelerate under the impetus of the steam back and forth, and the small wheels above began to shout, "Wow, it's really dynamic, it's still turning so fast." You see, this exhaust cylinder is also interesting. It is still sudden, one by one outlet. Motivation equipment can be driven by burning water and fuel. If so, wouldn't it be that as long as water and fuel can be continuously added, it can keep it working? That's really amazing. If this thing can be achieved, I am afraid the price of firewood will increase. Puff, your brain circuit is really strange. No matter, we study machinery, the price is not our business. Everyone saw the pocket model in front of them, which can be held with two hands, and sighed. After the entire R&D team visited the steam engine model, Luo Chong also started his official lecture. The first goal of the R&D team is to create a small source power reciprocating single-cylinder steam engine, not for loading on the locomotive, but to provide the driving force for the lathe and provide favorable conditions for the development of better steam engines. After all, with a lathe, the processing of some precision parts can be guaranteed. The single-cylinder reciprocating steam engine, the legendary medium-watt improved steam engine, was changed from the earliest one-stroke movement of the Newcomb Gate steam engine to a two-stroke movement, which more than doubled the efficiency of the steam engine. Only then did the steam engine be promoted on a large scale. Luo Chang's idea is also very simple. Without precision processing machinery, then get the processing machinery out first. This steam engine is mainly composed of a boiler, a high-pressure cylinder, a reciprocating piston and its connecting rod, and finally a flying wheel that provides initiative. The flywheel is then connected to the powerless machinery with a belt or gear to make it manually motivated. The R&D team is also quite familiar with the use and understanding of this structure, and it is understood very quickly. Everyone regards Luo Chang's first scientist of the Han tribe as the truth. The so-called art is explosion, industry is burning water, and equipment is turning around. The project they are studying now is actually to use boiling water to make machinery circle. Luo Chong is responsible for design and overall thinking. The researchers are mainly responsible for using the existing process to create what Luo Chong needs. Both parties will do their part and will soon bring the research work on track. The manufacture of the boiler is completed by processes such as steel plate pressure, drilling holes, hot riveting, and welding. This is the least technically difficult part. It mainly requires fine work, which can be done using existing technology. The boiler is divided into two parts as a whole, because it is a fixed vertical boiler, so the whole looks cylindrical, like a huge capsule standing up. There are nearly 1 person in size. The upper half is a water tank, and the lower half is a fire pond. Several metal pipes were connected outside for transporting water vapor. The most complex reciprocating cylinder is made with the most fine wax loss method casting technology and cooked iron. The cylinder does not need to withstand the large ribbon pressure of the artillery, so there is no need to use cast steel material, which is enough to bear, and the use of ripe iron is more soft, which is convenient for the polishing of the cylinder. The structure of the cylinder is also selected as a cylinder. It is designed based on the existing artillery boring machine technology of the Han tribe. The cylinder of the rectangle is not impossible, but it is not so tightly seamed at present. It is an important indicator of such parts of the cylinder. At the same time, regarding the relationship between mechanical energy and piston cylinders, Luo Chong also clearly taught researchers to let them absorb them directly and apply them in future practice. The volume and diameter of a cylinder-shaped pistol is actually very particular. The larger the diameter of the cylinder, the greater the thrust of the vapor effect on the surface of the piston, and the stronger the machine, the so-called twist. With a small diameter and a longer cylinder, due to the reduction in the surface area of the piston, the power that the machine can provide will also be reduced accordingly. This is inevitable, but as the cylinder body is lengthened, the piston itinerary will also change accordingly. With such a cylinder, the torque will be smaller, but the horsepower is very sufficient, that is, the pulling force is not large, but the legs are poured faster. These two cylinders do not matter who is strong or weak, or Luo Chan's famous saying, there is no good or bad thing about the device, only to see if it is suitable for the place it uses. If you are going to use it to pull stones on the mine, then the greater the pulling force, the better. At this time, the cylinder with a large diameter has an advantage, and if you want to use a steam engine to make a saw, then the speed of the saw is pursued. As long as it is fast enough, it doesn't use any force anyway, just saw the wood. Why do you need to work so hard? But cylinders with longer trips will be better. Because this time the steam engine used on the machine tool was developed, and the speed was pursued, Luo Chong chose the monomer reciprocating cylinder with a long journey diameter, casting by wax loss method, and then using a windmill standing boring machine to polish the inner wall of the cylinder. The supporting cylinder piston is directly composed of a thin set of copper and iron composite plates, without any rubber, because the steam engine would not have been sealed with rubber. The sealing principle of this piston is the most elementary thermal expansion and contraction. The main piston component is composed of several round thin iron pieces assembled together. The diameter of the iron skin is almost equal to the inner diameter of the tank. It doesn't matter if there is a slight gap, of course, the stricter the cord, the better. After such an iron piston is put in, when the steam engine is activated and the piston is exposed to high-pressure high-temperature water vapor, the tightly stitched iron skin is thermally expanded, and the diameter will be slightly larger than the tank body. It will be firmly on the wall of the tank, forming a completely sealed environment. As for the copper sheets added on both sides of the tin piston, it is mainly used to help the tin to heat up quickly, because the heat conductivity of copper is faster and better than iron. The reason why copper is not used directly is copper, but the copper-iron composite method. It is done because the strength of copper is not so soft compared to iron, and the tolerance is not very high. In addition, the reciprocating switch steam pipe is directly used as a copper pillar to make the switch. This thing is relatively small and can be made into the heart. In this way, the heat and lubrication of the copper pillar is obviously better than the steel. It is very appropriate to put it in this critical part. In order to increase the service life, other objects such as flying wheels and rods are directly forged with good steel forging. As for the powered wheels, they are directly cast with sand molds and cooked iron. Anyway, it is the least important thing. Change one if it's a big deal. In terms of transmission belts, this team is actually not responsible. The Luo Chong has other arrangements. He directly handed it to the rubber research and development team of Luxon Island to let them use sword linen fibers as the core, and then use friction, toughness, and elasticity. Rubber mixing, used to make transmission belts. As long as this thing is correct and has the indicators proposed by Luo Chong, the rest is the experimental process of smashing money and smashing resources and using a lot of experiments to find the correct results. So Luo Chong is not worried about this, there is no difficulty at all, and it only takes time to get it out sooner or later. When the research project is on track, Luo Chong doesn't have to stay here all the time, so he returns home again and begins to deal with daily Han tribal government affairs. The Han tribe currently does not have much government affairs to deal with, because there are local officials in various places to manage. He only needs to lead the overall situation, lead the direction. In his free time, Luo Chong is writing books. He wants to remember the knowledge of his previous life. Write it down as much as possible, so as to leave some wealth to the Han tribe. On the day of daily writing, time slowly reached the end of June in the second year of the Han tribe. A giant eagle flying from the Bamboo Island mission once again brought Luo Chong a letter saying that the mission's currency, the implementation is smooth, but the amount of money required is too large. I hope the tribe will continue to mobilize the coin to supplement. At the same time, the Xin tribe seems to have saved enough money. Hope to trade the 2 sailboats promised by the Han tribe immediately. Chapter 740 Undercurrent Surge. Just as Luo Chong was addicted to machinery in the Han tribe, the mission's currency promotion on Bamboo Island was also in full swing. The currency and iron ingots of one boat and one boat were sent to the mission station, and then quickly transported to the branches in various places. Of course, the branches are not very accurate, because the Xin tribe has not yet allowed the Han tribe to be stationed outside the mission station and build houses, so those so-called branches, or currency exchange points, are more like a temporary currency market. After the application, the animal teeth are contacted with the big tree in Tanhai County, and it is negotiated that the big tree will organize manpower from Tanhai County to prepare a small caravan, and then send them to various places in Bamboo Island for commercial activities through the mission. The main business is metal trading, which is currency promotion. The missions of Beast Teeth have only reached the island for the first time, and have added manpower many times in the future. In fact, they have only 300 or 400 people. If they are only responsible for the affairs in the station, they can also be busy. The promotion of currency can obviously only be transferred from the Han tribe, but this is only a superficial situation. In fact, currency promotion activities have long been turned into a multi-sectoral joint operation. They took the map of the population resource distribution of Bamboo Island given by the tale, led by the mission in the name of promoting currency, and then let the Jinwovi spy led by Yuzi be the leader of the caravan. The squad's fleet is responsible for waterway transportation. The Bloody Tiger Ben guards act as the backbone of the caravan, and the captive herdsman warriors act as working falls. With such a large-scale joint operation, the entire Bamboo Island was completely scouted. In fact, this is a very easy and convenient thing. This currency promotion is actually to use iron and currency to search out all the copper objects in the hands of the people of Bamboo Island, so the amount of money required is not very large, but the consumption of iron is relatively huge. But this also happens to be the reconnaissance of the Han tribe provided cover. First, the fleet escorted a group of dhows to the mission station of Bamboo Island, and then the fleet patrolled and surveyed offshore roundabout. Those dhows were used as the main means of transportation to provide transportation services to the merchants. Because the Xin tribe is also a farming civilization, the merchants traveled near the main river channel and could radiate to most of the inhabited places on Bamboo Island. Everywhere, there are several such boats that form a team temporarily stationed locally, and then the merchants go to the settlements of the villages of the Xin tribe to promote them. They use iron to change copper. There are more copperware to change money. If you don't want money, you can exchange daily necessities at price from the hands of the caravan. This is a transaction method that attracts local indigenous people. The local indigenous people need to exchange, mostly knives or agricultural tools. As for cooking utensils, they generally do not use metal. Most Xin tribes are still cooking with things like pottery urns and using bamboo cans, natural container to eat. So whenever a business team arrives, the local people will actively hold the copper in their homes to exchange various good things, especially the important production tools such as knives and agricultural tools. Iron agricultural tools are much lighter and more sharp than copper agricultural tools. They have no reason not to change at all, and the Han tribe is exchanged by weight. The price of different iron is also different from copper, but overall it is more than copper. Much lower. Generally speaking, knives and iron-type instruments such as sickles, wooden knives, kitchen knives, and axes are basically priced at one price. The next step is the agricultural tools, which are cheaper than the knives. The iron pot and iron spoon are the lowest level of iron, so they are also very popular locally. The Han tribe can just count the actual situation of Bamboo Island through the number of transactions of these things. For example, how many iron pots are sold. Basically, this transaction amount can be used as a household registration unit, because under normal circumstances, it is almost enough for a family to have a pot. The number of agricultural tools sold can be used to calculate how many adult laborers there are. For example, this family bought 3 sickles, which shows that there are at least 3 people in this family who can work on the ground. The same reason, these 3 since people can do farm work, they can also take weapons, so these must also be estimated as the combatable power of the Xin tribe. Through the sales of cattle plows and manpower plows, as well as the sales of advanced agricultural tools such as columbine, the Han tribe can also infer the local cultivated area from these data, as well as the approximate output, how much food can be provided, etc. Starting from the mission, more than 200 dhows flow upstream along the clear water river of Bamboo Island. According to the map and preliminary reconnaissance information, whenever a large settlement is found, there will be 3 or 4 small boats stopping at the shore. This time is no exception. When the fleet drove to a large settlement of a cannibal, 5 small boats left the formation, and one of the host ships raised the flag of the Han tribe, and slowly moved to the shore under the watch of the people along the coast. Came over the shore. Wow, a lot of boats. The Han tribe is really rich. On the shore, a teenager about 13 or 4 years old was holding a thick copper shovel in his hand. Brother Bamboo Gen, I heard that the people of the Han tribe came from far away. I also want to take a boat like this and go outside to sea. I heard that the outside world is very big. Next to the teenager, a 7 or 8-year-old boy said in his hand with a big bamboo tube for drinking water. I also want to see it, but there is no chance, and the boat is not ours. I heard that the boat is valuable and the Han tribe does not sell it. The teenager helped the bamboo stalker on the head to preach to his brother. Brother, look at it, how did they come, 1 or 5, and 5 more ships? The brother next to him stared at the river on tiptoe and saw a boat leaving the team and sailing towards the shore, immediately exclaiming, "There must be something wrong with the people of the Han tribe coming. Brother, please go to the village and invite the clan elders. You will meet other adults on the road and call them over. I will look at them here first." The teenager named Bamboo Jen was also nervous, but fortunately, the Han tribe's criticism was better. Since the relationship with Bamboo Island, there have been no bad things that have been done, but many advanced products brought by it are quite popular. So the teenager is not too scared, but has never been in contact with foreigners, and is a little nervous in his heart. "Okay, let me go." The child next to him dropped the bamboo tube in his hand and ran to the village with his bare feet. While running, he called the adults who worked in the field. After a while, many people gathered on the shore with various agricultural tools. Watching the Han tribe's sailing boat slowly docked. Boom, the bow of the dhow touched the mud on the shore, and a muffled sound, followed by several young men wearing Han tribe costumes. "People from your Han tribe come here, but is there anything wrong? Why did you come to our village?" Next to the young bamboo root, a middle-aged strong man about 20 or 30 years old stood out of the crowd and asked to take the initiative. The leader of the Han tribe team belongs to Jinwavai. He is an 18-year-old boy named Wengzi. He was the first group of tattooed teenagers who were traded by Luo Chong at the spring meeting of Mengshui Valley. He had just reached adulthood for a few years. Not only did he have 3 children, but also because he was smart and reliable, he was an elder member of the Han tribe, selected to participate in Jinwavai. However, the rest of the team did not know his true identity, only that the person was proficient in Bamboo Island and grassland languages, so he was specially sent to be the leader. The smelling stream with brown hair stood at the bow and greeted him. "Dear fathers and fellows, we came here to do business specifically with the permission of your Xian tribe commander, and dare to ask the clan in your village to be present. We may be able to talk in person. This time we are dedicated to selling agricultural tools and knives." Doing business? Farm tools and knives. How to sell? The headed man was attracted by this gimmick right now. He said that the tools of the Han tribe are advanced and used to pay attention to it. But what kind of thing has he never seen? "Haha, guess you must need it. We use iron to change your copperware, according to weight, and a copper hoe like yours can be replaced by almost 2 of our agricultural tools." Smelling Creek laughed again and explained. The headed man was surprised again. "Just like the copper hoe in my hand, can you change your 2 identical agricultural tools? Real or fake?" "Of course it is true. Our Han tribe never deceives people when doing business, and Tansuo does not deceive." Besides Smokey, a strong man wearing a sleeveless shoulder also helped them out. This man's true identity is actually a small flag officer in the Huben Guard. This time he was specially ordered to assist in the reconnaissance and escort of the merchant. This is good, but I can't be the master, or wait for you to wait for a while. Someone has already invited the clan to grow old, and will come in a while." Although the headed man was very interested in this business, it was still difficult not to let them go ashore. "Not in a hurry, we have to stay here for 2 or 3 days, not in a hurry." Smelling Creek also laughed back, and then let everyone go to rest and get some cold water to relieve thirst. The 2 sides waited in this way, and the people on the shore gathered more and more. After about a quarter of an hour, in the village a little further away, a few people gathered around an old man and walked to the shore. When the old man came to the shore, he first looked at the ships of the Han tribe, and there was also a few words headed by Wengzi, and he muttered with the young man who took the lead just now. "Dare to ask this Han Jie, what you said is to exchange 2 agricultural tools with 1 agricultural tool, but it is true. Of course, we exchange by weight. Different devices have different prices. Knives change 1 by 1, agricultural tools change 1 by 2, and cookware change 3 by 3. Smelling Creek waved his hand behind him, and the herdsman who followed the team carried out a few baskets of ironware and put it on the shore. The sickle and sickle cut, the wooden knife, the shovel hoe, and the plowshare were all the same. The newcomer was immediately attracted to the eyeballs, stepped forward to reach out and touch the iron, and the man next to him picked up an iron hoe and looked up. The hoe made of iron is generally thinner than the copper hoe. After all, the toughness of iron is not comparable to copper, but although the material looks thin, it is much lighter than the weight of the copper hoe, and it is also much easier to wave. Working with such tools must be easier, and you can do more work in a day. If such iron agricultural tools are used, it may be possible to rely on this thing for a variety of plots. The old and strong men can't help thinking at the same time. "Han Jie, can you dare to let us try this iron device?" the old man asked in anticipation. "Why not come, people, give them a few handles, and let the elderly try." Smelling Creek immediately agreed to come down. The guys also hurriedly took various tools in front of them for these indigenous trials, and the farmers who came to watch were not vague. After all, they were related to an old and small guy who ate. They all picked up something to try. One person put his own copper shovel over the soil aside, took a similar shovel from the caravan, looked at the thin, ridiculous shovel. There was a sound in his mouth. This thing is so thin, can it be strong? But when he looked at the demonstration of the business team, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. I saw this thin iron piece with a wooden stick step into the dirt deeply, and then pressed the wooden handle back. Full of shovel, the soil was pouted out, and a small pit appeared on the muddy ground on the shore. Oops, this thing is good. If you use this thing to open a ditch, it is absolutely light and labor saving, and the work is still fast. No, I want to change one, no, two. The people watching around were immediately happy. There are also people who use firewood to cut bamboo, and the coarse hair bamboo can be put down with 2 knives. I don't know how much stronger it is than a copper axe. The women in the village were also around the spatula, and there were scissors and kitchen knives and other things. The merchants also made a few rags for their experiments. The elders and young and strong men tried several kinds of plow and kennel in the wasteland on the side. They also tried things like sickles. After some toss, everyone was very happy, and all said they wanted to replace all the copper in their homes. All are replaced with iron for the Han tribe. It's okay for them to think like this, because in the eyes of the people in these fields, copper is originally used as a tool. This thing is good, but its value is limited to making tools. After all, it can't be used. But now it's obvious that the Han tribe's iron is better, and the price is much cheaper than copper. The two sides negotiated the price, and the caravan immediately landed here, felled bamboo poles and set up a tent, and moved the goods up again. The shed was put with a large scale to weigh, and the back was covered with bamboo seats, and a few were placed as books. This business was officially opened. Outside the shed, the people in the village came to wait in line with the copper at home, and the smelling stream, which recorded the account information after the book, also started his money promotion activities. Old man, you can change 2 sickles with a copper axe, and you are slightly richer, but this is not enough to change anything else. Should I find you some copper money? Chapter 741, Recognition of the People. Copper money? What is copper money? Is it also the agricultural tool of your Han tribe? The old man who came to exchange the sickle couldn't figure out the question. Smelling the creek's face twitched, enduring the urge to roll his eyes, smiling across a small basket on the table, pointing at the inside. These golden little copper films are the money of our Han tribe. Although it is not a tool or destroyed, it can be used to trade goods. Any Han tribe's goods can be exchanged with it. Of course, the corresponding quantity must be given. I can't eat, drink, or make tools. What use do I want it? Since you said that the money can be replaced with something else, then you give me something directly. I don't want money. The old man squeezed a piece in his hand and looked at it. This thing was done very delicately, with flowers on one side and heads on the other, and many small words. Unfortunately, he didn't know much, so he felt that one of them was on the ship. Like the flag, it should be the word Han of the Han tribe. But this thing can't be eaten, 2 can't drink, 3 can't be used. It's no use to make it look good in his hands, so he threw it back into the basket directly, and let Zhengzi replace him with something else. The first promotion was rejected, and Zhengzi was not in a hurry. It was impossible to come up anyway to succeed. He smiled again and said, "Okay, old man, I'll change it for you, but there are so many people behind you who are going to sell copper for iron. Or should I use this copper money to find change first, and then let you take a look at other goods of our Han tribe? You can always see what can be changed?" The old man wanted to change it directly, but there were so many people looking behind. This big sun was about to stun people. He couldn't insist on it, so he agreed, but he didn't worry, afraid he was deceived. After getting the money that Zhengzi found for him, he immediately entangled the Han tribe to change things for him. The guys of the caravan naturally agreed to take the old man to pick other goods. "Old man, look at it. Our goods are here. There is something you want. I tell you the price. You are changing it with copper money in your hand." The warm reception of the Tiger Benway flag official in casual clothes. "Okay, let me take a look first. The old man agreed and looked carefully. Due to the transportation by boat, the merchant team brought all the goods this time, as big as pots and pans, scissors and cloths, as small as needle threads, paper samples from the stalls, expensive and even stone lamps, wares, printed calendars, and cheap. There are also chopsticks and wooden spoons. The old man picked up a circle and didn't figure out what he wanted, so he found his daughter-in-law and little grandson to help pick and see what was needed at home. "How to sell this needle?" the old man's daughter-in-law asked the child in front of the stall. "A short penny for a steel needle, a long penny. There are also boxes, a box of 10. How much do you want?" The business team's guys sat cross-legged on the cool mat of the stall to do business. You Han tribes don't come to sell things often, so buy a little more, give me 5 short, 5 long, but how much do I have to give you for this? The woman asked a little. 5 short, 1 text, a total of 5 penny, and 5 long 2 pence, that is 1 corner of money, so just give me a total of 5 penny. The woman turned to her husband who was holding money and signaled him to check out, but the old man was also forced to look at the big and small coins in her hand, and she couldn't tell which one was. I'm illiterate in the afterlife, I don't know how to change this thing. Ha 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 ha, you don't have to worry about it. I teach you to recognize this money. Our Han tribe's coins are easy to recognize. Even if they are illiterate, they can distinguish which one is. You see this one with a bunch of millet on the front. The lightest and thinnest one is a penny. It's 2 pennies. In a horn that is bigger than it, these 2 colors are 1 corner with a horse printed on it, 2 horns with sheep, and 5 horns with an eagle printed. The things your daughter-in-law bought are a total of 5 points, so you just need to give me a horse and a cattle to cultivate land. The man pointed to the patterns on the coins and introduced them to several people. I know, Grandpa, let me help you find it. The little grandson on the side was immediately happy. The children liked to play, and they liked beautiful toys. The money was exquisite, and there were all kinds of patterns on it. It was really easy to attract children. The 5 and 6-year-old child quickly picked out the coins of the cattle and horses pattern from a handful of coins in the hands of the old man, and then looked at his grandfather with a smile, and quickly exaggerated me. The old man would naturally not disappoint, even boasting 2 sentences, and then gave the money to the business team. The man collected the money, took out a small bamboo tube with a plug, loaded all the 10 needles the woman wanted, and then began to introduce the price to others. As the copper and iron transactions on the other side proceeded, a large number of people who received copper money for change also gathered in front of the grocery stall. They kept asking the business team guys about the prices of various commodities, and the transactions were also in progress. The indigenous people here have a very fast understanding of the coins, which has to say that these patterns and modifications that Luo Chong came up with. When the Han tribe promoted money, it was because most people were illiterate and could not distinguish the face value of money. Luo Chong came up with an idea to replace text with patterns. As long as the above painting can be seen, the corresponding face value can be found. There is also a decimal monetary system. For illiterate people who are not good at counting, this kind of input with 10 fingers can be used as a calculation, which is very conducive to calculation. Even the people of the Han tribe, not to mention when the currency was first promoted, even now, there are many people who recognize the face value by the pattern on the coin. At this moment, a man suddenly asked among the people who bought things, Han Jia, I want to buy this iron pot, but what if my money is not enough? How much difference? The guy who sold the thing asked. Poor, according to you, it is still 2 corners of money. How is this good? The man asked a little sad. He has already bought other things, and the money in his hands is almost spent, but there is still some left. He is not at ease to stay in his hands, watching the business team guys outside the shed cook there with iron pots. He also wanted to use the remaining money to buy one. Unfortunately, the price of the iron pot is too expensive, and the money in his hand is still worse. 2 corners away, otherwise you should stay here for a few days. You will be responsible for the firewood needed for cooking these days. I will give you 5 penny for the corn straw. If you pick 4 bundles, I will give you 2 corners. How? When the man thought about it, he gave him an idea. Can this also change money? The man said in some surprise. Yes, all the daily necessities in our Han tribe can be traded in coins, just firewood, and there is basically no shortage of our own homes, but sometimes we also buy some. Man laughed and explained 2 sentences. The man was very happy and immediately agreed to go home in a hurry to prepare firewood. He even planned to pick more and change a few dollars, maybe he could buy something else. The people who bought things around were also very surprised. For the first time, when they knew that there was such a usage, someone asked curiously, This Han envoy, you said that the money can be changed for daily necessities, can the food and salt be changed? Of course it can be changed. In our Han tribe, different foods have different prices, most of which are traded according to weight or volume, and salt, which is also exchanged by weight. Firewood, ironware, and even employees, such as you need someone to help with things, and you have to pay in coins, even as long as you have enough money, you can buy them. Man explained again. The people around who bought things seemed to be opened a new door. The original coin has such a wonderful use. Many people are only responsible for producing food. In the case of large amounts of food, they can naturally take something to change, but the value of food is limited, and they can't change much. For example, a family wants to use food to change 2 sheep, but the price of food is not enough. You can only stop. But in the Han tribe, if you encounter this situation, you can sell the food for money. If you don't save it for 2 years, you don't save it for 3 years, anyway, the money will not be bad, nor will it depreciate. But if you put a pile of corn at home, it will definitely not be saved for 3 years, and all of them will be replaced with coins. One day you can save enough money to buy things. Other people, after the man's inspiration just now, also thought about whether he could get something to the caravan to exchange some money. He looked at the columbine used by the Han tribe to sow, but there was not much money left in his hand. The copperware in the house has just been replaced with iron, so he asked the buddy, "This Han envoy, I still want to buy a columbine car, but I don't have enough money in my hand. I don't know if you still lack other things. If I have it here, I want to change some money." The man smiled and looked at him, and thought about it, and said, "Well, we have 50 people here, and we have to eat a lot in 3 days. We have enough food here. There is no needy. Go and see if there is food like chicken and duck eggs. We will exchange money for you when we get it. Can this also change money? Okay, you wait, I'll find it for you." So another person left the market on the shore and rushed home, but he couldn't get much meat from his own home. He simply got some food to change some meat and eggs with his neighbors. He used bamboo cages to replace with Han tribe. The merchant team also traded him at a similar price, and the man eventually got the car he wanted. In this operation, the indigenous people have realized the convenience of money. The best place for this thing is to preserve value, not to let go, and then it is the convenience of the transaction. The original transaction cannot be made because of the currency. The intermediate medium is finally done, because no matter what you want to sell or buy, you can convert it into money first, then hold the currency to exchange what you want. And this thing can be split flexibly. No matter what price, there is a corresponding currency that can be used to pay, which is indeed a good thing. Unfortunately, because this thing was launched by the Han tribe, although the indigenous people liked it very much, they didn't leave much in their hands. Only a few people left some in their hands as a thought, or to preserve value. Most people are directly replaced with the goods they want. Of course, this is also because the Han tribe has not been stationed in Bamboo Island for a long time, even if they want to keep the money for use. But your Han tribe's business team is not always here, nor does it come once every few days. They just want to change things. No one can be found. Naturally, they are reluctant to leave this thing in their hands. However, when the clan in this village looked down for a few days, he was very touched by the usage of money. After all, people were old and well, so he listened to him and smelled at Xiangzi. "Han Jia, can we use this currency when we trade by ourselves, or can we only change things in the Han tribe?" "Hehe, the currency itself is valuable, old man, this is all made of good copper, naturally it can be used to trade with each other. However, if you use it yourself, you still have to divide it into good books. Don't coax the price or refuse to pay. Money is something that is credible. In our Han tribe, there are tribal authorities and Hanla to maintain security. On your Bamboo Island, you must rely on your own protection, so to speak, whether the elderly understand." Smelling Creek laughed first, and then explained the long focus. I don't understand. I dare to ask Han Jia, what's going on with this credit? What about rejection and rejection?" The old man asked a little. "Here, let me give you an example. For example, if you have money in your hand, you want to buy some food from others to eat, and others sell it to you. This money is in the hands of others. When you come to you to buy food, you don't recognize the currency, and when others buy it, others also refuse the currency, so is this currency still useful?" Wengzi reminded slightly. "Oh, so I understand. Yes, in our Han tribe, these things are dependent on the law, whether it is to destroy coins, refuse to accept, or refuse to pay, rob coins, steal coins, privately cast coins, all are serious crimes, and if caught it is subject to severe punishment, light labor reform, heavy corporal punishment, and even beheading to execute. With the endorsement of the entire tribe, this monetary system is rockstick." Zhengzi once again introduced the monetary system of the Han tribe and various severe punishments. It turns out that the Han tribe is really advanced and powerful. Not only the artisans have superb skills, but the tribal system is more perfect. It is really fascinating. "But Han Jia, I have an idea. I don't know if it works. For the elderly, please say." The tribe in the village always punched the goatee, and suddenly proposed that he wanted to raise some things that the Han tribe needed, and then replaced them with money and some common materials. He opened a similar shop in the village. The villagers are usually provided with some convenience, and at the same time he can make a price difference in his own home. This is of course a good thing, but the elderly don't worry about the problems I just said. If the caravan is gone, but no one can restrain the currency rules. Wengzi smiled and asked, "What he said just now is so obvious, isn't this old man understand yet?" Han Jia can rest assured that I dare not say it elsewhere. In this village, no one dares not listen to what I said. Although we do not have Hanla here, there are also ethnic rules. The old man was proud and proud. Ah, ha 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 ha, well, a clan rule, the old man is really good. Smelling Creek smiled. Chapter 742 South Patrol. The Bamboo Island currency promotion operation of the Han tribe is undoubtedly successful and has reached the expected goal. Although the people of Bamboo Island do not have a high retention of money, the use of money has taken root in their hearts. Luo Chong believes that as long as the Han tribe can occupy Bamboo Island, the currency will quickly spread on Bamboo Island. The most important thing is that the Han tribe has thoroughly figured out most of the important information of Bamboo Island through the name of this operation, which has provided favorable guarantees for the later occupation plan. Luo Chong also waited for specific information to be passed back. According to the comprehensive map, the administrative area of the Han tribe was divided, and suitable officials were found in advance to train. Only by the time the officials are stationed immediately after the fight, can the Bamboo Island be stabilized in the fastest time, so that Bamboo Island has become a part of its own pocket. Thinking of this place, Luo Chong immediately returned a letter to Bizya, saying that he would first do the business of the Dao and Sampan to the Xin tribe. As for the Daos, drag him for another month. 2 days later, when Luo Chong's reply was sent to the veterinary teeth, the veterans immediately found the elders stationed near the mission and proposed to conduct the ship's transaction. The elders naturally distributed and agreed that they would be able to get the Han tribe immediately. Ships, and then master the technology of shipbuilding, completely reject the Han tribe from the sea. Iron, the Xin tribe is no longer missing. This time, the Han tribe's currency promotion gave them a lot of iron. Copper, the Han tribe has also made a lot of it. Basically, the copperware in the homes of the people of Bamboo Island has been searched and shipped back to the tribe. It will be shipped to Xing'an County in the near future, and returned to the furnace smelting and purification, and then sent to the coin mill. Make a currency. That is, in mid-July of this year, the institute has been moved to the Steam Engine Research Center in the prefecture, and finally the result is a mini steam engine model. Although it is just a small model, this model can really burn water around. Because the model is relatively small, it is certainly impossible to burn coal in the boiler, but burning charcoal. First, ignite the red charcoal, and then add new charcoal to the inside, so that the boiler can keep burning at all times. Perhaps it is precisely because of the small relationship that most of the parts of this model machine are cast by the wax loss method, and the things made are also very fine. Although the sparrow is small, it is full of dirty, although it has no practical use, but as far as a verification machine is concerned, it is still qualified. At least when it really works, it proves that Luo Chong's idea is established, and it is really feasible to use steam to drive the machinery. Immediately after the verification was successful, Luo Chong ordered the institute to start trial production of a 1-to-1 ratio physical verification machine. At the same time, the theory and model making of the mini locomotive were also on the agenda. In accordance with Luo Chong's multiple lines of development, the institute has also begun to carry out a clear delineation research project for these steam engines, and has embarked on a pre-research generation, a research generation, and a 3-step strategy for the production generation. At the same time, the Steam Engine Institute has also been officially renamed the Power Research Institute. There are already 3 current research projects. The first generation of steam engines, that is, fixed-powered steam engines that have been modeled, are mainly used to provide power for lathes. The second project is based on the experience of the first-generation steam engine. The third project is the large-torque fixed-powered steam engine, which is mainly used to provide driving force for large mechanical equipment. This steam engine is also widely used to transform mint mills and replace all mint machines with steam power, but on the other hand, it is mainly provided to New Steel County. Luo Chong intends to set up a rolling steel plant first after the technology of this steam engine has matured, mainly for the production of various steel. After all, there is no steel roller, and many things you want cannot be produced, such as rails, which can only be poured out of short-range rails by casting method. One is at most a few meters long, and the quality is not good. It is time-consuming and labor-intensive, but with the rolling steel engine, you can directly produce tens of meters or even hundreds of meters of rails. In addition, with the rolling steel engine, the main material seamless steel pipe of the bicycle-tricycle will also be produced in large quantities, instead of letting the craftsmen knot with their hands. Others include threaded steel, steel bars, wire ropes for construction, or corner steel used to build factories and bridges, and verbatim steel, all of which will be produced. In fact, the ginning machine is a mechanical steel stretcher that can forge the red steel, stretch it, and gradually make it the shape it wants. This process has a name called hot rolling in modern times. There is also cold rolling, which is to use the extension of the metal that has not undergone high temperature to stretch directly at normal temperature to change its shape. However, the current technology reserves of cold rolling are not enough. Taken together, it is still the most widely used. If it can be achieved, the productivity of the Han tribe will also increase by a large amount. The price of many things will also increase with the increase in productivity, and it will be reduced. By then, the lives of the Han tribes will be improved again. After arranging all these research plans, Luo Chong started to take the idea of going far. He wanted to go to the beach to see the Tang tribe in person, to see Tanghai County, to see Bamboo Island, and to see his future. Although the capital has always been entangled with Bamboo Island, Luo Chong has never been there. In addition, he also wants to see what the sea in this world looks like. As soon as this idea came out, it was like wild grass in Luo Chong's heart. He was very tired in the tribe and wanted to go out to see it. Although he still had to work, he could change his mood anyway. I made up my mind that Luo Chong immediately began to arrange a south patrol. This time he planned to go directly to his family. The two children of Xiao Luoqing and Xiao Luolan were almost 2 years old. They had no effect when they went far. They must be close to the people who take care of them, so Luo Chong is not worried. With a command, people were prepared to prepare things such as carriage ships and escorts. Luo Chong also took advantage of the tenants of the family in Tangyao at night to speak out his plans. I'm going to patrol the south once in a few days, and go to the south of the Han tribe to see the 3 counties of the target Henghu, Tuohe County, and the Tang tribe. At that time, Xiaodai and Zhanfu will take the children with you. Be prepared and bring good things for children. Also, Tang Yao, are you going to go back and see this time? Xiaodai and Zhanfu are very happy. They also know that Luo Chong is very tired. It must be a good thing if they can go out and relax. The 2 children have grown so big and have never been to a long place. It's good to follow the father for a long time. So I promised very happily, only Luoqing and Luolan, 2 snacks, holding their own wooden bowls and eating meat dumplings. Tang Yao, who was sitting at the same table, was stunned. She didn't expect the problem to be so sudden. After thinking about it carefully, she agreed. It is now July, and Tang Yao has added it twice before and after. She has been in the Han tribe for half a year. The herbs she brought have already been compiled into materials and written into the Han tribes in this program. The task about her in the project has already been completed, and she is still staying in the Han tribe. However, it was not impossible to come back in the future, so it didn't affect to go home first, so she decided to go to the South Patrol with Luo Chong. Compared to dissecting corpses with people every day and drawing the body structure, it is obvious that the Southern Patrol is more attractive. After all, in the grassland 3 counties of the Han tribe, Tang Yao has only heard of it, and has not really seen it. How is she willing to let go of this good opportunity? So in this way, a few people set the plan down, each dealing with what they had on hand, and picking up and packing up and leaving together. First, he took a carriage to Browsingyan County, led 2 children to look at the lighthouse, and then went to Lake Ozawa to see the 2 elephants, Meat and Ash Mountain, before sitting on a sailing boat and going south together. There were a total of 5 southern cruise fleets, one of which was a 3-mast tall building ship. There were 2 brigs in front and back, and the 5 ships set up in a column to set sail towards the south. However, this trip is of course impossible to just send Luo Chong these people. It is too wasteful of transportation, so there are a lot of money and iron ingots along with the ship, including some other commodities. In the morning, Luo Chong's family stood in front of the window of the stern building. Everyone lectured with a telescope to look at the scenery on both sides and in the distance. Husband, this telescope is really amazing, so far things can be seen here, as if in front of you. Little Butterfly couldn't help boasting 2 sentences. Niang, Niang, I want to see it too, Dad, I want it too. Xiao Luoqing shook around holding the thigh of the little butterfly, pitifully staring at the telescope in the hands of the adult. Ha ha, come and stand on the table. Luo Chong picked up his son and put it on the table, and then placed the single-barrel zoom telescope in his hand 10 to 40 times in front of his son, signaling that the little guy would see it himself. Ronaldinho was very happy. He looked around the shore with his telescope in both hands, and felt that everything was fresh. Looking at it, the kid suddenly jumped up on the table and yelled excitedly, "Dad, I saw that there is a city over there, and Montenegro." "Oh, is it?" Luo Chong took a word and took a look at the telescope. It turned out that not far in front was the location of Dongguai County. Montenegro in Zairuo's mouth was nothing more than the mountainous coal on the cargo yard of Dongguai County Pier. "Son, take a good look at this city, which is also the city of our Han tribe, and will be left to you for management in the future." Luo Chong was sentimental and touched Xiao Luo Chang's shaved head with emotion, but the kid only looked at the strange, and obviously did not put Luo Chang's words in his ears. "Daddy, cow." Ronaldinho looked at the telescope and turned his head to stretch his finger, let Luo Chong follow him, and he was excited to learn how to yell. Luo Chong mocked his stupidity. He was crazy enough to talk about the ancestral cause to a child less than 2 years old. If this is a child of the ordinary people's family, maybe he is still breastfeeding. He stretched out his big hand and rubbed 2 pieces on his meaty little ass egg, and then took a pig's tail from the food box next to him to eat. Eat it. After eating this pigtail, let your mother bathe you. Ronaldinho immediately dropped the telescope, picked up the pig's tail and nodded, causing Tang Yao to laugh. She turned her hand in an unfinished book of diet and recuperation, a serious thought. Pigtail, rich in collagen, calcium, cooking can promote healing of trauma, strong bones, and children can get rid of zinc, treat symptoms such as salivation, tooth grinding, and finger eating. Occasionally eat some pigtails, and Rosheng will not drool anymore. The little butterfly also retracted the telescope and laughed. The method of the husband is really effective. Since the 2 children ate the pig's tail, they have rarely drooled. Husband, are we going to stop the boat in Dongfai County? While several people were studying pigtails, Jianfu also came to the stern building with Luo Lan, followed by several waitresses, and carried 2 large pots of ice blocks together to cool the cabin. These are all stored in the cellar in advance in winter when ice is collected along the river. This trip was loaded with some people in the cabin. One can be used to cool down, and the other can be used as a refrigerator in the cabin. Some fresh vegetable melon fruit. The fleet doesn't have to stop. Tell the last ship, let them go to Dongguai County to buy some fruits, vegetables and fresh meat, and then accelerate to keep up. Luo Chong thought about it and arranged. Okay, let me arrange it. Jianfu promised to hand Luo Lan to Luo Chong, and then turned to tell the servant to do something. The fleet has been moving towards the south for a moment. It has passed halfway through the sandbar where the raccoon tribe and crocodile were found. It has also seen the deserted residence of the barbarian tribe before, and has passed through the farmland that Jiang had reclaimed. Luo rushed to look at the telescope and found that the farmland was still full of crops, and there were also many human activities on the river bank. The discarded small village once again floated with cigarettes, making him frown. It seems that there should be a lot of people around here, so soon other tribes occupy the once settlement of Zhangs. Maybe we can set up a county here, or at a supply point along the waterway. In addition, you can absorb some population, Zayadai, and you can write down this place on the map and mark it as I said. Luo Chong observed with a telescope and thought about it. Okay, I wrote it down, husband. The little butterfly is also worthy of laughter. When she went out this time, she clearly saw that Luo Chong was in a better mood, even more energetic when he applauded at night, and made her and Jianfu alive. When I saw Tang Yao in the morning, Nizai was still ashamed. A pair of dark circles are particularly obvious. Jianfu also touched his stomach happily, not knowing when to give her husband a baby. Chapter 743 The Boat of Friendship Turns Over. At the end of July, when Luo Chong's fleet walked to the branch in the middle of the browsing river, Luo Chong decided to go to the 3 counties of Lake Hunghu, grassland. The first stop was Kaiwan County, and then inspected Chanmu County and Binhai County in turn. At the same time, the Xin tribe of Bamboo Island finally bought the sampan board and dhow they wanted from the mission as they wished. As for the dhows, because Luo Chong let the tow for another period of time, the beast's teeth were so there is no idle boat to sell, telling them that they can only wait to transfer from Browsingyan County, of course, this one, at least 2 or 3 months. However, the high level of the Xin tribe, which has already got the dhow, is not lonely. They can't wait to try the sailboat that has just arrived. The dhows sold by the Han tribe are actually the kind of small flat-bottomed ships used by the merchants a few days ago. This kind of ship is 15 meters long and 4 meters wide. It is about 3.8 in length and width. It is shallow to eat, but it is passable by sex, fast speed, and large load. It does not pick a pier, or even has a pier to dock directly. It is designed for inland waters, but it is clear that the Xin tribe does not understand the difference between these sailboats, and the sails are the same. Therefore, in order to understand the special elders of this kind of ship as soon as possible under the command of Xin, let him go to sea to experiment as soon as possible, and explore the use skills of the sailing ship. At the same time as imitation manufacturing, we must also figure out the structure of the sailing ship, and the principle of sports, as soon as possible to realize the ability of independent research and development. After all, they can never surpass the Han tribe. Even if the Han tribe is willing to sell, they may not necessarily buy it. For the Xin commander who has mastered the weaving technology and carpentry technology, as long as the structural principles are clarified, it is only a matter of time before the Xin tribe develops independently. The elder is also very excited. I like this newly purchased sailboat very much. Although this thing is just the least conspicuous little thing in the Han tribe, for him, there are 5 houses in this size. The length and width are obviously already behemoths. After calling for 15 cronies, plus a total of 17 people from Elder Kim and himself, he was ready to go out to sea to appreciate the charm of sailing. The ship is currently parked at the dock of the mission station and with many ships of the Han tribe, but since the elder has settled the payment as a representative, the ship has been replaced with the flag of the Xin tribe. This is also a matter of no way. At present, there is only such a estuary, or coastal pier, and it was developed by the Han tribe. The Xin tribe does not even have a boat. Where does the experience come to build a harbor? So when the elders led people to say that they were going to take the boat out to sea, the mission immediately knew the news. The beast's teeth appeared in front of them immediately. The elder of the hearing device wants to go to sea now? Oh, it turned out to be Han Jie. Yes, we want to try this boat out of sea now. Why, Han Jie has any advice? The elder is still in a good mood. Now standing on the boat of his tribe, I feel like I'm talking. It's not a good idea to teach, but there is indeed a suggestion that this Tao has just arrived in the hands of your tribe, your crew has not been exercised, and the sailing in the sea is dangerous and abnormal. If the elder wants to test the ship, he will try it in the clear water river first. Beast Teeth looked at the hunting flag on the flagpole in the mission compound and persuaded. Oh, what does Han make this mean? Do you look down on the people of our Xin tribe? Although the sailors of our Xin tribe have no experience in sailing, they have the courage to work hard and conquer the sea. On the sea around this bamboo island, the Han tribe go, why can't the Xin tribe go? Or does Han Jing have other purposes? Elder Jean, as the iron dog leg led by Xin, had no affection for the Han tribe. He was very dissatisfied with the cross-blockage of the veterinary teeth. He very much doubted the purpose of the veterinary teeth, and the Han tribe deliberately dragged them. The deep malice of the mast. Ha 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 ha, of course, the Xin tribe has gone, and the ship is already yours. Of course, it's up to your tribe to go wherever you want. This envoy is just a good reminder. Since Elder Jean is not happy, then I will not persuade anymore. The beast's teeth are not angry. Anyway, he should have said that the fairy can't save the dead. Although the elder did not like the Han tribe, he was not as stiff as the Elder Jean. He made a gang leader and played round channels in the middle. Despite the reassurance, the shipbuilding skills of the Han tribe have been clever, and the operation is very simple. The sails fall, the anchors fall, and the scramps are all learned. My sailors have mastered these techniques. And we won't go too far, Han Jie can rest assured. Since the elders have the heart, the beast's teeth will not say anything else. I wish you all the best. The beast's teeth are no longer talking, and they go back directly after they have arched their hands. And a group of people from the Xin tribe standing on the ship sailed directly to the sea. After the sailboat sailed out of sight, the veterinary tooth summoned a 3-mast cargo ship captain from Tanghai County to Bamboo Island, asking him about the weather today. If you go back to the ambassador, you can watch the wind. Today, the wind has at least 5 levels, and the gust reaches about 7 levels. This is still on the island. If you reach the open sea, I am afraid the wind will be greater. The wave height is at least 3 meters. In other words, the brig's boat is not insured. Beast Teeth also nodded to agree with this view. After all, it is now the end of July, which is the famous style season of Bamboo Island. Since the end of June, the shipping from Tanghai County to the mission has been reduced. Even if a team of ships comes over occasionally, it must be a 4-meter-long 3-mast ship. On the other side, the elders of the aircraft issued an order to sail, and more than a dozen simply trained sailors were also busy operating. Quickly lift the anchor, use scramble and oars to push the ship away from the dock, and look at the windward flag on the top of the mast. The sailors also shouted the number to raise the longitudinal sail full of bamboo poles when the sails rose to the highest point. Then adjust the angle of the sail according to the wind direction, where the pier is restricted by the surrounding terrain, but this also just exerted the characteristics of the wind on all sides. The sails that received the sidewind swelled quickly and began to advance under the thrust of the wind. 2 elders, the wind is not small today, this boat can run really fast. A sailor watched the ship really drive under their control. He said a few words compliments at once, and seemed to be inviting for himself. Ha 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 ha, which shows that God is looking after our Xin tribe. Starting today, our Xin tribe will also be able to dominate the water. Elder Jean laughed proudly on the bow. The elder saw through the thoughts of those sailors and suddenly threw out his radish. All study hard. In the future, our Xin tribe has its own ship. Your first sailors will have the opportunity to become captains in the future, and it is still a bigger ship. Yes, thank you elders for cultivating. The sailors were so excited that they seemed to have seen themselves standing in the tens of meters long 3-mast sailboat pointing fingers, shouting 5 and 6, and the clan scrambling. The golden elder on the side just smiled and didn't speak. The sailboat sailed smoothly downstream along the clear water river into the long strait. The wind looked bigger and the waves were ups and downs. There were already waves less than 1 meter high. Although there were some bumps, it still did not affect the boat. Driving. The sailors turned their rudders to adjust the direction, and turned the sails to make it better to eat the wind. The speed of the boat was raised at once, and they began to ride the wind in waves on the sea. The round bow split the waves, leaving 2 silver and white chains on both sides. Well, this is the speed. Let's go to the place where fishermen usually fish. I heard that there are a lot of large reef plates, and the Han tribe's ships come from there every time. The elder supported the shed on the ship, and the sea breeze was blowing his clothes to hunt. Although the shuttle was a bit bumpy in the waves, it made him feel a little seasick, but he still couldn't stop his exciting head. I remembered it as soon as you said the reef plate. Didn't the Han tribe say it was going to build a lighthouse over there? Did they build it? Elder Jean was also quite proud to stand on the small deck of the bow. He did not wear shoes and stepped barefoot on the board but became more stable. I heard that the construction has not yet begun. The thing seems to be quite large. The mission is recruiting people to mine stones from the cliff mountain of the fishing tribe, saying that it is to carve the stones into stone bricks, and wait for enough stone bricks to start construction. The amount of work is not small, the elder said quite emotionally. Cut, the Han tribe is so flashy, and the idea of building a house in the sea is not to be said. It is a group of fools. It is also a brick. The burnt bricks are not the same. I think they are showing off. There is really no money to spend. Elder Jean was quite disdainful and grumpy about the Han tribe. Hey, that's why, it's true that people's tribes have money. This boat under our feet alone costs a price of 4,500 yuan. A senior craftsman of their Han tribe, it's only about 30 yuan a month. If you want to buy such a boat, you have to eat or drink it for more than 10 years for the Han tribe. It's not just a waste. Although the elder does not like the Han tribe, he still likes to use the Han tribe to fight against the elder Jean, watching his face without eating grapes and saying that the expression of grape acid is much more comfortable. Oh, I said old-fashioned, are you old and confused or can't really see it? Their Han tribe obviously blackmailed us, and I don't believe the price of the people they sold to their tribe. Elder Jean said quite uneasy. So what, who made us unable to make it by ourselves now? People are clearly extorting us. What can you do? Can you not buy it? The elder still continues to be grumpy, although he is also very uncomfortable, because compared with the various high-tech of the Han tribe, he will involuntarily feel a serious inferiority sensation. He is also the elder of the supervisor's equipment, but he can't even make a small boat that no one can see, and he has to inferiority. The two stopped talking, silently sulking in the Han tribe. But I don't know when it started, and the people on board felt that the bumps of the ship were getting bigger and bigger. Because of the wind and the faster speed of the ship, they quickly sailed out of the strait and came to the sea east of Bamboo Island. The reefs are densely covered, and there are strangely shaped huge reef plates everywhere. In the ups and downs of the waves, many red fruit fishermen can be seen packing fish on the reef plates. Although the waves of this season are bigger, the sea also shows her generosity. A lot of seafood was washed on the reef plate by waves. Good things that had to dive underwater in the past, and now they are easily available in the knee-tide seawater, and those worthwhile cities contain pearls of scallops. But the elders on the other side are not easy to pass. The waves on the sea are getting bigger and bigger. The waves of 3 or 4 meters high have been photographed one by one towards the boat. The elder has retracted back into the tent and stood steady. The golden elder standing on the deck of the bow could not hold it. A big wave was suddenly photographed and shot him directly into the cabin. Although the dhow specially designed for inland water transportation has many advantages, the advantage of low dry port has become a disadvantage when it reaches the sea. The low ship port has no resistance to such wave shocks. Elder, no good, the cabin is flooded. A sailor shouted in the wind. What? Into the water? Is the cabin leaking? The elders were so nervous that they died. No leakage on the bottom of the ship was found. The waves above were too large and poured in from the deck. The sailor immediately replied. What are you still doing? Hurry up and find a basin to spill out the water. Elder Jean was also hit by the pillar of the tent by the waves just now. He was hit by 7 pieces of meat at once, but still commanded there loudly. Oh good, brothers, pour water out quickly. The sailors suddenly found their containers and drilled into the cabin to get water out, but at this time the ship lost control. Another big wave nearly 4 meters high rushed over. The bow was violently lifted under the impact of the waves, and the whole ship stood up instantly, as if driving on a water wall. The entire hull and the sea level became 90 degrees. At this time, more than a dozen people were still in the cabin. The seawater poured into the cabin and more than a dozen people all fell sharply to the stern under the action of gravity. The seawater, barrels, food and fresh water, as well as 2 elders and a dozen crew members squeezed into a ball. The weight of the stern suddenly increased, but the bow was raised high under the impact of the waves, and the entire ship suddenly lost its balance. Finally, the waves reached their peak and began to fall down. A huge amount of seawater was taken directly on the sails that had become horizontal. At the next moment, with a loud click, the mast with the thick thighs of adults broke directly, and when the waves fell back, the dhow just disappeared completely on the sea. Ship, sink. Chapter 744 Rescue. On the choppy sea, a huge bubble came out of the water and a flower exploded on the sea. It was the air in the boat, which is now completely flushing up. The sea breeze is more than the waves, and I don't know how long it has passed. Several heads finally appeared in the undulating sea water. The elders and golden elders came out, and their wet hair stuck on their faces blocking their eyes. Both were breathless and spit out a salty and bitter sea water from their mouths from time to time. As an island tribe, most people in the Xian tribe still swim. Elders and gold elders are no exception. At this time, the two are desperately patching water and stepping on the water to resist wave after wave. The elder wiped the sea water on his face, and pushed the hair attached to his face to the back, looking around, and finally saw a few human shadows on the surrounding sea, and some bottles and cans floating out of the cabin. He looked at a sealed bucket floating on the sea not far away, and hurried over and hugged the bucket. This gives the body a chance to breathe. Elder, go over there, we go to the reef. A little further away, a sailor suddenly drilled out of the waves, pointing at a reef in the distance and shouting. The elder took advantage of another wave and he swam above the waves. Only then did he see the reef in the distance. He shouted in his mouth and swam towards the reef first, and the golden elder on the other side, because he was standing on the bow just now, and when the waves hit him, he hit his head on the pillar. The subsequent shipwreck incident even lifted him up. People don't know, but the hands and feet are still unconsciously doing the paddling. At first glance, several sailors dragged things around the surface that could still float on the water, and swam together to drag the golden elders to the reef. Waiting for all the people to climb up the reef, a little more people, the 17 people at the time of the arrival, now there are 11 left, and the unconscious golden elders also have abnormalities lying on the reef. The reef under the golden elder's head quickly turned red, and he knew that the matter was big. Sure enough, when he turned it over, Elder Jin's back brain had been broken, and the position of the wound was touched without bone touch, but he felt soft. Elder Jin broke his head, afraid he would not. The elder smelled and glanced bluntly, and his face was ashamed. He never thought that this was an ordinary trial voyage, and why it became like this. When he thought of the persuasion of beast teeth just now, he felt that he had a liver pain, and he really regretted it. However, there is no medicine for regret in the world, and the ship sinks, and it will never be there again. The Xian tribe spent a lot of money to give up what was exchanged for the right of autonomous currency. It was so gone that it took several lives. Even the golden elder was unfortunately killed, but in some cases a whole body was left. But the current situation of everyone is not much better than those who died directly. Trapped on such a reef with no grass, it is estimated that it will take shortly to die on this stone. That night, until it was dark, the beast teeth didn't see the ship coming back. He was still wondering, could the Xian tribe find a place by himself, preparing to build a new port? Or did something really happen? Otherwise, why didn't you come back at night? Isn't this ship lost at sea? It is also possible that the wind and waves are so big during the day. If they are blown away from the land, there is no argument such as compass. Maybe they will really not find the direction to go home, and they will float towards the endless sea. However, in such a situation, even if their ship is not overturned, it is estimated that they will die on the ship. Early the next morning, the animal teeth asked someone if the boat had returned. After learning that there was still no news, they immediately sent someone to Xian to take the news to Xian's command as a kind reminder. In doing so, he was also afraid that the Xian tribe would make a fuss about it, and then buckle the black pot on the head of the Han tribe. In this way, the animal teeth wrote this matter in a letter and sent Luo Jing a copy. The elders and others trapped on the reef are also sad at this time. When the sun came out this morning, Elder Kim could never wake up again, and another life fell, depressing the remaining people. Today's wind is still very strong, and the low reefs can't resist the impact of the waves at all. Elders and others have no chance to dry their clothes. They can only bear the impact of the sea water helplessly. However, in order to be more comfortable, they still take off your wet clothes. But the cost of doing so is even greater. At the end of July, this season is the hottest time of the year. In addition, the strong sea breeze swept away all the clouds, and the remaining group of people were all exposed to the sun. Under the strong light, they were dizzy and dazed. If they had not rescued a bucket of sealed fresh water, I am afraid they would have died long ago. In this way, another day passed, and the news finally reached Xian's ear. Hearing the news, Xian's caller was also anxious, and sent a letter to the mission, hoping that they would send a ship to search for it. It's just such a thing. How can the Xin tribe make a move to the Han tribe without paying a price? After agreeing to allow the mission to construct any cargo terminals and banks in eastern Bamboo Island, the veterans arranged for the ship to go to sea to find the lost elders and others. On the third day, 3 of the only 10 people left on the reef fell, and everyone panicked. These 3 people either died of dehydration or died because of the choking of the lungs. In the coughing sound, the angle of the mouth was overflowing, and eventually screamed. The only 7 people left can only rely on raw oysters to sustain their lives. It is better that there are not many oysters here, and you can feel a lot by dive a little. Elder, what shall we do? If it goes on like this, the body of the golden elder will stink, and we will die if we go on like this. Woo, _ On the reef, some sailors are worried about their lives, and some young sailors are crying in a low voice. Only in the absence of water, these people can no longer cry. Crying, and crying, there is only half a bucket of water left, and we must save it from today. The elder scolded 2 sentences weakly. Sweating in the hot sun, he stood in a cold shed and looked at the distance, wondering whether he was comforting himself or the sailors. Everyone can rest assured that we turned over the boat as soon as we arrived in the reef area that day. We certainly did not drift too far. We should still be in the range of activities of fishermen, and we are not far from the common waterway of the Han tribe. Everyone will stick to it for another 2 days. Someone will save us. The remaining 6 sailors heard hopeful eyes. Elder, is this true? Of course it's true, you think. The 2 elders of our tribe have disappeared from the sea, and the commander will definitely not ignore it. And the last one we saw was Han Jie. The Han tribe is afraid of taking responsibility and will definitely take the initiative. Come to us, so everyone must stick to it, and we will survive. The elder once again cheered everyone. Yes, everyone will survive. Keep it up, don't give up. The remaining few sailors also increased their confidence. Sometimes I have to believe that when I was in the Jedi, I hoped that the objective conditions of physical strength would stimulate people's desire for survival. The people who were still lingering in the brain had a lot of spirit after this self-striking. Okay, now I will explain the task. The elder thought about it and suddenly said something. A group of sailors looked at him, and there was no fart, and what tasks were performed. Everyone takes turns to distribute work. 2 people look for food around them. 1 person stands on the reef and whistles. Always pay attention to the presence of fishermen or Han tribe vessels around. After finding out, they call for help. The rest of the people who are fine, try to soak into the sea water to resist the sunshine. When everyone heard it, they felt that the arrangement was good, and they began to assign tasks. It was just not long. On the 3rd night of the accident, only 2 of the remaining 7 people fell. I don't know if it's because of the heavy sun or the soaking of seawater for too long. It may also be because the wind is cold. The elder and another youngest sailor started high fever that night. Their lips were white, and their limbs were swollen. Seeing that these 2 people can't live, the remaining 5 active people also almost collapsed, and even the elder's main heart fell. They still did not see the so-called rescue. 5 people looked at several corpses around them, and 2 high-fever companions. The fear of death began to spread on the reef. Han Jia, where are we looking for? In the strait, on a 3-mast cargo ship of a Han tribe, the animal elder stared at the animal teeth next to him and asked, "Go to our fixed route to see it, otherwise where else can you find it?" Animal elders, your Xian tribe test voyages, don't the elders and gold elders discuss the route with you in advance? If you know where they are going, even if something goes wrong, we will have greater hope of rescuing success. When the beast teeth answered, they asked again. The old man has been in Xinquan Valley. Where do he know about the 2 of them? Han Yu will look for it at will. The animal elder hummed and turned back into the cabin of the stern building. He didn't want to expose the deck, and he also complained. The commander did not know what to think. He actually asked him to follow the Han tribe's boat to find the 2. His old man wanted to spend his old age at home. Why could this kind of broken thing still find him? Pay attention to observing the presence of ships or human shadows on the surrounding sea, and the wreckage will also work, and notify me immediately if anomalies are found. Beast Teeth commanded the sailors around them and turned back to the cabin. Yes, please rest assured. The sailors around agreed to stand on the lookout on both sides of the ship's side and the top of the mast to observe the situation around them. Today's wind is still not small, there are also 4 or 5 levels, and the waves are 2 or 3 meters high. However, the 3-mast sailboat on which the veterinary teeth are 40 meters long, and there are 3 layers of deck above the waterline. Compared with the dhow, the stern is extremely high. Even if the wave is 4 meters high, it is impossible to rush to the deck. So everyone is more at ease. The big ship sailed towards the strait in this way, and the destination was also the reef area in the east of Bamboo Island. Because there was the most likely accident there, otherwise Luo Chon would not have thought of building a lighthouse there. Things like lighthouses are generally built in areas with high incidence of shipwrecks. In addition to piloting, another more important task is early warning. All the way to the afternoon, the sailing boat finally came near the reef area, but because the big boat was eating deeper water, they didn't dare to get too close, and they were afraid of sinking. But with the proper sound of impact, the big ship was finally discovered. Long messenger, found. A sailor immediately came to the stern sink to report. What did you find? The veterans and the elders asked in unison, and after asking, the two also glanced at each other. The repertoire is a few kaleidoscopes that look like they are used for water, and there are words on it. The sailor said that he carried out 3 bamboo barrels with drilling holes. The veterans and elders of the animal were busy checking and found that there were several special symbols on it. The elders were staring at their eyes and said quite excitedly, that's right, it's them. This is the text of our Xin tribe. Look at this technique and habits. It must be the elder of that device. Where did this bamboo tube come from? They must be around here. Beast Teeth glanced at him, and he couldn't understand any ghost symbols engraved on it anyway, but since everyone spoke, he was not good at opposing anything, so he arranged. Tell the captain to search around here, be careful of the reef. Yes. The sailor promised to go out. Slow down. Beast Teeth suddenly thought of something, and even hurriedly stopped the sailor. Chan Jia, what else is instructed? Go to my messenger Eagle Fong and let him send his own eagle to search around to see if there are people or ships. Yes, please rest assured. The sailor receded again. The sailing boat also began to cruise around the reef group, and the Ajika giant eagle scouted in the sky, and soon found the elders. But when the sailors on the big ship rowed the small boat and followed the giant eagle to find them, the people on the have become unconscious. The sailors hurriedly transported these comatose, as well as those who were dead, all shipped to the big ship. After some rescue, they finally woke up the elders, but they had been feverish all day and night. It was already angry, and the golden elders who went to sea with him had swollen and smelly bodies, and other surviving crew members were eating hot porridge. I also cried, crying the dead brothers. In the open source county at the same time, Luo Chon stood on the tower of the inner city, looking at the letter from the beast teeth in his hand, showing a thoughtful expression. What will the Xin tribe do this time? He couldn't help thinking. Chapter 745 Inspection while traveling. In fact, this shipwreck incident benefited from the relatively timely rescue of the Han tribe, which successfully rescued the dying elder, which also brought great convenience for subsequent processing. The rewoke elder directly admitted his fault. Before they set off, the messenger of the Han tribe clearly advised them not to go to sea, but he and the elder Jean did not obey the dissuasion, and finally caused such a tragic disaster. The parties have already characterized the incident. Xin Tanji can't say anything else, but can only admit that he is unlucky. However, after this incident, a large group of high-level members of the Xin tribe really realized the horror of the sea. Although there are endless treasures in the sea, its danger cannot be underestimated. Only a slightly larger sea breeze can easily destroy their sailing ships. Of course, there are reasons why the ship is too small. Realizing the truth of the problem, Xin Guan naturally no longer willing to use the boat, and finally solemnly decided that the next batch of 2-mast ships with 2 captains of 20 meters will be purchased at the same time. Although the vessel used is not much larger than the dhow, the advantage of this ship is still very obvious in terms of airworthiness in the ocean. But this thing can't make a decision at all. The Han tribe had only promised to sell to the Xin tribe a brig, and the leader asked not to give it first. Now they sink the dhow and want to buy 2 at the same time. This is even more strenuous, so he can only smell Luo Chon. In this way, Luo Zhu's second letter was also tossed into Luo Chan's hand. At this time, Luo Chon was taking his family to experience the life characteristics of the herdsman, and he was not happy to play. Unexpectedly, he was disturbed by this letter. Buy it if you want? Do you know what a technical blockade is? Besides, do you have so much foreign exchange reserves? Luo Chon whispered to himself, but did not expect to be heard by the little butterfly around him. Husband, is it another matter for the Xin tribe? Did those people rescue them? Little Butterfly is coaxing 2 children to play. Seeing Luo Chon holding another letter there, he was sulking and wanted to persuade him. Oh, half of it was rescued, one of the 2 elders died, and the one with a high fever was estimated to be choking if he wanted to survive. The ship was also overturned by the waves and could not be found in the sea. Xin Tongguan actually wanted to buy 2 brig sails from our tribe again. I still want to sell them. Luo Chon explained on the side, while rubbing the stubble on his chin, with a thoughtful expression on his face. When it comes to such a big thing, the little butterfly is not easy to interrupt, so he only said 2 words so that Luo Chon should not be too tired, so he took the children out to play. Luo Kongsi thought for a moment, and finally got a decision. Maybe they can really sell them too? The construction of the ship is not clear in a short time, nor can the Xian tribe immediately imitate it, and they can't turn up any big waves for their 2 small boats. Instead, they can focus their energy and attention on shipbuilding. The Han tribe can not only make money, but also take the opportunity to get more power. The most important thing is to deploy future military affairs more calmly. The Xian tribe wants to build a ship by itself. Let's not say that even if they really eat through the shipbuilding technology, the wood for shipbuilding alone must be dry for at least 2 years, but the war between Luocheng and Zhu Island will not be dragged. After so long, it will take 2 years for Bamboo Island to change its courts and cover the flags of the Han tribe everywhere. So it doesn't really matter if you give them a boat. Since that's the case, then give it. And since they have promised that they will sell sailboats, then simply get 2 new ones from the shipyard. Luocheng naturally didn't feel good, but saved the idea of deliberately making things difficult for them. Although he can take advantage of this opportunity to dispose of the old ship in poor condition, he still wants to use the new ship to add some difficulty to the Xian tribe. The old ships of the Han tribe have been using the swim bladder for waterproof treatment because of the small number and the lack of coal mines. Later, when the number of ships increased and the swim bladder was gradually in short supply, the shipyard began to use pork leather for waterproof treatment. However, the ships were getting bigger and bigger, and the waterproof materials were becoming more and more scarce. At present, the new ships produced by the Han tribe are all waterproof, made of asphalt, and the Xian tribe wants to eat through the asphalt material technology. That is almost impossible. They have neither natural asphalt nor the ability to distill coal tar to refine asphalt. One of the most important techniques for wooden sailing ships is waterproof treatment. Without such materials, even if they imitate an identical ship, if the above are all loopholes and gaps, it cannot be opened. As for whether they would think of using other glue as a substitute, Luocheng would not worry about it at all. In other words, even if they really built a suitable vessel, it was still vulnerable to the gunboat of the Han tribe. The reason why he restricted the shipbuilding industry of the Xian tribe was just to trap the islanders on the island and not let them run around, so that he could receive it in the future. After figuring out the key points inside, Luocheng wrote a reply letter to the animal teeth, allowing him to handle the relationship with the Xian tribe according to the instructions. Then, Luocheng relaxed his mood to continue his own travel. No, it was a major inspection of the territory. Bringing 3 women and 2 children together to inspect and visit the grassland, because of the different interests, everyone did not get together. Luocheng first sent the broad military telescope down to the guards in the 3 counties of Honghu. Of course, the county guards are naturally also essential. In addition, there are generals at all levels in the army. The telescope is directly distributed to the general flag. The first level official position, scolding, or the reconnaissance force, is even more a manpower. How can a trench be obtained? Simply put, I, the leader of the Han tribe, fight money. Luocheng and Kaiwan County Guard Force, a group of generals of Qian Niue and Eagle Rue, the county guard, stood together on the walls of the outer city to inspect the city defense. They also tried telescopes at this commanding height. Chief, this telescope should be really a reconnaissance weapon. If we had this equipment at the beginning of the year, we would definitely be able to see the impromptu coalition forces earlier, so that our preparation time was even more sufficient. Eagle Rue took the lead and said with a telescope that the love for the telescope during his speech was full of words. Yeah, if there was this thing earlier, maybe you wouldn't let tonight run away. Each scout has a pair of telescopes. Tonight can't get out of our sight even if it runs fast. The commander of Qian Niue made Chai Duo also say with emotion. It's okay to run away, and it's okay to have been beaten by us. After seeing the fighting power of our Han tribe, I would like to pull people to fight the Han tribe again. It is estimated that no one is so stupid. The prestige of our Han tribe has fully demonstrated the power of artillery. As long as it is not a brain disabled, there should be no iron-headed baby who will hit our idea. Luocheng also smiled and stroked the protruding wall stack on the wall and said, "This thing is the first time in the history of the founding of the Han tribe. The stacks that protruded from the surface of the city wall are mainly used to strike the enemy forces hidden under the roots of the wall in the unattached city, so that the city wall defense can be truly there is no dead corner. As long as the other party does not come up with a heavy weapon such as a stone thrower or a cannon, then the city wall of the open source county has no fear of any enemy. There will be." Chapter 746 National Increase Plan, Upper. After the Battle of Kaiwan City, because the Han tribe obtained a large number of prisoners of war, the outer walls of Kaiwan City had to be quickly constructed. First, they dug trenches along the lake, diverted water and planted fields, and divided the ranch. The soil was just used to ram the city walls, and there was no waste at all. The outer wall of the open source city, like the inner city, is still a 3-in-1 structure. The opening point extends into the lake water. The part of the water is made of bricks and stones, which also protects the pier of the open source county. Outside the city, due to the excavation of ditches to divert water, more watery pastures can also be divided. At this time Luo Chong stood on the wall, so he could use the telescope to see the situation where the little butterfly outside the city was visiting the ranch with 2 children. The little butterfly grew up in the weaving tribe and had a soft spot for textile technology. After coming to the Han tribe, it carried forward textile technology under Luo Chan's guidance, but the nomadic tribes of the grassland obviously had nothing to get. In textiles, she was not interested in the life of herdsmen, so she had to take 2 children to visit the newly born lamb. It's like visiting a zoo. Tang Yao was led by a local official and visited the traditional witch doctors of nomadic people, hoping to get some medical technology unique to Dr. made from them. Zhan Fu was not far away from the 2 children. Unlike Xiaodai, Zhan Fu was not very good at weaving cloth, but since marrying Luo Chong, he is hooked on cooking and likes to make all kinds of delicious food, because compared to those primitive tribes, Luo Chong is too good to eat. Many of the Han tribe's cooking methods are also carried forward through Zhan Fu. It's usually Luo Chong remembered something delicious, so that Zhan Fu would do it, and then Zhan Fu would teach the neighbors or ladies around the church, such as the wives of the elders such as the rat, and gradually spread to the entire Han tribe. Now that we have come to the grassland, Zhan Fu naturally wants to learn from the local herdsmen a unique food for nomads. However, the herdsmen really have no food. In addition to foods such as stew, pickled meat, or sausages, the most grassland-specific foods can also be counted as pastoral democratic foods. It is now summer, and spring and summer are the peak season for livestock breeding. Of course, since it is the peak season for breeding, it is of course the peak season for milk production, otherwise those foals and lambs eat. Milk, goat milk, and horse milk are all good cheese raw materials. Herdsmen must collect as many milk sources as possible to make cheese while feeding livestock, and every day until the cows and sheep are all weaned. Winter makes all livestock pregnant, with a view to having more livestock and milk sources in the coming year. In order to allow cows to produce large amounts of milk, modern times generally use milk ratchets, as well as empty pregnancy or false pregnancy, to deceive the cow's physiological functions and keep them producing milk. But now the Han tribe obviously does not have this technique. If you want milk, you must make the livestock pregnant. During the high season of milk production, the herdsman will make all the milk that the livestock can't finish into cheese, and then reserve it, slowly let it be eaten, and even eat it directly in the coming year. This has to be said that the cheese is powerful. The food of cheese is almost the same as honey. It belongs to the classification without shelf life. Even if it is put for 200 years, it can still be eaten with a little heating. Luo Chong once heard such a joke: even if he found honey thousands of years ago in the Egyptian pyramid, heating it will not affect consumption. This is a bit exaggerated, but it does reflect the characteristics of foods such as honey and cheese. The shelf life is really long. So, at night's meal, Zhan Fu then presented his thoughts to Luo Chong. "Husband, I want to build a cheese processing plant in Kaiyuan City, which specializes in the production of cheese. Milk is a good thing and is very nutritious. If people in other counties of our Han tribe can also eat cheese, they will definitely be in good health. But fresh milk is easy to deteriorate and inconvenient to transport, but cheese is different. Cheese is the essence of the milk, and it is almost not bad. Even if it is shipped to a farther place, what does the husband think?" Luo Chong took the glass and drank hot milk and thought about it. Milk is a good thing. He often drinks to grow tall and strengthen his body. Of course he knows. Westerners are large households who drink milk, but it also needs to be from the Renaissance to the near-modern period. The height of Europeans has generally increased. Before, it was not much stronger than that of Asian people. This has a lot to do with long-term milk drinking, but the storage technology at that time was there, and Europeans could not drink fresh milk. They relied on various dairy products to supplement nutrition: bread slices, sausages, jams, cheese. These are the most common foods they eat. Among them, cheese is also called cheese. After heating melts, it is their staple food, even if they make burgers. It is also necessary to add 2 pieces of cheese to it. Zhan Fukuki introduced Luo Chong to his ideas, as well as various dairy products made of milk, and the processing steps of cheese, but what Luo Chong didn't expect was that the method of making cheese was very good, like tofu. This makes him, who has never been exposed to cheese, very curious. "Husband, this milk is just like our soybeans. It is a particularly magical ingredient that can be made into various foods. Soybeans can be used to extract oil and cream. Soybeans are ground into soy milk. The alkaline halogen can be made into tofu. The milk that is put into acid after heating can be solidified into cheese. Hey, Luo Chong came here when he was curious. He had drank a lot of milk in his previous life. This cheese is the first time he has heard that if it is really like tofu. What kind of cheese factory is this? Is it similar to the tofu fong? Anyway, the investment is not big, maybe you can do it. So after dinner, Luo Chong asked Jianfu to show him how to make cheese again. It's basically the same as she said. The raw material used by Jianfu this time is goat milk. After heating, it is placed in a container to cool to human body temperature, which is very similar to boiled soy milk, and then added acid juice to stir evenly. This step is similar to that of tofu. However, tofu is halogenated while the heat is hot, and the cheese's cooler is refilled. Jianfu used a kind of wild lemon provided by herdsmen, only nucleus size, green. Luo took a bite and almost died without acid. Squeezed some lemon juice and put it in the warm goat milk to stir evenly, and then placed it for about half an hour. The goat milk became a soft and tender state like a tofu brain. At this time, with a spoon or knife to crush the condensed sheep's milk and mix it non-stop, you can separate the moisture from the solid cheese, and then filter it, and take out the milk residue inside to set up the asphalt water, also called the control water. After that, the milk slag will stick to a whole piece of solid again. At this time, it cannot be directly plastic, but the milk blot will be crushed again to add the old cheese slag, which is said to be for fermentation. Luo Chong feels that this may be similar to the old face of the hair surface. Putting the face left in the last hair surface into the new dough is actually the method of inoculating yeast. After adding the yeast, and adding the appropriate salt, after it is fully mixed, it is finally put in the mold to compress and shape, and the cheese is ready. It seems to be exactly the same as tofu. Luo Chong couldn't help but feel that this is also amazing. At night. Chapter 747 under the National Increase Plan. First, the cheese made of fresh goat milk is very fragrant and has a faint sweetness. Because the lemon juice is added less, it is mainly used as a reaction catalyst, so the sour taste is not obvious. The several old cheese that Jianfu found for Luo Chong have a very different taste. After rushing observations and tastes, several characteristics of cheese are summarized. The first is hardness. The longer the cheese, the harder it will be. The cheese for more than 3 years is even like the touch of rubber. It looks like rubber. The taste is more like that. Cheese for more than 5 years is like a slate brick, which can shoot the dead. Another feature is acid, perhaps because of the fermentation effect of yeast. The longer the cheese in the year, the more sour it tastes, but it is not the kind of sour taste that can pour teeth. In fact, the taste is more similar to yogurt. And because of the addition of salt, it tastes like a unique salty fragrance, like a baked nut. In summary, the taste of cheese is quite rich, salty, cream, sweet and sour, and nut fragrance. These flavors are all integrated, but they are unique. The most exaggerated one here, which makes Luo Chong the most unacceptable, is a cheese with blue patterns. Those herdsmen are passed down from generation to generation. They don't actually know what it is, but they are partial. No, because this is moldy cheese, and those blue patterns are actually mycelium. Of course, such cheese can also be eaten, just moldy, nothing. To know that the world has the most moldy food, we have to say China. In particular, the dark dishes of stinky tofu, as well as other kinds of breast milk and various sauce, are all made of moldy beans, including soy sauce and so on. So after learning that this thing could be eaten, Luo Chong did not refuse to eat all the slices of Jianfu directly, and the taste was also unique. It tasted more abundant and the acidity was more obvious. Cheese is indeed a good thing, and it is not troublesome to make it. It may be possible to try to promote it, but this is also the staple food of the herdsman. It is also unrealistic to want to get all the cheese of the herdsman to other places in the Han tribe. Try a few small workshops. We use food to buy from the herdsman. After tasting all the cheese, Luo Chong said his decision. Okay, thank you husband. Jianfu also gave gifts and thanks. Well, there is also the practice of cheese. You have to sum it up, including the seeds of the sour fruit, to see if it can be planted artificially, so it can be popularized elsewhere in the Han tribe. Although there are not so many cows and horses in other counties of our Han tribe, there are still many sheep-goats. These are also high-quality milk sources. When we go back, you can also promote the practice of cheese nearby, especially the newly built Muye County, that is the only county in the north of our Han tribe with animal husbandry as the main economy. The added output value of cheese must be used, otherwise it will be wasted. After talking about building a factory to produce cheese, Luo Chong told Jianfu again. Well, I know. Should we do this? Let's push milk cheese directly in the 3 counties of the grassland, and the Han tribe produces goat cheese elsewhere, which also saves industrial conflicts everywhere. Jianfu also published his ideas after hearing Luo Chong's opinion. It's not necessary, you have your own production. In fact, you don't know much about the lives of grassland herders. Don't look at their cattle. In fact, there are more sheep in the hands of herders. That's their main source of living materials. The felt, meat, and cheese in the clothes and tent shoes are actually mostly on the sheep. If you only accept milk, I'm afraid I won't get much. Rest assured, even if the Han tribe makes all the goat cheese, and the current population and territorial area of the Han tribe can eat it all, it won't happen. Local industry conflicts. Luo Chong thought about it, and continued to say, but the industrial conflict you said also makes sense. Although it will not happen in a short time, there will definitely be problems when the time is long, so the farming model of those who cast Han herdsmen will also need to be carried out. Reform. You don't have to worry about this. When I come back, I will bring a group of people from Sifuan Temple to let them start to choose new livestock varieties. In the future, under the management of our Han tribe, all livestock will be optimized by varieties, and then gradually expand the scale of breeding. Cattle should cultivate beef cattle, cows, and cattle. Sheep should also cultivate milk-producing and hair-producing types as meat. Horses should also be divided into pulling horses and riding horses. This is a systematic livelihood project that cannot be achieved in a short time, but we can start now. Well, listen to the husband, John Fu doesn't understand so much, just make the cheese well. John Fu laughed sweetly. And Tang Yao, who was on the side, couldn't help stunned. She really didn't expect Luo Chang's brain hole to be so big. The Tang tribe has just introduced livestock breeding technology from the Han tribe. Improve and optimize the livestock, not only that, but also want to artificially control the livestock breed, an animal to refine different uses. Let's not talk about whether the Han tribe can make it. This idea alone is very good. Luo Chong, you said that this variety is optimized, can the Han tribe really do it? Thinking of this, Tang Yao couldn't help asking directly. Of course this can be done, it is not difficult, it just requires a lot of experimentation and time. I call this optimization method selective breeding. Just like you grow herbs, if two herbs of the same kind, one is long and big, the medicine is still very good, the other plant is weak and the medicine is not strong, then the next time you plant, which one will you choose? What about the seeds of herbs? Luo Chong met her to learn to ask questions, and naturally gave her a lesson to explain to her. Oh, it turns out that this is selective breeding, but that is a plant. Can live animals choose this way? Tang Yao, who is growing her medicinal materials all the year round, will certainly not be unfamiliar with this. Luo Chong said that she immediately understood the meaning of choosing breeding, but she still lacked too much for breeding. Luo Chong had to give her another example. Then let me give you another example. There is a group of sheep in a person's sheepfold, which contains a few white sheep, white fur, and wool fibers. However, they are frail and sick. They are small and difficult to survive. The reproduction rate is also low, but there is a sheep in the neighbor's sheepfold next door. It is relatively large, strong, and resilient to cold and thirst. It is also resistant to rough feed. Other sheep must eat grass, but this kind of sheep can survive even if they gnaw the thorns. The only disadvantage is that this sheep is ugly, the hair is dark, and it is not easy to dye. So let's assume, can we use the first white sheep and the second strong sheep hybrid? Is this a new breed of sheep with strong physique, cold and drought resistance, crude breeding, and a beautiful fur? Zhan Fu widened his eyes again and looked at Luo Chong with an incredible face. The expression clearly seemed to say, strange knowledge has increased. Chapter 748 Happy Tuohe County, Second More. In the extremes of the two same species, the descendants who breed after the hybrid can inherit all their advantages. This statement is the first time Tang Yao has heard that some people would think of using this method to control the characteristics of other species. She only knew that the original creatures were not static. Is this really useful? Wouldn't the two-born offspring inherit all the shortcomings, long and ugly, still weak and sick, not easy to feed? Tang Yao's indifferent questioning of this incomprehensible novelty. Luo Chong was a helpless staller, and said with his mouth, certainly does not exclude what you said, but in terms of probability, as long as there are enough births, there are always one or two optimized varieties we need. This is enough. After obtaining the optimized varieties, we will let them multiply as much as possible, expand the population of the optimized varieties, and gradually eliminate the old varieties. However, the earliest fathers and mothers must be preserved, because even for optimized varieties, no one can say that they will appear to be rebirth after a few generations. This is the so-called hidden gene in genetics. Generation, such as whether you can roll your tongue or double eyelids, the characteristics of dimples, your child does not, and does not represent the grandchildren. Luo Chong is not a professional lecturer, and Tang Yao is also difficult to understand. One does not know what he is talking about, and the other does not know what the other party is saying, but Tang Yao has only one impression, that is what the leader Han seems to say. How do he understand? Don't know what to think, Tang Yao suddenly asked a word. So, a very powerful leader, and a person who was proficient in medicine, will their two children be able to manage the tribe and be very proficient in medicine? It seems that I finally realized what I said. Tang Yao suddenly blushed his face. Before he finished speaking, he ran away with his face covered, leaving only Luo Chong there to think. He stayed in Kaiwan City for another 2 days and experienced a life of riding and grazing, and Luo Chong left here with his family. His next stop is going to Champengmu County, then Binhai County, but Luo Chong is not going to stay in these two places for long. After all, they are new cities that have just been built. The conditions are poor, and there are even many unfinished construction sites. There is nothing to see. In the past, for 3 purposes, the telescope was sent to inspect the degree of construction, and the cheese factory was also planned. In this way, after inspecting the inner city walls of the 2 new counties, when Luo Chan's hanging heart was finally put down, whether it is inner city or outer city, anyway, the new county already has a city wall. There is a cannon, so no matter who came to fight the new county, it can only be destined to fall under the muzzle of the Han tribe. In mid-August, after inspecting Luo Chong and the 3 counties of the grassland, he finally came to the pier in Tanhai County, standing in the stern building of the large sailboat, and looking at the telescope first, you can easily see the living conditions of the people on both sides of the river. The first impression given to Luo Chong by the Tang tribe on the east bank is random, wayward, and it doesn't matter. This negative state is not because of anything else, but because Luo Chong first saw the messy farmland of the Tang tribe. Awkward. There is no such thing as stripping, gathering monopoly and other concepts. Looking at it, it can be seen that it is all spread, and in some places, due to the low sprout rate, the reason for replanting is not known, so many appear in the farmland. Bear. Luo Chong, as a former soldier, dared not say how serious obsessive-compulsive disorder was, but after years of internal regulations, he was still not used to such a messy scene. It seems that he would like to correct him. Looking back at the Tuolhei County in the West Bank, rice fields, wheat fields, and cornfields are all in place. Looking far away at the past is as neat as the squadron of the National Day Parade. Whether it is slanted or positive, it can make people feel extremely comfortable. The people work in the fields, the workers are building the city, and a large number of people build simple shanty houses outside the city. Before the houses in the city are built, they are their temporary residences. However, these people who migrated from various tribes around did not say anything. The current living environment is similar to the previous one, but since the Han tribe came, their clothes and food have been guaranteed. The high-yielding crop seeds provided by the Han tribe are regarded as gods by them, so that these people who have just emigrated have seen the hope of future life, because if they join the Han tribe, as long as they are willing to work hard, they will definitely get food. This is already the most ordinary wish of most people. Every meal can be full, at least 2 meals a day. This is the good wish in their hearts. However, since joining the Han tribe, this wish has been fulfilled. The people of Tanghai County all have proud, happy smiles on their faces. This is the best answer to the Han tribe's achievements. Because the Han tribe has a boat and can go fishing in the sea, because the Han tribe is engaged in breeding, the war at the beginning of the year seized a lot of meat, and these things are combined and reflected in the grassroots people, that is, they not only satisfy the minimum every day. The desire for 2 full meals, even 1 meal a day, whether it is fish or chicken eggs, will not be lacking every day. Especially those construction workers who provide meals by the official office. They are struggling to build bricks, dig rivers and open channels, and build walls. These are heavy manual labor. As their actual big boss, how can the Han tribe treat their people badly? Tuolhei County even once became the envy of everyone because of the good treatment of construction workers. Numerous newly relocated people are proud to be able to join the city building team. Don't look at the work there, but the food can be full, and the food is delicious. The meat is the way they have never seen, especially the red-fired meat dyed with sugar, which is so beautiful in their mouths. In fact, it was this dish that made the people see the sugar thing for the first time. There is a lot of sweets in nature, but it is really rare to produce white sugar. Hundreds of years of honey can see the smelly, but who is willing to sell such honey? Chief, you see that the sweet sorghum planted by the Tang tribe on the other side seems to be not very good. They did not grow according to our requirements. The scale is small and the output is low. I am afraid they will not sell much. The big tree also came to the ship long ago, one to welcome Luo Chan's arrival, and the other to report on the situation. This is easy to do, what to do, or the old way, pick a clever one to set a model, whoever grows a lot of rewards, and envy other bad and good species, plus the soup tribe pressure. The next sorghum harvest will be better. Don't worry, you have just arrived. Tanhai County and Tang tribe are very big, take your time. Luo Chong patted the shoulder of the big tree and couldn't help but encourage him. Chapter 749 Engaging in Things. First, this is not a taste in Tang Yao's ears. Frankly speaking, the management system of the Tang tribe is really not as powerful as the Han tribe. The centralized system of the Han tribe can directly communicate Luo Chan's orders into the account, and the Han tribe has matured. The law is very binding on the people. No one dares to listen to how Luo Chon let it grow. But the Tang tribe is different. In fact, the so-called Tang tribe leader, Tang Ji, is more like a big patriarch. She has the greatest say in matters involving the outside world of the ethnic group. It is equivalent to the main heart of all Tang tribe, but inside, in fact, all small clans rest, and Tang Ji rarely manages the trivia of those people. Only when there are major events, such as a year of drought, and the entire Tang tribe has a food failure, the patriarchs of those people and small clans will think that they also have a big leader. It's sad to urge, like a tool, but there is no doubt that such a leader is the most popular among the people, because the leader can help them solve big troubles. Who doesn't like such a leader? When a group of people was about to disembark, Tang Yao found Luo Chon. Han Shu Loakon, I won't go to Tanghai County with you. I want to go back to see my aunt first. She doesn't know the news of your coming. I want to tell her first that she always wanted to see you. After 2 days, I will bring her to see you again. Can you see it? Of course it's okay. You haven't been home for half a year. You should be reunited with your loved ones. Just like that, you don't have to worry. After 3 days, I will officially invite you and Chief Tang to visit Hai County. I will send a boat to pick you up. Luo Chon came to his territory on the beach at this time, and he was very happy. He agreed with Tang Yao's opinion. A little thought, and he did have something to discuss with Tang Ji. It is better to simply give them a face and invite themselves to appear close to each other. That's great. And knows that you will be very happy to invite her to be a guest. Thank you, Luo Chon. Tang Yao was naturally very happy to hear Luo Chon's reply. After meeting Luo again, she was ready to send her to the other side. Wait a minute. Luo clashed and called Tang Yao, and then took an exquisite little wooden box from Xiaodai to Tang Yao. Is this? Tang Yao puzzled over the wooden box, and looked at him with some expectations in his doubts. There is nothing good for you. There are 2 zoom telescopes. You and your aunt are 1 by 1. Luo Chon opened the box and showed a pair of telescopes in front of her. The box contains indeed gifts, because the military telescopes distributed by the Han tribe are all tin tubes, and the black style is painted outside. For Tang Yao, the rare mirror tube made of copper skin, the bronze-made telescope, the tube looks golden and brilliant, obviously more luxurious and advanced than those military models. In fact, there is no difference in use. That's just pretty. Tang Yao was bright in front of her eyes, and her face was full of joy. Obviously she liked this pair of telescopes. She had seen this delicate artifact long ago, but it was also shown to her by Xiaodai and Zhanfu, but she didn't belong to her. Tang Yao is very envious of this. Now Luo Chon gave her a better look, obviously still customized. How not to please her? Luo Chon, thank you for the telescope. I like it very much, and my aunt will love it too. Tang Yao said that he covered the box, and then suddenly Luo rushed forward while Luo rushed over, let Luo rush out of the way, and then waited for him to react, and ran off the boat. The big tree on the side looked at it with a smile of nothing, and because of the closer relationship, he also made a joke with Luo Qin. Chief, it seems that our peaceful annexation of the Tang tribe is very promising, ha ha ha. Ha ha, although this is true, but I still think it's better to give them a little pressure, otherwise I am afraid that someone will be dissatisfied if they are managed in the future. Luo Chon also smiled and pointed at him with his fingers. The big tree frowned and thought about it, and then nodded and agreed, too. The big tree of 2 great officials in Fengjiang has been made in a row, and they naturally know a lot about these management matters. In fact, with the friendly and cooperative relationship between the Han tribe and the Tang tribe, as well as the personal relationship between Luo Chon and Tang Yao, it is also very easy if Luo Chon wants to directly collect the Tang tribe through marriage. But the key question is that the Tang tribe is different from the Han tribe, and it is not the leader's words, or the Tang tribe leader is not so powerful about his people. The tribe is actually controlled by the patriarchs of those small clans. Of course, Luo Chan's support for the Tang Yao family is no problem. I'm afraid that the patriarchs of the small clan will block it. At that time, they will take out the position of leader who removes Tang Ji and re-elect a Tang leader. It is more troublesome to recognize the merger of Han Tang and not to recognize Luo Chan's leadership. And this is almost inevitable. Because once Luo Chon took over the Tang tribe, he would never let it develop freely, and he would definitely appoint and plug in official in his own way to seize the actual management power of the tribe from the patriarchs of those small clans. Embezzled the power of those small patriarchs. How could they be willing to take their clan? What about your own freedom? So the Han Tang marriage can be, and the Han Tang merger can be done, but there can be no less deterrence in beating. The war is not enough, but they must be given a warning. Let the little patriarchs of the Tang tribe understand that Luo Chan's takeover of the Tang tribe is not based on the prestige and support of Tang Ji and Tang Yao, but that he does have this strength and skill. Even if he does not pass the marriage, he has absolute confidence. Let the Tang tribe surrender. There is only one way to resist, and only surrender can lead a good life. To this end, Luo Chong decided to do a big thing here in Tuohe County. While deterring the Tang tribe, he also had to do his business this time. A group of people got out of the boat and led by Dasha to the compound of the official office. Someone had already arranged a place for Luo Chong's family. Luo Chong went directly to the official hall to do the business. Call the big tree around, Luo Chong arranged this way. Call me both the rat and the blood butcher, and send a few more ships to the estuary to secretly greet the beast teeth back. Pay attention to confidentiality, and do not arbitrarily reveal to others the identity of the person around him. Ah, are the beast teeth coming too? That's great. He has not been back to the tribe for several years since he left Shu Island. He will be very happy to see the leader this time. The Lonsista tree is also very excited to hear the news that the beast teeth are coming to Tanhai County. Luo rushed through his white eyes and reminded again, pay attention to confidentiality. This time the beast teeth came back in secret. The Xin tribe did not know. Rest assured, leader, of course I know the benefits of this kind of thing, so I will arrange it, but how many of them will send a few ships? Dasha sternly nodded and was about to turn around to do things, thinking of something and suddenly asked, send 2 or 3 ships. Recently, the sea is full of wind and waves. Send 2 3-mast cargo ships in the past and go in the name of delivery. Chapter 750 New Edition Picture Strategy Lesson, 2 in 1 chapter. After a while, the big tree left, and the rats and blood slaughters were called together to the official office. Both of them also left the Han tribe headquarters for a while. Of course they were very happy to see Luo Chong, but the courtesy of the line was not forget. Because the 2 are temporarily military officers, it is also the one gifts of the generals who walk in front of Luojing, and they shout in their mouths, meet the leader. Get up, do you know what to call you here this time? Luo Chong waved his hand at random, fiduciously helped the 2, and then went straight to the subject question. I heard that the leader invented something good again, this time to change for us? The rat tried to ask. The leader called me and the commander of the millet. Are you ready to start with the Xin tribe? Compared to rats, the blood slaughter seemed a little excited. His tiger Benway did not catch any battles in the previous battle of the grassland. At the beginning, he put a few shots. The work of the frontal array was all done by Qian Niowei. After the chase, he had been killed by the gunboat of the rat. He took Hu Benway to pick up the junk in the back, and gathered the pawn, and he had already held his heart. After the war, the leader transferred him to Tuohe County, and added him 10,000 pawns to train him. He knew there must be a battle, and with the arrival of the Volbo fleet in the back, this expanded new army, the goal is self-evident. The blood slaughter has been working hard to train troops, hoping to get the leader's order to fight on the front line of Bamboo Island earlier. This time when I saw Luo Chong calling him in Rat University, I felt like there was a drama in my heart. Luo Chong laughed at the 2 and said, both of you said, all. The rat and the blood slaughter were in unison. That's right. Luo rushed and let both sit down around a conference table before he continued. This time, one is to dress you up, the other is to reorganize the new army, and to divide your tasks. In addition, 3 days later, I will have a military parade in Tanhai County. Many people will be invited to participate. Don't embarrass our Han tribe. Parade. Well, please rest assured. The blood slaughter was originally happy to hear the words of changing clothes and assigning tasks. I didn't expect the leader to suddenly come to a parade again, but hey, he is very good at showing things like force. Well, just be confident, come and take a look at this first. The reorganization plan and task division are all on it. Luo Chong said that he laid a detailed military map on the conference table. The rat and the blood butcher glanced at each other, and they stared at each other in shock. Is this Bamboo Island? The 2 were shocked in unison. They couldn't be shocked, because the thing on the map in front of them was indeed something they had never seen before. The most important thing is that the above terrain, rivers, and population distribution are basically the same as the Bamboo Island they know, but there are many different places, such as the administrative division above. On this map, the Bamboo Island they are familiar with is divided into 6 areas, or the term 6 counties and counties, but the administrative unit unique to the Han tribe. Now the leader brings a map to the Bamboo Island of the Xin tribe. It has been divided into 6 counties, the meaning of which is self-evident. The territory at the northwestern end of Bamboo Island, where the political and cultural center of the Xin tribe is currently located, where Xin Guan and the elders gather, was named by Luo Chong for the Sea County. The name came because the dark bridge connecting the mainland was named from the meaning of Optimus. After the Han tribe occupied Bamboo Island in the future, this cross-sea bridge must be built. The long striped coastal zone south of Bamboo Island was named Guanhai County. This place will be the forward base of the Han tribe, focusing on the ocean. In the future, the Han tribe will definitely go further. In addition, there are reasons for the pleasant local climate. There is a saying that facing the sea, the spring is warm and flowering, and the sea-watching county is such a spring-like place, and there are few reefs and sandy beaches along the coast. According to the modern tourist sea view classification, the sea-watching county is called the first-class beach. There is no problem. The sand is delicate and clean. There are no reefs. It is definitely a good place to travel. The northern coastal area of Bamboo Island is just the opposite. This is the opposite side of the mainland across the strait. There are many reefs along the coast. Basically, the beach is not visible. The coastal water level is also very deep, but the reefs here are also unusual. There are many naturally formed reefs. Terraces. When the tide rises, the seawater will automatically pour into the terraces. When the tide falls, the seawater gradually evaporates, and the evaporated high salinity seawater in the terraces will descend step by step along the terraces. When the bottom converges, it has become a saturated halogen. After the exposure, it becomes the salt on which humans and animals depend. This is a very important main area of seafood on Bamboo Island, so it was named after Luo Phong County. The northeast corner of Bamboo Island, which is the seat of the current mission, includes the indigenous fishing tribes of Bamboo Island, the Cliff Mountain area where the group of indigenous people who live on fishing and hunting live. This area was divided into Yaeyama County by Luo Chong. The name is named according to the local famous Yaeyama, but there is nothing special. But in the future it is possible to build a fishing port here to develop marine fisheries on Bamboo Island. The southeast corner of Bamboo Island is also the most prominent part of the east of Bamboo Island. It was the earliest place to greet Chaoyang every day, so Luo Chong was named Chaoyang County. There is nothing special about this place in Chaoyang County. The local indigenous distribution is also very small. Even for the Xian tribe, it is also a wasteland that has not been developed much. To know that the original population of the Xian tribe is in its early 100,000s, and it is impossible to develop such a place. There are also many wastelands on Bamboo Island, so there is no specialty in this place in Chaoyang County, but in the end, there is still to be developed by the Han tribe. It is not easy to say, just make an administrative division first. In the end, it is the center of Bamboo Island, which is the food tribe of the Xian tribe. There are mountains and plains, fertile land, the main production area of Bamboo Island food, and the place where Bamboo Island has the most population distribution. It is undoubtedly very a county with strategic value, so this place was also named Luo Chong as Xinhua County. Xinhua County, which means that the latest territory attributed to Manhwa. The name Xinhua County is to keep the local indigenous people in mind that they are already from the Han tribe, and the Xian tribe has become a past tense. Luo Chong was brainwashing them with this place name. This is undoubtedly a new map, whether it is the hydrogeographic landform of Yamagawa, or the distribution of population and other resources, which is more detailed than any Bamboo Island map seen by Rattle and Bloodslaughter. It is no exaggeration to say that I am afraid that the Xian tribe itself there is no such detailed map of Bamboo Island. More importantly, this is a territory of the Han tribe, and their leaders have regarded this land as the territory of the Han tribe. The blood of the blood-slaughtered, looking at the map in front of him, he seemed to have seen his heroic posture of leading the army to open up territory on Bamboo Island, which is a great credit. Chief, when will we start playing? I will definitely scare them with our artillery. Rats are more direct. It is estimated that the artillery fired a while ago was cool, and itchy hands for a few days. Don't worry, let's complete the reorganization of the new army first. Luo shouted with a smile, and then took his hands and slapped his slaps twice. Immediately outside the door, a Jinyi Yinjia's personal guard box came in. Chief, the guard put the box on the table in front of Luo Chong. Well, you should step back first. Luo rushed and waited for the guard to retreat before he opened the box, which was actually a pile of silver-made seals. The square base is a small sculpture of various animal or soldier images. At first glance, it looks like chess. Both Rats and Bloodslaughter knew this thing, because they also had one each. This is the big seal that commands the military on behalf of the guard. However, the leader actually took out so much at once. They really surprised them. Luo Chong took out one of them, and placed the corresponding seal on the Bamboo Island map, while introducing the meaning to the two. He first picked up a seal engraved with cavalry and horses. The horses stood up, screaming, the knight behind him was dressed in armor, and the riding gun was shining in his hand. Let's say that the casting technology of this seal is simply it can be said that the image of characters and horses is wonderful. Luo Chong put it directly on the location of Xinhua County on the map of Bamboo Island to tell the two. This is a newly edited writer, mainly based on gun riding and bow riding, with a number of 2,500 people, 5,000 horses, 1 person, 2 horses, stationed in Xinhua County, and among the new army trained in your hands, the riding good reorganization. The multi-hill hills and plains in Xinhua Prefecture have a vast area, but Yipingchuan is suitable for large cavalry maneuvers. In the words of the infantry guard, this force must not be manageable, so the guards stationed here must not only be able to fight, but also be able to run. After finishing this, Luo Chong picked up another seal with a crossbow armor and placed it on the mountain position on the north side of Guanhai County, and said to the two again, "This is an arrow guard with a total of 2,500 pawns and a full infantry. Among them, the main force is the crossbowner of 1,500 people. The gunmen and shields are 400 each. The cavalry is 100 people. Together, they are mainly stationed in Guanhai County. The north side of Guanhai County is back to the mountain jungle, which is the site of the hunting tribe of Xian tribe. The local indigenous people are good at hunting. The terrain is all mountain jungle. Large cavalry and infantry are not able to perform. Instead, the crossbowner is more dominant in such a terrain. So the arrow guard is stationed here to prevent local indigenous rebellion." After hearing the blood buttons and rats, they couldn't help but nod their heads. Combined with the local geographical landform, and the characteristics of the distribution of population forces to reasonably allocate troops, the leaders did much better than them. Many things they could not think of were all in advance thought. The two soon realized that the leader was not just simply assigning tasks, but also teaching the two people and personally imparting the strategic knowledge of platooning. This is not a lesson that everyone is qualified to listen to, so the two people can't help but beat a 12-point spiritual hearing. Luo Chong once again picked up a seal with a giant bear and placed it on the site of Jianhai County, explaining again, "This is Flying Bear Guard, with a total of 3,000 soldiers, mainly gunmen and crossbows, all heavy armor infantry, a small number of cavalry auxiliary, and the manpower is also selected from the new army you co-edited. I want Fei Xiangwei to become a capable army, because their main attack and garrison direction are the center of the Xian tribe, and they are also the place where their great commanders and elders are located. It must be the most intense place to resist, so this unit can fight. I have enough weapons and equipment, all of them are the best, but you have to choose it for me. As long as they are obedient and can fight, do you understand?" Luo Chong finished talking and watched the blood slaughter responsible for the preparation of the new army. He suddenly made his pressure double, and he couldn't help but sweat. "Understand, but the leader, you have only arranged 3 places, and you have already divided 8,000 people. I don't have enough troops in my hand. The gap is very large. Do you think you can add another batch of recruits? You don't have to worry about this, I have other arrangements." Luo Chong said briefly that the 10,000 recruits and the blood butcher are definitely not enough, but other soldiers, naturally someone will help Luo Chong to join together, but it is not the time, so he will not say it first. Then Luo Chong took out another gray wolf seal that stepped on the waves and set it at the location of Xianfeng County. This is a sea wolf guard, with a number of 2,000 people, mainly heavy armor infantry, half of the crossbowmen, and a quarter of each of the great halberd soldiers and swordsmen. The land here is more saline alkali. Except for sea salt, the grain output has not been high, and so many troops cannot be raised, so there are only 2,000 people. However, the local salt tribe has lived on dry salt for generations, and the people are sturdy. Not afraid of fighting. Lord, the pressure in Shipwolf County will be relatively large, but it can be a horn with the Zioki Way in Xinhua County next door. In this way, the 2 guards add up to 4,500 people. It is enough to defend against demand. When the blood was stunned, he glowed his eyes and had a suddenly enlightened expression on his face. So the leader put the elite cavalry in the central area with the richest properties in Bamboo Island, not only to raise cavalry, but also to allow cavalry to occupy the most favorable strategic location, plus their super mobility, no matter which other direction there is a problem, and Zioki Way can quickly support the quartet in the middle. In this way, although there is only 1 guard station on the side corner of Bamboo Island, if you want to add the mobile support of Zioki, it is equivalent to 2 troops stationed at the same time in all the side corners. And in the most strategically valuable central area, although there is only 1 cavalry stationed on the bright side, there is actually a circle of heavy armored infantry surrounded by. Even if something goes wrong in the middle of the new county, the guards in all directions can also carry the thunder. The trend will be judged to death. Is the leader's layout like this? Hearing the analysis of the blood slaughter, Luo Chong laughed comfortably. "Ha ha, yes, I haven't finished it yet. You have already seen my overall strategic layout. It's good. If there is growth, it will be lifted. Chapter 751 Combat Plan. After boasting 2 sentences of blood slaughter, Luo Chong continued to explain what he had not finished, but saw that he picked up another seal with a winged giant eagle on it and put it on the site of Chaoyang County. This is Eagle Yangwei, with a number of 2,000 people and full infantry. As long as the discipline is obedient enough, there is no one here. They are all wasteland. They are stationed only for the purpose of building places in the future. So in terms of selection, do you understand? Luo Chong also looked at the blood slaughter. Understand, the leader is at ease. The blood slaughter immediately promised. Luo Chong nodded. Without too many orders, he picked up the last seal with a leopard shape and placed it on the last bamboo island territory. This is a leopard guard with a population of 2,500 people. It is also a heavy armored infantry stationed in Yashin County. Yayama County is now the mission. There is also an important Clearwater River entrance, as well as the inland river pier we built. In the future, it will be an important harbor and our key construction area, so Tau Leopard's strength cannot be too weak. However, the recruits in this team can arrange more, and the combat power does not need to be too high, because our offensive route started from Yashin County. After the large troops landed, Leopard 2 would immediately turn into the in-situ defense, attacking other counties, so as long as they can guard their station, plus the foundation of the mission, it is no problem to get a group of recruits. Luo Chong put down the last seal, and by the way, he also ordered the blood slaughter. His meaning is obvious. He relieved the pressure on the blood slaughter. After all, he really let him come up with so many combatant troops. Can't come out. But after he finished speaking, the blood butcher and the rat were in a short silence, frowning and thinking. It seemed to be digesting the garrison plans and information proposed by Luo Chong. After a while, the blood slaughter set his fingers and counted, and suddenly he talked to Luo with his face bitterly. Chief, you arranged this, that is the strength of 14,500 people, but the strength in my hand, not counting Hubenwei, there are only 10,000 people, and 45,000 taxis can't get it out. Luo Chong looked at his frowning face and sucked his mouth before he said, this part of the gap, I plan to add a part with slaves, and then add a part from the Tang tribe and the Xin tribe. It should be not a problem to make up this number. What? Joining people from the Tang tribe and Xin tribe? Will they be willing to fight for us? The first blood slaughter widened his eyes, and a leader, you took the wrong medicine. Rats are also unbelievable. Although there is no blood slaughter exaggerated, the face is also full of unbelief. I'm not kidding. The Xin tribe is not a piece of iron plate. Besides, do you think the beast teeth have been operating on Bamboo Island for more than 2 years? I can tell you now that our Han tribe has obtained a certain amount of indigenous support on Bamboo Island, and it is the kind of support that dares to work hard for the Han tribe. Although the number is not large, it is still okay to make up 1 or 2,000 young and strong. It is easy to add a little cannon fodder slave and reorganize it into a guard. In addition, the Tang tribe, since it will be merged sooner or later, is it not a waste not to use it now? I will convince the Tang tribe to let them send troops, and it is not a problem to come together with a sanctuary, which may also accelerate the merger of the 2 tribes. This blood slaughter thought about it, or couldn't help but worry about it. Chief, the relationship between this Soup tribe and us is temporarily pretty good, but on the side of the Xin tribe, do you expect them to beat themselves? Is this reliable? Luo glanced at him and couldn't help but ask. The 2 of you were once tribal leaders, or the head of a family, so now the problem is coming, and when you have a good relationship with the Han tribe, you don't deal with the high-level Xin tribe. I come up with what you particularly want, and only I can give you something that the Xin tribe simply doesn't have. Come and find you to cooperate. This is more stubborn, but as the elderly of the Han tribe, they can naturally understand what it means. Luo Chong's words are nothing more than their relationship with this force, which is better than the relationship between the other party and the high level of the Xin tribe. There is something that the other party particularly wants. This thing is currently only produced by the Han tribe. As for what, there are too many things that can't be imagined at all, and it doesn't matter. The key is to think differently. Will you promise to send troops to help the Han tribe fight? Chief, is this important to them? Also, at what cost does the other party need to redeem what you say? After a little silence, the rat took the lead in speaking. It's important, just like you are now using stone wooden sticks to grow food, and I can provide you with iron agricultural tools and cattle, as well as high-yield seeds and planting techniques, so that you can send troops to help me fight, and it's just a less important part. Are you doing it? Luo Chong asked an example and asked, of course, his metaphor is actually very factual. This also needs to be asked. It is related to the problem of people eating and living in the future. If it only pays this price, and I really have so many people, then I must do it, who is not stupid. Rat University immediately stated its point of view. So, this question is not a problem. In a few days, the beast teeth will come secretly with the leaders of those people. At that time, we can negotiate directly with each other. Will the other party wish to send troops? When asked, we will add more chips, but I don't think it will be necessary. As for whether the Tang tribe will agree to send troops, if your parade can be done in 3 days, I think it should not be a problem. When the time comes, the two sides will come together to make out that 4,500 people should have little problem. If it is not enough, then choose some cannon fodder from the slaves, which will definitely be together. The blood slaughter heard both Rats and Luo Chong say this, even if he thinks he can only recognize it if he is not reliable. Anyway, in the overall situation, the leader has always seen farther than they all see. Since it is the leader's decision, there should be no problem. But he still has one of the biggest questions, and he never asked for an exit. But now that Luo Chong should have finished speaking, he can't help but ask. Chief, you have divided Bamboo Island into 6 counties, and now 6 counties have guard stations stationed. Where are we going? Isn't there a battle between our Tiger Benway this time? Yes, the leader, and our Vapovish Navy. What are the arrangements for the leader? Hearing the blood slaughter's question, the rat on the side also asked. After all, this is the island's hard battle, so there is nothing wrong with him. Of course not. Luo laughed and explained to the two. You still didn't understand what I meant just now. Our offensive plan was to land from the port where the mission is located, and then push flat from one end of Bamboo Island to the other, while attacking, leaving troops stationed. Every time you hit a place, you must leave a guard to consolidate your defense. In this way, when we push to the old nest of the Xin tribe, which is the high level of the Xin tribe, there are only 3,000 people left. Do you think I will fight this advantage? Oh, I get it. So the leader means letting our Tiger Guard blood slaughter immediately suddenly realize. Yes, your Tiger Benway now has 4,000 people, and most of them are veterans with combat experience, and as the chief commander of this war, you want to lead the Tiger Benway to the whole battle, no matter which county you are fighting, even if it is pushed to the last sea county. Our Han tribe has at least 7,000 troops, enough to suppress the advantage of the Xin tribe's final resistance itinerary. In addition, whether your Tiger Guard is a number of people, equipment, or combat experience, it is the main force in the main force. In this battle, you have to take 20 artillery pieces to participate in the whole battle. Tiger Benway is the strongest fire output, and most of the recruits were adapted by the prisoners and herdsmen of the last battle of the grassland. Putting artillery in their hands is not good. With these artillery pieces, you can just watch them order. As for Rats, your Vapovish is not involved in landing operations, but is only responsible for escorting the army to the island, and then providing fire support from the sea. After the battle begins, you must first lead the Volbo fleet to escort the personnel carrier to land, and then divide the fleet into 2, part of which advances west along the north coast of Bamboo Island. On the way, you are responsible for covering the attack on Yashin County, Xianfeng County, and finally arrive at the east of the Dark Bridge. On the side, waiting for the final attack of the big army. The other flagship is led by you and needs to bypass Chaoyang County on the east side of Bamboo Island, then proceed west along the south coast, responsible for fire cover the southern coast of Guanhai County and Jianhai County, and finally from the northwest end of Bamboo Island, at the Dark Bridge the other side will meet with the main forces, and then cooperate with the army to carry out the general attack. After this battle is completely over, you will lead the fleet back. In addition, although this route is all along the coast, it is the sea after all, so you also have to adapt the fleet to the sea earlier. However, for the sake of safety, our attack launch time will be postponed to winter, on the one hand to allow enough time to train troops, on the other hand to raise the materials needed for the war. The most important thing is to stagger the summer. The stormy season waits until the most stable winter at sea. I don't want the Navy to go out for the first time, but I didn't hit the enemy and didn't say it, but put myself in. Luo Chong explained that he was still in his heart, but he didn't want the Han tribe to repeat the tragedy of the Mongolian Navy. Both cross-sea conquests in Japan happened to catch up with the typhoon. As a result, the army that went out was directly not a combat downsizing. It's all sinking before it's somewhere. In the end, a godwind warship was made for Japan. The most famous one was the Kamikaze Death Squad during World War II. Unfortunately, the typhoon did not stand on their side at that time. After all, the times are different. I understand the leader, rest assured, I will strengthen the fleet's training at sea. The rat said this, and the expression on his face was quite complicated, not knowing whether he was happy or sad. In fact, Luo rushed down to understand his mood. After all, the blood slaughter led the army and the enemy to the real gun, and he could only fire artillery around Bamboo Island, and he was limited by the current artillery technology. It's hard to say how much he can support the 3 kilometers along the coast. To know the weapon of a sailing gunboat, its main role is to bombard with warships of the same level, and it is used to fight naval wars. Fighting inland is really no advantage. But looking at Rat's slightly frustrated expression, Luo conflicted and thought of something, so he said excitedly at the table, "Otherwise, your fleet is divided into 3 parts. The flagship and the 3-mast warships all attack around the coast of the island. The battleships under the brig enter the inland watershed of the Clearing River from the entrance of the Clearing River and cover the troops along the river. Attack. However, this unit cannot be commanded by you. You must command the flagship to complete the siege before the general attack, and we are not particularly familiar with the hydrological situation of the Qingshui River. Coupled with the reduction in winter rainfall, the flow of freshwater rivers generally declines. It's hard to say how far the Daos can walk inland rivers." Luo rushed to his chin and said while analyzing in his head. I haven't waited for the rat next to him to respond. The blood slaughter first excitedly patted the thigh and said happily, "The idea of the leader is good. The Xin tribe is also a farming tribe. Most of the population distribution is distributed along the river. If the inland freshwater river can also walk the gunboat, it can support most of the battlefield. Only then can our firepower be maximized." The rat poked the river on the map, then analyzed it based on known hydrological conditions, and finally shook his head with little interest. "I am afraid that the water will not work much. Our gunboats will flow upstream. We will definitely go higher and higher. The high river is definitely not easy to walk. Coupled with the dry water season in winter, I expect the brigs to follow you are the best in Xinhua County after playing the center of Bamboo Island. The Dao can only go to the sea county at most, but such a small boat has a low dry port in shallow water. Although the passability is high, it is poor as a gunboat, and the cabin is very shallow. If you just put it on the deck, for the sake of balance between the front and back, there is artillery on the front and rear decks. I guess I put such a gun. The entire ship must be scattered by its own recoil, and the width of the Dao is estimated to be unable to fit even the reinstatement of a gun seat. This, indeed." After some analysis by the rat, the blood slaughter also had to admit that what he said made sense. The artillery was played in person. Although the base of the artillery is not the same as the field gun vehicles used by their army, the artillery above uses everything, so the large recoil, if it is the gun car, it must be back several meters. It's not much better for the gun to come, but how wide the Dao is in total. It is estimated that the width of the hull is not as long as the back seat of the artillery. How to install artillery upwards. If you use a 2-mast sailboat to attack Xinhua County, you don't need it at all, because when you first hit Xinhua County, the troops were not particularly dispersed. This is when the army is the most powerful. With artillery, who can block it on such a plane? Therefore, it is not necessary for the gunboat to participate in the attack on the inland of Bamboo Island. After an analysis by 3 people, in the end, the interim plan can only be declared bankrupt, and the combat method continues to be carried out in accordance with Luo Chan's previous arrangement. Chapter 752 Ni Talk. After the distribution of the combat plan was completed, the rest was the distribution of materials. Luo Chong once again showed his generosity, watching the massive munitions unloaded from the fleet. He just wanted to yell, "I, Luo Chong, fight money." The 10,000 recruits who were previously given blood slaughter training are actually defeated grassland herders. Although they have been involved in training since arriving in Tanhai County, neither weapons nor clothing have been replaced. This newly edited team, if it had not been the discipline of the army, it was almost impossible to distinguish them from ordinary people. But now it's different. Luo Chong brought them a unified dress, which is not only the military's original need, but also an indispensable prop for participating in military parades. Needless to say, as long as tens of thousands of people with the same dress are neatly placed there, it is already a deterrent. It's the same Arbor military uniform, black summer boots, and the woolen winter anti-cold boots inside. Because they are stationed in the south, they can't use it. The armor outside the clothes is still the same as other previous sanctuaries. It is full of puncture made of steel sheets. The mass-produced armor produced by the wind punch is enough to meet the needs of tens of thousands of troops of the Han tribe. As for the more advanced yam and fish scallops, that is something that is only available to senior generals, not mass-produced, so a little more refined. The Han tribe also has enough manpower to produce it. Weapons are even more scarce. The weapon of swords and halberds is not troublesome to be produced under the processing of a hydraulic forging bed. The long handles of those weapons can also be used as spikes of cannibal trees. The most troublesome is the crossbow. However, since the Han tribe produced the first batch of Shenbo crossbows and anti-composite compound bows, this complicated work has not stopped. With sufficient materials, the crossbow capacity of Hanyang City can be maintained at 56,000 per year. The amount of 3 years has accumulated so that it is sufficient to equip the existing troops. After all, not all soldiers are arch-soldiers. And this is the number of military crossbows. If you count the single longbow stored in the homes of ordinary people, almost every family has one or two. Because many territories of the Han tribe are developed in the mountains and forests, new areas are often attacked by beasts. For the safety of the people, Luo Chong did not order weapons control. He needs the people to have the ability to protect themselves. In this case, the simple easy-to-made longbow only takes a few hours to make a long-range weapon, which has become the preferred self-defense weapon for the people. The last thing left is a shield, but the shield of the Han tribe is only a simple oak shield, and the processing is very simple. Oaks are hardwoods, and oak plates with a thickness of 2.5 centimeters are enough to resist any arrow or stone axe attacks of this era. Even bronze spears have a certain defense. However, the range of throwing spears is very limited. Even if the other party is all unicorn arms, they can cast at most 50 meters away, and Luo Chong does not even think that in this world, any enemy spinner has the strength to be in the Han tribe. The long-range artillery fire and medium-range bow and arrows penetrated 50 meters before the formation. If that is the case, the Han tribe is not far from losing. The uniforms and weapons were quickly disembarked, and the new equipment of the telescope quickly spread to the officers at the level of the flag, and the telescope equipped with the Navy, in addition to the single-barrel telescope held by it, is even more large. Separate telescope. That is, the small astronomical telescope with a caliber of 10 centimeters improved by the Institute in accordance with Luo Chan's requirements, with a maximum multiplication of 600 times, is erected on the platform of the highest stern building, enough to observe the arc-shaped sea level. In other words, if used to observe the ship, even if the other ship exhibits a mast on the arc-shaped sea level, this large telescope can also be seen, which is indeed a marine reconnaissance weapon. Of course, this kind of thing can only play its greatest role when it is flat on the open sea. There is not enough open space on land to allow people to observe the arc-shaped ground. There are too many obstacles on land. It's good to look at the sky. And when the grassland herdsman soldiers who surrendered put on uniform military uniforms and armor, the heart was really relieved. In fact, most of them were forced to conquer and used various benefits to lure them to open the source county. Although most of them also had a chance, they even had a plan to go to Kaiwan County to rob, but they really saw after the Han tribe had the powerful force of punishment, the rebellion thought had long disappeared. At this point, the nomads of the grassland are different from other tribes. They are true worshippers, so when the Han tribe subdued them, they really recognized this fact. But even so, it does not mean that they are willing to continue fighting. When they learned that they must continue fighting with the Han tribe's army, they had such concerns. Will the Han tribe use them as cannon fodder like a bang? This problem has been haunting the hearts of their herdsmen and warriors, after all, as can be seen from the treatment gap between them and the regular army of the Han tribe. But now, they are completely free of such concerns, because they are now wearing the same equipment as the regular army of the Han tribe. Gazong, you see, the fabric of this military uniform is so good in quality, much better than the cloths our tribe bought in Kaenjayuan last year, and there are 2 people. The Han tribe is really generous. If we do it ourselves, how many sheep can be used? A teenage soldier couldn't help but admire his companion while wearing a military uniform. Another older young man, called Gazong, had a blunt face. He handed a cloth tie with the same color as the military uniform in his hand to the other party and said, "Hu Yang, come and help me tie my hair." Hu Yang fastened his belt and took over his hair belt while helping him tie his hair and asked, "Why, looking at you as if you are unhappy, don't you like these things from the Han tribe?" Hu Yang glanced at him a little strangely. "No, I just relax, put on this good dress, and those silver armor, which means we can become a regular army right away, not just cannon fodder without military uniforms. I just feel that there will be hope in the future. At least wearing this sophisticated equipment, the Han tribe will never use us as cannon fodder, otherwise it will not be a big waste. Even if the Han tribe is rich, it will not come up with this, such detrimental things come out." Gazong answered with emotion, "This is true, but I'm not the same as you. What I think is, who should the Han tribe take us to fight?" Junior Hu Yang asked curiously in his smile. "Probably the Xin tribe. Takea has been defeated by the Han tribe. Only Takashi's associate Xin tribe is okay. In this case, the Han tribe must be revenge." Although Gazong did not know the true purpose of the Han tribe, he also guessed that there was no difference. It's just that their insights are limited after all. Even the Xin tribe doesn't know where it is. It only knows that it is a place where white salt and bamboo are produced. When the Han tribe did not appear in previous years, the Xin tribe's business team was the most active on the grassland. Business team. Just when the army on the other side of Tuohe County agreed to dress up, in the Tang tribe on the other side, Tang Ji and Tang Yao were also talking in the small garden. So to speak, do you like that Chinese leader? Tang Ji's face was surprised and complicated, and he asked incredibly, Tang Yao is weak. It seems that some of them dare not face Tang Ji's questioning and make a simple syllable from their nasal cavity. Tang Ji suddenly didn't know what to say. To know that Tang Yao was the next generation of Tang tribe leaders who devoted a lot of hard work, whether it is prestige or ability. In the role of being the leader's successor, Tang Yao is definitely outstanding person. No one is more suitable than her to become the next leader. But now, the next leader likes to be the leader of another powerful tribe. The key is that Tang Yao is still a woman. This is not a good situation. The two in the garden were silent for a long time, and Tang Ji tentatively asked, "What is your leader?" Without waiting for her to finish, Tang Yao immediately replied, "I am willing to give up the position of leader, if Luo Chong is willing to accept me." "What do you say? Do you mean that the Chinese leader still does not accept you?" Tang Ji's voice suddenly raised a few points. Her mood is very complicated, and she can't tell why she was angry. Is it a blame for Luo Chang's failure to look down on her next leader? No, certainly not like this. How could I have this idea? Not like this, I haven't told him yet. Tang Yao was excited to defend Luo Chong, saying that he seemed to be afraid that his aunt would hate this man. Then she briefly introduced Tang Ji's information about Luo Chang's age and family status, especially Luo Chang's 2 women and 2 children. Tang Ji nodded after listening. Luo Chang's age is not very large. At most, he is 3 years older than Tang Yao. It seems appropriate to make a pair. Of course, for a tribal leader, even if Luo Chong is now 40, he must marry a newcomer. No one would say anything. Moreover, Luo Chong actually has only 2 women and 2 children. This is incredible. Not to mention that Luo Chong is the leader of the Han tribe. Even a small clan in the Tang tribe, it is impossible to have only 2 women. It is important to know that the population fertility rate in this era is already low, and the death rate of newborns remains high. Those clan forces, especially the clan family, in order to ensure the continuation of future generations, and to achieve lushness in other branches and foreigners, it is impossible to marry only 2 women. 4 or 5 are very common. Big clan, it is normal for a patriarch to have more than a dozen women. And Luo Chong, as the sole leader of the huge Han tribe, is so young and officially breeds the best age for future generations. There are only 2 women, and Tang Ji himself does not know what to say. This is so speechless. Don't the Chinese leader know that the number of heirs can affect the prosperity of a tribe? Although Tang Ji does not understand what probability is, she also knows that as long as there are more offspring, there will always be 1 or 2 offspring who can carry the family beam, which is the benefit of having more children. However, Luo Chang's family situation has nothing to do with her now. It is better to care about the future of the Tang tribe than to care about how many children Luo Chong has. Do you want to marry her? Go to the Han tribe? Tang Ji solemnly asked, and when Tang Yao nodded, she asked again, "What about our Tang tribe? Who are you going to inherit the next leader? Where can I find another prestigious and capable candidate?" Haha said that, she couldn't help making a smile. Tang Yao lowered her head more guilty. She felt even more sorry for the cultivation of her aunt over the years, but she did not plan to change what had been decided. And whether it's the Tang tribe or the Han tribe, or other tribes, the social atmosphere in the tribe is still very open. Women can choose their own spouse, just like the original Dream Valley Spring Association. Young boys and girls express love and choose each other, so even if Tang Yao makes such a decision, Tang Ji will not be surprised. Niang, I think our tribe is inferior to the Han tribe in all respects. Although Han tribe learning can catch up with them, it also means that they have been lagging behind, because in the 6 months of the Han tribe, I found their development speed is too fast, whether it is material or demographic, or territorial. Even if they build a new school district, it only takes a few months. So, when I marry the leader of Han, if the people of the clan are still willing to choose me as the new leader, then I will not quit, and in managing the tribe, I believe Luo Chong will not look at it. With his help, our tribe can get real development. But what if he wants to annex our Soup tribe? Tang Ji pointed directly at the core of the question. Then we are also us, and the Tang tribe has become part of the Han tribe, but our Tang clan is still the Tang clan, just like the clan towns under our Tang tribe, or the surname of the Han tribe. We are still us, but the clan must be able to live better, high-yield food, easy-to-use steel tools, working in edible livestock, beautiful clothes, sturdy houses, and fishing in the sea. The big ship, what we don't have, can quickly reach every family under the leadership of the Han leader. The people will only yearn for this new life, as long as they can make them live well. They don't care what the name of the tribe is. The Tang tribe has become a Han tribe. For them, it is nothing more than a Tang clan-led tribe that has become another clan-led tribe, but the tribe is still that tribe. After all, the territory is still that territory, and people are still the original people. When Tang Ji heard this, he began to frown and thought about it. The atmosphere of silence once again filled the small garden full of medicinal floral scent. Chapter 753 Discovery of Xin Tribe. That night, Tang Ji was lying at home looking at the starry sky outside the window. What was in his mind was the Han tribe and the Tang tribe. According to Tang Yao, even if the Tang tribe became part of the Han tribe, their tribe would not have any loss, but can get rapid development. The most important thing is that the Tang clan is still the Tang clan. It would certainly not be willing to give away your tribe, if it is a small clan leader, but it is not the same for the clusters of the Tang tribe, or the clan union. Tang Ji, the leader of the Tang tribe, saw the overall situation of the entire alliance, not a single clan. In addition, their leader selection system also decided that the leader of the Tang tribe will inevitably bring the tribe to a better direction, because every leader of the Tang tribe is elected by the people and has no hereditary power. It's just that people who are leaders have certain advantages in training future generations. So whether it is from the overall situation or from the perspective of improving people's living standards, the benefits of joining the Han tribe are far greater than the disadvantages. Think about what Tang Yao said, and her life in the Han tribe. In the half-year description, Tang Ji had a decision in his heart. In the afternoon 2 days later, a fleet coming from the outer sea finally arrived at the terminal of Tanghai County. 2 of the 3-mast cargo ships were the ships arranged by the big tree to pick up the animal teeth. In order to be unobtrusive, Luo Chong did not go to the pier to meet, whether it is the Tang tribe on the other side or the locals in Tanghai County. It is only regarded as an ordinary shipping behavior, but what they do not know is that the name the Chinese tribe's messenger for nearly 3 years has finally returned. The captain of the veterinary tooth pretending to be a cargo ship, followed by several sailors wearing bamboo and fighting. One of the elders was thin and dark-skinned, but his eyes were very sharp, and the white goat beard was hanging on the chest. There are quite old-fashioned factions. Behind the old man, there were several young men. Although the figure was not burly, the arms and chest abdomen exposed outside the vest were also exposed with thin muscles. At first glance, they were people with strength. They followed the veterinary teeth all the way to the official office of Tuohei County. As soon as they entered the entrance of the courtyard, they saw a young man wearing a robe, footcloth boots, and a greeting crown standing in the yard to greet them. When the beast teeth saw the man stunned, he stalemate. He rubbed his eyes and confirmed that he was not wrong. After a puff, he lay on the ground and performed a big gift, and burst into tears. Beast teeth meet the leader. Leader, I finally see you, woo woo. Hurry up and cry, so many people are watching, not afraid of being joked. In the past 3 years, Luo Chong was also somewhat sentimental to seeing this first-time partner, while he was talking and fueling his beast teeth in front of him. This is related to the clan from one of his tribes, the elders of the pure Han tribe, and the son of the leader of the Han tribe. Maybe it has a blood relationship with Luo Chong, otherwise Luo Chong will not give such important things to him. Chief, the beast teeth finally came back to see you, but unfortunately not at our home in Hanyang City. The beast teeth were pulled up by Luo Chong, and the tears were wiped, but the mouth told the regret in my heart. Hey, this is wrong. Tuohei County is now the territory of our Han tribe. If you come here, you can go home. If you really miss your wife, I can also send you here. Tuohei has developed for half a year. The construction of the foundation is almost the same. If you want, you can live a good life. If you want, I can also ask someone to build a big house here, which is a reward for you. Luo Chong also smiled and pulled his hand to say, isn't this very good? Although I think I'm successful, I can't stand such a big reward from the leader, but if my family can come to Tanhai County, it's naturally better, but the current situation is I'm afraid it's a bit wrong. Let's talk about it next year. At that time, the leader will just arrange a common residence for us, even if the big house is fine. Beast Teeth heard Luo Chong saying that he could take over his family, and he was naturally very happy, but he knew that the battle for logging in Bamboo Island was imminent, and Tanghai County was considered a frontline base. Although the war would definitely not burn here, I don't want my family to come now. And he agreed to let Luo Chong take his family to Tuohei County for another reason. Out of the teeth of Bamboo Island for nearly 3 years, no one knows the situation of Bamboo Island better than him. Even if the Han tribe beat Bamboo Island, it is impossible for Luo Chong to let him go home directly, and 80% will leave himself as an official on Bamboo Island. If this official is appointed, it will definitely take many years. If the family is not taken over, he will be even more invisible. What are you afraid of building a house? Since you agree, it will take time to start spring again. It takes time to build a house. You can rest assured that this time can calm down Bamboo Island. You must be the first priority. If you can't even match a house, What else would think of my leader? Luo Chong met him and agreed to settle the house on the spot. Then, the Beast Teeth thanked the leader. Beast Teeth wanted to thank again on the spot, but he was not worshipped by Luo Chong. He looked up at Luo Chong with a doubt, but saw Luo Chong watching him and laughing again, and if he had no look at him, he immediately understood Luo Chong's meaning. The chief forgives sins, and I was excited to forget the business. Let me introduce to the leader. This is the patriarch of the fishing tribe in eastern Bamboo Island Reef. This is a special visit to the leader. The Beast Teeth talked while pulling the old man behind him. The old man known as the Reef also hurriedly greeted Luo Chong, the chief reef of the fishing tribe, and met the leader of Han. I heard that the elders of the old clan should be strong and harmonious with my Han tribe mission. There are many exchanges and business activities between the two sides, but the lives of the clan have been very poor. This time I heard that I came to my Han tribe for help. Luo rushed forward and shook hands with the Reef, and then bluntly mentioned the reason why the other party came. Although the other party came to Tuohei County this time, it was suspected that the other party offered to see himself, which must be admitted. This gave the Han tribe the first advantage and voice in the negotiations between the two parties. After all, it is now the seller's market. Since you took the initiative to ask me, then I can allow some comments. The leader of Han is right, the population of the fishing tribe is not much, and there is basically no other output than fish touching in the Shanghai. At first, the land that Xin commanded us was also barren. The cliff area was stone. There is neither food nor salt. I saw that the Han tribe has a boat to travel in the sea, and there are nets to catch countless sea fish. I want to change 2 boats and get more fish out. Fortunately, I have to change some food on the island to make the people's lives better. I didn't expect that the Han tribe didn't sell ships. However, it has recently been discovered that Xin's commander has concluded a boat deal with the Han tribe. The people know that they want to buy a boat after they know it. I begged the Han envoy to bring me here to see the Han leader. I don't know what the Han tribe needs. Conditions: how many sailboats do we need to trade? The old reef man went straight to the theme when he saw Luo rushing up. Fortunately, he also directly entrusted his intentions, and then looked at Luo Chong's reaction quietly, and a trace of expectation was revealed in the eyes of the gods under Do Li. Ha 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 ha, the old patriarch came to buy the ship in person, how could I refuse it directly? The sun is big here, not a place to speak. If the old patriarch wants to talk about the transaction of the ship, it is better to come to the official office. Talk. Luo laughed back and said to the official hall inside. As soon as the reef heard Luo Chong did not refuse directly, he had to talk in detail. It seemed that there was a drama in his heart. So he rushed back to Luo for a gift and led several relatives to rush to the lobby with Luo. The long-striped conference table, Luo Chong sitting on the top, the Beast Teeth and the Rats and Blood slaughtered several people sitting on the left, the reef and a few relatives sitting on the right, and a 3-mast sailboat model about 1 meter long in the middle of the table. It attracted the eyes of several people in the Tang tribe. The Han tribe is so powerful that not only the big ship is doing well, but this little boat sample is actually exactly the same as the big ship. Old patriarch, if you want to buy a boat, you just want to get more fish to produce for food, but this is also a cure for the symptoms. Why didn't you think about letting your tribe grow land? Wouldn't self-sufficiency be better? Or even if it's changed to food, it's made by others. If someone wants to give you food, you can't let the tribe eat salted fish all the time. When the two sides were seated, the little officials sent snacks and tea, and Luo Chong began his provocation. How can we not know this? But during the Bamboo Island dispute, the ancestors were weak and could not win the Xin tribe with gold and horses. In the end, they could only be forced to Yashin to live on fishing. This shock has been for dozens of generations. Nowadays, the Xin tribe is more prosperous, and our fishing tribe must use salted fish to change. The old reef man took off the hat on his head and put it on the table. His white hair suddenly appeared. The pale temples seemed to prove the old man's sorrow and powerlessness. What if the Han tribe is willing to help? Could the old patriarch be willing to lead the clan to fight for it? Seeing that there were no outsiders in the conference room, the words happened to be again. Luo conflicted and said something that almost did not scare the reef to death. He couldn't help but stare his eyes and look at Luo Chong, a pair of really fake expression. Luo Chong didn't talk anymore, but signaled to the left-hand side, nodded to a few people, and the Beast Teeth were instructed, and they spoke first. Old patriarch, can our mission bully the local people on Bamboo Island? No. The reef was stunned by the inexplicable question of animal teeth. Didn't you say help? What are you doing now? How did the locals evaluate our mission? Beast Teeth continued to ask. Of course it's good. The Han tribe missions bring good things. Besides, just good tools bring a lot, and trading with us is fair and just, and never takes advantage of us. If you don't know that you will not live on Bamboo Island all the time, I am afraid that our local girls want to marry the boys of your Han tribe. When it comes to this problem, the spirit came from the reef, which exaggerated the Han tribe mission to the sky. At the same time, it also proved the success of the animals' work on the side. At least the mission was in the impression of being an enemy. Not bad. The beast teeth laughed and asked again, does the old patriarch know that our mission promoted money a while ago and exchanged steel for bronze? I don't know what the old patriarch thinks about it. I know this. What to ask? Of course it is good. The tools of your Han tribe will not be said. It is notorious to be strong and easy to use. This coin is also a good thing. It is very convenient to trade. It is a pity that your business team is unstable and has no fixed location, so we have the intention to change more, and we dare not change too much. The reef once again affirmed the work of the animal teeth. At this time, after 3 questions were asked, the topic was also drawn out. The beast teeth no longer spoke, but the blood slaughter on the side spoke again. However, Xian Tanja did not want us Han tribes to promote currency. In order to stop us, he also openly sent thousands of soldiers and united other tribes to join the 60,000 army to attack the city of our Han tribe on the grassland. As soon as this was said, several people from the fishing tribe suddenly stared their eyes and made their eyes dumbfounded, because they had never heard of it. The Xian tribe took the initiative to beat the Han tribe. Is this really fake? Seeing them all with this expression, the blood slaughter immediately clapped and called a person from outside. This person was the nominal commander of the Xian tribe army in the original Battle of Kaiwan. He was also the leader of the Han tribe when the tale appeared. Now he has completely surrendered to the Han tribe. After his appearance and testimony for both parties, the reef believed in the authenticity of the matter and knew the powerful military strength of the Han tribe. After everyone has paved, Luo Chong only slowly spoke at this time. Our Han tribe has a famous saying called the strong man. Although it is far from being slutty, this time our Han tribe promoted money to make the people of Bamboo Island more convenient to trade, and also to provide convenience to our Han tribe's business team. It should have been a win-win thing. The Xian tribe not only refused, but also led soldiers to provoke disputes, and the united barbarian actively attacked us. If we are so bullied that our Han tribes do not respond and do not avenge the dead soldiers and tribes, what else do we face our ancestors? So in order to get justice for the clan, and to get justice for our Han tribe, I decided to use the same method to send troops to Bamboo Island, use weapons and soldiers to find Xian to collect a statement. I don't know if the elders would like to lead the clan with us. By the way, can you fight for greater benefits for your tribe? If the elders are willing to act together, the sailboats of the Han tribe must give priority to the low-cost supply to the fishing tribe. Chapter 754 Fishing Type by Fishing Vessel. The Han tribe is going to attack Bamboo Island, which is not a trivial matter, and it is obviously not a joke to say this in person from Luo Chan's mouth. Well, the Han tribe is really going to do it. The reef couldn't help but frown and meditate. He didn't care about the cause of this matter, whether it was Xian's command or the Han tribe. He said that it had little to do with them. He was mainly thinking that the Han tribe attacked Bamboo Island. What impact will it have on its tribe? In addition, Luo Chong proposed to let himself take the clan with him to attack Xian's command. This matter is unreliable. What is the difference between failure and success? Luo Chong saw him smiling like a thought, and then slapped him twice. Immediately someone took the map, sandbox, and a boat model to the table. The eldest patriarch, please see, this is the easternmost side of Bamboo Island, located on the south side of Yayama. There is a large area of flat and fertile land. Although it is still a wasteland and forest for the time being, it can become as good as the food tribe. Good field. There is also a tributary of the Qinshui River. Don't worry about the problem of freshwater sources, but you can also enter the main channel of the Qinshui River through the tributary. The shipping can reach almost every area of Bamboo Island. There is also the seaside here, the sea-dependent position at the foot of Yashin Mountain. The mountain is at the end, the Black Yashin goes straight to the bottom of the sea. There is no beach at the beach, the water level is deep enough, and the shallowest place is more than 20 meters. The water depth is enough to park any existing ships of the Han tribe. Such a natural harbor is very suitable for the development of offshore fishing. If the fishing tribe can equip a group of sailboats for fishing, and there is fertile land and fresh water behind it to grow food, then your tribal development and growth will be just around the corner. Luo Chong called several people from the fishing tribe to the sand tray, and then pointed at the area of Chaoyan County above, and the stars flashed frequently in the eyes of several people who listened at once. Patriarch, isn't this the land south of our tribe? It is indeed similar to what the Han leader said. The key is that there are no people there. I am afraid it is not easy to reclaim farmland. Next to the reef, another man who followed him reminded him. The meaning is still very obvious. All the words reveal the untrustworthy attitude of the Han tribe. It means that, don't look at the beautiful land blown by the Han tribe. In fact, it's a wasteland with no one. If the Han tribe does not have a relationship, we can also directly occupy it ourselves. Anyway, it's ridiculous. No one stopped them, saying that the Han tribe borrowed flowers to offer Buddha, holding things that were not their own. However, the people next to it also have different opinions. The middle-aged man of another fishing tribe said that is right to say so, but without the support of the Han tribe, even if we migrated there, do you think the XIN command will not care? They don't want our tribe to grow. Some people who are more thoughtful say, I think these are secondary, and you simply do not realize the key to this matter. As soon as he finished speaking, several other fellow partners looked at him, even the patriarchal reef. What do you say? The reef questioned. The key to the problem is that the Han tribe wants to win Xin Tong, how confident they can win, and if we can't win, we will help our tribe. Another important point is to assume that the Han tribe won, whether they want to occupy Bamboo Island for a long time, or just to avenge, beat Xin to command, and force him to apologize for compensation, and then the Han tribe retired. If the Han tribe retreats afterwards, then we as helpers, Xin Tong and other elders of the big clan will definitely not let us go. At that time, the Han tribe will not care about us. If we don't care about us, even if we give us more benefits, I am afraid they will be robbed by Xin Guan and those elders, and by then, whether our clan can still exist is a problem. After listening to several people from the fishing tribe, they couldn't help but nod their heads. Their eyes were still closer. They only saw the interests of the present and did not see the situation of their tribes in the farther future. The patriarch reef discussed here, and there was almost a fixed number in my heart. When I was about to ask Luo Chong again, Luo Chong spoke first. I don't know what the old patriarch thinks about this ship. This is a new trawl fishing boat that my Han tribe has just developed recently. The captain is 22 meters wide and 4 meters wide. It has a water storage compartment and an ice cellar fish catching compartment. It can carry 40 tons of fish at once. If this fishing tribe is willing to act with the Han tribe can directly give you 4 such ships as a gift for our friendly cooperation. Luo Chong said that the fishing boat is to defend the model just brought, and it is also the first professional fishing boat specially designed for fishing by the Han tribe, a fishing-type trawler. The fishing boat is also regarded as a special ship in the ship. The Han tribe has long planned to develop it. This is the first time that it has appeared to the outside world. Although it is only a ship model, it is also very attractive. Putting this ship with the model of the 3-mast cargo ship next to it, it is easy to compare its true entity type. The most important thing is that the layout of this ship is compared with all the ships of the Han tribe. It looks very strange. Because it is a trawl fishing boat, the fishing net is to be towed with the ship in the stern, so the traditional stern building is moved to the front of the ship near the bow, and the stern is replaced by a door-type hanging frame, and a human winch pulley crane that can turn the direction is specially prepared for towing the fishing net. The huge fishing net filled with fish cannot be pulled onto the ship by manpower, so this crane has become an indispensable and important device. There are also 2 supporting vertical cargo compartments, one that can store seawater, and the fish caught on the boat first. There is also an ice cellar cargo compartment next to it, which can store some ice cubes in advance for those who are prone to death in Ice Town. Of sea fish, both methods can keep the sea fish fresh as much as possible. Although I don't understand the actual function, I only know that the ship is beautiful, but the reef is also very clear. The Han tribe cannot give them 4 such ships in vain. I don't know how the Han leader needs our tribe to cooperate. The reef asked with some motives. The fishing tribe sent troops to follow us. The 4 ships, plus the land I just said, replaced you with 2,000 soldiers and accepted the command of our Han tribe. Seeing the time is ripe, Luo Chong also directly opened his own price tag. There will be. Chapter 755 One village raising a ship. 2,000 people helped the Han tribe fight. The reef and the entourage of several fishing tribes almost jumped directly. What a joke! How many people are there in the fishing tribe, and the Han tribe actually let them out of 2,000 to fight against Xin? This is a war, not to work, but to help the Han tribe to work. It's just a little more tiring. If you can get 4 big ships as compensation, it's worth it. But fighting is terrible. Who can guarantee that you are so lucky? Come on the battlefield and come back alive. The conditions proposed by the Han tribe are equivalent to buying the lives of their 2,000 people with 4 boats. Looking at the emotional excitement of several people in the fishing tribe and vaguely wanting to attack, Luo Chong knocked on the table and said, "The old patriarch doesn't have to be angry. You also need to know that the ship is not so easy to build. Even Zinzhen wants to buy a boat, and what I told you just now is a gift. You should understand what does it mean. In addition, you don't have to rush to answer. You can go back and think about it first. This time is an excellent opportunity for the development of fishing tribes. I hope you can seize this opportunity. This ship model, as well as the telescope, is a gift from the Han tribe. Rest assured, this does not require your price. Also, tomorrow we will hold a military parade ceremony here in Tanhai County. I hope you all can participate. Maybe you can find the answer you want in the ceremony. After Luochon said this, he got up directly and was ready to go, but when he turned around, the reef suddenly stopped him. Chief Han, I have another question to ask. Oh, what's the problem? I don't know if the Han tribe attacked the Xin tribe this time. Is there any goal to defeat them completely, or to surrender them? Will the Han tribe take over the management of Bamboo Island? Luochon listened to his words and laughed, but said vaguely, if the leaders and elders of the Xin tribe are all annihilated and no one wants to manage Bamboo Island, then our Han tribe does not mind Bamboo Island is included in the layout. After saying this sentence, he turned away, and other people such as Rattle and Bloodslaughter also followed Luochon's footsteps, leaving only the animal teeth with those fishing tribes. As soon as Luochon left them, the atmosphere in this meeting room was relaxed, and several people from the fishing tribe also discussed. One person took a telescope and made a burst of exclaim in front of his eyes, and some people took the model of the fishing boat to the size of the three-masted boat. However, the reef frowned and sat there to continue to meditate. Although Luochon was not talking about affirmative sentences, the meaning in the words was already very obvious. He had predicted that Xion's commander and the elders would be annihilated, although he did not know why he was so confident. If no one wants to manage, the Han tribe does not mind taking over Bamboo Island and turning it into part of the Han tribe. Isn't this nonsense? If the Han tribe can really kill all the commanders and elders, with such strength in hand, who dares to call the Han tribe? This is equivalent to the fact that the Han tribe has decided to take over Bamboo Island, so if you send troops, you can really consider it. It's just that the price given by the Han tribe seems to be not high enough. It's worthless to exchange 4 fishing boats for 2,000 young people to sell their lives to the Han tribe. But he didn't wait for him to think about it. The person who just asked whether the Han tribe would occupy Bamboo Island just said what he thought. Han Jie, your tribe wants to change our 2,000 young and strong with 4 ships. Is this price too low? 2,000 young and strong, even for our entire tribe, is definitely not a small number, and the fishing tribe's original population is not much. Beast Teeth laughed and explained to them. You're not all right. Just now our leader said more than 4 ships, and this fertile land along the coast. This seems to be more valuable than 4 ships? When a person playing with a telescope next to him heard it, he wanted to refute it. Do you want to say that it is not the land of the Han tribe? Whether we agree or not, can you move in by yourself? But is this really the case? If you can, why do you still live in the place where there are stones everywhere in Yashin? At this moment, he blocked what the man had to say. He opened his mouth and finally said nothing, but the beast teeth did not forget to add a knife to him. In addition, you seem to have forgotten one thing. Since our leader decided to seek revenge from the Xian tribe, Bamboo Island has been the land of our Han tribe. This remark is very domineering, more directly than Luo Russia's implicit statement just now, and it also thoroughly proves the true intentions of the Han tribe. The patriarchal reef of the fishing tribe is not a fool. The so-called revenge is nothing more than an excuse to go to war. The land and population of Bamboo Island are the real intentions of the Han tribe. Then, if the Han tribe really has the ability to lay down Bamboo Island, now it's time to stand in advance. If you can get in touch with the Han tribe first, for the Bamboo Island ruled by the Han tribe in the future, the fishing tribe will become the nearest tribe close to the power center, and the tribe will also usher in a growing climax. This opportunity surpassed the veterans of Bamboo Island in one fell swoop, such as those of the elders. However, there are still people next to me who feel unbalanced. The man holding the ship's model is scratched next to the ship's model of another 3-mast sailing ship. Although in terms of proportion, this fishing boat is not small, but no matter how it is, the senses brought by the model did not see the shock when the big ship was in kind. Since the Han tribe is so powerful, why is it so stingy for us? This boat is half as small as the sailboat we took when we came. If there are 3 large sailboats, it is almost the same to change 4. The beast teeth heard him say this, so he couldn't help it. This brother, you know how many people are required for the 3-mast cargo ship to be manipulated? How much human and financial resources are required to maintain such a ship? Even if our Han tribe gives you 4 3-mast ships, this first, it is not suitable for fishing, only for shipping, and second, is it estimated that you cannot afford such 4 big ships now? Ship support? What is this statement? Han Jie doesn't often say that the sailboats of the Han tribe can act freely without eating or drinking, and by the sea breeze alone? What does this boat mean? Could it be that the boat cannot be fed food? Others asked curiously when they heard the animal teeth. Not so. The The beast's teeth are swinging, and the sailing boat does not need to eat grain and grass, but it also requires manual manipulation. I don't know how many people this three-mast ship needs to maintain it. Let me tell you about the two-mast fishing boat that the leader just took out. Don't look at this kind of boat. It's only 22 meters long, but it requires at least 2 first and second captains, 8 or 9 sailors, a watchman, a helmsman, and 1 or 2 cooking guys. Staffing for normal navigation. There are also fishing people. Look at the stern crane and there are 2 such large cargo compartments. This is just a net collection, and the work of entering and leaving the cabin. I am afraid that more than 10 people will participate together. At that time, other sailors may be required to help. There are also trawls. Trawls are large fishing nets. At least 2 ships are required. One is used normally and the other is used. The maintenance of these 2 trawls also requires women on the shore to repair and dry. The fish caught must also be handled by people on the shore. There is also the ice in this cabin, the sails and rigs on the mast, and the messy things are added together. I'm afraid you don't have a village, and you can't maintain this boat's normal fishing operations. After the animal teeth are finished, people from several fishing tribes can't help but widen their eyes. Just to ensure that a boat can go out to sea to fish normally, so many people are needed? This is too exaggerated. If the ship is twice as big, perhaps it is really like the animal teeth say that the entire fishing tribe cannot maintain a few ships. The animal teeth once told Xian Guan and other elders that shipbuilding is a big project, almost involving various manufacturing industries of the Han tribe, starting from logging, carpentry, mining, metallurgy, forging, planting, textile. He made nails and iron anchors. You make dragon bones and hulls, I make sails and ropes. Everyone gets things together, only finally can it be assembled into a usable ship. I don't know if it's not easy to build a ship, and it's not easy to support a ship. Chapter 756 Parade, Upper. As soon as 3 days passed, by the morning of the 4th day, the Han tribe's ship responsible for picking up and sending the Soup tribe was already parked on the other side. Not only Tang Ji and Tang Yao, but also the patriarchs of other clans of the Tang tribe were invited to visit the parade this time, because Luo Chan's borrowing plan would have needed their support, borrowing apart from the fishing tribe, and then borrowing apart from the Tang tribe. The gap of this soldier can almost be filled. Luo Chong did not wait for them in Tuohe County. Instead, he sat on the boat with several people from the fishing tribe. After meeting, he took the Soup tribe's visit group and went directly to the barracks. There are more than 10,000 troops gathered here in Tuohe County. Naturally, it is impossible to put the barracks and urban areas together, because the army needs a lot of space every day of training. The wasteland to the south of Tuohe County is obviously more suitable. It is the Great Plain, and it is chosen to be closer to the river, and you can check the only Navy Vapovir of the Han tribe. The deterrence of the army alone may not be too shocking. If the performance of the gunboat is added, it is obviously more powerful in deterring people. However, this is just Luo Chang's advanced thinking. In fact, for the natives of the world, the Tang tribe and the fishing tribe, the heavy armored infantry and cavalry of the Han tribe alone are enough to make them realize the power of the Han tribe. Mimic. A group of people from the Tang tribe stepped on the ramp under the leadership of Tang Ji and boarded the review ship. At a glance, they saw the rush in the middle of the arch guard. The young and sturdy appearance, the wise and domineering eyes, the luxury crown-bearing costumes that shine in the sun, the sword symbolizing force and power hanging around the waist, and the hidden pressure brought by the long-term superiority, all showing its identity. This man is Luo Chong, the supreme leader of the Han tribe, and the young man whose niece is willing to hear. Perhaps, in the future he will be the leader of the Tang tribe, Tang Ji. Tang Ji took the lead in rushing to Luo's blessing in accordance with the etiquette of the Han tribe. Luo Kongwei returned the gift. Although the Han tribe's strength is superior, the size of the Tang tribe is also not small, so the communication between the two tribes is still equal. I have long heard that the leaders of the Han tribe are young and promising, and the cooperation with my Tang tribe is also very convenient. Today I am fortunate to be invited to visit and see the style of the Han leader. After seeing the ceremony, Tang Ji took the lead in speaking, but it was all official words on the scene. I don't know if Tang Yao taught her in advance. Luo glanced at Tang Yao and found that Shauna's eye was also peeking at herself, but now the match is not suitable, so she did not take care of her, but turned to look at Tang Ji and smiled. The leader of the Soup is well known. The cooperation between the two tribes of Han Tang is a win-win matter. The Han tribe helps you upgrade Nongsan technology. The Tang tribe and we jointly develop medical technology. This is a good thing for both parties. So in order to strengthen the deepening cooperation between our two tribes, today we specially invited Tang leaders to visit the military of our Han tribe. Maybe we have other cooperation to talk about. Oh, cooperation in other areas? I don't know what kind of cooperation the Han leader is talking about. Tang Ji asked a question in doubt, and then turned his head to Tang Yao. His eyes were full of doubts and inquiries. Cooperation? What's the cooperation? Why didn't there be any wind before? Tang Ji thought her niece knew it, so she asked her with her eyes. However, Tang Yao didn't know about the matter. She originally thought that Luo rushed over to invite Tang Ji to be a guest. I didn't expect other cooperation to talk about. The key thing is that she didn't know at all. In the end, she had to shake her head innocently. Said he didn't know. Luo Chong did not care, and the borrowing of troops was not so easy to talk about. If you don't let them see the military strength of the Han tribe, just open your mouth to borrow troops, even if the other party hinders the face and agrees, I am afraid they will be worried. The most typical example is the people of the fishing tribe, so there is something to wait for the visit to the military. Let's talk about the cooperation in a moment. A few days ago, our Han tribe has set up several new guards. Today is the day of full conversion of martial arts. How about Luo rushed to explain the true whereabouts of this invitation? Although Tang Ji listened to the foggy water, all of them came, and he knew that Luo Chong could not be okay to make her happy, so she agreed. Luo Chong nodded, and the animal teeth immediately ordered the sailing to set sail. The three-mast ship temporarily used as a review ship began to slowly move downstream. The boat did not travel far, and it was about 10 minutes after walking, so I saw a huge fleet moored in front, and the largest four-mast giant ship of the Han tribe was also in it. But except for the extra large in addition, Tang Ji only knew that the ship seemed to be used to transport people, specifically for what she did, and she didn't know. Tang Yao has seen the ship's hanging artillery scene, but she does not know the purpose of the ship. Luo Chong did not explain. A group of clan chiefs of the Tang Ji and Tang tribes, as well as several people from fishing tribes such as reefs, had to observe themselves. When the inspection ship sailed across the fleet, the barracks in the west bank of the Great River in front were already far away. They discovered at this time that there was a Han tribe camp not far from Tanhai County, but it looked weird. A lot. There is no formal house in this camp, all of which are used as tents, and there is a circle of fences made of wood outside the tent area. The area outside the fence near the river bank is a huge open space, except for wild grass, there is nothing else. There are neither trees nor shrubs. Looking at the bare piece, it is obviously artificially cleaned. There are many people in the open space who are wearing the same clothes doing strange things. These people neither grow land nor hunt, nor engage in production tasks at all. Instead, there are many people playing games, and a group of people chasing a ball running around the grass. Some people practice archery, but they are just shooting grass targets, and many knights practice hacking on horseback, but the goals are all scarecrows, saying they are grazing, but there are only horses, no cattle and sheep, and they are really confusing. However, after yesterday's negotiations and reminders, several people of the fishing tribe have seen the purpose of these people in front of them. This should be Luo Chan's preparation to attack the soldiers led by Xin. But isn't it all for fighting to summon a group of people to participate temporarily? Why did the Han tribe make so many people waste time here in advance? Don't these people have to grow food? The heart of the patriarchal reef of the fishing tribe is still full of doubts. Are the Han tribes ready to send troops immediately? Otherwise, why do they summon people now? However, Luo Chong was still discussing the issue of troops with them yesterday. It has not been finalized yet. Obviously, it is impossible to act immediately. In this way, he is even more puzzled. Everyone, this is part of the standing army of our Han tribe. 10,000 of them have just been reorganized recently. This is also an important force for protecting the Han tribe. The soldiers who had previously defeated the enemy's 60,000 coalition forces on the grassland. It is this group of people. When I came to the shore of the military camp and saw my own armed forces, Luo Chong was more aggressive, and I was not consciously full of energy when introducing others. And a group of people from the Tang tribe and several people from the fishing tribe heard Luo Chong say that these people have defeated tens of thousands of enemies, and they can't help but widen their eyes. Are these people so powerful? Looking far away, like a group of red sheep running on the green grass. After glancing at the reactions of the people around him, Luo Chong nodded to the accompanying big tree. Let's get started. The big tree immediately waved his hand and issued an order to Luo Chong's guards. The guards also began to sound the horn according to the predetermined plan, ringing the drums, and at the same time the flag bearer shook the banner in the direction of the military camp. The blood slaughter that had been prepared for a long time looked forward to this voice, and immediately ordered the soldiers to gather and blow the trumpet, and the sound of the drums in the battalion for a time. They echoed Luo Chong and the inspection ship where the delegation was located. When they were together, the fleet that had just passed by the review ship wiped their shoulders, also sounded the same drums and trumps behind them, and quickly lined up, slowly approaching Luo Chong them. In the eyes of the visiting group, only after seeing Luo Chong sending a signal here, the camp immediately responded, and remembered the more intense sound of drums and trumpets. The two woods at the entrance of the camp looked upstairs, and some people were waving a big flag with bright colors. The red men who were still doing their own things in the open space seemed to have been summoned by something, and all of them rushed towards the camp. At first, they were scattered like grass-eating sheep, but in the end, when entering the gate of the camp, it has gathered into a red stream. The drums of war are still knocking on a special rhythm in an unimpeded manner, and the trumpet is still loud, but in the open space outside the camp, only a moment of effort, no one movie can be seen anymore, and all ran clean. Chief Han, what are they doing? Tang Ji's puzzled question. After the introduction just now, she already knew that these people were all soldiers of the Han tribe, but now while Luo Chong has a signal that these people have all ran away, she still does not understand. They are gathering, the soup leader, please wait a moment, they will come out again in a while. Luo Chong smiled and explained it, so he turned his head and looked in the direction of the camp, and the tree behind him immediately attracted Luo Chong's personal guard and sent a prepared telescope to everyone in the delegation, so that they can see clearly. After everyone took the telescope, they simply learned to use it under the direction of the guard. Many people who saw the telescope for the first time couldn't help but wonder. However, as a high-level, Tang Ji also knows that this matter is closely related to the long reef of the fishing tribe, and the two stared carefully at the direction of the camp with a telescope. I saw that in the circular view of the single-barrel telescope, the soldiers in red robes quickly rushed in the direction of the tent area, and a brain rushed in, and then ran out again soon, but when they came out at that time, a layer of silver armor was set on the outside of the red gown, and all the weapons on it were fully equipped. Then these soldiers who had changed their armor quickly gathered under the banner of the large battalion and began to stand in a square array vertically. The speed of the conversion is neat and the cues are all shocking. It is important to know that from the official sound of the assembly signal in the camp to the present, there has not been much time in the past. Almost 5 minutes later, the three-way staging drum in the battalion has also been knocked out. The soldiers who were originally scattered around the battalion also all replaced with shiny iron armor and lined up under the banner of the barracks. After a moment, even the most equipped cavalrymen were dressed up and equipped to line up at the two wings of the infantry. After the whole army was assembled, a fish scale was changed to turn the blood slaughter of the armor over and ride his own horses. He shouted at his own soldiers and took the troops out of the camp and headed towards the shore, ran over the open space. And the troops assembled in the big battalion also followed the bloody flags of the whole pace, and followed the river bank. All actions looked at the banner. There was no golden drum, no horns, no horses. Discipline, this word is deeply rooted in the bones of these soldiers. According to the chiefs, this is an important reason why the Han tribe can overcome several times its own strength. Wow! The neat footsteps of the soldiers brought friction of the leaves, and a neat wow sound sounded. Tens of thousands of people shook the footsteps of the earth as if it was thunderous. The friction and reflection of the leaves were like thunderbolt that shone at the sky. The closer and closer steel torrents, both visually and auditory, gave the tour group great shock. It's still Luo Chan's sentence. Don't talk about combat effectiveness first. It's already terrifying enough to get more than 10,000 knights to stand together. What's more, the army of more than 10,000 people can still listen so calmly. Commanding forward operations is itself a manifestation of combat effectiveness. This parade, Luo Chong didn't go ashore, so he stayed on the review ship docked by the river. The shipyard is the inspection desk and the only commanding height on the surrounding open space. Only standing on the stern building on the top floor can the entire army be closed. It didn't take long for the blood slaughter to come to the shore. He faced the direction of the review ship and looked at Luo Chan's roar on the stern building. Hu Benwei commanded the blood slaughter and took all the new troops to be reviewed by the leader. Luo rushed to the next big hand, and the password was issued immediately: line up. Blood slaughter compliance order. Immediately after the more emotional blood slaughter order, he directed his own soldiers to shake the flag, again issued new instructions to the army, and inserted the handsome Chinese flag in front of the array, and then he began to let his Tiger Guard face the inspection desk line. All the subsequent shelters are based on the Tiger Benway. The team was extended to both sides until the infantry was arranged, and the cavalry quickly came from behind, and finally the horse racing line stopped at the infantry wings. After Luo Chong issued the instruction, but after a quarter of an hour, the group of soldiers completed armor-piercing, assembly, lining, marching, and finally neatly lined up in front of the visiting group. The audience was quiet and silent, and the army remained motionless, and the word discipline was vividly reflected. Everyone's eyes looked at the rush on the stern building, and they paid attention to him, whether they liked the leader or not, but it is clear that the man in front of him is their supreme leader. Han leaders, are they? Tang Ji again sent the same doubt. Chapter 757 Parade, below. Oh, this is a way for our Han tribe to test the results of soldier training. It is called a parade. The most basic condition for all soldiers to be read is to ban the order line, that is, what the general will let them do. What can they do? If the general does not order, they cannot move a little. Luo Chong looked at the queue below and explained to Tang Ji. The people around the delegation were all shocked and let tens of thousands of people ban it. Obviously, it was not something that could be done easily. This also further reflected the Han tribe's military system and gold, drums, trumpets, and flags. The advanced nature of the command system allows the general to drive every part of the army like an arm. The scenario in front of me undoubtedly confirms this. The Han tribe has already done the ban, but for Luo Chong, this is far from enough. After the army stood still for about 5 minutes, Luo Chong issued a new order again. Battlefield performance. The guards around him again conveyed the order through the flag, and immediately responded after seeing the blood slaughter on the shore, allowing the heralds to shake the flag and start daily formation exercises. If the ban is done, can it be driven by arms? And it depends on the battlefield to know. The army moved quickly, and the armies of the various guards also held their flags and ran one team away from the square, first lined up in front of Luo Chong, and then proceeded to the open space on the other side to start array. The neat red gown is connected into a turbulent red stream, such as the forest's halberd shining with the white cold light. The armor friction makes a wawing noise, the heavy footsteps shock the earth, and also knock on everyone in the tour group in the heart. Just organizing such a large-scale warrior is already unimaginable to them. However, in the air block of the army's transformation, Tang Ji also raised a question that I didn't want to understand. Chief Han, you just said that these soldiers all listened to the general's order. Is the general the one who was riding a horse and holding an iron rod in his hand? But shouldn't the soldiers obey the commander's command? Why listen to the general? Luo Konghe laughed, and before he spoke, Tang Yao took the initiative to explain her aunt. Lady Ji, the Han tribe is leading the soldiers to fight, and each general will lead thousands of soldiers, but these generals obey the orders of the leader. Luo Chong has so many things to do, it is certainly impossible to lead himself fight, so he just needs to tell the generals the goal, and the generals will find a way to defeat the enemy. Luo laughed and nodded, thinking that this little Nazai had obviously learned a lot when he was in Kaiwan County. At least from the mouth of the herdsman, he understood the military system of the Han tribe. Tang Yao said it well. The standing troops of our Han tribe usually have their own garrison missions, scattered in various places. If war occurs, then I will give them temporary combat missions. The generals will naturally lead the soldiers to complete the mission. Luo Chong is explaining here, and the delegation over there suddenly made a breath and exclamation, which immediately attracted the attention of others. Luo was swept away, and it turned out that the military array on the other side had completed the array and launched the most common attack formation. That is, Luo Chong had taught them the pig raid tactics at the time. The first row of sword shields is closely arranged to resist the enemy's arrow shield. The second row of halberd soldiers is located behind the shield and extends their weapons out of the shield wall. The third row of long gun soldiers tilted their unique 7-meter 5 long gun. Ramped against the cavalry, the crossbowmen were neatly listed behind the array, and carried out remote strikes by ejection. The last cavalry is listed on both wings of the large array. It can protect both wings and rush after the enemy formation is broken, or use the advantage of mobility to deter and outstrip to wipe out the enemy. However, it is only a lineup, but it does not cause such a large reaction of the visiting group. What really surprised them is the simulated attack process carried out by the military line. The handsome men of the Chinese army kept fighting, and all kinds of flags were flying in turns. The entire army also crushed forward with the drums. The drums in the field changed suddenly, and the front row soldiers immediately smashed the shield in their hands on the ground to make a defensive gesture, but the back row of crossbowmen neatly raised the crossbow in their hands. Under the command, several guards added together 67,000 crossbowmen to release the arrow at the same time. In an instant, a whole intensive arrow rain formed in mid-air. It was thrown into the sky like a black cloud, and it was only 400 meters away that it fell vertically to the target ground. It was all turned into a hedgehog. But this is not over yet. The crossbowmen quickly fired the second round of arrows, then the third round, the fourth round. The black arrow rain shot at the target like a tide. Such a dense arrow attack, and this super far range, almost surprised the chin of the tour group, watching the grass and ground that were full of arrows in the distance. Several people from the fishing tribe were even more surprised and silently compared with the bamboo arrow of the Xian tribe. The bamboo bow of the Xian tribe combines the technical characteristics of the grassland short bow. The elasticity is still relatively large. After polishing 3 bamboo slices of different lengths, they are tied together in different directions, which can greatly increase the elasticity of the bow body. Coupled with bamboo arrows, the range is not short, and it can have a range of nearly 300 meters. However, the Xin tribe has limited metallurgical capabilities and cannot afford so many metal arrows, so bamboo arrows equipped with bronze arrows can only account for a small number. Most of them are bone clusters or stone clusters, but even bamboo arrows equipped with bronze arrows, if projected at a distance of 300 meters, there is basically no lethality. If the goal of ordinary clothing is better, no, let alone the scary defense of the Han tribe's armor, which is the armor of the nomadic tribe and the bamboo armor of the Xin tribe, it is estimated that it is difficult to penetrate. After all, the bamboo arrow in the air can only be counted as a light arrow. The arrow target is not very different from the warhead. The size of the lethality is all related to the potential. In the case of equal speed, the greater the mass of the warhead, the arrow. In contrast, the arrow made of the solid wooden thorn of the Han tribe is more lethal, plus the raw iron arrow, low protection goals that run through the nails category will also be easy. Moreover, if the human bones are shot within 200 meters, the arrow will burst directly into the human body, shattered into a lot of iron residue, causing secondary harm to the target and a very high lethality. In this contrast, several people from the Reefs and the Tang tribe suddenly had confidence in the war. The Han tribe had such a powerful farfire weapon, and the pawns were all iron armor. Such an army was pulling the past and the round of the army led by Xin. In contrast, that is also a proper Han tribe win. With such an army as an ally, perhaps their cooperation with the Han tribe can be much safer, but they still cannot agree to the Han tribe so hastily. If they must let their tribe send troops, they must at least give their own tribe fighters. All are equipped with iron armor, so as to increase the survival rate of some battlefields, and will not cause too much loss to the young and strong of their own tribes. At this time, the Reef only looked at the beginning, and I already made up my mind. On the other side, the simulated attacks on the field continued. After the 5 rounds of arrow shooting, the military formation changed again. The original horizontal army quickly became a tactical column under the command of the drums and flags. The so-called tactical column, the submachine formation of the Han tribe, is also a multi-service tactical assault unit designed by Luoji since the Mandarin Duck formation. The large unit is usually composed of 2 sword soldiers, 2 short gunmen, and 2 large halberd soldiers, 2 long gun soldiers, a bowler, and a crossbowman. During the war, the shields were responsible for the defensive defense. The spearman held a 7-meter 5 horizon spear to attract the enemy's attention and harassed. The weapons of the Everbird soldiers and the short gun soldiers were also 3 meters long. They guarded both sides of the shield and assumed the main killing. When the enemy was attracted attention, he suddenly stabbed a fatal blow. To know that the weapon of the knife really can't kill people, the sentence that people in the previous life often hang on their mouths is stabbing to death, and the knife, which is mainly used to cut the weapon, may be able to cut the skin of the enemy, or cut off the limbs. The probability of direct death is still lower, but it will be different if it is stabbed with a spear. Just stabbing on the human torso at once, no matter where the sting is, you have to finish it, because the torso is full of internal organs, all of which are harmful parts. Of course, this is not the same in the original era, because medical technology is basically equal to 0. Even if a knife is cut out of a mouth, it is estimated that even if it was not hung at that time, it would not last a week. The archers and crossbowmen of the tactical unit are basically not directly involved in the battle. They are responsible for the vigilance task in the unit to prevent the enemy from sneaking in other directions when the unit is fighting head-on. At the same time, the 2 are also responsible for solving some long-range and valuable goals. The bowman uses a mock composite bow with the advantage of fast shooting, but the range and accuracy are not as good as the crossbow, so he can only be responsible for the sudden hostility of the mid-range distance. The crossbow is a slower speed of the upper string and arrow, but it is far better than the range and the accuracy is high. So it is used to take charge of long-range sudden hostility and can hunt some high-value targets, such as enemy commanders at all levels. All personnel have their own positions, and such tactical units can also be offensive and defensive, suitable for large-scale battles on the battlefield. If it is a small-scale conflict, or to a narrow terrain like a wood, the tactical unit can also be divided into 2. Each tactical team is led by a shield soldier, and the mantle bow is have to form a 5-person team, and then streamline some, remove the bow. A team of 3 or 4 people can also fight. Tactical units are flexible and multi-service. Putting such a combination together often exerts greater advantages. However, it was obviously impossible for the visiting group to see so many mysteries directly from their station. They only saw the original horizontal array turned into a tactical column, and ran out of the cracks of those columns. The car was towed by 4 horses in a two-row manner, and stopped neatly after pulling it to the front. Then a team of soldiers clinging to this strange car also took the horse aside in the flash, leaving only the weird 4-wheeled car in place. Chief Han, what is that? Tang Ji took a closer look with a telescope, but it didn't seem to see a reason. Tang Yao saw that thing on the wall of Kaiwan County, but it also seemed a little different. But Tang Yao knew it was a far-fire weapon, but she had never seen it in the specific method of use. So after Tang Ji asked, she also looked at Luo Chong with a curiosity. This thing is called artillery. It is a long-launched heavy weapon equipped by our Han tribe. It is mainly used to destroy enemy morale and formation, because no one can block such a weapon strike, plus its unique launch. The way, often without hitting people, will also directly scare the enemy to collapse. Luo took a confident smile and introduced the delegation to the delegation in an undoubted tone, especially Tang Ji and Tang Yao, as well as several fishermen on the other side. They were very certain that even if they thought Luo Chong was bragging, they also subconsciously believed Luo Chong's introduction. However, at this time, the 20 field guns in front of the large array were all lined up. The gunners skillfully separated the gunboat and the ammunition car, and then carried out preparations for aiming, loading, and loading. Flag language was added again, asking when Luo Chong launched. Luo Chong reminded the surrounding visitors that next is the test launch of this weapon, which will produce a thunderous sound when launched. Please be careful not to be scared. The people of the visiting group were at a loss. If they just said that it was just a long-launched heavy weapon, then they can still understand that it is almost a weapon such as a magnified bow and arrow, or it can throw a large stone. What does the weapon mean by thunderous sound mean? Is this thing still launching and there is a sound attack plus holding? But without waiting for them to think about it, after reminding them, Luo Chong gave instructions to the guards beside him to fire, and the guards waved the affirmative flag, and then heard a series of thunder in front of the military front. The loud noise, even if the search vessel they are located is several hundred meters away from the military array, the sound was still so shocking, as if thunder blasted in the ear. Boom! In the telescope field of view of the crowd, I saw the silver-gray big iron tube in front of the formation. After the gunner pulled a thin rope, he sprayed large amounts of white smoke and dazzling fire, and then the entire gunboat blasted back. After they looked at the target direction, they saw the grass targets that had been shot into a hedgehog just now. Suddenly, a large area was swept away by invisible things. The target area was in a mess, and the flying shells bounced twice on the ground, hitting 2 large pits in succession, and finally hitting one into the soil. The distance, the horror of power, and the terrifying thunder. It's much more shocking than the large-scale arrows just now. Chapter 758 Determination of Cooperation. After 24 artillery rounds of fire, the shooting of chain shots and shotguns was demonstrated. Although the range was much lower than the first round of round shots, the more terrifying lethality and lethality effect were more shocking than the beginning of round shots. If the understanding of the reef is that the kind of attack that started has never been forward, it can break through the wall, and the rotating chain can sweep the cavalry. The last shot is like hail, annihilating the crowd. However, the Tang tribe has a different understanding here. Seeing a scene of the artillery in front of him, Tang Yao seemed to suddenly remember something, and then gathered next to Tang Ji's ear and whispered. In fact, she told Tang Ji that she had seen a giant ship in the Han tribe, and that ship seemed to contain a lot of such things. At that time, when the big ship was installed at the dock, she saw many people go to the ship. Hanging artillery. In this way, Tang Ji also learned more about the true strength of the Han tribe. Speaking of it, these troops are obviously more powerful than the dozens of artillery. After the artillery exercise was completed, the military formation changed again. The tactical column rushed forward a few hundred meters. The drill changed the formation and then assembled together again. The blood slaughter also once again demonstrated the hollow circle, the concentric circle, which is dedicated to the crossbowmen and artillery, the hollow square array used to fight the cavalry, and the alley array used by the artillery. The alley array arranges several defensive square arrays, leaving several lanes horizontally and vertically. When the enemy encounters the square array, it will be forced to pour into the alleyway in the array, and the center is the Chinese Arms Artillery Square. Each street has at least 2 artillery guards, using ordinary circles to attack the enemy who poured into the roadway. You can maximize the power of the artillery in front of the solid ball. Just as the great array on the shore continued to fantasize and practice, the reefs of the visiting group next to it also came over. After seeing the strong strength of the Han tribe, they finally made up their determination to cooperate with the Han tribe. Xian Tua's power over there is inconsistent. Since the Han tribe is capable and determined to defeat Xian's command and rule Bamboo Island, so for the better life of the people in the future, it is nothing to fight now, just to contribute to future generations. Chief Han, I think about it. The thing you mentioned yesterday, we agreed, we will come out with 2,000 people, but can you also equip us with the same Han tribe in terms of weapons and clothing and armor? Luo Chong heard that he agreed, but there was no accident, just a dull laugh. The elder patriarch was too worried, the fishing tribe was short of supplies, and the Han tribe flatly did not let you raise your own arms and armor, as long as you are willing to come out. Of course, we are out of the weaponry. In addition, since you have accepted the conditions of the Han tribe, it means that you have already turned to the Han tribe. In this case, the soldiers collected from the fishing tribe will be treated as the standing army of the Han tribe, which is no different from the army in front of you. Of course, they also have to accept my command. In addition, I can make another guarantee to the old patriarch. No matter what happens, the 4 fishing boats that the Han tribe promised to give you will always count, and the land in Shaoyan County, Bamboo Island, also belongs to the fishing tribe. But the fishing tribe will also accept the management of the Han tribe from now on. If you lose, Bamboo Island does not have your place. I can also promise to bring the entire fishing tribe's people to Tanhai County to breed and live. The old patriarch should have seen it yesterday. The environment in Tanhai County is not bad. Whether you want to cultivate the wood weave or drive a boat to fish, the conditions here will not be worse than that of Bamboo Island. The reefs are greatly excited after listening, especially Luo Chan's final assurance that even if they lose, they can give them a place to live in Tanhai County. In his view, this is better than winning. Compared to the place on Bamboo Island, of course, is better for the Han Takwei County. It's just that he can't easily persuade the clan to leave his hometown and move to Tuohei County. It's just a helpless move to lose his place after losing, and he doesn't think that the Han tribe's current military strength and weaponry may be defeated. But many roads are always good, so thinking of it, he directly agreed. The chief is fair and kind, and even the future road has been thought for us. The fishing tribe has no reason to refuse, that is, they don't know when the leader needs these 2,000 young people. Will we send them here directly or directly in Bamboo Island? The old patriarch does not have to worry, there is still a long preparation time for the war, and we can discuss the details when we go back. Luo Chong waved his hand and pressed down the reef's excited mood. The old man looked at there were so many outsiders around him, and immediately understood that this is not a place to speak, and then nodded, and then retreated to the side. However, just when the two discussed the issue of troops, Tang Ji also stunned his ears to listen to Luo Chong and the reef. What came out of 2,000 people, asked for the same weapon armor, changed 4 fishing boats, and gave it back to the ground. Instantly aroused her curiosity. What can I change fishing boats? Why not call us the Tang tribe? Our Tang tribe also wants a big boat. How can someone get fat? There are many people in our Tang tribe. Although she was curious to die, as the leader of the big tribe, Tang Ji was still very reserved. She did not directly ask about the fishing boat, but turned around and asked. The army of the Chinese leader is terrible, but I think there are already tens of thousands of people here. Are so many soldiers not enough for the Chinese leader? Chief Han, what's the difficulty? If possible, our Tang tribe is also willing to help the Han tribe. Good guy, this is clearly the sailboat of the greedy Han tribe, but it is difficult to become a Han tribe, just like asking them to help. This Tang Ji is not immortal. It is worthy of being the leader of the big tribe. Luo Chong secretly vomited, and this smiled and explained. Tang leader laughed. How could the Han tribe have unsolvable difficulties? As for the question of whether the army is enough, I can only say more and more good. The number of troops the more, the safer the Han tribe is, and the same tribal leader. Don't the soup leader want his tribe to be safer? Luo Chong's answer was ambiguous, and he didn't say anything about it. Tang Ji couldn't help but worry. This young kid was not a good deal. He smiled on his face and had to ask frankly. In this case, what was the Han leader just now? While Tang Ji asked, he also signaled in the direction of the old man in the reef, meaning what did you just say? The original soup leader asked about this. Luo Rolu showed a true hook expression, and then this explained to Tang Ji what happened just now. He directly talked about the reasons for the matter, starting with the Han tribe's intention to promote currency on Bamboo Island, to the rejection of the Xian tribe, and then to the Xian tribe to join other tribes to open the source county, and finally to express his attitude directly. He will send a large army to land on Bamboo Island for revenge, and permanently occupy Bamboo Island to obtain a large amount of minerals, population and land. After talking about the reasons for the matter, the reefs complimented their plans for the fishing tribes and Han tribes, and exchanged 4 fishing boats for the cooperation of the fishing tribes for 2,000 troops. Tang Ji expressed great curiosity about this. The cause of this incident seems to be caused by whether the currency can be promoted, what the currency is, why it can cause such a fierce reaction between the two sides, and even at the expense of fighting, must be done by war. Settlement of disputes. In this regard, the reefs of the fishing tribe explained to Tang Ji, but he also had limited knowledge of the Han tribe's currency system. In the end, Tang Yao, who had lived in the Han tribe for half a year, gave her detailed information on this, to let Tang Ji understand the purpose of the currency. However, in this way, Tang Ji, who learned the truth, hesitated again. Although she wanted the ships of the Han tribe, the cooperation between the fishing tribe and the Han tribe was not suitable for the current situation of the Tang tribe, so it seemed a bit difficult. It was at this time that the array exercises on the shore had come to an end. After various weapons and equipment and the array were rotated and demonstrated, the muscle parade was a complete success, but this is not over yet. After the army all lined up to return to the camp, behind the review ship, the Volbo fleet under the jurisdiction of the Rat also slowly sailed over. On the flagship Volbo, a team of about 100 gunners and sailors lined up on the deck, and more people were in the cabin. There were thousands of sailors on this big ship. If they were all on deck, there is no room for visiting the regiment. Unlike the army, this group of sailors uniformly wore white military uniforms, not because Luo Chon blindly imitated the former navy, mainly because of environmental constraints, because the cabin space is small and can only be illuminated with limited electrical lights, but after all, it still looks dim. Under such conditions, all of them wear white clothes, which can improve the recognition rate in the cabin, especially for gunmen. It is even more important to be able to clearly identify comrades. When the two ships of Volbo and the review ship passed by, the Rat side stopped the ship and set up the ramp. Luo Chon took the people of the delegation to the big ship. They first led them to visit the artillery deck on the upper and lower floors, let them know the purpose of the ship, only then led them to the combat command room on the top floor of the stern. Here, there is also a huge bamboo island sand tray, and the situation in the surrounding waters is more detailed than the map used before Luo Chon. Rats are still marked with a lot of routes at the surface of the sea. These are many times after the merchant ship. The safe route verified. In addition, they are also exploring the sea on the south side of Bamboo Island. When he arrived at the combat command room, Luo Chon directly called the people of the visiting group next to the sandbox to introduce them to their combat plans and the true purpose of his visit to the Tang tribe. This is the territory of the entire Bamboo Island, and it has now been divided into 6 counties. Now the Han tribe's mission has established a port here in Yashan County to control the estuary of Bamboo Island. The ships of Bamboo Island go to the interior of Bamboo Island, and of course, only the Han tribe now has this ability. I plan to send a large army from Yashan County to land, and push it directly from the east of Bamboo Island to the west. However, every time I occupy a place, a part of my troops must be allocated to station to prevent the rebellion of the local clan. The total strength is expected to be invested in 7 sanctuaries. 20,000 young and strong men, but it is not enough to prepare. The army I just saw was prepared for this plan. At present, 5 health centers have been trained, and there are 2 short. Among them, the fishing tribe has reached cooperation with us, and they will send troops for 2,000 people. Follow the arrangements of the Han tribe. I plan to put this team of 2,000 people in Chaoyang County for defense. This is also the place where I promised to allocate to the Yu clan. Then there is still a guard that has not been raised. Luo Chon said that he swept through a clan patriarch of Tang Ji and the Tang tribe, and then said again, I don't know if the Tang tribe is interested in participating. I can exchange it according to the cooperation conditions with the Yu clan. You have 2,500 troops. We Han tribe have 5 brig trawlers in exchange, but I can't give you on Bamboo Island. You don't need this anymore. There is land in the Tang tribe waiting for your development. Luo Zhua spread his hand and said again, but as compensation, I promise to use this group of soldiers from the Tang tribe only for 3 years. During the 3-year service period, the Han tribe sent them military pay, and all casualties were in accordance with the Han army's pension. The standard is to compensate for a pension and give a subsidy every month to help the deceased raise their immediate children to adulthood. They can all go home. In addition, as a compensation to the Tang tribe, I promise to help you build a fishing port and grant you business power in the Han tribe and Bamboo Island. The fish you hit can be sold to your people. If it is not easy to sell, it can also be sold to Bamboo Island or our Han tribe. Of course, if you have other goods to sell, then it is also possible. I don't know what you think. After Luo Chang's remarks, all the people of the Tang tribe were stunned. Through the parade just now, they have understood what is called a professional soldier, that is, a professional fighter called up by the leader to defend or fight abroad. Responsible for fighting, no need to do anything else. However, it was not until then that they knew that the Han tribe would still pay these soldiers, that is to say, even if they did not go to farming and hunting, they could use the tribe's salaries to support their families. If it's just that, after all, those who are soldiers have to live, and it's understandable to do so. What's more shocking is that if they die during the war or are disabled, the Han tribe will give them a one-time payment to their family members. A large monetary compensation, and a monthly payment will be made until the child of the deceased is raised to adulthood. Such a system is simply great. The clan chiefs of the Tang tribe feel incredible, even Tang Ji. But what they don't know is that in fact, in response to the pension of martyrs, the Han tribe is not only as simple as sending money to support their children, but also has a series of other policy support, such as the stepfather, tax relief, priority admission for enrollment, and priority for work hire, etc. It's just that the Tang tribe is not under the jurisdiction of the Han tribe. They can't enjoy the internal benefits of these Han tribes. They can only get a pension. After all, they don't pay taxes to the Han tribe. But just that, they already felt that Hanbei was too kind to treat the people, and it also reflected the wealth of the Han tribe on the side, so that they all began to envy the soldiers of the Han tribe. Chapter 759 Longing for Currency. A patriarch of the Tang tribe was very interested in Luo Chan's plan to use 500 people to serve the Han tribe for 3 years to change to a brig fishing boat, and this is still extra pay, because these soldiers were originally paid. There are also many benefits such as trade in fishing ports, which is very attractive to the Sup tribe, which is relatively backward in all aspects. Of course, there is another important reason, that is, the Sup tribe is large enough, the population base is there, they are really capable of taking out 2,500 people, and will not affect the normal operation of their tribe, otherwise they will not be tempted by this plan, which is why Luochong not only invited Tangji, but also invited with other clan chiefs. There are hundreds of people in a clan, and they can all come together easily. Therefore, after Luochong finished talking about the plan and conditions, a clan leader from the Tang tribe came out to ask for details. Chief Han, if we leave, can our people go home in the 3 years you just said? It still means that you have to wait 3 years before you come back to see your family. An old bearded man stood up and asked. This detail was really not thought about before Luochong, but given that the other party is not part of the Han tribe now, he just thought a few seconds and made a decision in his heart. I can go home. I'm going to arrange it. If you decide to leave, then before going out, I will arrange them to train in the camp you just saw. During this period, their family members can come visiting relatives, but they cannot go home. There is also a time limit for visiting relatives. There are only 2 times a month. At that time, we will arrange them uniformly. Before the expedition, I can allow them to go home once for a period of 3 days. The Han tribe is responsible for picking up, but there are deserters, or if they are overdue, we will also enforce the military laws of the Han tribe. In our Han tribe, this situation occurs. It is to be arrested and executed in public, and because of the soldiers executed in violation of the law, the Han tribe will not compensate for any pension. Speaking of which, Luo Kontan took a look at the reactions of the Tang tribe before continuing. After leaving Bamboo Island, because of the long distance and the heavy tasks, it is impossible to come back so quickly, and whether or not to return home depends on the local situation. If the situation is stable, I can allow them to go home for half a year. 1 month for each holiday, because it takes half a month to go back and forth by boat, but it is impossible to come back at home all at once and only take turns. There is no military pay during the vacation, but the Han tribe provides round-trip transportation and accommodation on the road. When you can't come back during service, you can also write to your family. If you have any news you want to tell the soldiers who are going out, you can also write. We can drag the merchant ship to pass on. For specific matters in this regard, you can come back to understand the county guard of Taku County, that is this, Lincha County Guard. Luo Chong pointed to the big tree beside him. In fact, they all knew that Luo Chong was the stranger in their eyes. After all, this was the first time they met, and Dasho had been here for half a year. The patriarchs of the Tang tribe thought about it, and they felt that there was no problem with Luo Chan's arrangement, that is, the punishment for escape was a bit cruel, and it was actually executed directly, but this is also understandable. Even if their tribe engaged in such activities, there are cases where soldiers fled, and it is estimated that their family rules will not be much lighter than those of the Han tribe. They can tell their clan in advance. If they are afraid, they can't accept such conditions when they are homesick, then don't go or cause this trouble. Thank you, Han, for your answer. I have no problem. The old man nodded with his beard and then stepped back to the side, but immediately someone else came forward to ask questions. Chief Han, I have a question. If we agree, when will the fishing boats you said be handed over to us, as well as the army of those of us, the army, and the pay of that thing Han tribe? When to give? A chunky middle-aged man also came out to ask questions. You are 2 questions. Let me talk about the first one. If you agree, the 5 fishing boats will be delivered to you one after another before this time next year. We do not have this kind of professional fishing boat now. Can only do it now. Such a large 2-mast sailboat takes 2 months to make one, even if it is the fastest, and it takes more than a month to travel from our browsing Yan County shipyard. That is to say, even if you agree now, the first ship can only be obtained after 3.5 months, so we can only give you one by one, specifically how to use it within your tribe, for whom I don't care. Luo Chong explained to them. The leader of Han means that all we give is a new ship? The chunky middle-aged man asked in surprise that he thought the Han tribe would pick 5 ships directly from those old ships and get them immediately after agreeing. I didn't expect to wait so long, but if it's all a new ship, it's not impossible to wait. Yes, it is a new ship. Because it is specifically used for fishing, the existing ships of our Han tribe are not suitable, so they must be newly built. Luo Chong continued to answer the second question after seeing him understand the question. In addition, in terms of military pay, our Han tribe is issued once a month. The settlement is last month at the beginning of each month. The settlement method is the currency of our Han tribe. A soldier is 30 yuan per month. Will be sent directly to the soldiers. They can buy things locally by themselves, or they can send them home with troops and family books. After the family gets the money, they can also use it to buy things, food, salt, cloth, tools, livestock, and seeds in our Han tribe. As long as it is a product that is sold by workers on our side, you can buy it with money. Regarding the currency of the Han tribe, the patriarchs of the Tang tribe have no idea, and they do not know that $30 is too much, but in terms of this payment method, it is convenient and acceptable. So the chunky middle-aged man just kept asking, Han leader, how much is these $30? What can I buy? Luo Chong was not very clear about the price on this side of Tuohe County, so he signaled to the big tree next to him and asked him to answer. For me, the monthly salary of $30 is regarded as the average salary in our Han tribe. Most artisans also take so much money, high-tech craftsmen, or school teachers are slightly higher, and those who work hard, such as lumberjacks, or construction workers, are slightly lower than this. If you buy something, according to the shelled rice, our Tanhai County side is 1 corner and 2 pound of money, and the shelled brown rice is 1 pound of 5 pound of money. $30 can be bought with 250 pounds of shell rice. It is equivalent to a young man with 500 to 750 tons of rations. If you eat 3 meals a day, you can eat 5 or 6 months and 2 meals a day. Of course, this is calculated according to a person's ration. If it is used to support the family, it is that the whole family eats these grains together. Even if there are 7 or 8 young adults in the family, it is enough for the whole family to eat for a month. If the population at home is too large, it will be cheaper to eat corn. In our Han tribe, wheat and flour are the most expensive. Rice and millet are in the middle gear. Corn is the cheapest because it produces large and is not as durable as shelled grains, so it is the cheapest. Dasha briefly introduced the salary level of the Han tribe and the food price on the other side of Tanhai County. Food is the most valuable commodity because it is just needed, and people have to eat. The patriarchs of the Tang tribe were dumbfounded. It turns out that the coins can be used in this way. In fact, the value of food can be measured so clearly and accurately, and even the value of each meal can be calculated. This is too great. Furthermore, they also have a clear understanding of the purchasing power of the Han tribe's currency. As the big tree said, how many people can feed and how long can they eat? It seems that people who are worried about the Tang tribe do not know how to spend money and how to live a life. Luo Chong also added at this time, everyone, let me add that all the soldiers recruited into the army, their food is provided by our Han tribe, and they do not need to spend their own money to buy food, so they can all send it back. And after their family got the money, if they had grown their own food and were completely enough for their own food, then there was no need to buy food anymore. You can use the money to buy meat and eat cloth to make clothes. You can also buy tools and agricultural tools, save money to buy a spinning machine loom, and also make your own textile cloth. If there is enough food at home, you can also use this money to buy some chicken seedlings to raise at home. You can not only eat eggs, but also eat chicken when you are raised. If you are willing to spend money, you can buy 2 porks. After 2 years, you can kill and eat meat in the new year. If you raise more, you can sell it to the butchers to change the money. Corn, these pigs can be eaten. If the sheep are raised, the grass and grain straw will be fed. The sheep grow faster, they can also sell wool, eat meat, and even drink goat milk. The people of the Tang tribe stared at their eyes again. They just listened to the big tree and said that they had a clear understanding of the value of money, but they were also limited to their role in eating. For those who had not been exposed to money, currency other uses are completely unknown. After Luo Chong's introduction, they only knew that the original coin could do so many other things besides eating. It was not too convenient, and it was not just their dreams to raise livestock. Seeing the cattle and horses in the opposite Tanhai County, the people of the Tang tribe can't help but flow out the envious saliva. If they have money in their hands, wouldn't they be able to raise livestock and live a good life? Thinking of this, the patriarchs could not help but get excited, and they could not immediately agree to the conditions for the Han tribe to send troops, but they could not directly decide on this matter. After all, there was a big leader above, so many patriarchs whispered for a while. After reaching a unified opinion, I looked at Tang Ji with the eyes of the inquiry, meaning that she would disagree with this cooperation. Tang Ji has been listening for a long time, and naturally understands the details, especially the use of money, which is the most attractive to her leader of the Tang tribe. As long as she is not a fool, she can see that money is for business, life, and people. In short, the benefits of livelihood are huge. So Tang Ji specifically raised a few questions about currency. Chief Han, as you just said, use coins to buy livestock cubs, and then take them back to raise their own farms. Can this money only be obtained by serving as a soldier for the Han tribe? This depends on the decision of the Tang tribe. Luo laughed and said, "What do you say?" Tang Ji asked, puzzled. In addition to being a soldier to obtain military pay, unless the Tang tribe can also promote the currency of the Han tribe, it can allow the currency to circulate on a large scale within the Tang tribe, so that all ethnic groups of the Tang tribe can use the currency for transactions. In this way, the Tang tribe's access to money has increased a lot. It can work for the Han tribe to earn wages, and can sell its own food or fur to the Han tribe's people to obtain coins. We've money, we've shoes to sell money, make brooms to sell money, etc. In various ways, even after you have a fishing boat, you still make money by selling fish. If the Tang tribe can promote the currency of the Han tribe, then your own people will also have money, so that you can not only make money with the Han tribe, but also sell it to your own people. The tribe trades with each other and from each other. Making money, money is circulating, so it has value. However, I would also like to remind you of the important point. If you want to promote currency, then your Soup tribe must strictly enforce the laws of the Han tribe to manage it, because the currency itself is not of great value, it is just a piece of metal. It is the support of the Han tribal government and the maintenance of Hanla that have given them such special functions and values. Luo Chong looked at them with a confused look, so he continued to explain. For example, I want to use money to buy things from you, but you refuse to collect money, so I have to change it with something else, so that it won't work. If you refuse money, she also rejects money, then the currency is useless. This will not work for our Han tribe, it will seriously affect the value and circulation of money, and it is a felony. In our Han tribe, if such a situation is encountered, it is possible to report to the official. After the offender is caught, corporal punishment is generally whipping, gaunting, and other corporal punishments, and then labor reform for a period of time according to the situation. Punishment, according to the degree of violation of the law, the time for labor reform is also different. Seriously, the death penalty can be sentenced directly. That is to be had to warn the world. Theft and robbery of others' money are even more serious crimes. When caught, they are also sentenced to different penalties according to Hanl. Seriously, from lifelong depreciation to slavery to direct death. Without this strict set of legal maintenance, the coin will lose its role and value, which is why the Xian tribe did not want to promote the Han tribe currency because they did not want to enforce the laws of the Han tribe. Because the Tang tribe was prepared to be recovered peacefully from the beginning, Luo Chong was too lazy to just like the Tit Xian tribe, and simply pointed out the powerful relationship. Everyone in the Tang tribe is not a fool. Knowing what Luo Chong said means, if one tribe is fully regulated by another tribe, does it mean to become part of this tribe? What is the difference from joining directly or surrendering? No wonder the Xian tribe did not agree. If we agree that the Han tribe will promote money here, what will the Han leader do, and what can we get? Tang Ji glanced at Tang Yao and swept through the patriarchs around him, and suddenly asked Luo. This is to surprise Luo. He has already talked about this, but he has not said it clearly, and he has to promote money. Then he has to join the Han tribe. I didn't expect that Tang Ji would really consider this option. Is she a fool? Of course not. Luo rushed to see Tang Yao next to Tang Ji, which is very interesting. Chapter 760. Faced with Tang Ji's question, Luo Chong is still very cautious. This question is not easy to answer. If it is not good, it may cause a strong reaction from the other party. If it is not good, it will be another war. He wandered around the sandbar for 2 laps, which was serious. If the Tang tribe is really willing to promote the currency of the Han tribe, then Hanla must be observed. This is the basis of currency stability, otherwise I have no choice. Otherwise, even if the currency promotion is opened, the price cannot be controlled. By then, you may have been worse than now, and it may happen that you can't buy a bowl of rice with a lot of money, so if the promotion is promoted, then it must be strongly supported by the leader of the soup and the patriarchs. As for the way of promotion, my idea is this. We can first make the Tang tribe formal, divide it according to the county and county system of the Han tribe, and then arrange for you to manage it yourself. We will set up a market jointly managed by both parties. Each county establishes a bank unilaterally managed by our Han tribe. The bank is storage, exchange, and where the currency is issued. Speaking of which, Luo Kontan took a moment to see if they did not ask questions or object immediately before they continued. In addition, in order to speed up the promotion of currency and maintain the stability of prices, starting from the promotion of currency, the Tang tribe must collect the right to trade food and return it to the tribe. All food can only be sold to the tribe, which is your management department. All ethnic groups are prohibited from trading food privately, and offenders are severely punished. In this regard, the way for our Han tribe is to set up an officially controlled grain station in each county. The grain station carries its own warehouse. People can only go to the grain station and trade with the official regardless of whether they sell or buy grain. There are many benefits to this, which can avoid the malicious price increase of individual hoarding of food, and the grain reserves are in the official hands. If you encounter natural disasters, such as the windy weather here, all the grain in this season will fall and reduce production. Under the circumstances, the tribe can sell to the people at the parity of the grain reserves, so as not to cause famine. There is food in my hand, and I don't panic, that's what it means. As soon as Luo Chon said this, everyone in the Tang tribe widened their eyes. Unexpectedly, a currency promotion can involve so much knowledge of tribal management, and when I heard it, I knew that the Han tribe's management method was very advanced. Not to mention, it is already very good to be able to respond to this article in the disaster year. Because of the example that Luo Chon just cited, the Tang tribe really happened before. The Tang tribe belongs to the coastal area, and some typhoon weather often occurs. Food is affected by hurricanes. It is common to reduce production and even cut off income. If there is such a natural disaster and there is no food reserve in the official hand, it is actually difficult to do anything. In the past years, when such things were encountered, they were generally dispatched by Tangji. The patriarchs of all ethnic groups were responsible for management, organizing people to hunt, collect wild fruits, or go fishing by the river to survive the crisis. Once managed according to Luo Chan's method and encountered a natural disaster, they would not have food to eat. The leader of Han means that people can sell their excess food to tribal food stations and then exchange them for coins? In this way, are these reserve grains from our Tang tribe or Han tribe, because the currency is from you? Tang Ji soon discovered the loopholes and asked directly. Luo Chon used to say that he was also a temporary idea. Without considering this, he directly said the Han tribe suit, forgetting that the current Tang tribe is not suitable for this method. What I just said is the method of the Han tribe. In response to this situation of the Tang tribe, we can do special things. Luo Chon explained it first, and then sank for a moment, and suddenly thought of something before he snapped his fingers and continued. Yes, we can do this. Didn't we have assisted some sorghum, cotton and corn seeds for the Suk tribe before? Sweet sorghum is used to extract sugar and brew wine. You won't anyway. After the harvest, you can sell it to our Han tribe in exchange for money. How much is needed? And cotton, you can't use it yourself, or if you don't weave, you can sell it to us for money. At that time, you will use this money to buy excess food in the hands of the clan, so that the money can be circulated to every family, and you can also receive enough food, and the food is also yours. Tang Ji and the patriarchs nodded. They all know this thing, and they know that the seeds of this crop are provided by the Han tribe. They have no opinion on Luo Chan's method. Chief Han, I know the red sugar of the Han tribe. What is that wine and do you eat it? Tang Ji asked curiously. When she first traveled to the Tang tribe for the first time, she once made some brown sugar cubes for the gift to Tangji, so she knew sugar, but for the first time, she heard about wine, and she was a little curious. But this time, Luo Chon explained that Tang Yao took the initiative to answer. Ji Niang, I know that the red sugar of the Han tribe is as sweet as honey, and women can eat warm bodies during the moon and postpartum. This is something in the book of dietary care. Wine is a very spicy water made of sorghum rice. After drinking it, it can make people dizzy. It is also beneficial to drink less. I remember it is used to prevent cold. If the winter weather is cold, drinking some wine can make people the body is feverish and accelerates blood flow. In addition, high-purity wine can also be used to clean trauma, and can be rubbed on the body after being lit with fire to treat beating sprains. For this kind of food with medical functions, Tang Yao has always remembered it clearly, and the taste of these two foods is not very characteristic. It is too impressive for people to forget. Can the wine still be lit by fire? Tang Ji was a little surprised to hear, isn't it like grease? I didn't expect the humble sorghum to make so many good things. Well, it must be particularly pure. The Han tribe calls that kind of thing alcohol. The wine is made of alcohol to water. Tang Yao ordered a little head and said seriously. Tang Ji nodded to understand and said again. Han leader, if we agree to the Han tribe to promote currency, can the Han tribe also tell us how to make sugar and wine, and weaves? I think if it is only sold to Han tribe sorghum and cotton, it must be it's worthless. If we want to buy these finished products from the Han tribe, it will definitely be more expensive. Isn't this nonsense? How can industrial raw materials be priced at finished products? Luo Chong secretly vomited in his heart. But this is the profit of the Han tribe. To know that these workshops, or factories, are not just as simple as enhancing the value of agricultural products, the key is that it can also provide many jobs for the people, and a factory can bring a large number of people to prosperity. Luo Kongzin is unwilling to give this part to the Tang tribe. But think about it, anyway, the Soup tribe is part of its own tribe sooner or later, so there is no need to be too real and stingy, and the Han tribe will soon upgrade these basic industries, and many existing technologies will be outdated. Eliminate, then giving existing technology to part of the Soup tribe is not impossible to consider. Luo Chang's hands were on the edge of the sand tray, and his fingers were rhythmically knocking on the edge of the wooden tray. It seemed that he was thinking about the pros and cons. Tang Ji didn't rush, just watching him wait. After a moment, Luo Chong said, "If the Tang tribe agrees to promote the currency of the Han tribe, then I can give you some of these technologies, sugar, and spinning and weaving cloth. These two technologies can be provided to you, but wine is not good. This difficulty is too much, and it is relatively fine. Even our Han tribe itself is in the exploration stage. The technology is not mature. To avoid wasting raw materials, so this cannot be given to you for the time being. The wine is just as much as a distillation device. It is made of whole copper. It is all money, and alcohol is an important industrial raw material that can distill ether with rare sulfuric acid. It is a medical anesthetic. In addition, this thing is also a reaction catalyst for glue double-based propellant. It is a big use in Luo Chang's hand. How can I drink it for the Soup tribe? This must be controlled in his own hands. In addition, although the sugar technology provided by Luo Chong seems to be very advanced, it is actually the soil method used. The sugar is only brown sugar, and after the upgrade of the Han tribe technology, white sugar and ice sugar will be made soon. Don't worry about the market, the brown sugar will be given. Textiles can only weave white blanks in this respect, but the Han tribe can control the printing and dyeing technology in their own hands. At that time, the Han tribe will sell colorful cloths by itself. You can't wear white cloth for all people. Luo Chong made his own plans here, but these are already very generous for Tang Ji. When it comes to this, Tang Ji once again looked at the clan chiefs around him and asked them for their views, but most patriarchs were more satisfied with this. The Han tribe gave enough benefits and did not violate them. What power? Everything looks very satisfactory, even if there are very few patriarchs who do not agree with this cooperation. In the end, it cannot stop the trend. After some eye contact and quiet discussion, the Tang tribe finally made a decision. Chief Han, we agree with what you said about the troop dispatch plan. In addition, we also hope to promote the currency of the Han tribe. The specific implementation will be in accordance with the conditions you just mentioned. Luo Chong is certainly happy about this. If money can be promoted in the Tang tribe, then even if they do not want to join the Han tribe in the future, it is actually only part of the Han tribe. Under my economic control, can you still run away? After the two sides reached a cooperation intention, the next step was a discussion on the details, but there was nothing to discuss. In addition, the contract, the treaty, and the like did not exist. The Tang tribe did not have self-contained text, nor did they know the text of the Han tribe, and the writing of the treaty are useless, mainly to summarize the details and save the Han tribe itself from forgetting. Luo Chong asked Dasha to write down the cooperation clauses, and then let him keep it. Anyway, the cooperation with the Tang tribe will also be left to him. Luo Chong cannot manage these broken things in person. After all the cooperation matters were agreed, everyone returned to Tanhai County for a banquet and tasted various special foods of Haixian and Han tribes. I don't eat seafood once by the sea. I'm so sorry for the identity of my leader. When it's time for corruption, I will be corrupt. Luo Chong thought so in his heart. This banquet was very rich and exquisite. It has a seafood flavor, and beef and lamb food are indispensable. Whether it is seafood soup, or chili and diligently dressed barbecue, it has unanimously won the appreciation of the guests. At the same time, these guests also saw the crystal clear glassware for the first time, as well as the sugar and liquor just mentioned in the seminar, and they are even more envious of the wealth and development of the Han tribe. At the banquet, Luo Chong also personally promised to prepare a bottle of glass bottled liquor for each of them, and a box of brown sugar, not much, as a gift. At the same time, Tang Ji also saw Luo Chang's wife and children for the first time. This banquet was originally arranged by Xiaodai and Zhangsu. There is no claim that women cannot attend the Han tribe. After all, the leader of the Tang tribe is a woman. You can't help but let people go to the table. The two children are still young and can't eat much, but they have been eating and playing around the table. When Tang Ji saw these two little guys for the first time, there was nothing to take out his hand. He asked the Han tribe to go to the Tang tribe to get some ground bing fruit for everyone to enjoy. In fact, it was pineapple-like fruit. Luo Chong also said that it is not pineapple or pineapple. This thing should not be artificially cultivated or wild species. Zhan Fu was very interested in this, so I asked Luo Chong how to eat this thing. The taste of wild pineapple is still relatively sour and not suitable for children, so Luo Chong taught her to make a silk pineapple. Arrange it for everyone as dessert. Luo Chong has taught her long ago. Since the Han tribe has white sugar, Luo Chong has not thought about how to eat this thing. When he was in Hanyang County, he also used other fruits to make similar food, so Zhan Fu was very familiar with this. During the rich banquet, Luo Chong also arranged for the follow-up of the cooperation, telling the beast teeth and reefs, letting them go back and find a hidden and inhuman place in Chaoyang County as a military camp, and then raise troops. They sent instructors and officers, and the Han tribe with weapons would be equipped with them before the operation. Because the troops on the side of the Tang tribe are close, they must be recruited more quickly. Luo Chong also specifically discussed with them. The process of recruiting troops first allowed those patriarchs to read out the rules and treatment on the side of the Han tribe. The patriarchs first picked people, and the blood slaughter sent some military priests to take charge of medical examination and registration in the past to facilitate future management. The rest is a detailed discussion with the big tree on the development of Tanghai County. The coastal area on the other side of Tuohei County is where Luo Chong is preparing to build capital. Whether it is industry or agriculture, it must be well developed. Together with the cooperation with the Tang tribe, the series of factories and markets, as well as banks, food stations and other public facilities are not a simple matter. Chapter 761 Resources of the Tang tribe, Upper. After the banquet, when all the guests are gone, Luo Chong immediately ordered Dasha to organize a group of geological exploration teams to send to the Tang tribe, bazaar, grain station, bank, factory. How much these things will help the Tang tribe, where is it built? There is no clear number, all of which must be completed first by the county division of the Tang tribe. Let Luo Chong have a clear picture of the Tang tribe territory. Fortunately, these have received the support of the various clan chiefs of the Tang tribe. They will send powerful people to lead the exploration team of the Han tribe. After all, the things to be built are also built for them, so these patriarchs are very caring. Some people also hope to make their territory bigger and divide into several counties. This will also get more assistance. In such a scene, the explorers of the Han tribe were unable to cry, and finally showed that they were only responsible for land measurement. Only when the administrative division was decided by the leader, these patriarchs gave up their plan to bribe the exploration team and secretly made up their minds to wait for Luo Chong to divide the county. When the county is divided, you must go to a meeting to discuss. Nothing else. If you can make another delicious meal, it's not worth the trip. The food of the Han tribe is so delicious. With the joint efforts of more than 30 exploration teams composed of military scouts, resource exploration, chart mapping and other personnel, coupled with the active cooperation of the Tang tribe, Luo Chong finally got a Tang tribe territory and a rough map of the surrounding area. The goal of this key reconnaissance is the freshwater systems, land resources, and forest resources in the Tang tribal territory. With these, there is a foundation for survival, and all three necessities of life, water, food, and firewood are available. The second is special resources, such as wood, minerals, wildlife, etc., which are led by metal minerals. The Sup tribe has its own ability to make iron, and this Luo Chong has long known, but according to what the big tree has learned from the local indigenous mouth in these 6 months, the Sup tribe's iron smelting technology still stays in a fairly primitive block refining method. That is to say, iron from the ore to the elemental refining process has never melted, and has maintained a solid state of red and hot state from beginning to end. This shows that the Tang tribe has not been able to melt iron metal so far, and there is no liquid iron water, let alone casting. But these are not important. The point is that Luo Chong asked them to explore the distribution of iron ore in this area. A week later, everyone from the Tang tribe once again came to the large conference room of the Tohei County office, and at the middle conference table, a large map and dense stone specimens were also placed, as well as a thick stack of descriptions of plants. Documents. These things need to be rushed to identify themselves and confirm their use. The first thing I saw was of course the pile of different stones, with dozens of sizes, but when Luo Chong saw it, he found a lot of ores of the same kind. That is to say, there are many repeated, there are not so many varieties. The most important thing is, of course, the iron ore. Luo Chong picked up the red-brown stone first and looked up. Chief Han, this is the red stone we used to burn iron. Listen to your people, the Han tribe calls this iron ore. Luo Chong nodded and said, yes, as long as something that can extract iron can be called iron ore, but there are also many kinds of differences in iron ore, not all of them. The Han tribe is different from this one. You are called Chitro Mine, Luo Chong said here, and asked the tree next to him, have you done a test, how is the quality? The big tree nodded and opened a document in his hand that said, these stones have been tested, and the iron content of the red iron ore is about 60% to 65%, which is lower than our magnet ore. But it's okay. In addition, a lot of sulfur iron ore has been found, but it is suitable for refining sulfuric acid. These two white calcium ores have also undergone calcination experiments, one of which is limestone and the other is gypsum, distributed between the iron ore area and the seashore. There is also a silver metal mineral. After calcination experiments, it was found that the melting point is very low, most likely tin ore, very soft. Others include quartz for burning glass. Oh, yes, the sand here is also very clean and should be used to make glass. There are also several kinds of materials used for building materials. The most are granite, basalt, and bruise. The reserves are very large. There are also several kinds of gemstone minerals, the most of which are pure white stones, which are no less than basalt, and grow with quartz, and we don't know the remaining species. The Tang tribe calls this colorful stone. While looking at the experimental analysis report in the hand, the big tree introduced the stones on the table to everyone. Tang Ji and the patriarchs listened with a blank face, and they didn't know what Dasha just said, and Luo Chong just nodded, and then looked at the stones they didn't know. What is this green water stone? According to Luo Chang's very amateur jewelry viewing experience, it should be jade, that is, stones such as jade, which he can't say. The remaining colorful stone is a natural gem with a light yellow, pure transparency, and a colorful glass reflection. This Luo Chong knew it, because there are few stones in nature that can change their own colors, and the one in front of them happens to be metal minerals, that is, aluminum stones, which refine aluminum metal minerals. It is a pity that aluminum metal cannot be refined by melting methods, but only by electrolysis to refine aluminum monstruments. This is no way for him. The Han tribe does not yet have the technology to upgrade to the electrical age, so Luo Chong has no gem. There is not much interest, even if this thing is placed dozens of times more expensive than diamonds in the previous life. The last one, white, large in quantity, and relatively soft in texture, but harder than lime. He also knew this thing. He had a material with the two stone lions at the door of the school. If he read it right, it should be marble, also called Han Bio. This is a building material for stone carvings, which can be used when building the palace. After reading the ore, there is no copper ore in precious metals, which makes him feel very pity. I originally wanted to mine currency metals near the capital of the country. Unfortunately, neither silver nor copper here, but it is good to produce copper ore on Bamboo Island. Not too far away, shipping is very convenient, but it is acceptable. After the mineral resources have been sorted out, the next step is the stack of plant identification reports, and there are some collected plant specimens. Luo Chong looked at it, and Tang Yao also came to introduce him to the knowledge about plants. No one knows more than she does. Chapter 762 Resources of the Tang Tribe, China. The types of plants are also divided into two categories, namely edible plants and materials plants. Luo Chong is very looking forward to this, hoping to find some valuable plant varieties that are not currently available in the Han tribe. He first opened the identification report of the stack of practical plants and found that in addition to the existing minority tribes, there are really many things that were not there before. The name marked above is either empty or local indigenous. Among them, the spices of the octagon have been determined by the exploration team, as well as chestnuts, mountain tea trees, ground spikes, and pineapples, all of which have been determined. When Luo Chong took the reports of the two mountain tea trees, Tang Ji sitting aside suddenly spoke. I told them not to eat this thing, but those of you said that the Han tribe used this leaf to soak water to drink, so it was necessary to put it in this pile of food. Luo Chong is directly nodded and admitted that is true, which is indeed edible and classified. Tea is a good thing. In the case of not many vegetables, more tea can supplement vitamins and cure night blindness, etc. It has many benefits for the body. The crew of the sea and the herdsmen of the grassland are very needed. Tang Ji was expressionless after listening to it. She was used to the new information brought by Luo Chong. She was numb after a long surprise. She could only say that she didn't see it. There are so many good things in her tribe. Unfortunately, she can't see it. Next is something that the Han tribe does not yet have. When Luo rushed to an introduction called white seed grass, Tang Yao also handed a pack of seeds from the side. Well, this is its grass seed, wild. When the tribe is in famine, people often go to collect this grass seed and grill it on the fire to eat it, which is very fragrant. Luo Kontan stared at his eyes and looked more excited. What did he say? There are really crops that the Han tribe does not have now. The thing in front of him is not sesame, grinding oil, sauce for rinsing lamb, and a perfect match for scones. It can also be used as a soup ball pie, with a lot of use. Is there any other color for this? Like black? Looking at the white sesame in front of him, Luo Chong immediately asked Tang Yao. Tang Yao felt very strange. Mo Fei Luo Chong also liked to eat this thing. Isn't he the first time he saw it? Although he was puzzled, he answered immediately. I heard people say that there is black, but I haven't seen it. The most white ones are also the most common. What's wrong? Is this thing useful? Of course it is useful. This is a very important crop. If the Han tribe has this thing, it has been promoted on a large scale. Luo Chong was sure to nod, and then greeted the big tree next to it. Did you hear what I just said? Well, understand, I will let people collect this grass seed, and the black one, and then try a batch in Tanhai County. But the leader, what is this thing called? The big tree immediately took over the conversation. This is also a kind of sesame grass. You should know that most varieties of sesame grass seeds can be used to extract oil. This is no exception. Just call it sesame, white sesame and black sesame must be planted for me. Although it is not a staple food, it is also a seasoning for making vegetables. There are also many ways to eat. Luo Chong immediately explained to everyone. No wonder. Tang Yao muttered beside him. This kind of grass seed, which is called sesame by Luo Chong, is not the main food. No one will eat this thing as a meal. If you really want to eat it, I am afraid that you will get angry and full of mouth and bubbles the next day, so the soup tribe never plant this kind of thing, just take it for emergency during famine, and you can understand it. In the list of remaining edible plants, there are no food crops, which makes Luo Chong feel a little pity, but the vegetables and fruits that several Han tribes do not yet have are of relatively high value. In terms of vegetables, according to the appraisal report and specimens, as well as Luo Chong's identification, finally identifiable three types of hollow dishes, celery, and cabbage. Hollow dishes are equivalent to southern spinach, and are the most common green vegetables in the south. Can be grown. It's just that the soup tribes rarely eat these plants like grass. They don't cook, everything is cooked directly with makran, and the meat and other things are roasted and eaten. Like this no taste of vegetable leaves, they hardly eat, so they never grow. As for celery, the Han tribe actually has it, that is, the celery that Luo Chong discovered in the swamp, but this and celery are not a variety. They are celery that can be grown on land and are also suitable for large-scale promotion. The variety of cabbage is also different from that of Han tribes. It should be one of the varieties of large cabbage, which is also suitable for large-scale promotion. Luo Chong handed over these trial bred and promoted vegetables to Dashu, and Tang Ji would naturally not watch it, so she listened to her question. Chief Han, do we want these plants to be planted together by our tribe? If you are willing to try it, of course, let's say that the seeds of these vegetables were originally provided by you. You can learn more about the cooking methods of the Han tribe. Don't look at these are just grasses, but there are many more if you eat more. Benefit. Also, even if you don't eat it, these vegetables and the like can be used to raise livestock and poultry, chicken, duck, and sheep like these things. Yes, in fact, if your soup tribe wants to raise livestock, I suggest you to raise rabbits. That thing is born faster and grows faster, and it is particularly clean and easier to breed. If you want, you can find a big tree to discuss. Tang Ji nodded, and Luo Chong continued to look at the documents. The remaining edible plants also have several fruits. After Luo Chong's identification, they can recognize yangmei, cocoa, and large and small citrus, all of which are wild. Variety. Yangmei's fruits are not rare, they are delicious, and they are also very distinctive. If it is inconvenient for transportation and storage, if it is made of sugar cured, it can be made into yangmeigan. Fresh yangmei can also be used to make wine. The effect is quite many. Cocoa is also very famous. This is a fruit that grows on the trunk, and it is not fruit meat that is eaten, but chocolate is made with its seeds. Unfortunately, Luo Chong does not know how to make chocolate. Just remember this thing, it seems to be piled up for fermentation. The specific method is to let others study it slowly. The most gratifying thing about Luo Chong is this big or small citrus, which is not the same variety. According to Luo Chong, one of them should be oranges, and the other should be fruits such as grapefruit, but the head is not big, and the oranges are about the size of the eggs. The grapefruit is about the size of the adult's fist and the skin is very thick. But it is not the kind of big grapefruit that is common in fruit shops in previous life. The skin of these two fruits is green and green. Just looking at the appearance, you know the sour teeth. According to Tang Yao, the people of their tribe don't eat it often because it is too bad to eat. However, Luo Chong knew that the fruit of citrus was the king of victory. It was self-evident about the role of navigation and was very worthy of the attention of the Han tribe. As for the bad taste, the big deal is slowly improving, and white sugar can be used to make canned oranges. As long as you are willing to use your brain, there are always more ways than difficulties. The Han tribe can always find a way to eat it. After all the edible plants have been identified, the rest are the plants of the material class. There are also many things that the Han tribe does not currently have, but they are in urgent need, so that Luo Chon is very excited. Chapter 763 Resources of the Tang tribe, below. There are also many types of non-edible plants, most of which are dominated by trees. Luo Chon probably looked over and found that there are 4 kinds of pine trees alone, and there are 2 most impressive ones in it. One is the smelly pine that grows in the water source. The remaining 2 have no clear name. The largest of these pine trees is 4 or 50 meters high, and the diameter of the trunk can reach more than 1 meter 5. It is a very good material as building materials. In addition, if there is a pine tree, it can also burn the pine cigarette ink for writing nearby, which is also a solution. A problem. The rest can be recognized as firs, willow trees, oaks and mulberries, which are also tree species of the Han tribe, but the oaks most suitable for furniture are basically not available here. It is a pity, but there are mulberry trees. It's good, so that the Han tribe can promote the raising of silk on this side, so that the capital can also produce silk. In addition, there are many tree species that the Han tribe has not seen, and there are also many. One of the 4-season greens, the leaves are like antlers, which is not seen in the north of the Han tribe. It is the cypress. The leaves of this thing are very recognizable, just like the lines in the pine egg, and its branches are still good things used to smoke bacon. There is also a fan tree. The original name of this thing Luo Chon does not know what it is called. It only knows that the leaves of this tree are used exclusively for fans. Reking simply uses fans to name it. There is also a fiber tree species used by the Sup tribe to make fabrics, that is, a cotton tree. However, compared with the cotton of the Han tribe, it is obviously still more suitable for cotton cultivation. The rest are palm trees, eucalyptus trees, cinnamon, stinky chunks, sycamore trees, and a variety of bamboo and sisal. The cinnamon trees can be used as spices, that is, cinnamon it is often used for halogen. Cinnamon can also be brewed as a snack pie, and the edible value is relatively large. Zhangs of the Han tribe is good at beekeeping, but this can mobilize some people to try it. In the 2 types of tsubaki trees, xianchun is also an edible tree species. The sycamore tree is more visible and can be used as a street tree. Other basics are useless. Several kinds of bamboo are also relatively powerful, and can be used to make tools and paper. Sword hemp, not to mention, is the only option for making cables. Among the remaining tree species, there are several high-quality wood-use tree species. After Luo Chon's identification, he found 4 types of sandalwood, agar, and lightwood. Sandalwood, sedimentary wood, nenwood, these 3 trees are well recognized. The common feature is that the density is very high, the wood is very hard, it will sink in the water, and it is corrosive. The difference is that the first 2 types of wood have special scent. Even if it doesn't matter if you don't know the tree, you will know it when you smell it. The tree species that smells like sandalwood burned in the temple must be sandalwood, because sandalwood was originally made of this kind of wood, and Luo Chon also determined the variety of sandalwood based on the smell and memory. As for the lightwood, just like the first 3, its density is extremely low and very light, but it is also relatively strong. A large wood log that has just been cut off can be carried by a little girl. It can be seen how light its weight is. These are one of the special wood for making early bipolar or 3-wing aircraft. It was also found in the Han tribe before, but not as much as the Tang tribe. Of course, the above tree species are not enough to arouse Luo Chon's interest. What really made him overjoyed was that the Tang tribe actually found large-scale rubber trees here. Seeing Luo Chon picking up the report of the rubber tree, Tang Yao immediately said, "This is not a good thing, its fruit is poisonous, as long as it eats more than a dozen, there will be a strong poisoning reaction." Because of this dead person, even now there are often greedy children who misread its fruits because its fruit appearance and chestnuts are very similar, and when you cut it, there will be white juice, sticky, and after drying, it will be as flexible as the animal's meat tendons. "What? Have you cut this tree?" Luo Conky jumped on the spot. "Nimas actually chopped the rubber tree, which is too defeated. It takes at least 10 years to know that a rubber tree wants to grow to be able to cut the glue. What's wrong? Is this thing useful?" Seeing Luo Chan's reaction, Tang Yao was frightened and asked grievances. "Of course it is useful. You know how much thought our Han tribe has spent to find this material. This has never been found to be suitable. Every tree like this is a baby. Do you know the price?" Luo Chon said badly that when he heard that the Tang tribe actually cut the rubber tree, it was like a heartache to cut his meat. Tang Ji, who has always been calm, was curious at this time. This is the second plant that has been rated so high by Luo Chon in addition to the sesame just now, and I heard that Luo Chon has always been good to Tang Yao. I didn't expect to yell at her because of this tree. This makes her even more curious. Chief Han, is there any use for this tree? Tang Ji asked directly. Of course it is useful, but not for eating, but for the white juice that it flows out. Didn't Tang Yao just say that its juice is flexible after it solidifies? This is its value. Luo Chong explained. Tang Ji still didn't understand. Even if it was flexible, what could it be used for? It was actually rated so high. Seeing them all blank, Luo Chong reminded Tang Yao, remember the bike I gave you? Tang Yao's little head. The juice from this tree can be used to make bicycle tires. Luo Chong stared at her with no energy. Tang Yao suddenly realized that the tires originally from driving were made with this, but it's not right. If the Han tribe doesn't have this kind of tree, what did your tires make? The bark of the duzhong tree used in contains natural glue and duzhong, but that is dry glue. First, the content is extremely low. Second, the natural duzhong glue is not elastic and is very hard. Plastic material, knocking up and banging, must be sulfurized to be flexible. Third, duzhong glue extraction method is very troublesome. How can this natural liquid latex be convenient for use? Although I made bicycles and tricycles, they have not been promoted. There is a big reason because the Han tribe has too little rubber production and the cost of tires cannot be suppressed. Do you now know the value of this rubber tree? Tang Yao immediately nodded, but Tang Ji and the patriarchs were listening to the clouds. What is he talking about? Why don't I understand it at all? But it seems that the car is mentioned. Is this elastic tree juice used to make cars? That really works. Yao Yao, what is a bicycle? No matter what others, Tang Ji asked his niece first. Well, it's a car that doesn't need livestock to drag or push. People can ride on it. There are also 2 pedals below. You can walk forward with your feet. There are 2 wheels. There are also 3 wheels for transporting things, which is very convenient. The leader of Luo Han gave me one, but it was still there in Hanyang County, and it was not brought back this time. Speaking of which, she also vomited Tang Ji. Tang Ji didn't really want it was just curious, and Luo Chong said just now that even the Han tribe is not much. One can imagine how precious this car is, but she continues to ask, what is that tire? The tire is the wheel of the bicycle, but the kind of wheel is not a hard wheel made of wood, but a hollow wheel made of this elastic glue, which is inflated. Tang Yao continued to explain. Hollow? Inflated? Tang Ji couldn't help but be surprised again. Can the wheels be made like this? Can this thing be strong? Well, that's it. Tang Yao ordered a little head again. Luo Chong still sat there with a black face, and his heart hurt, and his liver hurt. How important is the value of rubber? If the early industry is compared to a human body, then steel is the skeleton of the industry, fuel is the heart of the industry, and rubber is the muscle of the industry. These 3 are indispensable. If there is one less, don't mention any industry at all. The usefulness of rubber is self-evident. There are too many tires, air tips, shock cushions, rubber inflatable boats, life buoys, balloons, condoms, crossed, rubber, slippers for students, pine belts, rubber bands, chemical gloves, insulating gloves, medical gloves, blood transfusions, cock pins, etc. It can even make natural latex into a highly flexible sponge after foaming. Although Luo Chong did not know the chemical materials and processes of the foam rubber to make the sponge, this did not affect his heartache. The usefulness of the sponge is not much to say. Think about why the sofa is so soft and flexible. It can be said that rubber products are closely related to human life. Modern people can't live without rubber. Thinking of this, Luo Chong had another liver pain. He turned his head and asked Tang Yao, how many rubber trees did your Tang tribe cut? Those who are close to their place of residence are almost cut. The fruit is poisonous. We are also afraid of being eaten by children by mistake. Tang Yao dare not look at Luo Chong's low head and say, Chief Han, don't blame Tang Yao on this matter. The decision to cut this tree is also my one. If the Han tribe needs it, we will not cut it in the future. Tang Ji was also busy saying love to his niece. Alas! Luo sighed, what's the use of blaming them? It's all life, but it's a pity that I didn't know there were rubber trees here. Yes, we really need it. If you agree, our Han tribe will buy all the rubber in your soup tribe in currency. As for the method of collection and processing, this requires our experiment. It is also a new material for the Han tribe, and it takes a lot of time to explore. In addition, we also want to buy a batch of saplings and seeds of rubber trees. In this regard, I will let the forest trees and counties guard to deal with them. Speaking of which, Luo Chong turned his head and looked at the big tree to arrange. You wait to find a piece of convenient transportation on the side of Tanhai County, which is not suitable for farming and living land. Buy rubber seedlings to transplant in the past, the better, even if it is not available now. Insist on planting trees every year. Remember how powerful the Han tribe is in the future, it depends on the output of rubber. I heard Luo Chong say so solemnly, and the big tree took a deep breath and nodded seriously. The leader of Rest assured that I wrote down. All resources have been identified, whether it is the Han tribe or the Tang tribe, both sides are very happy. Luo Chong is happy because he has found many new foods and materials, and the Tang tribe is happy because they have more income. Entering, especially hearing Luo Chong will use money to buy saplings, the patriarchs even wanted to cut down the trees in the territory and sell them to the Han tribe. Chief Han, what about the development of these resources? Seeing Luo Chong finish reading all the property lists, Tang Ji immediately asked. In terms of the crops we eat, both of us can promote them together. We can first let our Han tribe try to accumulate experience and find ways to promote them together. In terms of materials, we need a lot of wood, which you need yourself. In addition, I plan to build a new shipyard here in Tanhai County. At that time, a lot of wood will be needed. As for rubber, you sell some sapling seeds, and the latex is ready. I can't give you the treatment method, because now I don't know it. I still need a lot of experiments to make it play its real value. You don't have to cut it again. To know that cutting one now is tantamount to making a bunch of cattle less yourself. Luo Chong warned them. Understand how much money is related. I believe my patriarchs also know the importance of this tree. Tang Ji nodded to understand, and then turned his head to scan the patriarchs on his side, which also meant to warn them. However, these patriarchs are of course not stupid. Those who can be patriarchs are all human beings. It is related to the interests of their tribes. How can they just destroy them casually? It is estimated that these rubber trees will serve these rubber trees more than their parents after returning. There is also the steel smelting of the Tang tribe. This Luo Chong does not intend to intervene now. The first is that there are already many things to do now. It is also unrealistic to engage in steel smelting. The second is that Luo Chong is preparing to upgrade the basic industry. The metallurgical industry is naturally also a top priority. This can wait until the Tang tribe is completely incorporated into the Han tribe, and then use the upgraded technology to develop and build. Otherwise, if it is done now, it will be changed again. It takes time and time. The third is that the Tang tribe is not under the jurisdiction of the Han tribe. Luo Chong does not want to make them too strong. The output of steel is one of the means to restrict them. Having said this, then this meeting is left with the division of Tang Tribal County. When talking about this topic, the patriarchs immediately pointed to the discussion on the map Twitter. They had to come because of this. Chapter 764 Administrative Division, Upper. The territory occupied by the Tang tribe is still relatively large overall. According to Luo Chan's estimate, at least it should be slightly larger than Bamboo Island. Of course, even if it is bigger, it is just a corner of this continent. In addition, the population distribution of the Tang tribe is relatively scattered, not as concentrated as Luo Chong imagined. That is to say, the gap between each clan territory is relatively large. Maybe they did this in consideration of future development. From a perspective, it is indeed more convenient to expand after the population growth. Around this large map on the table, the more than 20 clan chiefs of the Tang tribe are intensively discussing. Some say that their clan should be divided into counties, and others say that their clan can be divided into at least 2 counties. Noisy Luo rushed for a while. In the end, Tang Ji couldn't stand it anymore, so he waved to stop their argument and asked Luo Chong next to him. Chief Han, we don't have the experience of managing tribes like this, let's talk about how to divide it. Luo Chong nodded and said, I generally look at the population first, and then divide it according to the potential value of the land. At least you have to plan for the next 100 years. After the population is large in the future, your territory will also be able to provide the resources needed for survival. Tang Ji immediately nodded, and it was always right to look at it in the long run. Luo Chong went on to say, the division of counties and counties does not depend on how many clans you have, but how many counties and counties are divided. The division of counties and counties is too small, which is not conducive to later expansion and development. Take the Xin tribe on Bamboo Island. Their total population is about 100,000, and I only assigned them 6 counties, and our Han tribe now has a total population of nearly 400,000, but all the territories are added together and only 13 counties are divided. All the people of the Tang tribe were stunned in surprise, knowing that the Han tribe is very strong, but I did not expect that they will have so many people, and the Han tribe will soon capture that Bamboo Island. If the Han tribe is absorbed again, wouldn't their total population be forced by 500,000? Luo Chong knocked on the table at this time, and suddenly reversed. According to the data we counted these days, the Tang tribe currently has only about 80,000 people, and there is no large population of Bamboo Island. It is roughly equivalent to the population of the 3 counties of the Chinese tribe, Hungyu. In addition, the total number of military and civilian population in the 3 counties of Hongyu alone is about 70,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,0 6 counties in the 6 counties of 100,000 talents in Bamboo Island, and 70,000 in the 3 counties of the Han tribe, then they have a total of only 80,000. How to divide this? Can the entire Soup tribe be divided into 4 or 5 counties like this? They didn't think so before they came. They all thought that their clan could claim to be a county. At that time, it was also a county guard. You don't care about your strength, how many people there are, at least on the surface, it's the level of Twelhe County. You see, there are so many faces, and you can call Brother Dashu a brother by then. Even the smallest clan thought about how to draw 2 counties. Although they themselves don't know how big the county is and what unit it is, Luo Chong promised at the previous cooperation seminar. Each county of the Tang tribe has a market. These clan chiefs are also simple, no matter what. In short, more is better than less. Chief Han, is it too little to get only 4 or 5 counties? Do you think this will happen? We also draw 6 counties out? Tang Ji looked at the reactions of the patriarchs around him and asked Luo for sex. Luo Chong also carefully thought about it. Of course, he divided the county and county for the Tang tribe. Of course, a place to be incorporated into the Han tribe sooner or later. Of course, it is how beneficial it is to the Han tribe. The most important thing is to facilitate the future of the Han tribe to take over and manage, so he doesn't care about the patriarchs at all. Just think about yourself. He paddled on the map for a while, and measured it with his hands on it, and finally said, the Soup tribe cannot be the only territories now. Since it is to be divided, it is necessary to count the future places. For example, I promise you a new fishing port, right? This is what you don't have now. The patriarchs nodded after listening, and several clans near the river and the sea were excited again. The boat could only walk in the water. This is their advantage over the water clan. After thinking about it for a while, Luo Chong concluded that although the Tang tribe is now small, your territory is indeed relatively large, mainly because the population is too scattered, so it is naturally impossible to divide like the Han tribe. This should also be because of your low food production. Because the acres are low, to feed so many people, there are more acres per capita. Luo Chong said that he knocked on the table and continued, so I plan to divide the counties according to the resource distribution of the Tang tribe, which is more conducive to the future development of these natural resources. He said that no matter what the patriarchs disagreed with, he said to himself, I am going to divide the entire Soup tribe into 8 counties. The big tree, I said, you mark it. Good. The big tree immediately took out the pen and made preparations. As far as the city opposite our Tanhai County is concerned, it is also the largest city of the Tang tribe. The population of the city and its surrounding areas is about 16,000 people. Here we can draw a single county with a straight name called Tangqing County. There are 4 counties, 3 of which are the main grain-producing counties in Linjiang, and then build a new pier ferry, mainly used to communicate across the river. This place is called Wanghan Dudu, the Han tribe across the river looking across the river. Speaking of which, Luo Chong looked at Tang Ji and asked, does the Tang leader have any comments? I agree with the division of Han leaders. Tang Ji smiled and nodded. This city is dominated by their Tang clan, and recently with the Han tribe. No matter what the future is, such distribution and layout, her clan will not be too bad in the future. Well, next is the mountainous part of the north. The population distribution here is more fragmented and relatively small. The sum of them is more than 13,000, less than 14,000, but this area is relatively large. It can be divided into 2 counties, according to the east and west foothills of the mountain range. The eastern foot is called Rock County, with a population of about 6,000. There are 3